Do you like word games? All right, what's a 12-letter word starting with H that means a substance that induces hallucinations when taken orally?
I give up.
It's hallucinogen. Hallucinogen.
Oh, just a minute. H-A-L-L. I don't find any such word in the dictionary.
No, and you won't unless you have the very latest dictionary. And even the dictionary definition doesn't tell us very much about hallucinogens. Something new and strange to most of us.
They open the door to worlds most of us never knew existed. Sometimes quite wonderful, close to heaven. And sometimes a worse hell than any mad artist ever dreamed of.
Theater 5 presents Dream of Death.
It was late, after 5, when I got out to the plant, and for some reason when I saw it, it scared me. It was new, all stainless steel, glass, and concrete, and quite large. But it had been built on the edge of an old residential section, tree-lined streets, frame and brownstone houses that had once been friendly and charming. It was as if the plant was the future, cold, efficient, ruthless, and it was taking over. I found the research building and went in to keep my appointment with Dr. Dietrich.
What do you think a hallucinogen is?
Oh, a drug, usually an alkaloid that affects the mind.
And gives one hallucinations?
No, not necessarily. As I understand it, some of them do. LSD, for instance, actually induces schizophrenia temporarily, but most of them merely alter consciousness.
Merely? Do you know what happens when you merely alter consciousness? You open the door to worlds most of us never knew existed before. Sometimes quite wonderful, close to heaven, and sometimes a worse hell than any mad artist ever dreamed of.
So I gather.
These articles you're writing, they're just on the hallucinogens?
No, at the moment, yes. And when I read that you and Dr. Fuller had developed a new synthetic out here...
Well, I'm afraid I can't give you any information on its composition. It's still in the experimental stage. We've finished our animal tests, and we're well into our clinicals, but...
Well, if you could possibly let me look at some of your reports, descriptions of your subjects' actions, what they said, thought, and felt.
Well, I suppose I could do that. On the other hand, you're quite imaginative. React easily to outside stimuli, don't you?
Why do you say that?
Well, I was thinking that if you're sufficiently interested, perhaps we could let you try one of the drugs we've been working on yourself.
Try it?
Oh, wouldn't that be the best way to describe its effects, if you actually experience them?
Well, I suppose it would. I hadn't thought of it. The idea's a little frightening, but... All right, Doctor, if you're willing.
Well, I think it can be arranged. I'll have to...
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you had anyone in here.
That's all right. Alan Benson, Dr. Fuller.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'd like to talk to you, Arnold. If this is a bad time...
Oh, it's a good time. Will you excuse me, Mr. Benson?
Oh, yes, of course. Then you'll let me know?
Yes, I have your phone number, and I'll call you.
I'd thought Dr. Fuller was angry when he came in, and I was sure of it a minute later when I heard a first-class argument going on behind the closed door of Dietrich's office.
The other thing is outrageous, and I won't stand for it.
Oh? Well, that's just too bad, then, because there's not a thing you can do about it.
A strange way for two men who worked together to act, but it was none of my business. As I left, I made the unhappy discovery that it was raining, and then the happy discovery that Dr. Dietrich's secretary was waiting in the doorway. It seemed she lived only a few blocks away, and I had my car, so I offered her a lift. When it turned out that she lived alone, I suggested dinner, which turned out to be one of the best suggestions I ever made. Over martinis and dinner at a little restaurant, I told her about my writing and a book I was planning on the use of drugs in mental illness.
Well, they've been doing some interesting work along those lines out here, particularly Dr. Fuller.
Not Dr. Dietrich?
Not so much. And that's one of the things that annoys Dr. Dietrich. As head of the department, he has to spend more time on administrative work than research. I know he envies and resents Dr. Fuller.
Maybe it was the coziness of the restaurant on a cold, rainy night, but we were soon on a first-name basis. Sarah and Alan, and telling each other all about ourselves. She was working at the laboratory while studying for her master's degree in psychology and was interested in my research. When we left, we knew we'd see each other again, and it turned out to be sooner than I'd hoped. Dr. Dietrich called me the next day and told me to come to the lab that evening.
Why, Alan?
Hi. You seem surprised to see me. Didn't Dietrich tell you I was coming?
No, he didn't.
Well, he called me, said that he and Fuller were free this evening and that this might be a good time for me to take the drug.
Take it?
Yeah.
I didn't know you were actually going to take it.
Oh, yeah, I am. Well, I don't imagine you'll still be here when I come up.
Oh, no, I'll be leaving in a few minutes.
Well, I really did enjoy last night. And if I come through this in one piece...
Oh, what do you mean, if?
Well, I'm just playing it safe. Can I phone you tomorrow?
Of course. I'd like that. Like it very much.
How do you feel now, Mr. Benson?
Well, about the same, Dr. Fuller, only... Did you do anything to the lights?
No, why?
Well, everything's brighter. Much brighter. And things are changing. Those test tubes, for instance, they're not just moving now. They seem to be growing like, glass flowers.
What's the time?
17 minutes. He's reacting very quickly. You're sure you gave him only 20 milligrams?
Of course. We'd better strap him down now. Sit back, Mr. Benson. That's it.
Yeah. Are those straps too tight, Mr. Benson? Mr. Benson?
I heard him, but I couldn't answer. I was going backward in time. Back through the last few days, then through months and years. I was at college, in high school. Then I was 12. And the old terror came over me again. Because I knew what was going to happen next.
Mr. Benson. Alan. Can you hear me? Where are you?
He seems to be at stage 3 already.
Yes, he does.
But he shouldn't have gotten there so fast. Unless... Arnold, you didn't give him number 37, did you?
What if I did?
Oh, you fool, how could you? We haven't finished the control test yet. Besides, it's not yours, it's mine.
Is it? That's what you think.
I was lying in bed, hearing them quarreling downstairs. He must have come home drunk again, and she was angry, and so was he. And now he was going to hit her the way he did sometimes. But this time, if he did...
Stop that! Stop it, do you hear? Don't you dare hit her again. If you do, I'll kill you. I swear I will!
You know what happens to little boys who talk that way to their stepfathers? They get locked in the cellar, like this.
The cellar was dark, and I couldn't see him anymore. But that didn't matter, because I knew where he was. And I also knew he had turned into a monster from a horror picture. Crouching down, I felt something, a piece of pipe on the floor. Then, as he came at me, I hit out! He was laughing at me. Kept swinging, hearing the jars of preserves on the shelves smashing. Then I tripped, started to fall down. When I came to, I was lying on the floor, and there was a length of pipe in my hand. I seemed to be in some kind of a laboratory that was turning around slowly. What was I doing in a laboratory? The last thing I remembered was a cellar. I got to my feet, feeling sick. Tried to make the room stop spinning. There were broken bottles and test tubes all over the place, and the smell of chemicals almost choked me. Then the hammering began. It was off somewhere, but it felt as if it were inside my head. It was too much. I blundered out through a door, across the reception room, and then I was outside.
What? Alan, what are you doing out here?
Oh.
Are you all right?
I don't know who you are.
It's Sarah. Sarah Dunn.
Sarah? Oh. Yes, I remember her. She was that pretty girl. Pretty and nice. That I had dinner with.
But, Alan, why are you talking about it so strangely?
Because it happened so long ago. I always remembered her. I thought if I could just get out of that cellar.
You don't know what you're saying, do you?
Don't I?
No. You're still under the influence of that drug.
Drug? I remember something about that. There were 2 doctors.
Yes, and they must be wondering where you've gone. Here, give me your arm. We'll go back in there.
No, take me someplace where I can lie down until everything stops going around this way.
Can you walk?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Especially if you help me.
I'll help you. Come on. I'll take you back to my place. You feeling better now?
Yeah, a little. What are you doing?
We're calling the lab. I want to tell them you're here. Oh, Dr. Dietrich? Oh, well, this is Sarah Dunn, his secretary. Who's this? Please. Well, did something happen? Oh, that's impossible. I mean... Yes. 43 Calumet Road. Right.
Is anything wrong, Sarah?
What makes you ask?
Well, you look upset, and you said something about the police.
Dr. Fuller's dead.
Dead?
Yes. And the police say you killed him. Here, Alan, drink this.
Huh? What is it?
Black coffee.
Oh.
Now, you don't recall actually hitting anyone?
No, I seem to have gone back, way back to when I was a boy, locked in a cellar. I did slash at someone or something with that piece of pipe, but I don't remember hitting anything except... Well, I thought they were jars of preserves.
Where did you get the piece of pipe?
I found it on the cellar floor.
Only you weren't in any cellar. You just thought you were. You were in the lab. And I don't know what a piece of pipe would be doing there on the floor or anywhere else.
Was that what he was killed with? A piece of pipe?
Oh, the policeman didn't say. But there's something else. Didn't they strap you down in a chair?
Yeah.
They usually do, because sometimes the subjects become violent. But then, how did you get loose?
Oh, I don't know. May I use your phone?
Why?
I want to call the police. They must be looking for me, and if I did kill Dr. Fuller...
Yes, and it's a big if. But if you did, I don't see how you can be blamed for it. After all, you were under the influence of the drugs.
Sarah, that's got nothing to do with it. The police want me, and...
Shh. Just a second. Up the street there.
Police car. Coming here?
Probably. They asked for my address when I phoned, and they'd want to talk to me.
Well, then, that's that.
No, it's not. Now, you come on in here into the bedroom.
Oh, now look, Sarah.
Please don't argue with me. There's no time for it. Now, go on out and hide back there in the garden until I call you.
She practically pushed me out the window, closed it, and went back into the living room. I stood there in the night trying to think. What she was doing was wrong. I knew that, because she was getting herself involved in this nightmare, too. But what could I do about it? Then the bell rang, and I heard her go to the door.
Miss Dunn?
Yes?
I'm Morelli, 34th Precinct.
Was it you I spoke to when I called the lab a little while ago?
Yes, it was.
Well, please, come in.
They sat down on the far side of the living room, and from then on I couldn't hear anything. The officer stayed about 20 minutes. When he left, I opened the window, climbed back inside.
Alan?
What do you want?
What we thought, to find out what I knew. He'd already talked to Dr. Dietrich, of course.
What did you tell him?
Everything. Up to the time I left the office tonight.
Well, didn't he ask whether you'd seen me after that?
Yes. I'm afraid I lied about that. I said no.
Why?
Well, isn't that obvious? Because I don't think you did it. And if you didn't kill Fuller, there's only one person who could have, and that's Dr. Dietrich.
Well, Sarah, that's impossible. Why?
Oh, I can think of at least one good reason. I told you that he and Fuller didn't always work together. Now, suppose Fuller came up with something big and important, refused to share the credit with Dietrich. Or suppose Dietrich found out that he was going to leave and take his discovery with him, really cash in on it.
Now, wait a minute. Of course. They were having a violent argument when I left yesterday. Couldn't it have been about that?
I suppose so.
Well, I'm sure of it. Because I seem to remember hearing Fuller tell Dietrich that he had no right to try the drug on me, that it was his, Fuller's, and... Where's Fuller's lab?
Right next to Dr. Dietrich's. Why?
That hammering I heard when I came to must have been in there.
Oh. Well, Fuller kept most of his data in a locked file cabinet. That's probably where he'd keep the formula. And if he didn't have the key on him when he was killed...
Dietrich would try and break it open. And that's how it sounded to me. You know, I'd like to take a look at that file cabinet, see what's in it.
Well, I've got a key to the lab. And the police aren't going to stay there all night. If we went over there about 2 or 3 in the morning...
Now, wait a minute, Sarah.
Now, save your breath. I'm in on this, too, now. And I'm going over there with you.
She woke me at about 2. We slipped out of the house, walked over to the plant. I had a flashlight in my car. I took that and a jack handle, and we went inside, into Fuller's laboratory.
The file cabinet's over here.
Mm-hmm. It's still locked, but someone's been working on it. There are dents all around the lock.
Can you open it?
Yeah, I think so. Here, hold the flash.
All right.
There we are. Now, how would it be filed?
Well, they called it Polytran.
Uh-huh.
And the last formula they worked on together was number 23.
Oh? Well, here's 24, and so on, up to number 37. Let's take a look at that.
Well?
Yeah, this could be it. Look, here's an envelope with a notarized statement attached. On this day, Dr. Mark Fuller sealed this envelope in my presence.
Put your hands up, please, both of you.
Dr. Dietrich!
I'll take that envelope, Benson. Throw it to me.
Oh.
Thanks. Why are you looking at me that way, Miss Dunn?
Because I still can't believe that you'd do such a thing.
You're talking about Fuller? Yes, it was unfortunate. If the formula proves as valuable as I hoped, there would have been more than enough in it for both of us. But he wanted to keep it all for himself, so...
So you killed him?
As I said, it was unfortunate. But what's even more unfortunate is that you didn't leave things alone, Benson. You never would have been indicted for the killing. I'd have testified for you. Explained that you'd done it while under the influence of the drug. Now, of course, I'll have to kill you, too.
You'll never get away with it, Dietrich.
Would I? I came back to the lab, suspecting you might return here, and you had. You were still under the drug's influence, violent, homicidal. You attacked me, and I killed you in self-defense.
And what about me?
That's no great problem, Miss Dunn. Mr. Benson killed you under the influence of the drug, of course. Your body will be found right here next to his. After all, they can try me for only one murder. And if I let you go, they're bound to get me for Fuller's, so...
I'll take that gun, Doctor.
What? Morelli.
That's right. Said I'd take that gun. Okay. Get over there against the wall.
Officer, I don't think I've ever been so glad to see anyone in my life. Only what brought you over here?
You did. I had a feeling you weren't telling me everything you knew when I was over at your place. So I kept an eye on it. When you and Benson left to come over here, I followed you.
Well, then, you heard what Dr. Dietrich said.
I heard. And it explains a lot of things that didn't make sense before. Well, you're in the clear now, Benson. You're a very lucky guy.
Oh, you think so?
What do you mean?
How would you like to have thought for quite a few hours that you were a murderer? You see, Lieutenant, I believed I was.
Theater 5 has presented Dream of Death, written by Robert Newman and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, William Redfield, Gertrude Warner, Guy Sorrell, and William Griffiths. Audio engineer Bill Sandreuter, sound technician Ed Blaney, script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Edward A. Byron. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. Theater 5 presents Mr. Bernard Grant in There's One Born Every Minute.
My name is Red Harrison Kendall. Among ourselves, let's admit that I am a con man, as my father before me and his father. A distinguished tradition to live by one's wits and the gift of gab. Just give me a crowd, and I can bring them under my spell.
Today, the occupation of the con artist and pitchman has been taken over by characters who deal in stolen merchandise, switchblades, zip guns, and cigarettes that have no brand names. But this is the story of a con man who was content with a suitcase full of neckties, vegetable peelers, magic spot-removed glass jewelry, and miraculous medical cures. Let's step a little closer as he makes his pitch.
It needs no medical man to tell all of you intelligent people listening to me that the basis of every man's existence depends on the intricate system of ducts and elastic pipes the great engineer has designed to carry through all of us the life stream, the blood. Now, when this fails, we fall prey to all man's dread diseases. When you're sick and common medicines will not aid you, I offer you Hod Curaria, the magic elixir I hold in my hand. It brought me back from death's threshold. 4 years ago, a deadly, massive, systemic infection held my wasted body in its irreversible thrall. My medical colleagues had given me up for lost. Then, one day, in my laboratory, experimenting with the magic drug curare, I stumbled onto the greatest boon to mankind since the discovery of... It's my heart. My heart. Permit me to pass, if you please. Thank you. Let me through here. This man needs me. This man needs... Now, what seems to be the trouble, sir?
Arterial contraspasm. It's a chronic condition. You can't do anything.
A simple matter of arterial spasm, perhaps complicated by venous constriction. Here you are, my man. Drink this.
How could that help?
How can it hurt? Try it.
The bands are around my chest. All right. It's bitter.
We cannot expect medicine to taste like candy.
Matter of fact, it isn't bad. Mouth feels good.
Yes, already it's stimulating the S+H blood factor. Now, is that vice around your chest beginning soon?
Yeah.
You must allow time for absorption, but already the paracurare is going to work, shrinking the atheroscleresterols, restoring vivacity to the arterial web.
Doc, you know something? I'm all right. I'm all right now.
Yes, of course you are.
How can I get some of that stuff?
A limited amount is available. In your case, I offer you a bottle.
Oh, I want to pay. Can I afford it?
Well, actually, the ingredients are not costly in themselves. And since, in essence, this has become a crusade for me, I wish no profit. You can have a bottle for $2. A great deal less than other wonder drugs.
I'd like a case of it.
No, that's not necessary. One bottle judiciously used can reverse your condition and make you whole. There is no debilitating or agonizing affliction in the whole catalog of human misery that cannot be helped by...
All right. Break it up.
What's the trouble, officer?
You are, brother. Come on, folks. Get moving.
This physician has just saved my life.
Forget it, Chill. You think I don't know a con game when I see one?
A con game?
Yeah. Move.
I have no intention of standing here being insulted by you, officer.
Not you. Don't sneak out. You're under arrest.
Arrest? What for?
We'll figure that out at the station.
Now, just a
right
minute.
at the moment, we'll call it disturbing the peace.
I don't know, Copperman. Why is it every time I'm on a desk, I collect all the cons, grifters, deadbeats, and
I
crooks?
resent the tenor of those remarks, Sergeant. And I
button up,
resent...
Buster, before I book you.
You cannot book me. I stand on my rights under the Fourth Amendment as a private citizen.
Look, Congenero, all you are is a public menace. I'd drop you in a pokey if you weren't standing room only.
On what charge, pray?
Vagrancy would do for openers.
Vagrancy?
You know you ain't got a red cent to your name.
Well, that's just a temporary embarrassment. My cash reserve is all tied up in my inventory. Now, had you given me the opportunity to distribute my panacea...
Get him off my back, Copperman. I got the lumbago to begin with. It's killing me.
All right, Bunko. Let's float.
By all means. But may I suggest, Sergeant, that I can ease your problem? One bottle of my miraculous hot curaria could dispel your miseries by the magic of modern science and pharmacopoeia. For a nominal price, you could throw off the galling yoke of unnecessary pain.
Copperman, get him outside and point him for the city limits. If you're not out of town in half an hour, I will clap you in the can.
Without funds, how can I travel?
That's your problem.
But half an hour...
It's a small town. You'll make it. And take your sugar water, whatever it is, with you. And this junk here. What's this?
That is a pocket Bible for my daily reading. It would behoove you to read it, Sergeant, and start the deep wellspring of the milk of human kindness flowing through your veins.
All I got in my veins is blood, brother, and you're bringing it to a boil. Copperman!
Yes, Sergeant. All right, come on, Doc.
The title may be courtesy, but as a medical missionary, I am profoundly sorry for your superior, Officer Copperman.
Sure. Missionary?
Yes, from the Far East. You know, it was there I found my wonder drug, the cure for all man's evils.
That stuff you got in the bottles, good for bunions?
Oh, my dear boy. Expand the arteries, as my hot curaria does. And pain is a word, not a cross.
There's a bus coming. Look, I'll tell you what. Give me one of your bottles, and you can ride out of town.
By all means. Oh, you are a wise man. That will be $2, please.
Are you kidding? I'll give you a quarter of a bus fare. Go to the last stop, get off at Mary's Diner. Maybe you can pick up a hitch on a truck.
A quarter?
Yeah, take it or leave it.
I'll take it. As Buddha might have said, arrivederci. All my life I have been a confidence man. My wits against the marks. A fair division, a reasonable match. But in an era of plenty, I have fallen on evil times. With all my ready wit, my gift for gab, my astonishing acumen. Where do I go from here?
Is this seat taken?
Oh, my profound apologies, madam. Let me move my suitcase and Bible.
I'm sorry to bother you, but it is crowded.
Oh, the fault is mine. Would you prefer to sit by the window?
Oh, no, thank you. I'm getting off very shortly. Did you lose your place?
No, not at all. Wherever I was perusing, I can always find it.
Such a comfort, the Bible. You know it well.
Oh, I should hope so. It's my life.
Where were you reading?
Those wonderful words of St. Paul. There abideth these three: faith, hope, and charity.
My favorite. Are you a minister?
A missionary.
A missionary.
On a sad and difficult assignment.
May I ask what?
At the risk of boring you, may I inquire as to your name?
Sarah Summers. And yours?
Oh, Kendall, madam. Reb Harrison Kendall.
I just knew you were a reverend. Is there any way I can help?
Oh, I doubt it.
I don't mean to pry, but I'd like to know about assignments.
I believe you would. You know, sometimes even those of us who minister must find relief ourselves in confession. It all started some 10 years ago when the Eleemosynary Society I am proud to represent was faced with a tragedy.
And the rebel government burned out your whole mission and hospital.
Sadly, yes, Mrs. Summers. However, there is the one ray of hope. With a change in government, it can be re-established. But that will take funds.
You make me feel so guilty.
You?
Yes. My husband is retired. Our home is almost paid for. Look, I've just been to the bank and taken out our savings to make the last payment on our house, $1,000, all for us.
I'm sure that you deserve every bill in there.
Not one, at least. We have to think of others. Would you be embarrassed if I offered you $20 for your cause?
Oh, I couldn't accept that. That is, not I myself, but for the greater good.
Oh, gracious. This is my stop. I've got to put things away and gather my packages.
Allow me to help.
If you just hold my pocketbook while I get my shopping bag.
A pleasure, madam.
I'm getting off, driver. Hold it.
Are you sure you have everything?
Oh, yes, thanks. All my hopes go with you in your good fight. I wish I could have done more. Now I must rush. Goodbye, Reverend Kendall.
A nice old lady. The perfect mark. And I have some getaway money now. A $20 bill. My confidence resurges. I am still able to soft song in spite of adversity. I've spent my life pitting my wits against the gullible. But one thing I have never done before. I have never stolen. I am a con man, bunco, a grifter, opportunist, but never a thief. By the window, in my hand where I have lifted it, I nestle against my thigh a wallet containing a lifetime savings. $1,000, less 20, freely given. I would have conned her out of it without a moment's hesitation. But to steal it directly? Can I do that? And if I could, can I get away with it? Desperate. My capital is larger than it's been in years, but time is very short. It can't be long till Mrs. Summers discovers her money is gone. And there's no way out of this town tonight. No train, no bus, no plane. Through the window, I can see it begin to rain. I can't even make it on foot now, but how do I make my getaway? Oh, there's the answer. Ferry Trucking Company. Big trailer job, one driver, plenty of room. What's that slogan printed on the side say? Leave it to the good ferry to deliver. An abominable pun, but an excellent omen. I'm going to get away with it after all. One coffee black, if you please, and a slice of apple pie. Foul weather out, isn't it?
You can say that again, Mac.
Are you the driver with the interesting slogan?
No cracks about that, Mac, or you get a meat sandwich.
No offense, man.
Forget it. I just got a sore head tonight. I got to make the coast by morning. I don't know how I'm going to stay awake.
Could you use a companion?
You're looking for a hitch?
Well, there's no other transportation available.
You're in on one condition.
Name it.
You think you can talk for 8 hours straight?
Brother, you have picked the right man.
Okay. You bought a ride. You got 5 minutes to finish that coffee while I gas up and check the rig. And you're going to have to hold your hat. I got time to make up and we'll be rolling.
Here you are.
Oh, thank you, miss. You can cancel the pie. I won't have time for it. The die is cast, and I start my new career. From conman to thief in one easy movement. And how easy can it be to make this score? 5 minutes more, and I'll be awake clean. Except that there's just one thing wrong. My conscience troubles me. I have committed the unpardonable sin for the working crook. I have stepped out of my own specialty. Highly unprofessional. I have 20 honest dollars. Well, let us say 20 I don't need to be uneasy about. The other 980, they are a different matter. They will put me on the lam for the rest of my life. Are they worth jeopardizing my career for?
All right, Mac, ready to roll. Let's go.
Oh, I've changed my mind.
What?
Yes, you and the good fairy must go without me while I make a delivery of my own.
Yes? Why, it's Reverend Kendall. What are you doing here?
I'm here to throw myself on your mercy, Mrs. Summers.
Well, you can't do it in the rain. Come in. Now, what do you mean, throw yourself on my mercy?
You, don't know?
No, but you can explain as soon as you take off that wet coat and come warm up by the fire. How did you find me?
Oh, I looked up your address.
But I have no phone. We're not in the book.
Oh? Well, so I saw, but, you are in the city directory.
Oh, of course. How clever of you. Now, you sit down and I'll get my husband. I want you to meet the sheriff.
The sheriff?
Retired, of course, but we still use the old title. I hope we can help you. What's wrong, Reverend?
You don't know there was a thief on the bus?
No.
Oh, yes.
Thank heavens I kept my purse safe. But you... Oh, poor Reverend Kendall, you were wrong.
Every cent I had. I've wired my church, of course. But I had to have an address for them to wire me money, and in a strange town, yours was the only place I could think of.
Well, you can stay here until your money comes. Now, just dry off, and I'll get some tea.
A dear little old lady, naive and trusting. Her pocketbook right there on the table. Oh, Reb, this is your lucky day. Just take the wallet and return it. And just as a sop to fate, and in the memory of your own loving mother, go all the way. Return the extra 20. Sucker's gesture or not, slip it into the wallet.
All right, mister. Just get your hands up over your head.
What?
Sheriff Summers, and I've got a gun in this desk.
But, my dear Sheriff...
Just raise your hands. That's better. Ever since Sarah told me about meeting you on the bus, I had a hunch you were up to no good. You weren't satisfied with 20, huh? You had to have it all.
My dear sir, believe me, you misunderstand.
Yes? In what church were you ordained?
Why, I never said that.
You called yourself Reverend?
A misunderstanding. You see, my first name is Reb, short for Rebel. Reb with a B. Frequently there is a misunderstanding.
Not this time, brother. You're under arrest.
I thought you were retired.
I am. We'll call this a citizen's arrest. And don't think once we get to the police station, I can't make it stick.
Chow time, Grifter. I should have known you would end up a guest of the city.
Sergeant, you don't understand. I was only trying to return the money.
Sure you were. What do you take me for, a sucker?
Oh, no. After a lifetime of bilking them, I turned up the classic one. Who says honesty pays?
You ought to have given it a whirl just once.
I did. And look where it got me.
Hey, where have you been, Copperman?
Big accident on a turnpike. A truck jackknifed off the Devil's Elbow. Driver was killed.
Oh, yeah? Anyone else on that truck?
Nope. He was all alone. What's he doing here?
Oh, he tried to heist $1,000 from Sheriff Summers' wife. Some sucker play.
Oh, officer, would that have been a ferry truck that crashed?
You got it. One time, the good ferry didn't deliver.
It's all in the point of view. It was Mr. Barnum who said, "There's one born every minute." And I'm happy to join the fraternity, or I wouldn't be alive.
Theater 5 has presented There's One Born Every Minute, Written by Ian Martin, produced and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Bernard Grant, Arthur Cole, Ralph Bell, Abby Lewis, Gilbert Mack, and John McGovern. Audio engineers Neil Pulse and Marty Folia. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. ABC Radio Network production. ABC Radio Network production. Theater 5 presents The Widow.
Yes? What is it? Is that you, Emily?
Well, of course it's me. Who else could it be?
Well, if it's you, as you say, come in. Come in. Why are you standing there with that odd look on your face?
Because I'm so amazed and disconcerted. Mama, who else could possibly be knocking at your bedroom door? Did you think it was Andrew? Or that boy downstairs? He's still waiting, you know. Mama, you know that. Oh, truly, you're the most exasperating person. Mama, that boy is sitting down there in the kitchen drinking his 5th cup of coffee. I'm exhausted talking to him. I can't think of another civilized thing to say. Truly, Mama, he's beginning to look at me oddly. He wants his money, and he wants it now, so he can leave before dark or before the snow starts again. Mama?
Yes, Emmy Lou?
If you don't stop sewing this instant, I shall snatch up the needle and stick it into you.
Oh, yeah, come give me a kiss.
Oh, Mama. Mama, you're impossible. How can you be so calm? I told you, he's waiting. We've got to do it now.
If you tell me that once more, I'll stick the needle into you. Goodness, that's better. I've been waiting to hear you laugh. You've been much too serious today, and fretful besides. Now get me my jewel box. We'll count out his money. Amy Lou, what is it now? Why are you staring out that window?
Mama, look.
At what? I don't see a thing. Oh, yes. 3 icicles hanging from the eaves.
How clever of you to notice. Mama, you are my sweet dear, and my angel besides. Aren't they pretty? Do you remember? I used to eat them when little. I should like to eat one now. Oh, Mama, may I? Do you suppose I could? It would make me feel so much better. I believe I could reach the little one. Here, help me open the window.
That window doesn't open. I remember Andrew told me the sash cord is broken.
Oh, Andrew. When I think of him, I get another of my graveyard feelings. But never mind that. Look at my breath on the window. Shall I draw a picture with my finger? I know. A heart. There. And a sweet little message. I love Mama.
Hello? Hello, sir. You there, Miss A?
It's him, Mama. Don't you see?
Well, then fetch my jewel box from the bureau. We'll be right down, young man.
get me wrong. I'll take it. It just seems that $20 is an awful lot of money for sweeping out the cellar and carrying in some wood. I didn't expect that much.
You feel you didn't earn it?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, well, then, you can. We have one more chore before you leave. The only important one, really. But we were afraid to ask you.
Oh, what's that, ma'am? Oh, what is it?
Oh, dear. You tell him, Emmy Lou.
I can't. I know we won't do it. Oh, Mama, I'm going to cry.
Well, I'll do anything, ma'am. You've been mighty generous.
Well, it's Herman.
He's our dog. He's 15 years old, truly, and lame and almost blind in both eyes.
Oh, where is he? I didn't see him around.
He's tied up in the barn. We carried him out this morning with his blankets and his funny old bone. He's just too sickly and suffering to keep in the house any longer. We can't bear it. Why, last night, Emmy Lou nearly cried her eyes out listening to him whimper. Poor Herman, dear Herman.
Sweet Herman.
He's suffering so. It would be truly a considerate kindness if you...
Oh, I see.
Emmy Lou won't even try. And every time I go out with a shotgun, well, he knows it's me. And sick as he is, that sad little tail starts to wag.
Oh, don't.
No, Emmy Lou.
Well, I've never killed a dog.
It's not killing at all, young man.
It's blessed mercy.
Hand him the shotgun, Emmy Lou. And then get our coats from the closet and one of the big oil lamps so we can show him the way.
Well, hold on. Just a minute. I've never used one of these things before. What do I do?
Oh, you city boys. You just hold it firmly. That's right. It's already cocked. Then all you do is when you find Herman is to put the barrel behind his ear and pull the trigger.
I can't do two things at once, Mama. The door is shut.
Give me the lamp, silly. No, young man. You just hold the shotgun. Emmy Lou will manage.
Dearest, the snowdrift against the door, but... there, look, I think we can just squeeze through. Mama, you go first with the lamp.
Look, let's get this over with, huh?
Indeed. Here, you need the lamp. Where is he, Emmy Lou? Where is Herman?
Don't you remember? To the right, in the far corner by the old butter churn.
Well, say, aren't you coming? Hey, look, do I have to go alone? What's she laughing for?
She's not laughing, young man. She's crying. She's hysterical. Can't you tell? Go quickly. The far corner. Get it done. Do it now.
Miss Ames, you, Emmy Lou. There isn't any dog over there like you said. There's a body. A man lying dead. I saw a round hole in his head as big as a quarter and blood frozen solid. Someone shot him, and he's dead.
A man?
A dead man? Mama, is that what he said?
Yes.
In our barn?
Yes. What else? We're not in China or South Africa. We're standing right here in the middle of our barn.
Why are you so cranky and short-tempered? I declare I put up with a lot today.
Well, there are times, Emmy Lou, when you do grate on a body's nerves. When someone says to you, a dead man, what is the use of your repeating it right after he said it? That's one of your faults, as I've told you often. Making people repeat themselves when you heard them plain as day. Who is it, Emmy Lou?
Well, I don't know. I can't rightly see his face. The head is turned to one side. Will you please stop pushing me that way, Mom? It's very annoying.
Well, move closer. What's the matter with you? Are you afraid to look at a corpse?
Of course not. Hold up the lamp. There, that's better. Oh, I do believe it's Andrew. In his blue corduroy jacket. I declare it is Andrew.
Who's Andrew? Someone you know?
He's Emmylou's husband, of course. Or should I say, he was Emmylou's husband. I imagine the past tense is more appropriate now. Well, we were just wondering why we hadn't seen him all day. He is dead.
Oh, yes. And frozen besides. Touch his leg with your foot, Mama, just to see.
Well, do move a bit. The butter churn is sticking in my ribs. Good heavens.
What?
He's solid as stone. We could stand him up like an ironing board if we had a mind to. Is that truly a bullet hole in his head?
It certainly is, with burn marks and frozen blood. Mama, give me your hand. Step over here. Do you see? Look at Andrew's eyes. They're staring straight at us, as beady and mean as ever. Oh, dear, I confess I'm glad he's dead, aren't you? I'm just so pleasantly relieved. Though I do wonder who could have, done such a dreadful thing.
Why are you looking at me?
At you? Oh, I'm not. Perhaps I'm looking through you. I'm still dazed, you understand. A sudden and violent death like this is bound to affect one's nerves. I just can't get over it. Can you, Mama?
Indeed I can't. I'm just that surprised. Truly, the oddest things do happen. Isn't that true, young man?
His name is Tom, Mama. Tom. It's so tiresome hearing you say young man all the time.
Oh, very well, Tom, then. Just think, this morning you were on your way to California hitchhiking. And because of the storm, you stopped by our house.
And while you waited for the snow to stop, we hired you to do a few chores.
And look at you now, standing in our barn with a shotgun in your hand and a dead man at your feet. Did you ever dream that could happen?
No, ma'am, I guess I never did. I sure never did.
One never knows quite what will happen next, does one?
No, ma'am. Life is sure full of surprises, if that's what you're getting at. I mean, I'm real sorry about your husband, ma'am, Emmylou, about his being shot and all. But even so, that is, should we be standing around talking like this? Don't you think, hadn't you ought to telephone the police?
The police? Oh, goodness, no. We just call it Lamb.
Mama, Lamb is the police.
So he is. I just never think of him that way. He's our local sheriff, Tom. I've known him, since he was a tiny boy. He grew up with my daughter. In fact, I do believe he's always been a mite bit sweet on Emmylou. And now that she's a widow... Sarah.
Yes, Miss Ames?
What's the trouble now?
What?
I said, what's the trouble? Why don't you connect me?
Ma'am, I can hardly hear you. Is something wrong with the phone?
No, it's just that I don't want someone to hear what I'm saying. Who's Lem talking to?
Well, as usual, it's his sister, ma'am. They're still going on about that sick hog of hers.
Then you butt right in and tell him I'm here. I've got something more important to discuss than a sick hog. Andrew is dead.
Is that right? I bet you and Emmylou hung out the flag.
Don't you get fresh with me, Miss Sarah Ann Jones. Now you connect me right away. You hear? Where's Lem now? Do you see him?
Yes.
Well, don't keep it a secret, Emmylou.
Oh, Mama, he'll be here in a minute. Truly, you're the most curious person. Haven't you noticed that, Tom? I declare she can't rest at all until she knows every detail of a Bobby's action. Why don't you come to the window and see for yourself?
Because someone has to make fresh coffee, and apparently I've been voted most likely to succeed. Tom, you haven't eaten your pie.
No, ma'am. I don't think I can.
Well, do try. Is he out in the barn yet?
I see his searchlight coming up the path. I can see him brushing himself off.
Don't you crack into that snow in here, Lem Wheeler. You stomp off those boots.
Oh, holy McGee, that snow's starting all over again, worse than ever. And I ain't got chains on my tires, so ladies, if I want to get back to town at all, I'd better make this fast. How are you, Emmy Lou?
Oh, just fine. Fine, Lem, considering.
Did you see him?
Did I see who?
Why, Andrew, of course.
Miss Ames, I've been out in that deep freeze of a barn for the last half hour. I seen him all right, and I seen that hole in his head. Truth is, I seen all that I need to see, and maybe it might bid more. Is this the fella here? I hear you confess.
What?
No, it's no use getting all riled up again. Miss Ames told me the whole story.
What story? Wait a minute. Oh, Emmy Lou, Miss Ames, you didn't tell the sheriff here. You didn't say that I... Oh, no.
Now, look, son, he was one mean cuss, and nobody's exactly broken up because he's dead, least of all Emmy Lou here.
But it's not true. You don't understand.
I understand that it must be like Miss Ames says. You and Andrew had a fight over money he owed you for doing some chores, and when you struggled for the shotgun, bang, it went off.
And he came running back in the house as green as a cucumber, didn't he, Emmy Lou? And he confessed right off.
There's the shotgun with his fingerprints all over it.
Isn't that true, son? Aren't your fingerprints on the gun? It's easy enough to prove.
Yes, my fingerprints are there all right, but only because they gave me the gun. They wanted me to kill old Herman.
Who, son? Who?
Their dog. Their sick old dog. Old Herman.
Herman?
Whatever is he talking about?
They said he was lame, blind, sick. They said he...
son, I'm listening.
Lem, you know we never had a dog.
Herman. Oh, well, dear, even if I had a dog, I wouldn't name him that. I prefer dogs with elegant names. Roderick.
Will you shut up? Shut up, both of you. Don't you realize you've accused me of murder? Of killing a man?
Now, son, if you get violent, I'll have to handcuff you, and I don't want to do that. You're too nice a lad. Just you behave, and we'll get along fine. Now, listen to that wind. It's getting worse by the minute. So, by your leave, ladies, I think we'd better go now. Hey, you, son, get into your coat while I wrap up this shotgun here. I want to be careful so as not to smear the fingerprints.
Where are they now?
Well, they're still standing by the steps talking. Goodness, it's snowing hard. Mama, come see.
No, I want to clear up these dishes. I can't abide an untidy sink. What are they doing now?
Mama, I just told you. They're just... Oh, no, Lem is coming back. Mama, Lem is coming back.
Yes, Lem? What is it? You forget something?
No, ma'am, I didn't. I just came back to remind you that I wasn't born yesterday. That boy didn't do no shooting. He didn't kill Andrew. You did, Miss Ames, or you, Emmy Lou. And you know how I know? Because that corpse in the barn is frozen solid. Well, he's frozen solider than a rock. And to freeze like that, ladies, he's been there 3-4 days, maybe as long as a week. So that boy couldn't have done it. Huh, Miss Ames?
Well, now, if you believe that, Lem Wheeler, why aren't you taking us along? Why are you taking that boy?
I'm glad you asked, ma'am. Truth is, I'll be back for you two in the morning. Wouldn't dream of taking you out on a bad night like this. And the boy? Well, I figure he'd be much safer in jail than spending the night here with you two. Good night, ladies. See you in the morning.
Well, that surely was an odd twist to events. So unexpectedly like. I declare it gives me the strangest feeling.
Mama, what did Lem mean, saying Tom would be safer in jail than spending the night here with us?
Well, I can't say I know exactly. Truly, that was an odd thing to say. But then, Lem Wheeler was always a bit peculiar in his thinking. Not quite there, if you know what I mean.
Oh, Mama, what a mean thing to say. Really, I do lose patience with you sometimes.
Well, it's true. And you won't own up to it because you're sweet on the man.
Mama, what are you saying? Why, I can hardly believe my ears. Me, sweet on Lem Wheeler. Don't you realize I'm a widow? Why, it's hardly been a week since I put that bullet in Andrew's head. There's a proper period of mourning. Don't you know I must grieve?
Theater 5 has presented The Widow, written by Richard Lortz and directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Alix Elias, Helen Carew, Larry Robinson, George Petrie, and Corey Knorr. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. ABC Radio Network production. ABC Radio Network production. Theater 5 presents The Avenger.
Good evening. Mr. Capo, my name is John York.
What do you want?
Sir, are you the Dominic Capo who was involved in a car accident last year?
You from the insurance company?
No, I'm not.
What does he want, Dominic?
What do you want to see me for, mister?
It's about that old woman that you ran over, Mrs. Perry.
So what about her?
I think it might be better if we talk privately.
First, do you say what you want, eh?
Come in, mister. Come in.
Hey, Josephine, shut up. I don't know this man.
Fantasy. You want all the neighbors to hear?
All right. All right, go in.
Thank you.
Well, what do you want?
Mr. Capo, when you killed Mrs. Perry...
What do you mean, killed? My Dominic, he don't kill nobody. The grand jury said it was an accident. That old lady, she run right in front of the car. She don't look out.
Hey, shut up, please, Josephine. I don't got to explain no more to nobody.
The grand jury didn't indict you, Mr. Capo, did it?
No.
No. Well, that's the trouble, you see.
What's the trouble?
Mrs. Perry doesn't agree with the grand jury.
What do you say?
Mrs. Perry still holds you responsible for her death, sir.
Tu sei pazzo! You talk crazy, mister.
Hey, mister, what do you say your name?
York, John York.
Mr. York. How this old lady can say anything about me? She dead.
Yes, I know.
You feel all right, mister?
I can't blame you for doubting my sanity, Mr. Capo. But I beg you to believe me. I'm in communication with the dead.
Kedich. Dominic, this man, he's out of his mind.
Do you think the Federal Broadcasting Company would hire a crazy man as an electronics engineer, Mrs. Capo?
Hey, how we know you work for them?
Oh, well, here's my employee identification card.
I don't care. Nobody can talk with dead people, not even the old country.
I'm here to prove it to you.
Sure. Hey, mister, you go now, eh? You come back next noon.
Hey, shut up, please, Josephine.
You gonna prove you talk with the dead old lady?
I'm afraid I must, Mr. Capo.
What she say, eh?
She wants revenge.
On me?
She's passed sentence on you from the other world. A death sentence.
Oh, Mamma mia.
Hey, you got a gun?
No. But I am here to execute you, Mr. Capo. By prayer.
Call the police, Dominic.
Shut up.
You gonna pray me to death, eh?
Yes, I must. I suggest, Mr. Capo, that you start your own prayers now.
Oh, sure. Mrs. Old Lady Perry in the sky, you listening? Well, go ahead. Take your revenge.
Ulaloya, Wanoa, Sumera, Kamasento.
What kind of praying you call that, eh?
Speaking in tongues, Mr. Capo. It's the Spirit speaking through me.
Oh, get out of here, you're crazy.
Josephine, please. Why you bother a man when he's praying to somebody to death, eh? Go ahead, Mr. York. Pray some more.
Cherisa Pawai. Buenayana Termino. Alaloya Tuterio. Asumilo. Sopando Dominatus Palaya. Losando.
Murder!
Senfino.
You pray my Dominic die. He died.
Amen.
Yes?
Mr. Tashler, my name is John York. I wonder if I could speak to you for a moment, please.
Well, my husband's not home. Come back tonight.
But it's you I want to see.
What about?
It's about your husband's first wife, Suzanne.
Come in. Now, what about Suzanne?
You know, of course, that she killed herself.
Boo-hoo-hoo.
Oh, really, Mrs. Tashler?
Oh, don't really me. The woman was an impossible neurotic. She drove Frank half mad.
Yes, but... Well, you did take him away from her, didn't you?
Oh, that wasn't hard. If I hadn't, some other... Look, who are you? How do you happen to know so much about my affairs?
I talked to Suzanne last week.
Really? Suzanne killed herself 2 years ago.
Yes, I know.
What is this? Some kind of sick joke?
No, I assure you it's no joke.
Then what's this all about?
I'm afraid, Mrs. Tashler, Suzanne blames you for taking her husband away and driving her to suicide.
Blames? What are you talking about? She's dead. She can't blame anybody.
But she does. And she wants you punished.
Oh, you better see a psychiatrist, my friend. Now get out of here before I scream for the police.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Tashler, but I'm instructed to pray the powers of the other world for your death.
Oh.
Supera, Mokara, Palusin, Durea,
Your call?
Sabina,
Police department, quickly.
Terrasin, Thermosala, Sopendio, Dominatus, Palaya,
Hello, police.
Sensima,
My name is Mrs. Linda Trashner, 242 South Wyoda Boulevard.
Alexander Morectai, Enfino.
Can you hear me? What's the matter there? Hello, Mrs. Tashler. Hello.
I'm very sorry. Mrs. Tashler isn't able to continue her call. What happened? Her heart has stopped beating.
Check him out? Yeah, it's just what he told Mrs. Capo. He's an electronics engineer with Federal Broadcasting, doing experimental work in shortwave radio.
Yeah, we got a nut on our hands, Anderson. A real pistachio.
But how does he do it, Lieutenant?
Voodoo. Some kind of witch doctor magic.
It could be something like
Except I don't believe it. Did you ever hear of voodoo killing anybody? Really killing them?
Well, Australian Aborigines are supposed to be able to murder a man by what they call pointing the bone.
How?
Well, medicine man points an animal bone at a victim and chants some kind of mumbo-jumbo death prayer.
And it works?
Yeah, the victim usually gets sick and dies.
But in the name of heaven, why?
Maybe because he's convinced he's doomed if the medicine man says so. Just loses the will to live.
Oh, brother.
Well, anyway, that's what the Australian police...
All right. How could it work here? We're not a bunch of superstitious natives.
Yeah. I wish I knew the answer, Lieutenant.
Well, heaven help us if it's what you think it is, Anderson. This nut will be able to run around knocking off anybody you don't like.
But what can we do about it?
Are you kidding? We're going to get that guy out of circulation fast. That's what we're going to do.
But how?
Arrest him, of course.
On what charge? Praying a man to death? There's no law against that. Lieutenant Ryan, we can't stop that man.
2226. I guess this is York's house.
Hey, Lieutenant, look at this. This whole front door, it's a mirror.
Will you stop admiring yourself and lean on the bell?
There isn't any.
Then knock.
Suppose I crack it. 7 years hard luck. Hey, it opened by itself.
Oh, boy, we got a pistachio, all right.
Good evening, gentlemen. Come in. I've been expecting you.
Lieutenant Ryan, homicide. This is Detective Anderson. You John York?
Yes, I am. Please do come in, gentlemen.
What opened that door, Mr. York?
Oh, it's really a two-way glass, Mr. Anderson. That lets me see who it is from the living room. I just press the button. The door operates electronically.
I see. Very clever.
Oh, it's really quite simple. I'm an electronics engineer.
With an unusual hobby, eh, Mr. York?
Oh, do you mean the death prayers?
I don't mean tiddlywinks.
Are you going to accuse me of murder?
Yeah, you might say that. You did kill Dominic Capo, didn't you?
I was instrumental in his death, yes.
And Mrs. Linda Tashler?
I was also instrumental in her death, Lieutenant.
Any more people you were nice enough to say prayers for?
Why, yes, there were 10 others.
10? What?
Mm-hmm. The coroner might have diagnosed them as cases of simple heart failure. That's how they die, you know.
No, I don't know. I don't know a lot about this crazy business. Mister, I sure aim to find out.
I'll tell you all that I can, Lieutenant.
You bet you will, Mr. York. Because you're under arrest for murder.
I would like to prevent you from making a fool of yourself, Lieutenant.
Oh, would you now?
Well, you see, I'm perfectly aware that I've committed no legal crime. I haven't used a murder weapon of any kind. The district attorney would have to prove that prayer can actually kill a man. I don't think he can.
Well, you know you did it.
Of course. But if I don't choose to testify, what jury would believe that I can pray a man to death? Do you believe it yourself, Lieutenant?
Oh, Anderson, say something.
Mr. York, let's be frank. I don't think Lieutenant Ryan or I have ever come up against anything like this before. We're, I guess stumped is the word.
Well, of course, and I do sympathize, gentlemen.
Did you mean what you said about wanting to help us?
Oh, yes, indeed. I have nothing to hide, Mr. Anderson.
Well, then, would you at least satisfy my curiosity? How are you able to kill people by prayer, Mr. York? And why do you do it?
Well, now, please understand, I have no personal grievance against any of the 12 victims. In fact, I didn't even know them.
Oh, this guy's gone, really gone. Anderson, phone for the wagon.
Now, take it easy, Lieutenant.
No, gentlemen, I'm perfectly sane and rational.
Rational? You kill a dozen people you don't even know, and you're rational?
Perhaps everything will be clearer if I take you to my laboratory. Would you please follow me, gentlemen?
Don't try anything, York, I warn you.
You see, some years ago, I became interested in trying to establish electronic communication with the other world. If there was another world. I wasn't at all sure at first.
Well, what made you want to try, Mr. York?
Well, it began with the death of my only son, Maximilian. He was only 13. I didn't have very much to live for after that. Oh, I loved his mother, but she died in childbirth. So Maximilian had been pretty much my whole world.
How did he die, Mr. York?
Oh, watch the steps, gentlemen. We were climbing Mount Washington together. Maximilian fell into a crevasse.
Oh, my. Oh, that's terrible.
Yes. The light of the world went out for me, Mr. Anderson. I just couldn't make myself believe that I'd never speak to my son again. What else was there? So I began to devote every spare moment to exploring the possibility of communicating with him again in the other world.
Say, why, you've got some setup here.
That whole wall there? All shortwave equipment?
Yes. Yes, I've been experimenting with wavelengths in the electromagnetic spectrum. I was looking for a new and special ultra-high frequency.
And you found it?
Yes, I did a few months ago. A new XT4 frequency, which gave me two-way communication with the other world.
Hey, another minute and this guy's going to have me believe in this jazz.
Mr. York, did you speak to your son?
No. No, not yet. For some reason, I don't understand. I've only been able to contact a very special group of dead people.
What special group?
People who blame others for their deaths and want revenge. I begged them to find Maximilian for me. They did locate him, but...
But what?
Well, they told me they wouldn't allow me to speak to him until I'd helped them first. Until I was their avenger on Earth. For a dozen of them.
Oh, brother, I've heard of mad scientists before, but this guy tops them all.
I believe you, Mr. York. But how do the death prayers work?
Well, when I'm sent to a victim's home, I wear a tiny transistor set tuned to the wavelength of my transmitter here. The death prayer really comes from out there, through the relay. I'm rather like a medium being used by them. I speak in tongues, but what the words mean, I haven't the faintest idea.
But how can this possibly kill anyone?
I don't know, gentlemen. I only know that they told me the death prayer has the power to paralyze the heartbeat of its victim.
I see. Well, perhaps through fright?
Oh, come on, Anderson. I've heard enough. Phone for the wagon.
1 second, Lieutenant. Mr. York, could you demonstrate that set to us?
Yes. Yes, I can. As a matter of fact, I was about to go to work when you came. I usually wait for 6 o'clock. That's when the signals are sharpest.
This ought to be good.
I'm hoping, gentlemen, that it's going to be a very special broadcast. I've kept my bargain to them. Mrs. Teschler was the 12th. Now they must keep their promise and let me talk to Maximilian. John York here. John York here.
Stand aside, John York. Hello, Lieutenant.
Who are you?
I was Frank Morris.
Frankie Morris is dead.
Why did you kill me, Lieutenant?
Hey, York. Is this on the level?
Yes, Lieutenant. You are speaking to a dead man.
Why did you have to kill me?
I didn't mean to kill you, Frankie. You ran. I yelled, but you didn't stop.
In knew I was pushing the stuff only because I was hooked. Was that a reason to kill me?
I told you it was an accident. I aimed for your legs.
John York, begin the death prayer.
You do, Buster, and I'll ram my gun down your throat.
He must pay for killing me. John York, the death prayer.
Dead or not, Frankie, don't you threaten the law, you hear?
They don't recognize that law, Lieutenant.
Mr. York, you mustn't.
Don't worry, Mr. Anderson. I have no intention of praying any more people to death.
You're not going to get the chance, York. I'm putting you in the psycho ward.
Listen to me, you people in the other world. I've kept my bargain, avenged 12 deaths for you. Now keep your promise to me.
There is one more vengeance. John York.
No more. I demand that you let me talk to my son, Maximilian. Please let me hear his voice again.
Father, why did you insist on our climbing Mount Washington? You knew how afraid I was.
Why, I wanted it to be a glorious adventure for us, son. Just the two of us. Alone up there, miles above the world.
I would be alive now if you hadn't made me go, Father. You killed me. As surely as if you'd pushed me into that crevice.
No, you mustn't say that, Maximilian.
I must be avenged. I will now pray the powers of my world for your death, Father. Ulaloyo.
No, Mr. York, you mustn't do that. Smash beside Anderson.
I want to go, Mr. Anderson.
So
I want to be with my son again.
Dominatus. Orlea.
I'm coming, Maximilian.
Cherissima. Morteo, Rosanda, Morictis, and Vino. Amen.
Theater 5 has presented The Avenger, written by Jules Archer, produced and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Paul McGrath, Bryna Rayburn, Gil Mack, Peter Fernandez, and David Kerman. Audio engineers Neil Pultz and Marty Folia. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. ABC Radio Network production. ABC Radio Network production. Theater 5 presents Miss Joan Loring in Bright House, New House.
Well, here it is. It's a beautiful house, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Oh, yes, Richard, it is. Bright and new and everything a blushing bride could wish for. Oh, Let's go inside. It's so terribly hot out here.
Wait, Anne.
Oh, Richard, Richard.
Up we go.
Richard.
There we are.
Oh, please put me down.
Yeah. Well?
Well, I'll make some supper. Before we left on the honeymoon, I stocked the freezer. I'll have something ready in no time. Our first supper here. Oh, look.
Huh?
Look at the color of that wall. It's entirely the wrong shade of blue.
What? After you had that poor painter mixing colors for 3 hours?
Poor painter? What about me? You go to work every day. I have to live with it.
Have to live with it? Oh, Anne, let's not start in again.
Oh. I'll fix supper. Richard? Richard? Richard, don't you hear me? Oh, fine. Can't you think of anything better to do than sit in here and watch TV?
I wanted to see the news. Morgan's making a speech today.
And you couldn't forget politics for one precious minute, could you?
All right, that's enough. Anyway, the set's not working.
My poor dear, you do have serious problems.
Stop it, Anne. Look, all I can get is this picture of some old man.
What a strange face. So sad. And lonely. Oh, nothing works.
What are you muttering about?
I said nothing works in this house. When I went into the kitchen, I found the freezer cord unplugged, and all the food's been spoiled.
Oh, for crying out loud. Can't you do
It wasn't my fault. When I left, it was
You have responsibilities now. You're not Papa's little girl anymore.
Oh!
Oh, that's lovely, Anne.
Got to keep control. Got to keep control. What's that? Who's crying? Oh, out in the yard. Some little old lady. Hello? What's the trouble out here? Who are you? She's gone.
What are you doing out here?
Oh, I thought... Nothing.
Some yard, huh? Brown, bare, empty?
Well, we've got to get a gardener.
Oh, gardeners cost money. We'll fix this place up ourselves.
We wouldn't be so broke if you hadn't insisted on this huge house.
Huge, Anne. For the 100th time, I need a house like this. A man in my position can't live in a hovel.
Hail to the rising young lawyer. Hail to his brilliant career in politics.
Stop it. Well, we'll have to eat out. There's a little Chinese place downtown. I noticed it when we drove by.
I'm sure you did. It looked cheap enough.
I'll be in the car. When you're ready, we'll go.
I've got to hold on. I've got to hold on. What is that? Who's that I hear sobbing? Oh, why are there tears? Why are there so many tears?
We'll cross that joint off our list.
Oh.
Lousy food.
I'm tired. I'm going to go to bed.
All right. Go ahead.
What are you doing?
I'm flying to the moon on a winged stallion. What does it look like I'm doing?
You're not going to watch television now.
Go to bed, Anne.
Well, how long are you going to watch that?
I don't know.
Good night, Richard.
Yeah. Sweet dreams. Oh, no, not again, for crying out loud. That face. That same sad old man. What's wrong with this thing, anyway?
pay good money for something and it won't even...
Richard, what are you doing? You'll smash that set.
So I'll smash it. What good is it anyway?
The picture.
I know. The same old man.
No, look. He's been joined by the woman, that same old woman I saw out in the yard today. She was crying.
What are you moaning about?
Never mind.
Oh, that television set. Oh, that's better.
Richard,
Leave me alone, will you?
Richard, please. Don't watch that. Not tonight. I don't want to be alone. I'm frightened.
Well, what do you want me to do? I'm not. Nothing to be frightened about. And I'm not sleepy yet.
Oh. Very well. Richard.
Huh?
There it is again. The sobbing. Do you hear it?
Yeah.
It's coming from the living room. I'll go see. Richard, come with me. Please. I'm frightened.
All right. Wait a minute.
Why is it coming from in here?
The room's empty.
Oh, look. It's coming from the TV set. You must have forgotten to turn it off.
I did not. I distinctly remember.
No. Those same two sad faces are on the screen again. Turn it off.
There.
Richard, I'm frightened.
Anne, please. Look, if you're going to stay up, put something on, will you?
Richard,
You act like a silly child. I'll sleep out here.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, help us. Dear Lord, help us.
Why doesn't it go ahead and storm? It's been threatening all day. Oh, this heat. This terrible heat. Oh, no. Oh, not the roast. Ugh, it's ruined. Burned to a crisp.
Anne, where are you?
I'm in the kitchen. No, don't come in here.
Why not? Anne, this place is full of smoke.
Oh, I know it's full of smoke.
And what are those flaming remains? Our supper?
That's enough, Richard. Don't talk to me like that.
Can't you manage anything? And you're not Daddy's fairy princess anymore. You're a married woman.
And don't I realize it every ugly breathing second?
Well, you wanted it this way, little girl, and you've got it.
I didn't want this.
Well, you should have thought of that before you... Ah, forget it. I'm going to make a drink. You want something? What's the matter?
Do you remember the little bird? The one you brought me once as a gift? It had every happy color of the rainbow imprinted in its feathers. And it sang so beautifully before it died.
What's that got to do with anything?
You said you couldn't think of a gift beautiful enough to express your love. Until you found that tiny, fragile, feathered creature.
Oh, don't get maudlin, please. Not now. Can I mix you something?
Lies. They were all lies. Were you very disappointed when my father told you he didn't like you?
Anne, please.
Were you terribly upset when you found out that, in fact, you practically made him sick to his stomach?
Oh, get away!
Look out, He-Man. You had it all planned, didn't you? My father was going to open every door and pull every string.
I don't need your precious father. He's nothing but a cheap political boss, a party hack.
He'd have been strong enough to make you district attorney. And then maybe congressman, and finally, big deal governor. But he hated you. You made him sick to his stomach.
You vulgar, cheap little...
But the big joke's on me, really. Isn't it? Because I believed you.
You knew exactly how I felt about you. I made it plain enough. But it was just too much for the proud princes to accept.
No. I believed you.
You couldn't face yourself without me. So you tricked me into marrying you.
Tricked. Yes, I did. Tricked. And how you fell for it.
Oh, you're really...
If you could...
I only did what I thought was honorable.
Honorable? You? You should have seen the look on your face when I told you that I was... Oh, Mr. Big Deal. All wrapped up in a paternity case. Would that make headlines? Tell me when you found out the truth after the wedding. When you found out. Were you relieved? Were you happy to find it was just a big joke?
Yes. It's quite a joke, Anne. We're a real fun couple.
Come back here. Come back to me! I've got to get out of this house. My bright and shiny house of hate. Get a breath of air. Oh. Where is that coming from? You again. What are you doing here? Come out of the shadow so I can see you. I want to be friendly, but... Why do you just sit there sobbing? Tell me. Please. Oh. Where are you? Where did you go? Disappeared. Just disappeared. Richard? Richard!
And here.
Richard, I saw her again.
Where are the bandages?
In the chest there. What's wrong with your hand?
I burned it.
Here. I'll fix it for you.
It was a television set. It wouldn't work again. I figured it was a tube, and I tried to fix it. I thought I'd pulled the wire out, but evidently I didn't.
Oh.
The shock nearly knocked me across. Hey, watch with those scissors.
I'm only cutting the bandage. Richard, I'm trying to help you.
I'm sorry. Hey, you're soaked.
I was outside when it started to rain. I was talking to...
To whom?
I don't know. Oh, Richard, I'm so frightened. hold me. Please, hold me the way you used to.
Anne, I'm sorry about what was said before.
We've got to forget all that. What we've done to each other.
Not forget, Anne. Accept and perhaps build something from what's left.
Oh, could we? No. Not the sobbing again. Not that terrible sobbing.
It's coming from the cellar. Stay here. I'll take a look.
No, don't leave me.
All right. Stay behind me. There's nothing down here. Nothing but an empty, newly painted cellar. You can see into every corner. There's not even a shadow. Anne, don't turn off the lights.
I didn't. Oh, look. Over there. The old man, do you see? In the shadows there, just sitting there alone. Sobbing.
No, Anne, he's not alone.
That's the woman from outside. Oh, no.
Hey, she's got a pair of scissors. She's going to stab him. Look out.
Ah! I hate you.
Give me those scissors.
I want to kill you.
Get the lights.
No.
Stop
no
it.
Lights. Turn off the lights.
Anne, stop it. Stop it.
What's been happening?
She tried to stab me with those scissors. Just as the old woman was trying. They're gone now.
Oh, I didn't mean to. I swear. I saw her, and suddenly it was as if I were watching an image of myself and... Richard. Oh, Richard, this house is haunted. It's haunted.
No, Anne, no. This house isn't haunted. It's brand new, never been lived in. Now, what could haunt it?
They do.
Anne, don't you know who they are?
We've got to get out of this house. Move away. This house is working against us. It hates us.
Come on, Anne. Let's go upstairs. Take my hand. Take my hand. It's clear as crystal.
Go away. Go away. What do you want from us?
They're finally in the light, not hiding anymore.
I can't look. I can't look.
You've got to look at them, Anne. Now, it's important that we see them and recognize them for what they are.
No.
Don't turn your head. Now, you've got to get to know them. They'll be with us always. See, Anne, we don't have to leave this house. No, it's not the house that's haunted. Don't you recognize those shadows? Don't you recognize them?
Yes. Oh, yes. I suppose I did all along. Oh, Richard, they're us. You and me. The way we will be years from now. So many long, empty years from now.
Theater 5 has presented Bright House, New House, written by Romeo Muller, directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Joan Loring and Terry O'Sullivan. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking.
This has been an ABC Radio Network production. ABC Radio Network production. ABC Radio Network production.
Who is it? Is that the porter?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, just a second. Connie.
That's right, Maya. Let me close this.
No. How did you know I was here? What do you want?
I just wanted to see you. See how you were doing. You, going someplace, Maya?
Why, no, Connie.
And what's that trunk for?
Nothing. I mean, I can explain, Connie, about that. No. Connie, don't let me adore you. You won't help.
Theater 5 presents The Eye of Kali.
Doc, this is Connie. I've been trying to get to you for 2 days now.
I know.
Well, what's the answer? You said you wanted some time to think about it.
That's right. Do you know the National Museum on Park Street?
Yeah. Well, at least I think...
Meet me there at 12 o'clock.
He was waiting when I got there, standing in front of the Egyptian tomb and near a counter with a sign on it that said Guidophone. When he saw me, he went over to the counter.
A Guidophone, please.
There's a charge of $1 plus a $5 deposit.
Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Take it, Connie. It's for you.
What is it?
Let's go upstairs and you'll see.
We went upstairs to the 3rd floor into a room with 2 guards that I kind of remembered. Then...
Switch it on now and hold it to your ear.
You mean this thing?
Yes. It's a special kind of radio. Picks up a recorded spiel.
Okay.
This is your Guidophone guide welcoming you to the Hall of Gems. This hall, protected by the most modern electronic devices and with heavy steel gates, contains the museum's collection of precious and semi-precious stones, one of the finest in the world. Directly ahead of you is the prize of the collection, the Eye of Kali. We invite you to approach it. The Eye of Kali, in the case before you, is a 325-carat ruby, so far as we know, the largest in existence. It was obtained by the Duke of Dedham in India in 1821 and became part of the museum collection in 1925. It has been valued at between $300,000 and $400,000, but is, of course, priceless because it is unique.
Hey.
Directly behind the case is the statue of Kali, from which the ruby takes its name. Kali is the consort of the Indian god Shiva and is known by many names. This statue shows her in the most frightening of her many aspects, playing the role of the destroyer. She wears a belt and necklace of human skulls. Her 6 arms brandish weapons, and her tongue is out to drink the blood of sacrifice. As recently as the middle of the 19th century, the Indian Thuggees, a group of professional stranglers, used to kill in her name. The ruby was originally set in her forehead as her 3rd eye.
Okay.
Like most famous stones, there's supposedly
Shut it off, then, and let's go.
Kali.
Okay, Doc. Now, what's on your mind?
Why did you get in touch with me?
Now, you know why? Because I need some dough, and I thought you might stake me.
Like a couple of thousand, you said. How would you like, not just a couple of thousand, but say 50,000?
Are you kidding? 50 grand?
Yes, if you're interested. You'll leave tomorrow for Switzerland. I've got the plane tickets in my pocket, and you'll be taking something with you for me.
Wait a minute. You mean that ruby? The Eye of Kali?
That's right.
Okay. Spell it out for me.
Well, I've been working on it for months, and it's foolproof. I've read up on Indian mythology, established some contacts, and I've been able to get some very interesting objects.
Yeah.
Artifacts, they call them, for the museum. As a result, I've become friendly with John Ross, one of the curators.
Building up the old confidence, huh? Yeah, I like that.
Well, I have an appointment with him at 5 this afternoon at his office on the 4th floor over the Hall of Gems.
Uh-huh.
You'll be waiting on the stairs. I'll unlock the fire door for you, and you slip in, hide in one of the storerooms till the museum closes.
And wait a minute, you want me to do this tonight without thinking it over?
I never cut anybody until the last minute. Now, after the museum closes, you'll go down a rope to the Hall of Gems and take the ruby. And you'll substitute this copy that I've made so that the real ruby won't be missed. Then you'll slide down the rope to the ground.
Just like that, huh? What about all that electronic protection stuff?
While I'm with Ross, someone with credentials from the insurance company will be down in the basement inspecting the alarm system.
What about the other guards?
I'll tell you when the coast is clear with this.
Yeah? What is it?
A miniature walkie-talkie. I'll be in the park watching the museum through an infrascope that lets you see in the dark. That way, I'll see the guards and let you know when to go.
Now, Doc, it sounds as if you got it all worked out. But what made you pick me to do the lifting? The big con cards are my dish, not robbery.
That's one of the reasons I did pick you. Because no one will connect you with it. But there are other reasons.
Like?
You've got a passport. Can take off tomorrow. But more important, you don't just want to leave the country. You've got to leave.
What do you mean?
How's Maya these days?
Maya? I don't know, Doc. We came over here in a big deal, and she pulled a double cross. Well, that's why I'm broke. We busted up.
And where is she now?
I don't know that either. I hear that she went out to the coast.
Really?
Yeah.
She was staying at the towers until the other day. She checked out, and I hear that her trunk went out to the coast. But no one seems to remember seeing her go.
So it's true.
What is?
When you plan a job, you cover all the angles, including how to keep everyone in line. You get all the aces. Like I said, this isn't exactly my dish, but what choice have I got? Okay. I'm in. We went over all the details, and he gave me everything I need for my end of the job, including the phony ruby. Then we split. I went back to the museum a little after 4, and at 5 o'clock I was on the stairs outside the fire door that led to the offices. I heard the elevator doors open and close. I heard Doc being checked in. Then, when the guard went to call Ross, the curator, the door opened just a crack. I slipped a strip of plastic to hold the lock. And then...
Hello, Mr. Coleman. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you, Mr. Ross.
You said you had something interesting to show me.
I think you'll find it interesting.
Well, come on back to my office and let's look at it.
When they were gone, I opened the door. No sign of the guard. I went in and along the corridor to the storeroom Doc had marked on the map. I used the key he'd given me to get in, and I closed the door behind me. It was a big room, but it was so filled with stuff that it didn't seem big. There was one of those stone coffins, a sarcophagus, in the middle of the room, and near it on a table was a mummy. In front of the window, kind of watching me, was a real crazy statue. It was as big as me, and it was a man up to the shoulders, but the head was the head of a bird. I sat down on the floor behind the table with the mummy.
Now all I had to do for the next couple of hours was wait. Yeah. That's all. Just wait there in that dark, stuffy room with that stone coffin and the mummy and that statue with a bird's head that was turned my way watching me. Hello, Doc. Yeah, I'm getting you.
How's it going?
All right, I guess. Where are you?
In the car about 3 blocks away. I parked here to make contact, but I'll be taking off again in a minute. Okay?
Yeah, sure.
You sound kind of down. Anything wrong?
No. It's just that this isn't funny sitting here in the dark with nothing to do.
You won't be there much longer. You'll have plenty of action in a couple of hours. And a different kind of action when you get to Geneva.
Yeah, I know.
So far, everything's going fine. Ross left with me, so there's no one around but the guards.
That's good.
Now, let's check watches. What time have you got?
9:04.
Right. You're clear on the routine, aren't you? I'll be moving again as soon as I stop sending. And I won't call you again until just before we're ready to go. But I'll be in the park to keep tabs on the guards at 10:30. And I'll probably be able to give you the go-ahead around 11.
Right, Doc. But this place gives me the creeps. I switched off the walkie-talkie, leaned back against the wall. It wasn't just stuffy in the storeroom. Maybe it was the mummy, but the air was heavy and sweetish. Smelled almost like in a church. Besides, I was having trouble keeping my eyes open, and in spite of what Doc had said, I must have dozed off because suddenly there was Maya standing in the middle of the room looking at me.
Hello, Connie.
Maya, what are you doing here?
That's what I'm supposed to ask you.
I'm in on something with Doc Corman. It's kind of out of my line, but it's big. It's real big, and... Wait a minute. You can't be here, Maya. You're dead.
Am I, Connie?
Of course you are. I killed you. I killed you.
Maybe that's why I'm here, Connie.
What do you mean?
You'll see. I'm waiting for you, Connie. Waiting.
I woke up in a cold sweat, my muscles all tight. I had dozed off. The moonlight was coming in through the window, and there was no sign of Maya. But I still seemed to hear her voice.
I'm waiting for you, Connie. Waiting.
Nerves. I don't like the dark, and I don't like being alone. I never did, and sitting there with all those things around me, the mummy and the guy with the bird's head, it's just nerves. I had to get hold of myself. I lit a cigarette. I made myself think of what came next, what I was going to do, and where everything was in the Hall of Gems. I could see it all plainly. The glass case with the ruby in front of the statue of Kali. I could even see the necklace of skulls around the statue's neck. Her 6 arms, but somehow, instead of having her own face, she seemed to have Maya's face. Maya. Smiling. Hello, Doc. Doc, come in. Doc, are you there? I've got to talk to you, Doc. I've got to. It was no good. I couldn't reach him. I wouldn't be able to reach him for almost 2 hours.
Hello, Connie?
Doc, where have you been? I've been trying to get you, but I don't know how long.
But I told... What's wrong?
Nothing except... Doc, I don't know if I can go through with this.
The worst of it is over. The waiting. You'll be able to go in a couple of minutes. Now, do you want Switzerland, fat pot of dough, or the chair?
Doc, you wouldn't turn me in...
The stake I got in this, and how I would.
Then I guess you win. You say I can go soon?
I've checked out 3 of the guards. I'm just waiting for the last one. There he goes, down the stairs into the basement. Okay, Connie, on your way. Switch your receiver on again when you're in the hall, and I'll keep you posted.
Right, Doc. I was all ready. I'd been ready for the last half hour. The rope tied to a steam pipe, the window open. I've been thinking of taking a part of it now. Doc was right. The worst of it was over. A few more minutes, and I'd be sitting pretty. I went down the rope to the third-floor ledge, tried the window. I don't know how Doc had worked that one, but it wasn't locked. I opened it. And there I was in the Hall of Gems. The moon was gone now, but to my right I could see the locked gates, and to my left the statue. I switched on the walkie-talkie and... Doc.
Yes, Connie, where are you?
In the hall.
Good. The guards are still downstairs, so you've got at least 10 minutes. Use the small key to open the case. Take the stone and put in the copy.
The Eye of Kali in the case before you is a 325-carat ruby.
Wait a minute.
So far as we know, the
What's
largest
that?
in existence.
What's what?
It probably
Can't you hear
came
it?
from Burma originally and is a cabochon.
It's the spiel I got on that dinophone gadget when we were here this morning.
It was obtained by the Duke of
Listen
Devon
to
in India in 1821 and became part of the museum collection
I don't
in
hear a thing.
1925.
Get hold of yourself, Connie.
It has been
I hear it,
valued
Doc.
between
I
$300,000
hear it as clearly as I hear you.
It is, of course, priceless because it is...
Will you cut it out, Connie? You're not hearing anything. You
Directly
can't be.
behind
Doc, will you listen?
Back up on me. Go get the stone.
Listen to...
takes its name. As recently as the middle of the 19th century, the Indian Thuggees, a group of professional stranglers, used to kill in her name. The ruby was originally set in her forehead as her third eye. Like most famous stones, there's supposedly a curse on the Eye of Kali.
Now,
It's true that the
now she's talking. Maya.
Have you gone off your rocker? I tell you, you don't hear anything. You're just imagining it.
But you're not just imagining it, are you, Connie? Didn't I tell you I'd be waiting for you?
Yes.
Well, here I am. Come on, Connie. Come closer.
No.
Yes, Connie. Come on. My stranglers used a silk cord, but I don't need a cord. After all, I have 6 hands.
Connie, listen to me.
No, Connie, don't listen to him. Listen to me. You loved me, and you killed me. Now it's my turn. Come on, Connie. This way. It'll be over very quickly. You won't even feel it.
No! Doc, I'm getting out of here.
If you're trying to pull a fast one on me, Connie.
But you won't get away, Connie. You can't.
No!
You've got the ruby. I know you've got it, and I'm coming after you.
You can't, Connie. You can't.
Is that you, Mr. Ross?
Yes, Scully.
Just a second.
Now, what's all this, Scully? You say you smell smoke?
Yes, Mr. Ross, while we were having coffee, but after I phoned you, we found the trouble. It was in the transmitter.
The transmitter?
The transmitter that broadcasts the guidophone tapes. There must have been a short somewhere because it had turned itself on. Was blabbing away.
But it's all right now.
Yes, we pulled the main switch and...
What's that? Just outside there.
Come on.
A rope.
A rope from the third-floor storeroom. Look.
Is he dead?
Yeah, look at his face. Well, why would he do that? Hang himself here?
Must have been trying to get into the Hall of Gems. See, the window's open. Then, when he came down the rope, he must have slipped. Or maybe he was frightened. Anyway, the rope got twisted round his neck.
Yeah, you're right. There's no knot, but it's twisted around his neck almost as if it had been tied.
Someone's coming. Watch it.
Connie, where are you? I saw you sliding down the road.
Get him, Scully.
Don't move or I'll shoot.
Well, Mr. Corman, so you're in this, too.
In on what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you doing with a walkie-talkie?
What happened to him?
He's dead, Mr. Corman. And if you were after the Eye of Kali, he's dead for no reason. Last week, the real ruby was replaced with a replica.
Double-crossed. All around. You were double-crossed.
Call it fate, Mr. Corman. If you'd studied your mythology more carefully, you'd know that Kali is not merely the destroyer. She's also known as Maya.
Maya?
Yes, Maya, the great deceiver.
eternal illusion.
Theater 5 has presented The Eye of Collie, written by Robert Newman, produced and directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Donald Buca, Marty Myers, Adrian Bayan, Peter Gerald, and Wayne Tippett. Audio engineers Marty Folia and Neil Pultz. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. Has been an ABC Radio Network production. Has been an ABC Radio Network production. Theater 5 presents Free on a Debt.
Larry, I don't know what that filth you spouted to me on the phone was supposed to do, but if you wanted me to get up here to your office fast, it worked.
Hello, Les. Yes, I wanted you to come to my office, and I confess I enjoy making people do what I want. Now sit down. Close the door.
Sorry, Larry. I'll stand and leave the door open.
Well, suit yourself. If you want to have your wife's name kicked around the office.
Hillary?
Yes, Hillary. She's a beautiful woman, Les. I enjoy making her do what I want, too.
Now, pick yourself up, Larry, and we'll forget what you said.
Oh, you're a violent man, Les. Somehow that makes it even more enjoyable.
I don't know what you think you're doing, but
let's call it the divorce game, Les.
What?
Your wife is going to divorce you and marry me.
You're crazy. You've really gone out of your helmet.
Remember our trip to Paris?
Yes?
And, the night you got so sick?
I've already thanked you for taking care of me. I don't know what was in those drinks.
Knockout drops. And while you were out, I had these pictures taken. The Parisians understand these things. Here, take a look. How do you think your wife will like those?
Give them to me.
She has a set. And I have plenty more, too.
What kind of man are you?
A smart man, Les. A smart man in a stupid world. When I see something I want, I take it. I arrange to take it. Well, why do you think you were called to Paris to draw the plans for that building in the first place?
I know now. A frame-up. Well, let me tell you something. I'm going to tell Hillary the truth.
Hold it, Les. You know, you don't know your wife very well. She's really a savage. I understand her. And I also know how proud she is and, how jealous. I guess that's all, Les. Oh, I can give you some phone numbers now that you're about to be single again. Hello?
Larry, this is Dick Quaid. I've been trying to reach you all day.
What do you mean mean by calling me at home?
What?
I know you want to talk business, Quate, but I'm taking Hillary to the ballet.
Well, I tried your office, but you weren't in. This is vital, Larry.
To you. Call me tomorrow.
Well, that's the first I've heard about the ballet.
I know.
One of your devices, Larry?
Oh, among your other attributes, Hillary, is a lovely vocabulary. Devices.
That will be Richard Quaid again.
And a lovely brain.
And I think that's something you should remember. I'm going into the library.
Well, you might find this amusing.
I'm beginning to wonder about your little games, Larry.
Oh, you're wrong, my dear. They're not little games.
Well, whatever they are, Larry, I warn you. Don't ever try one on me.
Hello.
I'm sorry to call you at home, Larry, but it's about those parts. I'm in Washington, and the Navy says the parts are defective.
Really?
Well, you don't seem surprised.
Well, they were very cheap. That's why you bought them, Dick.
Cheap is one thing, defective another.
Look, it's raining here, Dick, and you know what traffic is like in this town. I've got to leave now because I don't like to disturb people in the theater by coming in late.
Well, if you don't like to disturb people, maybe you'd better think about those people who were going to fly in those planes that would have crashed.
Oh, Dick. No harm's done. The Navy discovered the whole thing.
No harm! Unless you can back me up, I'm ruined. I told
Back
them
you up? How? Your contract was with the Navy. If you delivered defective material, that's your lookout. Don't come crying to me with your problems.
Sorry to bother you here at lunch, Mr. Warwick, but you've been ducking me.
Sit down, Quaid. Have a drink.
No, thanks. I found out how the Navy discovered those parts were defective.
Are you still wasting time thinking about that?
Wasting time? I'm bankrupt, ruined, and you did it. You sold me those parts at a ridiculous price, pretending to do me a favor. You knew they were rotten, and then you blew the whistle on me in Washington.
You're a fool, Quaid.
I know it. What are you?
A public-spirited citizen, a patriot. I did my duty. I didn't sell you those parts, and I can prove it. I told you where you could get them at a price that interested you. I have nothing to do with that company.
All right. All right, will you tell me one thing?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why did you do it?
Remember those gin rummy games at the club?
Yes?
I don't like to lose, Dick.
You don't mean to tell me that just because I beat you at a card game that...
I'll tell you something that I'll later deny if you ever bring it up. I cheat at cards. I was cheating at gin. And you were so lucky that you won anyway. Well, I don't believe in luck, Quaid. I just wanted to prove it. Now get out of here before I call a maitre d' and have you thrown out.
May I see you a minute, Larry?
I never talk business at a party, Jack.
Well, this isn't exactly business.
Well, then it can wait.
No, I'm afraid not.
I haven't danced with Hillary since the party started.
I'm glad you're concerned with your family obligations. In fact, that's what I want to talk to you about. Come on in here. I've got to talk to you about Janice.
Jack, I thought you were much too intelligent to play the outraged parent.
And I thought you were too sensible to run around with a girl 20 years younger than yourself.
Well, everyone loves youth, Jack.
I don't care what everyone loves. I'm telling you to stay away from my daughter.
Why don't you tell her to stay away from me?
I'll handle Janice.
Fine. Now that that's settled, let's get back to the party.
Now, just a minute, Larry. You don't have children, do you?
Yes, 2. Boy and a girl.
Now, those are your stepchildren. They don't even live with you.
Oh? You want to find out whether I have any paternal instinct.
You know, you never cease to amaze me. I thought you'd be apologetic or embarrassed or tried to offer an explanation.
Why should I?
Larry, you're more than twice Janice's age. You're married.
I'm a man who can show Janice the world as it really is. Now, you can't expect a girl like her to be interested in those idiots her own age. Everything they know, I know. Everything they've learned, I've learned, and everything they're about to learn, I've already experienced. You should be thankful
That's
to me
enough.
for taking her in hand.
I said that's enough.
Suit yourself. I intend to. And I'm warning you. Stay away from Janice.
Mind if I join you, Dick?
As long as you understand I can't buy you a drink, Les.
I'm buying. 2 scotches, please.
Thanks.
Anything I can do for you?
Oh, you've done all you could. No use throwing good money after bad. I'm finished. This is my last drink here at the club. I've been posted for a month, you know.
I know. But at least let me take care of your club dues for a while.
No, thanks. You helped me out enough. It's about time I faced facts. I'm not going to come back. Larry Warwick is taking care of that. Nobody will do business.
Someday someone's going to kill that guy.
That's a great idea. Let me know when so I can be around to see it. Oh, here we are. Well, what do we drink to? Goodbye?
No. Let's drink to something we want. How about to the death of Larry Warwick?
Bottoms up. You know, it's funny about Larry.
Oh, let's talk about something else.
Yeah, I'd like to. But did you see who just came in?
Who?
Jack Jackson. You know about Larry and Jack's daughter.
Doesn't everyone?
You know Jackson?
Oh, just to say hello to. You?
Not that well. Let's ask him over.
Are you drunk?
Maybe. Just a little. I thought maybe he'd like to buy me a farewell drink, too. After all, we're not only fellow members of this club, we're a very special group. We've all been cheated by Larry Warwick. We're paid-up members of the I Hate Warwick's Guts Association.
Maybe he'd like to forget about that.
Well, a drink might help him. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson!
Good evening, Darnell. I don't believe
I'd like you to meet Richard Quaid.
As of tonight, ex-member of the Corinthian Club. Sir, Mr. Jackson, have a drink.
Well, it's getting on toward dinner, and
We're drinking to Larry Warwick.
What?
To his death.
He said a little too much.
Well, if you don't mind, the next round is on me. Charlie, 3 more drinks here, please. Gentlemen, you interest me.
Where are you going?
Home. I'm beginning to feel a little ashamed of myself.
After what Warwick did to you? You must have a pretty tender conscience to be upset
It isn't my conscience, Jack. It's my stomach. 3 grown men sitting around a table, plotting against Warwick like kids playing some childish game. Have any of you thought just how flattered Warwick would be if he could hear us?
I wonder how he'd feel if it weren't a game.
What?
Simple question. Would Larry Warwick be flattered if he knew that the 3 of us had made up our minds to kill him?
You can't mean that, Jack.
It was the only thought in my mind from the minute I sat down with you.
But, well, that's murder.
Yes, I know. And if you're interested, we can have a drink at my house. Make yourselves comfortable. Maybe we shouldn't have another drink. Dick, are you all right?
If you mean, am I sober?
Yes. Good. Now, you understood what I said back at the club, but I'm not sure you understand just what this means.
We're not children. We understand.
I still want to spell it out for you. Unfortunately, none of us is a professional killer. The chances are very good that whoever kills Warwick will also die.
Well, that's why I should kill him. I have nothing to lose.
Not so fast.
Jack's right. Maybe we can figure out a way to kill him without being caught.
No, that's not quite what I had in mind.
I agreed with you, Les, when you said back at the club we were just talking. Well, the talking is finished now. And before we go into this, each of us has to swear that we go through with it. Now, I propose we vote on the question of killing Lawrence Warwick with a clear understanding of the consequences. I've thought about this for some time now, so I'll vote first. I say, kill him. Dick?
Kill him.
Les?
Yes. Kill him.
All right. Now, how do we go about it?
I don't care if I am caught as long as it's simple and sure. If we try this and miss, I'll spend the rest of my life in hell listening to Warwick's laughter.
We won't miss. I'm a good shot. But I'll need a gun.
That's no problem. Here it is.
Wait a minute, Jack. I get a feeling you've been planning this. Maybe setting up Dick to do the actual killing.
To tell you the truth, I've been thinking about this for a long time. But believe me, I didn't select Dick or anyone else as the killer.
Well, I'm the logical choice, Les. You have 2 kids. Jack has a wife and daughter. What have I got to lose?
Wait a minute.
Well, then, how do you see it? You want to draw lots?
I just think we ought to draw up a plan. Decide how we're going to kill him.
There are a lot of ways a man can die.
And some of them can be made to look like accidents.
Maybe, but the police aren't stupid. When Warwick dies, they'll look for a motive. No matter how we plan, we'll be under suspicion.
Not if he dies of a heart attack.
If Lawrence Warwick dies of natural causes, I'd feel cheated.
Me too.
That's the point. That's the whole point.
I don't get it.
Look, if the phone rang right now and we heard that Larry was dead, we'd be disappointed. Why?
Speaking for myself, because I want him to know that I'm responsible for his death.
I want more than that. I want to see him die. I want to laugh at him the way he laughed at me.
Right. So no matter who kills him, the other 2 will feel cheated. And that's not what we want.
All right. How do we do it?
Well, here's my solution, if no one objects.
Okay, let's hear it.
The 3 of us, all armed, go to his house, get him alone, and tell him what we have to tell him. And then we all shoot him. And then I insist that we call the police. I don't want to wait to be arrested.
Wait a minute. I have an idea.
What?
We'll go to him, just as Jack said. But with an extra gun, we'll tell him we're going to kill him, and then we'll give him a choice.
A choice?
As to how he wants to die. He can shoot himself, or we'll do it for him.
He'll laugh at us.
No, he won't.
No, I'm sure he won't.
Why not?
For 2 reasons. Warwick thinks he's a judge of men, and he thinks he knows when you're bluffing.
And we're not.
Oh, I can imagine it now. You know, I hope he decides not to kill himself. Well?
I like it.
It's all right with me.
You know, I'm going to enjoy this. I'm going to enjoy every minute of it. When we walk out of his library and leave the gun on his desk, I'm going to enjoy what he'll be thinking about.
Gentlemen, what are we waiting for? Well, this is it.
All set?
I am.
Hello, Hillary.
Oh, hello, Les.
Where's Larry? We want to talk to him.
Larry.
Yes. Can we come in?
Oh, I'm sorry. Come in.
Aren't you feeling well, Hillary?
Oh, yes, I'm fine.
Where is Larry, Mrs. Warwick?
Upstairs in the bedroom.
Will you please tell him we're here? It's important.
I don't think he can see you.
Well, he's got to.
Oh. Perhaps you can see him. Les?
How are the children, Les?
They're fine, Hillary.
That's good. I've been thinking about them. We are. Go on in.
No. He's dead.
Yes, I shot him. I warned him. I warned him not to play those games with me. Flaunting his mistress in front of me.
I've got her. Here, put her down here.
Hillary,
in
darling.
this chair.
There. She'll be all right. She just fainted.
Better call a doctor.
And the police.
He cheated us. He cheated us again. Funny.
What's funny about it?
He cheated us, but the joke's on him. He thought he knew so much about people. When he told me Hillary would divorce me, what was it he said? He said, "You don't know your wife very well. She's really a savage."
Theater 5 has presented 3 on a Death, written by Murray Burnett, directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Joan Lovejoy, Larry Haynes, William Griffiths, Elliott Reed, and Arnold Moss. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. ABC Radio Network production. ABC Radio Network production.
Hey, Bert, slow down on these curves. You took that one on 2 wheels.
What's the matter? Who needs 4? Yee-hoo! Chucko, we're on our own at last. No college, no family, no nothing. Wow, I feel great.
Theater 5 presents Get Away with Murder.
Now, you listen to me, young man. Your mother and I are fed up. I've paid your traffic fines. I've bailed you out of messes. I've pulled strings at the newspapers. But this is the end. If you can't think about anything but getting drunk and driving around like a madman, I'm through.
We've been very patient, Bert. Won't you try to pull yourself together? You must have a decent education.
Well, it's pretty late to talk about that. What other college is going to take him in now?
Oh, I'm so ashamed, Bert. And the poor Mallards are sick over Jack. Why didn't you two think about how your parents would feel if you were expelled?
All they've ever thought about was trouble. Making trouble for others and getting into trouble themselves. Well, young fellow, I've put a stop to that. I've cut off your allowance.
What?
And there'll be no more of that maniacal driving. I've sold your car.
You sold my sports car?
To Ben Merkel, the minute I got the dean's letter this afternoon.
You sold my sports car?
Yes. I hoped that would give you a jolt. So think it over. And when your mother and I get back from Chicago, we're going to have a little talk about your future. Come on, Alice. We'll miss the plane if we don't go.
Goodbye, darling. Oh, I hate leaving you alone at a time like this. But do be good. And don't get into any more trouble.
Come on, Alice.
Goodbye, dear.
Hey, wait!
Forget it.
Can you beat the nerve treating us like a couple of stinking kids? If you can't think of anything but getting drunk and driving around like a madman. Boy, I hate parents. And they're probably out there right now getting themselves stoned.
Right. Bankers' conventions. Bankers' booze fights. Hey, got any more beer in the refrigerator?
That's all gone. But old fathead's got plenty of booze here in the bar.
Okay, a shot.
I wish I could think of something to make 'em really mad. Really shake 'em up.
Yeah. And my old lady gets all excited, and she still treats me like a kid. They're so wrapped up in their own world, they never get anything through their heads.
Plenty of times I've threatened to get out of here for real. Say, how about that? How about taking off, but good?
Well, leaving home, you mean?
Well, what's the good of hanging around here? Old fathead's talking about another college, but I've had that jazz. You don't need any more of that, do you?
Me? I'm fed up to here.
So what do you say?
Well, where'd we go?
Anywhere. Vegas, maybe. I was there once. We could have a ball. Hey, you remember that gambling system you worked out?
Yeah?
That was terrific. It couldn't miss. We could make ourselves a pile.
Yeah. It's a long haul to Vegas, though. You got any dough?
Let's see. Lighter, keys, phone numbers. Boy, that was a babe. And let's see. 75 cents and 10, 11, 12 bucks. How about you?
I'm flat. 6.5. But I know where my old man keeps a wad for emergencies.
How much?
Oh, a couple of $100, I think.
Your folks home now?
No, they're at the club dance.
Well, what are we waiting for?
I don't know. Yeah, but that would... you know.
Come on, you're not chicken, are you? Your old man would never miss it. And what did he ever give you except a lot of lip about skipping classes?
Yeah. Plenty of that, all right.
So what's the percentage of playing his rules? Come on. Let's make up our own game.
Yeah, but $200 won't go far. Plane fare alone will be that much. Well, if we only had your car.
Yeah, if we only. I went by the Merkel's house a while ago, and there it was sitting out in front, burned me up. I spat on it. Hey.
Huh?
You know what I still got? A car key. I forgot about the extra key.
Hey, that's more like it.
Old fathead forgot about it, too. Oh, boy. Is his face going to be red?
Oh, that's a gas.
We're really on our way. Listen, you go home and get the dough and toss some junk in a bag. I'll sneak down to the Merkels, grab the car, and come by and pick you up. Good thing it's such a rainy night, nobody will be on the streets.
Okay. Give me another drink first.
Now, bring the bottle with me. Go on home. Hurry.
What's so funny?
I just feel good. I feel like... You know those guys that rob banks just for kicks?
Oh. Yeah.
You know something, Jacko? We're hot. This car is hot. And your $200 is hot. We're outside the law, Jacko.
Slow down on these curves. Took that one on 2 wheels.
What's the matter? Who needs 4? Yoo! Jacko, we're on our own. No family, no nothing. Give me that bottle again. Well, that was a nice little old curve.
Bert, for crying out loud, the road's too wet. We're not in that much of a hurry.
I am. I got a date with a doll somewhere. I got to find her.
Bird, look out.
Yee! Hold on, boy. Here we go. Bird! Look out that tree! Bird!
Jack. Say something. Jack?
Huh?
Oh, you're all right. I thought for a minute.
What happened?
I sideswiped a tree. You hit your head on the dash. Does it hurt bad?
My head?
Your forehead's cut. You're bleeding.
Bleeding? I sure am.
How do you feel?
It hurts, but I guess I'm okay. What a dope you are driving like that.
I'm sorry.
What about the car?
Just a banged-up fender, I think. Look, this cut of yours is bad. We got to get you to a hospital. Here, take this handkerchief. Press hard on the cut. Can you sit up?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll get you back to... Oh, no.
What?
We can't go back to Peterborough. The Merkles may have found out about the car.
Oh. We'll just have to keep going to Brookhaven. There's a hospital there.
Can you hold out that long?
I got to. But step on it. Like a baby.
How you doing, Jack?
I don't feel too well.
We're doing 80. It's so dark and rainy.
Hey, there's a car behind us.
Huh?
I think he's following us.
Well, never mind. We'll be coming to the state line pretty soon. Even if it's a trooper, they can't pick you up for speeding once you get across the line. Come on, baby doll. Do your stuff. That car's still back there?
Yeah. He's getting closer. Look, Bert, it's too far to the state line. We better try to shake him. There's a road off to the right up ahead. It leads down to my folks' summer cottage.
Lake Colony. Sure, I know the road. It's right here. Hold up. Here we go.
Hey. Now, go on half a mile and then swing left. Here you are. Our house is the second driveway, behind that bunch of trees. Right here. Go in here. Go on, all the way in.
Better shut off my lights, too, I guess.
Yeah. Hear anything?
Just the rain.
I don't hear anything.
No, I think we shook the cops. Let's go.
Wait. Hold it a minute more.
I'm pretty sure we lost him or we'd hear him by now.
Yeah, I guess so.
I thought nobody lived out here at Lake Colony in the winter.
No, they don't. That dog belongs to Pat, the caretaker. He looks after all the cottages. You got another handkerchief? His cut's still bleeding.
Yeah. Here's one. Come on, let's go.
I guess we better. Don't put your lights on yet. When you back out, just shoot straight across the road into the Johnson's drive and then swing around.
Okay. We must have hit the door.
Oh, nuts. How'd he get there?
Shut up!
Felt like we went right over it. Nothing to do about it. Let's go.
Jack. Emergency entrance. Can you get out?
I guess so. Oh, God, look at the blood. All over the seat.
Yeah. And back here on the bumper. Boy, we really slammed into that dog. Must have been a big one.
Yeah. Collie. Our front fender took a beating, too.
Never mind. Come on, let's find a doctor.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. And how much do I owe you?
Oh, let's say $20.
What? Oh, all right.
Look, son, it seems to me I know your face. Aren't you from around here?
No, not me, sir.
Oh. Well, I was just going to say, if I knew your folks, you needn't pay me cash.
Oh, no. I'll pay you. I'm just passing through. Here.
Thank you. Listen, young fellow, you're in no condition to spend the night on the road. Both of you'd better bed down here until morning.
No. I'm fine. We'll be on our way, thanks. We got a sick friend. He needs us in a hurry.
All right, then. Take care of yourselves. And don't drive so fast next time.
Yes, sir. Good night. Let's see now. Which way do we come in?
Down this way, I think.
Yeah, this is the door. Here.
I'm sorry. Well, look where you're going.
Come on, Bert.
Hey, wait a minute. Sorry, we're in a hurry.
Wait, I said.
Yeah, officer. What do you want?
You and your friend in the bandages here. You know anything about that beat-up sports job outside, TY3737?
What about it?
Let's see your driver's license.
Here.
Both of you.
Here.
Okay. Which way did you come from?
We don't have to answer that.
You were coming from Peterborough, maybe? Weren't coming down the Brookhaven Turnpike at 80 miles an hour?
It's none of your business where we were coming from, or how fast we were coming either. I happen to know the law, Mr. Wise Guy. We shook you off miles back in New York State. You can't touch us once we cross the line. Okay? Come on, Jack.
Just a minute. What about that blood all over the seat? Where'd that come from?
Well, for crying out loud, look at this guy's head. Where do you think it came from?
What were you doing?
We had a little accident.
Accident? Is that how you bent that fender?
Oh, you've really been over that old car, haven't you?
Is that how you bent the fender?
Yeah.
What'd you hit?
A tree. One poor little tree on the side of the road. Now, wasn't that terrible of us?
You better not be so cocky, Mr. Bert Hodgins. How'd you get the blood on the back bumper? From another tree?
We hit a dog.
With the back bumper?
We were backing.
Why?
Why not? Just happened to be. It was dark and I lost the road and... So?
All right. What'd you do with the dog you hit? Did you pick it up and take it to a hospital?
Well...
No. I'll tell you what you did. You left it lying there in the road with its back broken. Left it to die.
Well, how'd you know that?
I found it there. You thought you'd shaken me off, didn't you? And you did for a while. But I backtracked and went up the Lake Colony Road, and there was this collie. Nice fellas, aren't you? Run over a dog and leave it to die?
Well, it was my dog.
Your dog?
My father's. At least it belonged to my father's caretaker. Can't pick us up for that.
I don't care whose dog it was.
Officer?
Yes.
State Police Headquarters are calling. Could you pick up this phone here, please?
Oh, thanks. You, wait here, understand? Officer Griffin. Yeah. Peterborough? Yeah. Oh, yeah? Wait till I get my pencil. Okay, shoot. The name? Yes. And the number? TY3737. Right, got it.
Shut up, it's okay.
I already got it. Yeah, it's right here. Okay, Roger. All right, boys, this is it. You're driving a stolen car.
Stolen? That's a laugh.
Yeah?
The car belongs to me.
That car belongs to a Mr. Ben Merkel.
That's crazy. Ask anybody in Peterborough. I've been driving that car around for a year.
Until this afternoon. Mr. Ben Merkel bought it this afternoon.
Oh. Well, that was just one of those little family things. My father didn't really mean it. He was just trying to act tough.
Well, we'll see. Come on, we're going back to Peterborough.
No, officer. Listen, we haven't done anything.
Then you won't mind going back. Come on.
Officer,
Yes.
you're wanted in the superintendent's office right away.
Oh. Now, let's see. A nurse.
Yes?
I've got these two fellows here under arrest.
What?
I wonder if you'd mind...
You can't arrest us.
I have. Charge stolen car. Nurse, I'm sorry to bother you. I got to handcuff them somewhere.
Handcuffed? Oh, no, you don't.
Take it easy, boy. You know, you can't get away. Let's see. Oh, here's this radiator. Okay, come on, Hodgins, your right hand. Now yours, Mallard. Yeah, I guess that'll hold you. Now, no noise if you know what's good for you. Nurse, take me to the superintendent's office, will you?
Oh, certainly. This way.
This is a tough spot. It's too tough. We'll be all right. How do you mean? Well, look, Ben Merkel works for the First National Bank, doesn't he? Yeah. And my father's a vice president of the bank, isn't he? Oh, yeah. You think a lousy bank teller's going to press charges against the son of his own VP? Sure. Of course, old fathead's going to get sore, but you don't think he'll make a public stink, do you? My father, the big shot, have a thief for a son? Yeah, you're right. That's same with your folks. They'll be sore about the $200, but they'll hush it up. Both of them. They'll just yak at us for a while and then push it under the rug. Yeah, you're right, I guess. Sure, you're right. It's going to be miserable for a couple of weeks, but we've lived through worse. Remember the time that babe in Milwaukee sued you? Yeah. Hey, and the time those checks of yours bounced? Sure. And the big deal busted up that vacant beach house?
Boys, that was a laugh. Hodgins, Mallard. All this is very funny, isn't it?
Oh, we weren't laughing at this.
Yeah, I know. You were laughing at how easy it was going to be to get yourselves off the hook. I heard it's always been very easy, hasn't it? You've been getting away with murder. Well, not this time.
What do you mean?
You thought you'd killed a dog, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, there was an old man walking with that dog.
A man? No, not a man.
That's right. When I came along, both of them were lying in the road. The old man was still alive. I called an ambulance, and I brought him here. I didn't know whether he was going to die or not, but I've just been told he has. So this is one time you won't get away with murder. No, sir. Not this time.
Theater 5 has presented Get Away with Murder, written by Nora Sterling, directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Hal Studer, Cliff Carpenter, Ian Martin, Mary Jane Higby, and Arthur Anderson. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. ABC Radio Network production. ABC Radio Network production.
Warren, wake up. What is it?
You know that old Mrs. Wilson that lives next door?
Who?
Mrs. Wilson.
Yeah. What about her?
I think she's a witch or something.
Huh? What do you mean?
I said I think she's a witch.
Oh, don't be absurd, honey.
She is. I just know she is.
Look, Valerie, Mrs. Wilson is a sweet old lady who happens to live next door to us.
Oh, yes? Then what's she doing standing at the end of the bed?
Theater 5 presents The Welcome Lady.
Hello? Oh, Mrs. Wilson.
Oh, good morning, my dear. I hope you will forgive me for ringing your bell so early, but I'm the welcome lady.
Oh, you are?
As chairman of the Harrison Manor Homes for Modern Living Welcoming Committee, I thought I ought to extend every effort to see that you're as comfortable as possible in your new home.
Oh, the welcoming committee? But the development is so new.
Oh, it's not really a committee. I just thought I'd take it on myself to greet the newcomers. I hope you'll join me in welcoming new arrivals as they come.
Well, I don't know. I'm pretty busy.
Oh, are you busy right now? Perhaps I should come back later.
Oh, no. No, I was just cleaning the house.
Good. Can I step in for a minute? This strong sunlight hurts my eyes.
Oh, yes. Yes, please do.
Thank you so much. We're very lucky to live next door to nice young people like you. I was saying to Charles just the other day.
Charles? I thought you lived alone, Mrs. Wilson.
Oh, mercy, we do. Oh, you mustn't mind me. I've lived alone so long I quite forget about other people. Mr. Charles is my cat.
Oh.
Mr. Lucifer P. Charles is his full name. Oh, he's such an imp. When he's good, I call him Mr. Charles, but when he's full of the devil, I call him Lucifer.
As a matter of fact, we do have a little kitten. She just came and stayed. She must be around. Oh, there she is.
Oh, my goodness. The way she scampered off.
That's funny.
Well, I guess it's a little scary for city folks at first. The loneliness and all. Oh, well, there I go, prattling on. I've lived alone so long, I don't really know how other people feel about things. Oh, here, I baked these for you this morning.
What?
Apple turnovers right out of the oven.
Oh, Mrs. Wilson, you shouldn't have.
Tut, not another word. You know, I couldn't sleep a wink last night. I kept thinking about you nice young people that moved in next door and what I could do for you because, well, after all, I am the president of the welcoming committee, so I popped out of bed and started baking these apple turnovers.
I really don't know what to say. You've been so thoughtful. I have so little to offer in return. Would you like a cup of coffee?
Oh, I couldn't do that. You're so busy. You're still in the process of unpacking, but, well, since you insist, maybe just one cup. I must say you brew a delicious concoction of coffee. For a young bride, that is.
More, Mrs. Wilson?
Oh, not just now, dear. I must say I don't know when I prattle on for so long about so little.
It's been most interesting. You say your family's always lived in this area?
Oh, for generations. Harrison Manor Estates was named after the mansion that stood where my house now stands. Your house is built over what was once the East Wing. It was a magnificent old house with great white pillars on the front porch. My great-grandfather built it.
How did you lose it?
Oh, the world moved in around us while we stood still. Over the years, my father and grandfather sold all the property until only the old house was left.
Then one day, that nice Mr. Levine told me he was going to build a modern subdivision, and it wouldn't look nice to have an old haunted house sitting right in the middle of it. Well, I thought, why not? Why not, Bess, old girl? You've been too long by yourself, and I didn't mind so much losing the house itself, but this was all country out here before. Oh, you should have seen it. It was all trees and woods and birds, but they tore it all down and built these rows of boxes, ugly little boxes. He should have told me he was going to replace my beautiful old woods and house with little boxes.
Well, that's the way things go. But you don't mean that your house was really haunted, do you?
Oh, yes, quite. Little children used to come out here to throw rocks at it. I'd be sitting alone inside with stones bouncing off the shutters. Oh, sometimes I'd grab my broom and run outside to chase them away. That's why they called me the wicked old witch. They were afraid of me.
That sounds terrible.
You don't believe me, do you?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, young people today don't believe anything. No one believes what a lovely old house it was.
Oh, I'm sure it was. But I'm not sure I believe it was haunted.
Of course it was.
Oh.
You see, my people used to own this whole county. My great-granddaddy was something like a king in these parts, or so folks say. They say he had a dungeon in the cellar of the east wing of the old house, right under the very spot where your house now stands. And in the old days, late at night, I'd hear screams coming from the old east wing that, well, they just make your hair stand on end.
Oh, Mrs. Wilson, I can't believe that.
You mean you haven't heard them?
Of course not. How could I? The old mansion is gone.
Oh, but the spirits are still here, tied to the earth. Sometimes, late at night, I stand outside that newest paint house of mine, looking toward yours, and I can still hear the screams of those poor, demented creatures rising from the earth right beneath your house.
Mrs. Wilson.
Well, it's true. You can almost see those tortured souls floating in the night air right above the rows of those imitation shake-roof shingles. And when that happens, I almost wish my great-granddaddy was still alive so he could put that nice Mr. Levine and all the other people who made everything ticky-tacky deep in his dungeon. Then they'd wish they'd never come here.
Mrs. Wilson, please.
Oh, I frighten you. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, my dear. I'm just an old woman that's lived alone too long, and when I get to thinking of how people have taken advantage of me with this housing development...
Mrs. Wilson, won't you have a taste of your apple turnovers before you go?
Oh, no, my dear, I couldn't possibly do that.
Oh, please do. And I could eat some more coffee.
Oh, no, I cooked them especially for you and your husband.
But you can't leave without having a taste.
Oh, no.
Then I shall have one.
No, not now. Oh, what I mean to say is, now you leave them in the refrigerator until your husband comes home. It gives the fruit juices time to set in the pastry properly.
Oh, all right, Mrs. Wilson.
Now, that's a reasonable girl. I said to myself when the two of you moved in, there are two very reasonable young people if I ever saw them.
Well, I have a lot of work to do this morning.
Oh, yes, of course. Excuse me. I'm such an old fool. I get to chatting away and I don't realize what time it is.
Well, come over at any time, Mrs. Wilson.
Oh, I will. That is, if you're not too busy. And I mean if you're still here.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the way you young people move around so much these days, nobody ever knows where you are. Why, you could disappear from the face of the earth. Now, you take that young couple that lived across the street. Here one day and gone the next.
Oh, I think we'll be here a while.
Not from what I can read in your face. Oh, I read people's faces, you know. I can see a lot that isn't spoken. In your face, I can see a lot of sadness and, well, perhaps it's best not to speak of that right now. Perhaps another time.
What do you see, Mrs. Wilson?
Oh, nothing you don't already know. Good day, my child.
Goodbye, Mrs. Wilson. She's a witch, I tell you. She's a witch.
Well, now, Valerie, you're being hysterical. There's no such thing as witches these days. They went out of style with horsehair sofas and hitching posts.
You didn't see her, Warren. She sat right in that chair and threatened me.
How did she threaten you?
She said we were going to move soon because we destroyed her valley and trees. She said she could read it in my face.
That doesn't make sense. Now, what did she really say?
She said she could read people's faces. The things they have hidden there.
Oh, a lot of old people are like that. They believe they can read special signs or hands or what have you just because they're old.
Then why'd you say we were going to move?
Because we are, sooner or later. We're young. Young people change jobs. They move. Everybody knows that. Before we moved in here, we expected to move again in a year or two. You knew that.
No, you don't understand, Warren. She's going to make us move because we destroyed her woods and her home by moving in here.
Oh, Valerie.
She was threatening us, Warren. She sat right there and threatened to make us move.
Valerie.
You don't understand because you didn't see her. She's even horrible to look at. Half her teeth are missing and white whiskers coming out of her chin like bean sprouts.
And I suppose she had a black cat sitting on her shoulder staring at you with yellow eyes all the time she talked to you.
She does have a cat, and it's named Lucifer.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Its name is Lucifer P. Charles.
Do we have anything to eat?
And she talks to it all the time.
Say, here are some apple turnovers. Did you bake these, Val?
She's an evil, dirty old woman, Warren. She even smells funny. I'd open the window after she left.
Apple turnovers and milk. That sounds good.
And her great-great-grandfather used to torture people right beneath this very house.
Do we have any milk?
No. You're not going to eat those.
Yes, and why not?
Because she made them, that's why.
And what's wrong with that? My grandmother used to make apple turnovers, and I love them.
But you don't see. She's trying to poison us with them or something.
Valerie.
I mean it, Warren. They're probably drugged or something. She wants us out of here, out of this house.
Valerie, this nonsense has got to stop. Poor old Mrs. Wilson is just a little old lady who's probably a little strange from living alone so long. Last night you said she was standing at the foot of our bed, and now you say she's feeding us poisoned turnovers.
She was at the foot of the bed.
Oh, she was not. You know it as well as I. I got up and turned on the light. And there's nothing in these turnovers but apples.
Don't eat that.
Not only am I going to eat this turnover, but you're going to have a bite, too.
Warren, no.
That doesn't taste bad. Not as good as Grandmother used to make, but not bad. Val?
No, Warren. No.
Valerie, you've got to put a check on that wild imagination of yours. You can't persecute an old lady just because you think she's a witch. Every place we go, anybody who looks a little different, you accuse of being up to something outrageous. Now prove to both of us you have nothing to fear by taking a bite.
Well, all right, Warren. If you say so.
See? They're really delicious, after all.
I still don't like her. Warren, she's outside.
What?
She's looking in that window.
Well, I don't see.
She was looking in that window, but she's gone now. She tricked us, Warren. Somehow she tricked us. I don't care what you say, we're moving.
That's ridiculous.
Warren, I turned around from the washing machine, and she was standing right behind me.
It's just as she explained to you. She knocked, but you didn't hear because of the noise of the washer. The door was open, so she walked down to the cellar. You didn't hear her until she was right behind you, and it scared you.
Warren, she has to have a secret passageway into this house.
Oh, Valerie.
I know it. How else would she have gotten into our bedroom that night?
She wasn't in our bedroom.
How else could she know you like apple turnovers?
Everybody likes apple turnovers.
Oh, Warren. When I took her back up the stairs to let her out again, the basement door was locked from the inside.
It could have locked behind her.
Oh, you can explain everything. And what about my kitten? It took one look at her and ran like it was scared to death. Now I can't find it anywhere.
Cats come and go in the country, Val. It'll come back.
I don't care anymore. I'm not staying here.
Valerie.
I mean it, Warren. Either we move from here together or I move alone. That woman is a witch.
Now that does it. As far as I can see, there's only one thing to do. Come along.
Where are we going?
Next door to talk to Mrs. Wilson. You're going to see for yourself that she's nothing but a harmless old lady who has lived by herself too long.
But it's raining.
Well, throw a coat over your shoulders. You're not made of salt. You won't melt.
Nobody's home.
Give her time to answer.
Warren, I want to go home.
No, The door's open.
Warren, I'm scared.
Come on, maybe the old girl's in trouble.
It's dark in here.
I'll strike a match and see if we can find a light.
Look at this room. It's as if the furniture were 100 years old. Outside's brand new, but the wallpaper is coming off the wall.
Oh, here's a light.
Doesn't work.
The power must be out because of the storm.
Warren!
The wind just blew the door shut and my match went out.
Can't get out of here.
Of course we can. The door's stuck.
Warren, I'm frightened. Warren!
Sounds like a cat. Wait till I strike another match.
It's our kitten. Here, kitty. Come here, kitty.
It's going through the other room. Come on. Maybe she'll take us to Mrs. Wilson. No, nobody here.
How can you tell?
My eyes are getting used to the dark. Look, you can see the cat's eyes.
She's going through another door.
Mrs. Wilson! Mrs. Wilson! We can't just leave her here in this dark house if something's happened to her. Come on, this way.
Warren, this house is the same size as ours, but there are more rooms.
No, it just seems that way. The kitten's going down those stairs.
I'm not going to move another step.
Oh, this is ridiculous. There's nothing to be afraid of.
I know, but...
We can see a little, and I have plenty of matches.
Well...
You want to get your kitten, don't you? Mrs. Wilson may have gotten hurt down in the basement trying to fix the fuse or something.
Oh, Warren.
Come on, Val. Hold my hand.
Warren.
Yes, Val?
This isn't a basement. It's a tunnel.
It seems strange. Must be the cellar of the old house. They didn't close it off.
Warren! Behind us!
It's an iron gate. All rusted.
But it closed all by itself. We're trapped.
Well, it has to come out somewhere. Let's see. Maybe you were right about a secret passage to our house.
The gate.
All we have to do is go ahead. Come on.
Keep going. But we can't. There's a door.
Good, we'll try it.
Hello. Welcome to Harrison Manor. I'm the welcome lady. I hope you'll be very happy here. Now, let's just close the door to be more cozy.
But you can't keep us here. You have no right.
You had no right to take away my white pillars and the willow trees.
But we didn't. It was Mr. Levine.
He's here, too, somewhere. Maybe you can find him if you follow the smell of the cigar smoke. And that nice young couple that lived across the road, they're in here someplace, too. I haven't seen them in a long time, but you know how young people are, always coming and going. Why, they could disappear and you'd never know it. Now I have to go and see if anyone has moved into that new little box on the hill. I'm the welcome lady, you know.
Theater 5 has presented The Welcome Lady, written by George Bamber, directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Larry Robinson, Connie Brigham, and Ruth York. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. ABC Radio Network production. ABC Radio Network production.
Hold me, Corinne. Hold me close. I love you, darling. I love you.
Drink it, Bobby. Drink it. Do it quickly, darling. And so will I.
Theater 5 presents Till Death Do Us.
This car of yours really moves, darling. I just touched the accelerator. We left everybody miles behind.
It's the way you drive, Bobby. Clean and sharp and sure. Just like the way you play golf. Like the way you are, darling.
Hey, take it easy, Corinne. I'm going to keep my mind on the road.
Do I bother you?
If you didn't, I wouldn't be here.
Sweetheart.
How much further?
We're almost there, darling. Linwood Valley Motel.
On which side of the road?
It's on the right. There's a big sign made out of logs, you know, rustic.
I never noticed it.
Well, it's not very noticeable. It's about 25 miles from Pittsford. What's your mileage?
Oh, we started from the country club, so I really don't know. I don't know why we had to drive so far. I mean...
That's exactly why. Out here, no one will know us. No one will interfere.
Have you ever been there with anyone else?
Bobby.
Sorry, Corinne. I know I have no right to be jealous, no right at all, but sometimes around the locker room at the club you hear stories and you wonder whether they're true.
The men talk about me.
Well, they talk about everybody. I guess they don't even think I'm listening. You know, just the golf pro. I figure most of it's just talk anyway. Sometimes you wonder.
Well, darling, let me tell you. I've never been to this motel alone or with anyone else. I've just noticed it on long, boring Sunday rides with my husband.
You don't have to explain.
No, I want to. Carl's an absolute automaton. Every Sunday that he's home and not inspecting his copper mine in Malaya or checking his drug factory in West Germany or his cattle ranches in Arizona, he insists on going for a ride. And always the same ride. It's a nightmare. Well, that's how I know this motel. The train from Philadelphia to Pittsford crosses State 18 right there.
Okay, Corinne. Just tell me when to slow down. Better concentrate on my driving. I'm a little nervous. You understand.
Of course, dear.
Right this way. Mr. and Mrs. Brown, is it? Yeah.
I guess you'll find this room comfortable and a lot cheaper than them newfangled places over on the turnpike.
Thank you, Mr. Easterwood. This will be okay. Very nice.
Well, that's what I think. I've owned this place for near 23 years, and I try to keep it up.
This is very nice, thank you.
Yeah, glad you like it, Mrs. Brown. Oh, I tell you, it ain't so easy. We don't get the traffic like before they put the turnpike through.
Yes, of course.
But we manage. We manage. Some folks like a place that's a little bit out of the way. Well, what I say, people's business is their own. When you run a motel, you learn to mind your own business. Oh, there's a TV set over there, if you care to watch. Coin phone. Radio, but it don't work.
Well, thank you, Mr. Easterwood.
Well, here's your key. Just leave it on the bureau on your way out.
Thank you. There. That locks him up.
I thought he'd never leave. Funny old guy.
Are you afraid?
No, not really. I just can't go on living without you.
That goes for me too, sweetheart. You know that. And yet, darling, I wonder, is this the only way?
What else can we do?
Well, I told you. I could go to him, to Carl. I could tell him straight out, man to man, Corinne and I are in love. She wants a divorce.
Oh, it sounds so simple to you, Bobby, but it isn't.
Why not?
Because Carl won't agree to a divorce. Not in a million years. I've told you that. We have no other choice. Unless we forget everything and never even speak to each other again.
You know I couldn't do that. It's impossible. After having you, there's no other girl in the world. I'd rather die now, like we've planned.
Together. Hand in hand, Bobby.
Together. You know when I first fell in love with you?
No. I imagine it was that first day 2 months ago when I started taking lessons.
13 years ago.
13 years? I didn't even know you then, did I?
I knew you. I worked around Riding Ridge.
At 16?
As a busboy, a caddy. You were 22, honey blonde. For me, like the morning star a million miles away. 3 years later, when you married Carl, you know what I did?
What?
I went out and got drunk. First time in my life. That's why I left Pittsford and didn't come back until I got to be a golf pro. Even then, I couldn't stand the idea of that guy touching you.
Oh, I never knew. Well, even if I had, I couldn't have done anything anyway. I was brought up to be put on the Pittsford marriage market. Carl Sherman bid the highest, so there never was much question. Until I met you. So, here we are.
Oh, Corinne. I love to say your name. I love being with you. I don't ever want to be separated from you again.
You won't be, Bobby. We'll be together forever.
I keep wanting to put it off. From moment to moment. We can't. Can we, darling?
No, we can't.
Well, what do we do?
Are you ready?
I brought pills for me. The ones you told me about.
Well, here are mine. And here's my note.
Read it. I'll write mine just like it. We don't want any misunderstandings afterwards.
All right. You ready?
Mm.
To whom it may concern. This is to certify that I have taken my life of my own free will, and no other person is responsible in any way for my death.
Wait a minute, not so fast. In any way for my death. Signed, Robert C. Beckett. And I'll leave it right here. Well, darling, now?
No, I want to wait till the Philadelphia train comes by. It's any minute now. Carl's on that train coming home. That'll be the end of our freedom to be together.
Oh, no, Corinne. That'll be the beginning of our freedom to be together.
There's the train. Bobby, get 2 glasses of water.
Uh-huh. I hope we have the guts to go through with it.
We will. Don't be afraid.
Uh-huh. Okay. Corinne, here you are. Hold me, Corinne. Hold me close. I love you, darling. I love you.
Drink it, Bobby. Drink it. Do it quickly, darling. And so will I. Bobby,
What is it?
how do you feel?
All right so far. Bitter taste in my mouth.
I think I'm beginning to feel them.
I don't feel anything yet. Hold my hand.
All right, dear.
That's better. I hope we go together. I don't want to be left without you, even for a minute.
Everything's getting dim, kind of fuzzy.
Corinne, don't go.
I want to get it over with. I'm sleepy.
Oh, we shouldn't have done this. We should have tried to find some other way, some way to live together with honor. Oh, love.
There is no other way. Just get it over with.
Corinne, come on, wake up. Wake up.
No.
Come on. Come on, Corinne. You gotta fight it. Get up, get up.
No, don't slap me.
I'm sorry, I've got to. Gotta get you up.
Oh, leave me alone.
Darling, please, get up. Please, fight. Corinne, I can't help you much anymore.
Don't want any help. Come on, Bobby. We'll go together. It's the way we said we would. You want to kiss me?
I can't. Corinne, I can't move. I think I can, but I can't.
Bobby? Bobby, do you hear me? Well, I guess that's it. Operator, get me Pittsford 43966. All right, here it is. 15 cents more. It's a nickel. There's a dime. Hello, Mary. This is Mrs. Sherman. Mr. Sherman will be home soon, and I just want to be sure everything's ready. Did the order come? Good. Well, just be sure the roast is well done, the way Mr. Sherman likes it. Now, Mary, listen to this. When Mr. Sherman comes in about half an hour, would you please tell him that I've been at Riding Ridge? Yes, at the club. And I went for a drive and had a little car trouble. But I'll be along as soon as I can. And tell him we're due at the Van Brunts for bridge after dinner. Yes. As soon as I can, Mary. I'll see you.
Corinne, why?
Don't touch me. Stay away.
Why?
You keep your distance, Bobby. I warn you.
Why did you trick me?
Because you're a fool, that's why.
Fool? Corinne, I love you.
Love? You're an idiot and you're a romantic fool. You thought I'd give up being Mrs. Carl Sherman for life with you? Or for death with you, for that matter? What do you have to offer? How could you, even in your wildest dreams, imagine that I would want to go traipsing around the country like a gypsy from one country club to the other? Don't you have any sense at all? Or are you muscle-bound all over? What gave you the idea of a nerve to say you'd talk to Carl man to man and demand my freedom? I've never been so frightened in all my life.
You said you loved me.
Why not? Any other man would have understood what that meant. But not you. You had to take a flirtation and make it into a grand passion. You hung on to me like a leech. People were beginning to talk. Oh, baby, you didn't give me much choice. You had to die.
Why? Why didn't you tell me this?
Because I knew you wouldn't give up. Because I saw you didn't know how to be smart. Oh, no. You had to own me, lock, stock, and barrel like a pet dog. Listen, didn't anyone ever tell you it takes money to buy pedigreed stock?
You're a tramp. A dirty tramp. Oh, to think I had anything to do with
Look,
you.
Bobby, if you think I'm going to stay here and watch you die...
I'm not gonna die. And you're not gonna leave.
You took enough pills to kill a horse.
Adrenaline. That's what a doctor would use.
So what? There's no doctor.
Anger makes adrenaline. I read it somewhere. And I'm angry. Oh, more than I've ever been in my whole life.
So be angry. I don't care. I'm going. So long, Bobby, and it was fun. All right, Bobby, where's the key?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Bobby, where are you going?
Water on my face. Beat this thing. Oh, good. Yeah, that feels good.
Give me the key.
Yeah.
I have got to get out of here.
Yeah, good.
Bobby, where's the key?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh, you'll go, Corinne. Yeah, sure, when I let you go. But not before.
You have got the key, then.
Maybe.
I know you have it. Now, look, Bobby. You have nothing to gain by keeping me here, and I've got to get home.
Your husband? And your dinner? And your bridge? And safe? And snug? And smug? Until the next trip? And the next guy? Well, maybe it won't be so easy for you this time.
Give me that key.
When I feel like it.
I have got to get home now.
I understand. Perfect.
Then give me that key.
No. We'll sit here, and we'll let Carl wonder. We'll let his doubts of your faithfulness crawl through his mind. And we'll raise questions, Corinne, to which you have no answers. Maybe I'll take you home to explain just why you tried to murder me.
Murder? You can't scare me with that. I didn't touch you. You brought your own pills and you wrote your own suicide note.
And you brought yours. And what were they? It was murder, I say. And what's more, you know it.
It was not murder, but it might be. Now, Bobby, give me the key.
Put away that gun, Corinne.
I want the key.
Come on, put it away.
Look, Bobby, I'm pretty desperate. I came prepared to use this if I had to.
When you put that thing away, or will I have to take it away from you?
Bobby, I warned you. I warned you.
Hey, what's going on there? What happened? Was that a shot? Open up here.
Mr. Easterwood, call the state police. Tell them Mrs. Carl Sherman just committed suicide.
Mrs. Carl Sherman? Suicide?
Here. A note.
Huh. To whom it may concern, this is to certify I have taken my life of my own free will.
Theater 5 has presented Till Death Do Us, written by Raphael David Blau, directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Elspeth Eric, Bill Mason, and Hal Burdick. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. Theater 5 presents Miss Martha Scott in Mirror, Mirror on the Wall.
Golly, Mother, don't tell me this ugly infant is me.
Of course it is, Carol.
Oh.
Your father took this snapshot the day we brought you home from the hospital.
Well, I'm going to burn it. No girl of 16 would want anybody to know she ever looked as ugly and naked as this.
Well, now, what are you two girls up to this evening? Hatching a plot against the old man?
Hi, Dad. Mother's showing me ye old family album. I'd no idea she kept this among her treasures.
I'd forgotten that myself. All right, move over. Let me look with you.
Oh, sit here beside me, Arthur.
Okay. Well, what year are we up to?
1948. This is the Grand Canyon trip on our second anniversary. Look, Carol, here's your father riding a mule.
Really? Gosh, you look so young.
Well, I was young and handsome, too, wasn't I, Emily?
Yes, you look like Ronald Coleman. I was terribly jealous of you.
Listen, Mother, it's your birthday. He should be flattering you. What birthday is it, by the way, or is that a secret?
No, it's my 39th. But the less said about that, the better.
Oh, nonsense, Emily. You're still my child bride.
Well, come on, turn the page. I'm dying to see what's next.
Carol, you hold the album. You and your father can look at the rest of it together.
But, Mother...
Emily, where are you going?
Upstairs, dear. I think I'll take a hot bath and read a while. But you stay here with Carol. I'm quite sure I'll be able to manage that one flight without assistance. Arthur, are you asleep?
Mm-hmm. Time to get up?
No, it's still dark, but do you hear that sound?
What sound?
Steady ticking. Don't you hear it?
No. Maybe you're half awake and still dreaming. Oh, I just remembered, Emily. This is your 40th birthday. Happy day, sweetheart.
Wait, don't go back to sleep. Someone's come to speak to me. Someone mystical and strange. Who are you?
A visitor, Emily, but hardly a stranger. I'm not really unknown to you.
Are you sure? I've never heard your voice before.
True, but you've been aware of my existence.
I don't understand.
Your awareness began a year ago. Remember the photograph album and your daughter's thoughtless remarks?
Yes, of course.
When you went to your room that night, you sat down and studied yourself in the mirror, and you found no evidence that I had been attentive to you as yet. You do remember that, don't you?
Yes, I was relieved. But why are you so attentive to me now? It's much too soon. I'm still young.
But this is your 40th birthday, Emily. No further postponement is possible. From this year forward, you'll be receiving my offerings in a continuous flow.
But I don't want them, so please go away. You're not welcome.
I never am. Nevertheless, my gifts will be arriving constantly, always gifts of physical change. My first one is trivial, hardly noticeable at all.
Oh. What is it?
You'll see.
When?
In the morning, when you brush your hair. Au revoir, Emily. Au revoir.
Good morning, Mother. Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you, dear. Sit right down. Your breakfast will be ready in a moment.
Hey, you sound kind of mournful. Anything wrong?
Your mother didn't sleep very well, Carol. I think she had a bad dream. Woke me up to tell me about it. Remember, dear?
Yes, Arthur, I remember.
Is that all that's bothering you, a bad dream?
Oh, no, dear, not exactly. It's something more realistic than that, I'm afraid.
What is it?
Why, I don't think I ought to tell you. You'll think I'm vain.
I will not. Come on, Mother.
Well, I never noticed it until this morning, but I'm getting slightly gray.
There isn't much you can do about it, I guess. None of us can escape gray hair. It's a gift of time.
What did you say, Arthur?
I said gray hair is a gift of time. What about that breakfast, birthday girl? I don't want to miss the 8:15. The breadwinner's back from the marts of trade. Anybody home?
Yes, Arthur, we're both here.
Hi, Dad.
Hi.
Hey, brace yourself for a shock. When you see Mother, you'll faint dead away.
I will? Why?
Hello, darling. Was it a busy day?
Yeah, I thought I'd never... Good Lord, Emily. What in God's name have you done to your hair?
She had it dyed blonde. Isn't it wild?
Well, that's hardly the word for it. Why did you do it?
Well, I decided that my hair was going to change color. I might as well go all the way. Oh, I love it, don't you?
I'm not sure yet. I'll let you know after I've had a double martini.
Good morning, Emily.
No, not now, please.
You were thinking of me again, weren't you?
I was trying not to, but I can't
Of
seem...
course you can't, especially on your 41st birthday.
Do you intrude on everybody this way?
Every mortal being, but most of them are more philosophical about it and accept my gifts without so much resistance. Which leads me to a painful observation, Emily. You've totally ruined the gift I brought you a year ago.
Mm-hmm. Those dreadful gray hairs, they were disgusting.
But as Arthur pointed out, they made you look distinguished. If you'll forgive me for saying so, your hair has lost a great deal in translation.
Well, I'm going to keep it this way, and that's that.
Oh, I'm sure you are. Pity.
Oh, won't you please leave me now? I'd like to sit at my dressing table in peace.
I'll go the instant you've seen my birthday gift.
What is it this year?
Something more substantial. Look in the magnifying mirror. Go on, pick it up. Look. Can you see them, Emily?
Oh.
Tiny wrinkles at the corners of your eyes. Rather delicately etched, aren't they?
Oh, they're horrible. Repulsive. Now, please go away and don't come back.
But my return is inevitable. Goodbye for a while, Emily. I won't forget you, my dear. And I'm sure you won't forget me.
I'm simply mad for these two dresses, Mother. Which one do you like?
I'm not sure. Hold them up and let me compare them.
Golly, I'd like to have both of them.
I wish you could, Carol, but remember what your father said. One new dress at tax time is plenty.
Oh.
I think I prefer the pink one. It suits your coloring better.
Okay. I'll go in the fitting room and try it on. You coming with me?
No, I'll stay out here and try to find a dress for myself.
All right. I won't be long.
Hello, Emily. How are you?
Now go away. I'm not going to listen to you. I'm trying to find a dress.
Oh, that black one you're holding, it's dignified and conservative. Just the thing for a woman of 42. You like it?
I did, before you reminded me of my age.
But it's perfect for you. Hold it up in front of the long mirror.
Very well.
Just right, isn't it?
No. It's too conservative, too somber.
Wait, don't go away from the mirror. I'd like you to see my annual offering.
Where is it? Where do I look?
At your face, of course. Lean forward and look carefully. There, that's right.
Oh, no, I hadn't noticed before.
It's perceptible in your cheeks and a slight sag under your chin.
Oh.
A double offering this time.
But I won't have them. I won't accept.
Oh, I think you will, Emily, and I suggest you accept the black dress as well.
I hate the black dress. It's hideous.
You were right, Mother. I adore this pink one, and I'm going to take it. Mother, turn around and look at me.
What, dear?
I said I love this one, and I'm going to take it, okay?
No. It isn't okay. Find something else.
Well, I think it's great. Why shouldn't I take it?
Because I'd like it more myself.
For yourself? Oh, Mother, that's silly. This dress is for a 19-year-old.
Don't be rude, Carol. I'm not fond of your constant reminders that I'm getting old.
But that isn't what I meant at all. You're not ancient, Mother. But you're not 19, for heaven's sake.
Carol, don't argue. Just go back and take that dress off.
All right. All right.
She's right, Emily. You're not 19 any longer.
Please, not now.
You're becoming pleasantly mature, so why not relax and enjoy it?
Be quiet, I
But
said.
you are maturing. The proof is in this mirror.
Stop it, or I'll...
Emily, put down that chair. Don't do it.
Better hurry, Emily. We've got to get to the church.
I know that, dear. I'll be ready in a moment.
Well, first thing you know, we'll miss our own daughter's wedding. What are you doing to yourself anyway?
Making up my face, of course.
Would you have to pile on so much goo?
You want me to look presentable, don't you, Arthur?
Well, sure, but you look great to me without all that stuff.
Well, I don't agree with you. I'm not the bride's grandmother. I'm her mother.
That's right. And at 44, more attractive than ever.
Oh, you're sweet. I'd like to believe that. But with these great bags under my eyes, I look 50.
Now, Emily, that's nonsense. And it's getting late, so please quit what you're doing and come along.
I'll be right with you. I'm certainly not going to Carol's wedding looking like a hag.
Hello, Mother.
Hello, dear.
Hi, Dad.
Darling.
Have you ever seen so many flowers in your whole life?
They're lovely. The floor nurse told me she could hardly find enough vases to put them in. How do you feel, dear?
Oh, 7.5 pounds lighter. And wonderful.
Well, Carol, how does it feel to have a real live doll to play with?
Well, I'm trying to get used to it. Have you seen them?
I've studied him very carefully, and I think he's the spitting image of his grandma.
His what?
His grandma. That's you, dear, in case you didn't realize it.
Oh, dear, I'm not sure I like that designation.
Why not, Mother?
Well, it conjures up visions of a lace cap and a rocker by the window. And I'm determined never to reach that stage. So now I'm laying down the law for Peter when he's able to talk. He may call me Emily, or even Hey You if he feels like it, but never Grandma. Is that clear, Carol?
Yes, hey, you. I'll brief him when he's brought in for his 2 o'clock feeding.
Greetings, Emily.
Oh, dear. it's you again.
Yes, I've returned after a long absence.
But how did you find your way back into my mind? I banished you 8 years ago when I smashed that mirror in the shop.
It's true you haven't admitted my existence for a long time, but it's obvious that I've been present in your subconscious.
Obvious? How?
By your actions at your dressing table. You've spent countless hours here attempting to defeat me.
And I will defeat you. You'll see.
But, my poor dear, you're defeating yourself. Your struggle for youth is ruining your happiness. And Arthur's as well, and it's a losing battle.
I am not going to wither away. Do you hear?
But you're 50 today, Emily. That's half a century.
Is this the face of a woman of 50? Look at it.
Oh, you're quite ingenious with those jars and pots. But have you glanced at your hands?
My hands?
Yes. Those veins are quite prominent, aren't they?
They look like the hands of an old woman.
No, not really. You're just oversensitive. Think of Arthur, my dear, and try to be happy for his sake, if not your own. And I warned you, it's a losing battle. Happy birthday, dear Emily. Happy birthday to you.
All right. I can't say I haven't been expecting you after 5 years. But this time, just tell me what you brought. I'm not going to look.
Splendid. You're improving.
But I'll never stop fighting.
Oh, why don't you, Emily? Why not try to enjoy life with Arthur and Carol and Carol's boy? Peter's 9 years old now. You could have fun together. So stop fighting, Emily. Start living. You'll find it lots more fun.
Do you really think so?
Oh, I do.
Then I'll try. I honestly will try.
Hi, Emily. I brought you a birthday present.
Oh, Peter, how thoughtful of you. This is the second present I've had today.
Oh, you got one from Mom and Dad?
No, from a visitor. But I'm sure I'm going to like yours better. It feels like a book. Is it a book?
Yes, one of my favorites. I read it last year when I was 16. I hope you'll enjoy it, too. Here, let me open it for you. There. You like it?
Well, I'm sure I will, but what's the title, Peter?
David Copperfield. Can't you read this print?
Well, not quite. Oh, I could if I squinted. But no lady wants to deepen her crow's feet, does she?
I guess not.
That's the other present I told you about, crow's feet.
Some present. Hey, maybe you need stronger glasses for reading.
That's possible.
Can you see far away through those old specs?
Oh, not more than about a dozen feet.
Well, then you'd better get distance glasses, too. Maybe those combination ones.
Bifocals. Mm-hmm. Oh, gracious, I don't need bifocals yet.
Well, you'd better get them by next Saturday or you won't be able to see me on the platform.
Platform? What do you mean?
My graduation, don't you remember?
Oh, dear me, yes.
You'd better be there with those new cheaters, because I'm valedictorian. Okay, Emily?
Okay. I'll get those new cheaters. And now, Peter, will you do something for me?
Sure. What?
It's something I'd like very much. Please call me Grandma. Hello. Are you in this room with me? If you are, please speak a little louder. My hearing isn't too good these days, you know.
That little knob, Emily. Turn it up. That's right. You hear me now?
Oh, yes, clearly. I was afraid you'd forgotten me.
On your 75th birthday, how could I?
Strange, isn't it? These days I don't mind your visits. I used to hate them.
Yes, it took me a good many years to find a welcome here.
You are welcome now. I've been terribly lonely since Arthur went away. Oh, I do hope I made Arthur happy.
You did, Emily. He loved every moment of his life with you.
Oh, that's good. Who's there? Who just came into the room?
It's Carol, Mother.
I thought I heard you talking. You did. I'm entertaining an old enemy of mine. A friendly old enemy.
Oh?
Yes, we've been visiting together for a good many years now. And the scamp has always brought me birthday gifts I didn't want. It's hard to explain. You wouldn't understand.
But I do, Mother. Your old enemy has been bringing gifts to me ever since I was 40.
Carol, is that true?
Of course. But he never frightens me the way he used to frighten you. Oh, dearest. If only you had accepted his gifts cheerfully, how much happier you would have been.
Oh, yes, I know that now.
I'm going to get your medicine, Mother. I'll be right back.
Is my friendly enemy still here? You haven't left me, have you?
No, indeed. I wouldn't go away without leaving you a gift.
Good, good. At 75, I expect something extraordinary.
It is extraordinary. And after you receive it, I'll never bother you again.
Oh, don't say that. Please don't stop coming. You must come back.
That would be impossible. My last gift to you, Emily, is the most desirable one of all. That is the gift you've been praying for, isn't it?
Yes, I confess it is. And I'll accept it gladly. Thank you, dear friend. Thank you.
Mother, I've brought your medicine. Mother?
Are you asleep?
Yes, Carol, your mother is asleep.
I see.
It was my final gift, and she was thankful.
I'm thankful, too, that you brought it so gently. Dear, dear Mother, you look so serene and so lovely and so young.
Theater 5 has presented Mirror, Mirror on the Wall, written by Albert Miller, directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Martha Scott, Court Benson, Joan Loring, Paul McGrath, and Peter Fernandez. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. Been an ABC Radio Network production. Been an ABC Radio Network production. Theater 5 presents A Million Miles to Nowhere.
It's me, Hank.
Mr. Thompson, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
What? Why?
Your vacation started at 5 o'clock, and here you are at 10 p.m. back at work.
Oh, just cleaning up a few details, Hank.
I guess that's the way you get to be a vice president, Mr. Thompson. Making sure everything's shipshape before you go on vacation. Going to be long, Mr. Thompson?
Oh, about 15 minutes. Why?
I make my rounds about now, and you'll want to get out.
That's very funny, Hank.
It is?
Well, most people would like to get into a bank at night, but I'm anxious to get out.
I see what you mean. Hey, what's with the fancy box from Brummel's? Pretty high class.
Yeah, take a look. Yeah, what do you think of that for a sports jacket?
Pretty wild, Mr. Thompson. Not like the clothes you usually wear.
Well, I figured it was time for a change. I'm going to wear it driving up to the country.
There's enough color in it to keep you warm. Call me when you're ready, Mr. Thompson.
You ought to be ashamed, Mr. Thompson. But $500,000 in nice, fresh currency does an awful lot to take the shame away. There we are. Fits very neatly. No bulge. Just as we planned. Now, let's try the jacket on. One size too large fits perfectly over the suit. And we're ready to go. Now, wait. Have we forgotten anything, Alec? No. Everything's in order. Now, all we have to do is walk past Hank, and we're home free. Hank? Hank! I'm ready.
Coming, Mr. Thompson. It sure looks good on you, Mr. Thompson. Makes you look sort of different.
Well, I feel sort of different.
You'd think that after 5 years, I'd be able to put my hand on the right key.
Oh, that's all right, Hank.
Going the same place as last year?
Mm-hmm.
Wife and kid, too?
Oh, they're already up there.
Where is that blasted key?
Oh, take your time. I'm in no hurry.
Mr. Thompson, you can't kid me.
What do you mean?
I've been around this bank too long not to know the score.
Oh?
You're one of those fellows who's always in a hurry.
Yeah. Yes, I guess that's right.
And right now, you're anxious to get up to the lake.
Well, you're sure right about that.
Yeah, found it.
Well, good night, Hank. Take care.
Just a minute.
Yeah?
You know the rules.
Of course. You're supposed to examine every package that goes out of here. Now, do you want me to untie this and show you the $500,000 I have in here?
That you've taken from the vault?
Well, where else would I get $500,000? You want to take a look at my old suit?
I must have seen it 100 times, Mr. Thompson. Yeah, it's okay. Don't bother to unwrap it. Oh, just a minute, Mr. Thompson.
Huh?
What's that on your jacket?
What? What is it?
Nothing, just a thread. Yeah, that's better. Have yourself a good vacation.
Yeah, thanks, Hank. I'm sure I will. Now.
Oh, Alec! I'm so glad you're home.
Helen! What are you doing here?
Ted got sick. We had to fly down today. I tried to reach you.
Ted's sick? What happened? Where is he?
In the hospital. He's fine now. He's going to be operated on tomorrow morning.
Operated on?
Just his tonsils. Nothing serious.
Oh, Helen, things are happening too fast now. Just let me get my bearings.
Well, now, Alec, I tried calling you before we left. I knew you'd want Dr. Somerville, but you were out and the plane was leaving.
I was shopping.
Yeah, so I see. Whatever made you buy that jacket? Oh, but never mind that now. Ted's been asking for you, and I told him...
Helen, will you please slow down? I have to think.
Oh, you poor dear. I know how you hate to have your plans upset.
Yes.
But I couldn't help it. I checked in and took a room at the hospital, too. I'm going to stay overnight with Ted.
I just came home to see if you were
Well,
here.
that's good, Helen. That's good thinking. Ted would be frightened alone. You get on right back there right away.
You sound like you want to get rid of me.
Now, you know better than that. It's just that I have some packing to do.
But you're not going anywhere. And why in the world are you wearing that jacket over your suit?
Oh, I was chilly.
On a nice night like this, what's in the box?
Some papers. Listen, Helen, I'm going to have to talk fast because I don't have much time.
What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. It's just that everything's gone haywire.
What?
I had a surprise for you. I wrote you about it, but of course the letter's on its way. For a long time, a man has been asking me to leave the bank and go into the investment business with him. I agreed to spend this weekend with him on the island to talk it over.
Yes,
It's very big, Helen. Tremendous. I have a train to make because he's sending a car to meet it. Now, you understand?
Oh, yes, dear, of course. But with Ted in the hospital, don't you think you could call him and put it off? Well, you don't have to shout.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm on edge. Now, you know how carefully I work things out, and this is the biggest deal of my life. Ted'll be all right with you there.
I know, but...
I'll just throw a few things in the bag, straighten up, and get going.
But Ted will
I'll
want to know...
call him in the morning. I promise.
I've been looking all over for you.
We're not supposed to meet until the second day at sea. That was the plan, Celia.
No, I'm sorry, but no one will see us up here on this deck. We're just two figures in the fog.
Go down to your cabin.
In a minute. First, did everything go all right?
Well, not quite. Helen was home.
Oh, no. What happened?
Well, it's not ruinous. She thinks I'm going down to Long Island for the weekend on a business deal. She won't start to worry until Monday or Tuesday.
Monday or Tuesday? But the way you had it arranged, no one would have started looking for 2 or 3 weeks.
Well, it can't be helped. Besides, bank examiners drop in unexpectedly. They might have discovered the shortage in a week anyway.
Oh, Alec.
But you see, that's where the careful planning comes in. When they do start looking, I've set up enough false trails to keep them busy for a month. Airline tickets, false passports, train tickets, bus. Oh, they'll check them all.
All right, Alec. I trust you.
Oh, no.
What?
No.
What is it? What's the matter?
A stupid mistake. A tiny little stupid thing. I made a mistake.
What?
With all the confusion with Helen, I didn't make a final check. Last night, I was going over everything for the last time. I put some figures down on a scrap of paper, and I threw it in the wastebasket. I meant to burn it.
Well, as long as you threw it away, what difference could it make?
Well, it could make all the difference in the world.
What was on the paper?
The cost of our tickets for this trip.
Well, so?
So the police will search every inch of our apartment. They're sure to find the paper. I think it said Le Havre on it, along with the figures. If it does, then all the false trails, everything goes down the drain. They'll start checking from Le Havre. They'll know this ship sailed tonight. We won't have a chance.
Oh, Alec, you're making too much out of nothing.
Attention, please. All visitors ashore. Attention, all passengers. Sailing will be delayed 3 hours due to the fog. But all visitors must leave as scheduled. All visitors ashore...
Celia, did you hear that? 3 hours.
Alec, no.
We're in luck. I have plenty of time.
Alec, don't leave me. You can't.
I have plenty of time, and it'll be perfect. I'll destroy the paper. Helen will be at the hospital. Oh, nothing can go wrong.
Listen to me, Alec. Please, don't leave the ship.
Well, I have to.
No.
Well, this even gives me time to send a telegram to Helen to be delivered Monday, telling her I've been delayed. Oh, these 3 hours will give us 3 days before there's any alarm.
Alec.
Yes?
Do you love me?
Celia, you know
Look, Alec, if you love me, stay here. I know that if you leave, I'll never see you again. I'm afraid.
Oh, that's nonsense. Nonsense and nerves. I'll meet you right here as soon as I can.
But, Alec...
I just want to make sure that we'll be absolutely safe, Celia. Why, in a few hours, we'll be as safe as if we were 1,000,000 miles away.
your train?
What are you doing at home?
Well, you needn't shout.
Well, sorry, but you should be with Ted, not here.
Oh, now, Alec. Ted's under sedation, sound asleep. I thought it would be nice if he had some of his favorite books and things tomorrow, so I came home to get them. Alec, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for the waste paper basket. Where is it?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's in the back hall. I emptied it down the chute.
The incinerator?
Yes. Alec, what is it? What's wrong?
Oh, it's nothing. I'll just have to make another copy. I should have known. You were a good wife. Neat and tidy and careful.
Alec? Alec, are you all right?
Oh, I'm fine. But now I do have to run.
I don't know you the way you are. You seem like a stranger. What happened with the train?
Oh, the train? Oh, yes. The weather is bad, and you know this neighborhood. I couldn't get a cab, and then when I did, I missed it. I called Harry and told him I'd take the next one, and I don't have much time.
But why did you come back?
Well, for that paper that you threw away.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, Alec. Was it important?
No, I can remember it.
Well, then why did you come back for it?
Will you stop picking on me?
Alec, there's something wrong.
No, nothing. Oh, I'll get it. Hello? Oh, hello, Harry. Yes, I'm just leaving. Yeah, I know about the time. No, it's all right. Everything's all right. Yeah, I'll be there. Goodbye, Harry. I'll explain everything when I get back to you. Now, you take good care of Ted.
Alec, aren't you going to kiss me goodbye?
Oh, sorry. Goodbye, dear. And don't worry. Taxi! Taxi! Cab! Hey! Oh. Cab! Hey, taxi! There's got to be a cab. Maybe on the avenue. Cab! Taxi! Hey, you there by the light! Wait! Hey, wait! Come back! Cab! Taxi! Taxi!
What's the matter, Mac?
I was just trying to catch a cab. They all seem to be off duty.
Yeah, them guys all go off duty when you need them.
Yeah. Well, you better get off the street. You can get run over in this fog.
Well, I've got to get a cab. Got to get to Pier 28. My ship's sailing.
Pier 28, huh? You know where that is, Harry?
Yeah, sure.
Hop in. Huh? Come on, mister. You're in a hurry. We'll help you out.
Oh, well, thanks. You don't know how much this means.
Pier 28, Harry.
Yep.
And, hurry, please.
You heard the man. Hurry, Harry. Hey, it's not bad. Hurry, Harry. Hurry, Harry. Harry.
Look, I'll pay you if you'll just hurry.
Huh? Oh, man says he's going to pay us, Harry. Now, we don't want no bread. This is our good deed for the day. Would you believe that me and Harry are Boy Scouts, Daddy?
Yes.
Now, you don't really mean that, do you, Daddy?
Look, I don't care what you are. It was very kind of you to pick me up. But it's terribly important that I... Wait a minute. This isn't the way to the pier?
Yeah, it's a shortcut. See, Harry knows all the shortcuts, don't you, Harry?
Yeah, sure.
Hurry, Harry. Hurry.
Look, why did you pick me up?
Huh? Well, like I told you, we're Boy Scouts. You look like you were in trouble. We wanted to help you out.
Well, turn west! Turn west!
You heard the man, Harry. There. You feel better?
Thank you.
You like a shot?
No, thanks.
That's good stuff. Harry and me only drink the best.
Aren't you a little young to be drinking?
Well, you going to give us a hard time, Danny?
No.
Huh?
No.
I'm sorry.
I mean, man, you got no manners. I mean, here we are doing you a big favor, and you're bugging me.
Well, I made a
Huh?
mistake.
Huh? Yeah. Harry, you see a gas station along the way, stop.
Well, I don't have time. I told you I had no...
You don't want to buy us gas, Dad?
Look, I'll give you the money, but I'll miss the ship if we stop. Now where are you going?
Fuzz, Louie.
Fuzz?
Cops to you, Daddy. See, we borrowed this car. Where you going?
Let me out. I just want to get out.
Cool it, man. You're out of your skull. You'd run screaming to the fuzz, and then we'd all be in trouble, right?
I don't care about the police. I don't care if you've stolen the car. Just get me to Pier 28. You get me there in time, I'll give you $50.
How much?
Look, I'll make it $100.
Oh. Well, it looks like we got a live one, huh, Harry? You lose the fuss?
Yeah, they turned off.
Okay, pull over.
Right.
Oh. Whoa. What are you doing?
Hand it over, Daddy.
What?
The wallet, the wallet.
Oh, wait a minute. You can't... Go! No, please! Don't!
Tough luck, Daddy.
I'll get the wallet, huh?
Yeah. Here we go.
You got it?
1, 2,
Come on,
$100
faster,
and
huh?
$250. Well, what do you know?
Oh.
Here, help me roll them out, Harry.
Yeah.
See, Harry? Did I always tell you? It pays to help people out.
Oh, Alec. Alec, we're leaving. Where are you? Where are you? I told you not to go. You didn't have to go. Alec, you didn't.
We'll be safe, Celia. We'll be as safe as if we were 1,000,000 miles away.
Oh, 1,000,000 miles. 1,000,000 miles away.
Theater 5 has presented A Million Miles to Nowhere, written by Murray Burnett, directed by Bill Gately. In the cast, William Griffiths, John Gibson, Vicky Vola, Ann Houston, Jack Grimes, and Ed Zimmerman. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production.
You're losing your sense of objectivity, Dr. Burke. No, I'm not. Now, a patient is more than just flesh, blood, bones, and cartilage. Now, whether she wants me to or not, I've got to save that old lady's life. Save her life? As she might say, over my dead body.
Theater 5 presents It's My Funeral.
Dr. Warren, report to the lab. Dr. Warren, report to the lab.
Mrs. Winters? Mrs. Winters?
I wasn't asleep.
Well, I'm Dr. Burke, Mrs. Winters. Are you feeling better now?
Dr. Burke. My, you're so young. When I was a girl, all the doctors were elderly men. Or did it just seem to me that they were elderly? They wore beards in those days, you know. What's the matter with me, Doctor?
Oh, it's nothing to worry about. You'll be all right. And there are several older doctors on the staff.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I like young people. Doctor, those terrible pains I
The
had...
attack is over. Sedation got you through the worst of it. Now, there's a few questions that I'd like
But will there be more attacks? Will there be...
Just try to relax, Mrs. Winters, please. If you feel any discomfort, push that button on the table. A nurse will come right away. And there's no need to be afraid or to worry. You don't even have to think about your illness. You leave everything to us, okay?
You're very kind and firm, too. I like that in a doctor.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'd like to ask you a few questions, and then I'll let you rest. When you came to the hospital, you were in no condition to...
Didn't Mrs. Dearborn? She always fills out the forms for whatever... Mrs. Dearborn, the woman who brought me here, the public assistance woman.
But I want to ask you about your medical history, Mrs. Winters.
Oh.
Now, do you remember what childhood diseases you had?
Oh, heavens, all of them. If there was the slightest chance of contracting a disease, I'd be the first to come down with it, and then all my friends would. Poor Elizabeth Potter. She wouldn't speak to me for years after I gave her German measles. Kept her from attending the junior prom with Wesley Aikens. She eventually married him. Both dead now.
Ever received treatment for diabetes, hepatitis? Any surgery?
Oh, no. I've been perfectly healthy until this. Doctor, am I going to die?
Many years from now, yes.
You are telling the truth. I can always tell if someone is hiding something. I remember once when... Oh, I'm sorry. I do run on. A word or two in my mind just reaches down and out comes some insignificant memory. I'll try to answer your questions briefly.
Well, that's all I need, Mrs. Winters.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. How old are you?
Well, I'm over 21. You know, of course, that a lady isn't required to give her age except to declare she's of voting age. Don't you think that's a chivalrous custom? I mean, is it vitally necessary that you know?
Over 21 is fine. Now, just one more thing. If you'll sign this release, Mrs. Winters.
Sign? What? May I read it?
Oh, certainly. It's routine.
Would you raise up the bed a bit, please?
All right.
Thank you. Patient absolves the staff of the hospital from in giving consent to
It's the standard release form a patient signs prior to surgery.
I had no idea you intended to operate.
Oh, it's nothing to fear. It's just...
Nothing to fear and nothing to worry about. I believe you. I suppose I just...
Just leave everything to us, and you'll be fine.
But you must have my permission first.
Oh, of course.
My permission. My permission. Doctor, let me think about it. Give me some time.
Mrs. Winters, you don't understand.
You said you must operate. That means if you don't, I'll die. That is the simple long and short of it, isn't it? But I must give permission. And I'm the only one who can. No one, not you or any of the other doctors or Mrs. Dearborn, just me. I need a little time.
Please, Mrs. Winters, time is important. Now, I know you're feeling all right now, but if you have another attack, you may not pull through.
It's an important decision.
Please, sign the release.
I can't. Not now, not this very moment. I don't want to die. I don't think I want to. That's what I've got to decide, isn't it? Oh, what a terrible decision. But wondrous. Wondrous.
Well, Dr. Burke, it sounds as though the poor woman's frightened of surgery. You get that with the old ones.
I'm not sure, Dr. Cortland. She made the signing of that release seem like the most important decision in the world.
Well, it certainly is to her. Life or death.
And why is she delaying? As chief of staff, I thought maybe you could
I
help.
wonder... Widowed, Lives on public assistance. Winters, Vivian Winters. There's a Winters family years back. Owned a nice old house on Crestwood Hill. That's where the shopping center is now. As I remember, they were well off.
Well, what can we do?
We won't push a panic button. I'll see Mrs. Winters and try to convince her there's nothing to fear. I think she'll sign the release, Doctor. Let me do the talking.
I'm going to take your blood pressure, Mrs. Winters.
Oh, thank you. Do you think the doctor is angry with me, dear?
Well, I suppose he would like you to make a decision.
A decision? Yes, a decision. I suppose you think I'm just delaying, frittering away time. That young doctor made the situation so clear. I'm sure you think I should pick up the paper and sign it.
You do want to get well, don't you?
It's a decision. Really quite a decision. You wouldn't understand that. I'm not used to making decisions.
No. Turn this way a little.
When have I made a decision? Not today. Yesterday? Yes, I made a decision yesterday. That lamb chop I bought from Mr. Bronson. I picked it out myself. That was a decision.
Of course it was. So you can make up your own mind if you try. But sometimes we need help, and I'm sure Dr. Burke knows that, too.
Mrs. Winters, I'm Dr. Cortland, Hospital Chief of Staff.
What? Oh, forgive me, I didn't hear you come in. Chief of Staff, you said?
Yes, I've just had a look at your chart, Mrs. Winters, and I'm pleased to see your condition is good. Of course, with the exception of that minor situation Dr. Burke intends to correct.
Minor. Dr. Cortland, could the attack have been brought on by something I had to eat, a lamb chop?
Well, I don't think so.
Oh, that's a relief. Minor. You said a minor situation.
Yes. You know, Mrs. Winters, the doctor doesn't feel the pains, but he knows about them, and it's his job, his duty, to relieve suffering. Now, believe me, nowadays it's a simple operation. Why, within a few weeks you'll be back doing all the things you were doing before the attack. Take my word for it.
All the things I was doing before. Finger painting, sewing dolls, bridge with those other women at the Golden Age Club.
Yes, of course.
Doctor, I don't like any of those things. Everything's planned, organized in advance, and everyone is old. Together just because they're old.
No. We know people are only as old as they feel, isn't that so?
I know I'm causing you a lot of bother.
No, I understand. Now, this business of giving the hospital your permission, you realize it's just a formality.
But Dr. Burke said
you must undergo surgery, and soon. We could contact a relative and get his permission. I'm sure that won't be necessary.
It would be impossible. I have no relatives. No one at all.
Oh.
Visiting hours are over.
Now, Mrs. Winters.
Visiting hours
Dr.
are
Burke
over.
is a young man. A fine surgeon with a great deal of experience, but young. And a young doctor may not realize how easily the wrong word, maybe even the right word, spoken too quickly, can upset a patient, frighten her.
I'm not afraid of the operation. I'm quite sure that Dr. Burke's a fine surgeon. You said so. And I know you were telling me the truth, except you shaded it a little when you said my condition was minor.
Easily corrected.
But if it isn't, I'll die. Nothing minor about that. Maybe to other people.
Not to us.
Oh, I know that. And I feel I'm doing wrong by taking time to think this out, but it's a decision, an important decision.
You're making it seem too important.
Life or death?
Be honest with yourself, Mrs. Winter. You're making the matter of complying with a formality.
I've got to decide this. This is my chance to decide whether I want to join the others, my husband, my friends.
All right, Mrs. Winters. Take a little longer. Think it over. But remember, there are other people in this hospital who have no choice. Women and men, many of them elderly. And if just signing a piece of paper could make the difference... Mrs. Winters, an operation is necessary to save your life. Now, I could get a court order, but I don't want to do that.
A court order? You're bluffing me. There's no such thing. There can't be. Just because a woman is old, they can't make all the decisions for her. They shouldn't. They can't make this decision.
Dr. Burke said it was mine to make.
Even a court order is nothing to be frightened about. It would be in your own best interest.
But no one knows what's in my own best interest. What do they know about being too old to take a job, to do the kind of work I can do? Court order, indeed. Ridiculous. What does that mean? No, you can't.
Now, Mrs. Winters, I didn't mean...
I'm perfectly sound. Oh, dear, don't let them declare me incompetent. Please, not this last final indignity. Oh, no.
I assure you, Doctor, I was not attempting to bully your patient into submission. I mentioned a court order to show her that her life would not be left entirely in her own hands. She leaped to the conclusion that she'd be declared insane.
Well, it was an intelligent, logical conclusion. Now, I'll tell you one thing, Dr. Cortland. I don't think she'll ever recover from the operation if she doesn't undergo it voluntarily.
All right. If that's your opinion, I won't overrule it. But what's the solution? Will you wait until she has another attack? Are you going to depend on pain to make her aware of the danger? By that time, it may be too late.
Mrs. Winters, you haven't touched your food.
No, I was thinking. Those poor doctors, trying so hard to cure everybody.
You like Dr. Burke, don't you?
Oh, yes, of course I do.
And you trust him, don't you?
Yes, I do. He doesn't know it, but he can't cure my illness, my real illness. I'm afraid he's going to be unhappy with my decision.
You've made a decision?
He can't stand having the thought of not saving my life. He's probably angry with me.
I'll be angry, too, unless you try to eat.
Oh, I wouldn't blame him for being angry. I just hope he doesn't think he's responsible. After all, it is my death. Maybe I'll be able to explain that to him, make him really understand.
Please, Mrs. Winters, you shouldn't be sitting up in bed.
Since I can, why shouldn't I? It doesn't make any difference now. In fact, I walked over to the window a little while ago. I felt a little weak, the sedation, I imagine, but I enjoyed those few steps. Dr. Burke, how many trees are there on the hospital lawn?
Trees? Well,
You never counted them.
No.
There are 6. While I was looking down at the lawn, I counted 14 people on the walk. 5 coming from one direction and 9 from the other. I do a great deal of counting.
Dr. Farnham called.
I count all the trees along the way and sometimes the parked automobiles and try to guess how many will still be parked when I return. Outside the shop where I go, I look at the display in the window. Lovely displays. Change quite often, too. Then I go inside to look for that scarf. Oh, I can never find just the scarf I need. But I go back every day.
Every day?
Oh, they don't mind. They keep up the pretense, too. Last Christmas, they were terribly rushed and understaffed, and I thought, I did know the stock, and I asked for a job. Too old. Too old. Why should they hire me? There are laws. It's a shame to let the elderly work. No. Give them comfort. Provide for them. They've earned their rest. Make them useless. Completely useless.
What did you do when you were younger?
I had a grand house. Oh, not that large, but grand. We didn't have children, Michael and I. But there were always children there and friends. Of course, I had help. Oh, it was a different world then, with the hours filled with purpose. I never stopped to ask myself what purpose, but you don't have to when you're living it every day. But it isn't purpose when it's reduced to memories. Live it over in my mind. Not much different from counting. Do you understand, Doctor?
She's an old woman, Dr. Burke. What would you have her do? Make 30 beds a day, mop floors, scrub bedpans?
Well, there must be some sort of job she can do.
Well, there are agencies she can
Well,
go
she
to.
tried them. She can be of some use. That's all she wants, a job to justify her existence.
All right. I agree that she should be given the opportunity to be useful. But my agreement can't alter the rules.
You mean because she's over 65?
She's at least 70.
No, not according to the hospital record.
Now, all she says is she's over 21.
Oh, come on.
Now, that's
Doc.
all a lady has to admit to in this state, Doctor. You know that. It's a chivalrous old custom.
The hospital kitchen? A job in the kitchen?
That's right, Mrs. Winters. All you have to do is get well after surgery.
The kitchen? But you have a dietitian, and I'm sure lots of help.
There's a job waiting for you.
I know you wouldn't be making this up just to get me to give my permission.
Well, the job is yours now, I promise you.
I thank you, but I can't accept it. It's just not proper. What good is a job if it's just created to get an old woman to agree to surgery? No, I can't. I won't accept any more charity.
Charity? You know, Mrs. Winters, you don't really want a job. You don't want to be needed, not if the job is in the kitchen. Oh, it's beneath you. Oh, it was all right to prepare gracious dinners in that grand house, with help, of course. Mrs. Winters, you've been stringing me along. You made your decision because you know what you really want can't be had. Now, I can save your life, but I can't give you back your youth.
Dr. Burke, call Station 4. Dr. Burke, call Station 4.
Dr. Burke here. What? Well, that's impossible. She couldn't have disappeared. She must have wandered into another room. Didn't anyone see her? Look, get on the phone and check every floor, every ward. Now, she's got to be somewhere in the hospital or on the grounds. And thanks. I'll call Dr. Cortland. Hello, Dr. Cortland. I want to tell you that... What? Yeah. Yes, I see. Yes, thank you. I'll go right there now.
And this machine is a potato peeler. You know, it does about 50 pounds in 20 minutes.
Everything is so mechanical.
Oh, the machines haven't replaced us completely yet. Still plenty to do. For instance, the special diet patients all require individual attention. Oh, Dr. Burke, I was explaining to Mrs. Winters about...
Mrs. Winters?
Now, please don't be angry with me. Doctor, I had to see for myself. I had to see if I was really needed.
And, Doctor, I explained that the pay is small and the hours are long.
Isn't that marvelous, Dr. Burke? She needs me. I wonder if while I'm recuperating from the operation, well, instead of just sitting around, may I come down here? There's so much I have to learn, and I could help while I was learning. The hospital wouldn't have
now,
to pay me.
Now, that's absolutely out of the... Well, we'll see. But don't you dare leave your room again without my permission.
Now, Dr. Burke, you know I never noticed how thin you are. But don't you worry. After you start eating my cooking, it'll be just a matter of time.
Theater 5 has presented It's My Funeral, written by Leonard Stadd, directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Abby Lewis, Stan Watt, George Petrie, and Bryna Rayburn. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. Theater 5 presents A Matter of Pride.
Fran?
Yes, Fred. Oh, honey, I'm sorry about the riveting gun.
Oh, I can hear all right. You don't have to yell.
I didn't mean to. I didn't know the noise was going to stop.
It'll start again. There'll be jack gunning all day.
No, I should have closed the bedroom window when I got up. I'll do it now.
I'll do it. What time is it, Fran?
Oh, 8:05. Darling.
Huh?
Why don't you go back to bed?
No, I couldn't sleep now.
You must be tired.
Why should I be tired?
No, I heard you prowling about. You were up half the night again.
So I got things on my mind. Ooh!
Oh, you all right?
Yeah, sure. Just broke my shin, that's all.
What are you looking for, darling?
My slippers.
Why don't you ask me for them?
Because I can find them myself. Look, would you just stop treating me like a baby? I got them. Hey, honey, isn't it time for you to leave for work?
No, I have a couple of minutes yet. Fred.
What?
Well, as long as you're awake, and I do have a couple of minutes, wouldn't you like to kiss your wife good morning?
Oh, Fran, honey, I'm sorry. Come here. I love you. Good morning.
Good morning. I love you. Fred, let me up. I'll get my dress on.
You started it.
I'll finish it when I get back. Payday today. I'll be home early.
Oh, okay. Can't do anything to interfere with that old take-home. Somebody's got to keep a roof over our heads.
No, honey. Don't get down in the dumps again.
Fran, I feel so useless. I ought to get a job. Find something else to do but sit around the house twiddling my thumbs, staring at nothing and going nuts.
No, you ought to get out. Take a walk. Get some air.
A walk? Me? That's for laughs.
Oh, I just hate to leave you alone mooning around the house all day. Fred, how about getting a dog?
No. How many times are we going to have that go around, huh? Look, forget it, honey. I'll be all right. Hey, isn't it about bus time?
I've got to get my hat and coat and fly.
Any hot coffee left in the kitchen?
No. Fred, you'll have to make instant. The electric perk is on the fritz again.
Yeah.
Oh, it shorted out everything in the house when I plugged it in this morning.
Did you put in a new fuse?
Yep, all taken care of. Oh, where's my bag?
Now, how would I know? I'll fix the percolator. It's just a loose connection. And, Fred.
Yes, darling?
I'll try to rewire myself while I'm at it. Maybe I can fix myself to start perking again, too, huh?
I love you, darling, any way you are.
That's the way you have to take me from here on in.
From here on in is the only way I want you, Fred Miller.
Hey, go on, darling. And don't miss the bus.
Oh, I don't like to leave you in this mood.
In this mood, I ought to be left. See you around 5.
Fried chicken for dinner. That'll bring out $1,000.
Oh, boy, from ear to ear. Just look at me.
You are my favorite sight. Bye. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Schofield.
Good morning, Mrs. Miller. Oh, I'm so glad someone's going downstairs. These 5 flights will be the death of me, yes.
Here, lean on my arm.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I know what you mean. I have trouble making our 4 flights.
Somehow the going up isn't so bad as the going down. My knees get a little shaky. How's Mr. Miller?
Oh, Fred's just fine. How's your son?
I don't see very much of him. He's so busy with his own life. But I do see a lot of my little grandson. I'm off to babysit with him today. Makes me feel a teenager.
Oh, it must get very lonely for you, all alone on the top floor.
Yes, it does at times.
Now, I should think you'd want to live with your family.
Oh, no. I'd only be in the way.
Oh, you? Why, you're over there half the time with the little boy.
And that's just enough of me. My son and his wife have their life to live, and 3 is a crowd. Besides, it's good for old people to be independent. We have to hold on to our pride. We fall apart.
Not only old people. I wonder what you do for Slauson.
Why, my dear, is there anything I can do?
No. It's going to be all right. There. And that's the last step. I'll get the front door.
Dear, this noise. I'll be glad to get away from it.
Morning, lady.
Oh.
Schofield.
Good
Miller.
morning.
Hello,
Good
officer.
morning, Mr. Connors.
Glad I caught you before you. Me and my partner, Chuck Hennessy, are collecting for the police boys fund. Can I put a little bite on you both?
Oh, dear. I've only bust fare and lunch money till I get paid. Oh, could you stop back this afternoon? Around 5.
Oh, sure.
Oh, there's my bus. Have to run. See you around 5, Bill.
All right.
I wonder if you could wait for me till then, too, officer.
Well, I'd be glad to get you both then. But I wonder now if I should be troubling Mrs. Miller at all, under the circumstances.
Oh, you let her contribute. She has her pride. Don't you undermine it.
So does Fred Miller. That's the trouble.
For heaven's sakes, Fred. It's bedlam in here.
What did you say, Fran?
Mind if I turn off the TV?
No. Well, go ahead. Can't look at it anyways. Boy, that hammer's driving me nuts listening to it all day. I had to kill the noise.
Oh, poor baby.
Maybe you're right, Fran. I should get a dog. At least it'd get me out of the house for a walk.
It's what you need, Fred. Oh, darling, you've got to start living again.
Living? That was living for me, Fran. Slung on a rig, feet braced against the girder, whacking home those red-hot nails, or straddling a crossbeam as a bucket man and picking those sizzling babies out of the air and handling them up with the tongs to the gun hog. You don't know what it was like. A guy felt like a king. I owned the world. You could turn any which way and the whole city was laid out under your eyes. You could see...
Oh, Fred.
Forget it. It's over and done with, and so am I. I'm no good to you.
You're my world, Fred. Everything I want.
How can I be? A grown man, a helpless baby. And you have to go out to work to support me. Why don't you get rid of me, Fran? Why don't you just write me off?
Because I love you. But I'll tell you one thing. You're acting like a baby. I think it's time you started acting like a man.
How?
By facing the problem. Realizing that in spite of what's happened, you're just as good as any other man. For me, far better. Look, I'm going to make us a cup of coffee, and we'll talk this out.
Oh, you can't. I used up all the instant.
Didn't you fix the percolator?
I tried to. It's in the elements somewheres. But I couldn't even manage that for you because I can't see where.
Fred, where are you going?
Out.
What for?
I'm going to take my dark glasses and my white cane and tap myself down a hardware store for a tin cup. It's about time I started to earn a living, the only way that's left of me.
Oh, Fred, please.
Leave me alone, Fran. If you knew what's good for you, you'd leave me alone forever. Hey, that was a gun. Who's there? Did you hear a gunshot?
Blind guy. Hey, you. Are you blind?
Yeah, but
I almost let you have it, too. It's a good thing you can't see me. This is your lucky day, Mac. Get out of my way.
But listen,
Move. I got a gun and I'm putting it.
No need for you to drag on up, Chuck. I'll get the both of them while I'm at it.
Copper. Listen, Mac. You live here?
Yes.
You feel that? It's a gun. Now open that door and get me inside. Hurry.
Okay.
In.
Fred, I was just getting my coat.
Hold her right there, lady. Is this your wife?
Yes, and so help me.
Shut up. Nobody's going to get hurt if I can get out of here okay. I just knocked off some old dame upstairs, so I got nothing to lose. Now you keep it quiet till that cop blows or I start blasting. that lousy copper doing? Why doesn't he get out of here?
Maybe he heard the shot.
Over that rivet gun? Hey, lady, did you hear it?
No.
That's the way I gotta figure. Just you, Bud. Guess your ears are sharper than most.
Did you shoot Mrs. Schofield?
That's the old lady upstairs, yeah.
She may need help. I've got to go to her.
Just hold it right there. She don't need no help. She's dead.
What?
Now, she caught me going through her apartment.
But to shoot an old woman...
She seen me, didn't she? Listen, Doll, I'm a 3-time loser. And if she'd minded her own business, I'd be okay.
What does that mean?
Well, she come back maybe 10 minutes ago. See, I'm back in the bedroom. She goes into the living room. Then I hear her go in the kitchen. All right, I start out, but she's coming back. She started to scream, and before I know it, bang. Well, what could I do? I pulled the trigger before I knew it. Well, she seen me, didn't she? She could have pulled me out of the file. I had to give it to her.
She couldn't see that well.
How did I know that? Hey, lady. You blind like your husband?
No, yes, we're both...
Then you seen me, too. Who's that?
I imagine it's Officer Connors.
Keep your voice down. What's he want?
Well, he's collecting money for the Police Boys Club. We told him to come by this afternoon.
We?
Yes, Mrs. Schofield.
Maybe he'll figure you ain't home.
No, he knows I'm here. I just said hello to him at the corner.
All right, so pay him off. And listen, stop him from going upstairs, and no funny business.
Hey, I'm warning you. If you do anything to my wife...
Shut up, helpless. You're the first one to get it if anything goes wrong. You understand, lady?
Yes.
Go on.
Afternoon, Mrs. Miller. Sorry to keep knocking, but I knew you were here.
Oh, yes, I was getting my bag.
Is there anything wrong?
No, I'm still out of breath from the stairs.
Oh, yes, I know what you mean. It's a tough climb.
Here's the money.
Oh, thanks. And here's your receipt. I'll just fill in the amount here. Well, one more to go, and I've done my bit. That is, if I can just make that last flight.
I don't believe Mrs. Schofield is home.
Oh, sure she is. Sure. Came in about 10 minutes ahead of you. Be seeing you now.
Why didn't you stop him?
How could I?
Before he finds out what you've done, now's the chance for you to make your break, mister.
Keep your distance, helpless. I don't trust you.
What harm can I do you if you get away? I don't know what you look like.
Your wife does. Yeah, let me think. Maybe if I close the door, he won't go in. He won't find her. Did I close it or didn't I? I can't remember.
Hey, Chuck!
What?
Chuck! Yeah, Bill? Get out to the car and put out at 10:20. Then notify the sergeant on patrol.
Yeah, what you got up there?
Looks like homicide. And keep the door covered. Don't let nobody in or out. Whoever did it may still be in the building.
Watch your step, Bill.
Don't worry.
That tears it. He'll be down here again. All right, you in the bedroom. And just so you don't forget, that's a 38 in your back. And you, Mrs. Miller. Cop asking any questions. You don't know nothing. You didn't hear nothing. You didn't see nothing. Just one slip and I open up on everybody. All right, there he is. You let him in here and I'll blow a hole in your man big enough to...
Mrs. Miller! Mrs. Miller!
Go ahead. Now get him off my back.
What's the matter, officer?
Are you alone in there?
Why, no. My husband's with me.
Oh. Well, now, look, I don't want you to be scared, but did you hear a shot any time recently?
No.
Probably buried under the noise of the riveting. Well, now, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but there's been an accident upstairs.
Mrs. Schofield?
Yes, she's dead. Probably a prowler. Now, I don't want to alarm you, but there's a chance that he may still be in the building, so you keep your door locked till I give you the all clear. Okay?
Yes, sir. I will.
If we only knew when the shot was fired, we'd have a better idea. Hey, maybe I'd better ask Mr. Miller.
Oh, he couldn't have heard anything. He's sound asleep. He isn't feeling well, and...
Oh, okay, Mrs. Miller, okay. No sense in disturbing him if he's asleep. You close that door now.
Where'd he go?
Downstairs.
That was close.
Okay, what are you going to do now, huh?
We're all going to sit down till the excitement's over. Then I'm going to walk out.
Suppose they put a watch on the building.
I've been thinking about that. Once the fuzz give Mrs. Miller the all clear, I get me a real good disguise and protection to get clean away.
What?
Well, the wife here is going to take poor blind husband for a walk. Only it'll be me behind them dark glasses and carrying that white cane.
Listen, you won't get away with that.
Why not once it's good and dark? Come on. Sit down, both of you.
Sit down, Fred, please.
That's good. Now, we wait.
We gotta do something.
Please don't try anything, Fred.
I'm not letting you leave with him. You'll never come back.
Never mind me. It's you I'm thinking of.
All right, knock it off. Well, there goes the ambulance. And it's starting to get dark. Won't be long now. Lousy cops still hanging around. It's almost dark. Hey, you, Mrs. Miller.
Yes?
Turn on the light so I can see.
All right.
Okay, now pull the blinds. Good. Now, we'll wait a little longer till the cops take off. Hey, look, how about some coffee, huh?
I'm afraid I can't make it.
Oh, of course you can, Fran.
But you said we were out of instant.
Sure, but you can always make some in the percolator.
The percolator, but Fred...
Just plug it in and get it started. It's just what we need.
Oh. Well, all right.
Come on, get with it, will you? I'm standing where I can watch the both of you. Okay, now go ahead. Go ahead, plug it in. Hey, what the...
Lock yourself in, Fran.
What happened to the lights? Ah, you lousy... Turn on the lights, I can't see. Where are you, helpless? You come near me, I'll fill you full of lead. Keep away from me, you hear? I'll start shooting. Where are you? If I could see you, if I could only see where you...
Now we're on even terms, buddy.
I got a gun.
Fred!
It's all right, honey. I got him. I could handle 6 punks like this. Now get the gun. It's right by my foot.
Let me go, mister. Give me a break, huh?
I'll give you a break. You keep your mouth shut or I'll break your arms.
You...
Oh, Fred. I'm so scared. When I heard the shot, I thought it was all over.
All over? Honey, it's just beginning. And no one's ever going to call me helpless again, and not even me. I'm not afraid of the dark anymore, Fran. The police will need a little light when that shot brings them here. Better go put a new fuse in, huh?
Oh, Fred. I'm so proud of you.
What's even better, Fran, honey, I got my own pride back.
Theater 5 has presented A Matter of Pride, written by Ian Martin, directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Arlene Walker, Jim Dukas, Jack Grimes, Ruth York, and Alan Bergman. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. Theater 5 presents Miss Joan Lovejoy in The Lion Who Wasn't There.
Monica, what kept you?
What do you suppose? Jeff.
I'm well fed up with that husband of yours.
How do you think I feel? I've been with him for years.
There's nothing we can do.
Yes, there is. You're the best rifle shot in Africa.
Oh, no, you don't, my girl.
There are always accidents, Jeff.
Yes, with possibly a noose waiting at the end.
You ought to go on this way. Sneaking off to meet in the jungle.
Oh, that's all we can do. We still have the time on safaris.
Well, we have to be careful. The boring clients and our bookings are few and far between these days.
You're telling me. Ralph must be getting nervous with no cash coming in.
Well, so am I.
Independence. These hard-headed fools. It was going to be a piece of cake for everyone when the Europeans moved out. I could have told them.
Well, go on.
Go on about what? I'll be as big a bore as Ralph. Great white hunter sniveling about the loss of his continent.
You know, all Ralph cares about is me, and...
And?
And all I care about is you, Jeff.
Oh.
That's the life I want, Jeff. With you.
You paint a pretty picture.
Well, it could be. But...
But?
Oh, I know what Africa means to you, Jeff. Nights like this, with the sky and stars so close they seem to press right down on you. The light, the air, the life. I fell in love with it the first time I saw it.
I thought I had something to do with it.
You did. Because you were Africa. The best part of it.
It's not what it used to be.
Then you would leave?
Oh, you're raving, Monica. Sure you didn't get a touch of sun today?
There's a way, Jeff. I've thought of a way, but you could never come back. You'd lose Africa, but you'd have me. Would I be enough, Jeff? Oh, you're hurting me.
I just want to give you my answer. You can't fool me, girl. You're waiting for me to ask you what you were thinking.
You've heard about the rebels in Wasson Kilo.
Another try at a tiny power grab by some tribal chief.
It's not tiny, Jeff, darling. Not tiny at all. Kilo has a gold refinery. The rebels have it. They're shipping out tons of gold for arms and ammunition.
Now, you're not suggesting that we get out of the safari business and go into gun running?
Think like a hunter. Think of going after big game.
Sorry, I'm not with you.
How are they going to get the gold out?
My guess would be north through the Sudan, maybe even ship it on the Nile.
First, it has to reach the Nile. They can't get it to Mombasa or Dar es Salaam because they go through government territory.
You've been looking at a map.
No, wait. Now, listen. What do you think each shipment is worth?
Oh, about $2 or $3 million a ton.
Yes.
Why not intercept a shipment?
Is this your big plan? Your way out for us?
Stop it.
Come off it, Monica. What's wrong with the laugh?
You're laughing before you've heard me out.
Really serious?
Yes. I have it all worked out.
Well, we started this evening with murder. At any rate, this is a change.
Not a radical change.
No, I'm not laughing now, Monica, but I'm not buying. I'm listening.
All right. You're going on a safari. The last safari.
To Kilo. That's way over in the motor complex. And what'll we tell our clients?
There will be no clients.
Well, there'll be questions like what a Monica Lawrence Safari's limited doing on a safari without any clients.
You're going on a special assignment. After a man-eating lion.
Oh, man-eating lion.
Oh, stop it, you hyena.
I'm sorry, Monica, my love, but there hasn't been a man-eating lion in Kenya for at least 6 years.
But suppose some gun bearers and native guides swore that they'd seen one, a terrifying one. A guide like, Miamba, for instance. How long has he been with you?
Oh, a long time.
And he'll do anything you ask.
Well, yes.
Without asking questions.
Yes.
I'll convince Ralph we're doing it for publicity. For Monica Lawrence Safaris. Everyone knows business isn't bad.
You intend to let Ralph in on this? I can tell you right now
He'd never do it. I know that. But we can convince Ralph there really is a man-eating lion.
Well, I suppose I could get a rumor going. Then what?
Then you could go as far as you like, tracking this man-eater. Even as far as Kilo.
Well, fine. We're in Kilo. You think those gold shipments won't be protected?
How many natives would you trust with a gold shipment?
Oh, very few, but there are always a handful of fanatics who really believe that they're fighting for a cause, for something that means something.
Of course, a handful. They'll be armed.
Well, they're the worst marksmen in the world.
How many men would you need to get that shipment? Men who can handle rifles.
Oh, I could do it with 5.
Surely you know 5 men here. Men like yourself who are fed up would be happy to go along with us for 20,000 apiece.
Monica, it might just work.
And who's going to come after you? The rebels are outlaws. They complain to the government will laugh at them.
And there's always a market for gold.
Always.
$2 million. Oh, that's big game, all right.
There's, one other thing.
Yes?
Ralph will be along.
Ralph's never gone on a safari.
He'll go this time. And remember, the natives are miserable shots.
But, Monica, he'll...
It's up to me, Jeff, to get Ralph to go. It's up to me to make him believe you're after a man-eater. And after that, it's up to you. But remember, if you want the $2 million and me, something better happen to him, Jeff. Something final.
Monica, I don't see why I have to go along on this foolish safari.
Because it's going to be good for business.
The best thing for us to do would be to forget about this business and go back to America.
Back to Kansas and farming?
Well, that's a business I know.
Have you been so unhappy in Nairobi, Ralph?
No, because it was wonderful to see how happy you were. Tourists weren't afraid and business was good, but now with all this trouble...
Well, that's why we're doing this, to help business.
Well, there's no sense to it.
Ralph, you've never understood the value of publicity. Remember how you grumbled about going on that television show in New York when we were just starting? And remember how it helped us?
Yeah, but this is entirely different. I can't even shoot.
Well, no one has to know which one of you shot the lion.
If there is a lion.
Well, everyone's talking about it.
I know,
It will
but-
get in the papers, and they'll pick it up back in the States. We'll see to that. And Monica Lawrence Safaris will get the credit for bagging this man-eater. And it'll be so much better if you're in the picture.
Well, before, it was always better when you were alone.
That was before possible clients were worried. Now they'll feel safer if they know that Monica Lawrence Safaris has a man in charge. A real strong man who's afraid of nothing.
Is that the way you see me, Monica?
Well, no, not exactly.
How then?
as my husband. The man who makes me happy.
You haven't been happy lately.
I'm sorry. But that's all going to change. Honestly, I'm sorry about what's been going on between us lately, but you know how I love this country, and I was afraid we'd have to leave.
Now, I know you love Africa.
Ralph, I'll make you a promise. If this doesn't work out, I'll go back to America with you.
Monica. You really mean that? I can tell.
And before you leave tomorrow morning, I defy you to say I don't love you.
Don't forget, I'll take the driver of the first jeep. You men, pick your targets and make every shot count.
Monica!
Jeff?
It was roses all the way, not a thorn.
Oh, Jeff, I was so worried. Hold me. Oh. What about the gold?
Safely hidden, just waiting to be picked up.
Oh, Jeff, I'm bursting. I'm so happy. I want to do everything I should and go up on the roof and shout, turn on the radio and dance.
That comes later.
Oh, I know.
I don't mean to complain, but isn't the hostess forgetting something?
Oh, they're all made just the way you like, stinging cold. You can't beat perfection, and that's what we have now. And it was worth waiting for. Well, here's to you, darling.
To us?
To us. Jeff, I hate to ask, but was it...
He didn't feel a thing.
I'm glad.
You know, I was worried for a while. He was a nuisance after the second day, always wanting to know why we were going so far and where was the lion.
Oh, I know it wasn't easy.
I put him off. And then when we reached the trail, I had him right alongside of me.
But did he ever know?
That there wasn't a lion? I wish you hadn't asked me. Maybe. I'm not sure. But he never knew what we were really after. And he never knew what happened. The martinis are getting warm. To us, darling.
To us.
And to me. I would be grateful if you'd pour me one. It was quite dusty on the veldt.
Who are you?
I believe your friend, Mr. Jeff, knows me.
Permit me to introduce Colonel Mboko.
Aide to Musa Salam, leader of the rebel forces at Kilo. I was in charge of the gold shipment. This martini is excellent.
You're in trouble here in Nairobi, Colonel. But if you leave quietly, I won't report you to the police.
Yes, excellent. Cold and dry.
Thank you. But if I were you, Colonel, I'd take Mr. Jeff's advice and get out.
No doubt. There was one bad shot in that ambush. It is your misfortune that I was the target. You would have been so much better off if I'd been killed and someone else wounded.
That shoulder looks pretty bad. You should have it attended to.
It looks worse than it is.
You get out of here or I'll call the police.
Put that telephone down. I advise you, Mrs. Lawrence, if you're wise, you'll put it down.
Hang up, Monica.
I think, Mrs. Lawrence, that Mr. Jeff was trying to tell you that if you start to bluff, you should go through with it, but it does not matter. The value of the gold shipment was about £900,000, or, as you would say, $2.5 million. I want £450,000.
You or Musa Salam?
I'm a practical man.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Musa Salam sees himself as dealing as an equal with the world powers who have exploited Africa. He dreams of sitting at a table in the United Nations in Western dress and being listened to respectfully. I had more than I want of that during my years at Oxford, but we're wasting time. Let's talk about us.
Jeff, I don't understand you. How can you let him sit there and talk like this?
Be quiet, Monica.
A bullet from a .375 Magnum rifle. You use a .375, I believe, Mr. Jeff?
So do a lot of other people.
Quite. But this bullet I extracted from your dead husband, Mrs. Lawrence. Would you care to have the police compare it with other bullets fired from your rifle, Mr. Jeff?
Mr. Jeff could have lost his rifle.
Oh, it won't do, Mrs. Lawrence. It really won't do. None of my men were equipped with .375s.
Another martini, Colonel?
No, thank you. I'm a careful man. And stay where you are, Mr. Jeff. Musa Salam has relatives in Nairobi. I have left a letter with 2 of them. The letter explains everything. It goes to the police if anything happens to me.
Do they know what's in it?
Oh, please, give me some credit. Of course not.
Well, I wouldn't want to see anything happen to our friend Colonel Mboku, would we, Monica?
He's a blackmailing thief.
I'm sure you've made arrangements to sell the gold. There is no lack of buyers, and you know what it's worth. Good night.
Hold on. It'll take us at least a week to sell the stuff. Where are you going to be? Nairobi isn't the safest place in the world for followers of Musa Salam.
I will keep out of sight. I can understand your concern, but Salam's relatives are discreet. And you know how strong blood ties are in Africa.
You'll be staying with them, I suppose.
Oh, please, Mr. Jeff. I know that it would not be difficult for you to locate these people, no. I shall be out of Nairobi, in the jungle, which I know well. Shall we meet here in 10 days?
It seems to be your show.
Indeed. And I'm interested only in £450,000.
Monica, this is a celebration. Drink up.
I'm sorry, Jeff.
Think of it. In a few minutes, Smith, or whatever his name is, will walk into this hotel and give us £900,000.
You mean £450,000.
That's the wrong way to think of it, my dear.
What about those letters?
When Mboku shows up, we'll ask him to surrender them.
You think he will?
Why not? He's no fanatic. He'll have what he's after, and we'll still have over $1 million. And a lifetime to spend it in.
And suppose Mboku doesn't give us the letters?
I've thought of that.
And?
I remember sitting in the jungle in the African night, and you're telling me to go after big game. We went after it, darling, and we got it. If Mboku holds on to the letters, we'll pray for his health and enjoy ourselves.
Excuse me, please. And you, Mrs. Lawrence.
Yes?
Will you come with me, please?
With you? Where?
Lieutenant Onobando, Nairobi Police, sir. I ask you not to make a disturbance.
Well, there's no question of a disturbance, but I'm a British subject, Lieutenant, and Mrs. Lawrence is an American. We're entitled to know what all this is about.
It will be explained.
Well, I'm not leaving here. I want to see the American consul.
Perhaps if I mentioned a name, sir, it might help. Colonel Mboku?
Mboku? Why, he can't.
I understand your astonishment. You may not have heard that Colonel Mboku had an accident. A most unusual accident in these days. He was killed by a man-eating lion in the jungle. But also, you see, there was a letter. Now, will you come with me?
Theater 5 has presented The Lion Who Wasn't There, written by Murray Burnett, directed by William Gately. In the cast, Joan Lovejoy, Ralph Camargo, Peter Gerald, Guy Sorrell, and Scott Cunningham. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC radio. This has been an ABC radio. This has been an ABC radio.
You can't cut that cleat, baby. There are still a few loose ends.
What do you mean?
Oh, there's a bunch of hot little letters, pen pal.
Well, you're everything Bill said you were. Gangster, crook, and now blackmailer. Well, you can't hurt me anymore, so go ahead and use them.
These are not for you, baby. These are for Senator Stan.
Theater 5 presents Come Home, Daughter. All is Forbidden.
Yes, operator, this is Elizabeth Adams, but there must be some mistake.
There's no mistake, operator. This is Senator Stanton. The young lady is my daughter. Now, you put her on.
Oh, Dad, for heaven's sake. It's all right, operator. I'll take the call.
Why didn't you take my call, Elizabeth?
I was afraid you were a reporter.
Oh, is that all?
Well, of course. Where are you, Dad?
In Washington.
Is something wrong?
You tell me. In person. I want you home on the next plane. Elizabeth, did you hear me? Did you hear me?
Yes, Senator. So did most of Rome. May I ask why I'm being bullied like a witness before your subcommittee? I think I'll plead the fifth.
I prefer not to discuss it on the phone. But say I don't approve of a United States Senator's daughter traipsing about Europe alone and, confound it, I hate the word, incognito.
But it's such a lovely word. So romantic.
Now, you listen to me, Elizabeth. Within reason, what you do is your own affair. But your old man's pipelines are pretty good, and the word I get over here is just that, affair.
And since I've reached the age of consent, that's not within reason?
Not with Vittorio Bellini. The man's a criminal.
Oh, don't be silly. He has an income tax problem. Who hasn't?
Problems. All he has to do is show his face in this country. He'll be indicted. Not only that,
Oh,
but
Daddy, you've been witch hunting too long, and...
I'm hunting one now. You. Now, you get yourself home, or I'll come and get you.
With Congress in session, aren't you afraid the country would fall apart without you?
If I can't come, I'll send Bill Drake after you.
Go ahead, Senator. But for your information, he's the last man in the world who could change my mind about Vic. Who is it?
It's me, baby.
Vic! Oh, darling, I thought you were in Naples.
How could I stay there after your letters? Such beautiful letters, so romantic.
Oh, I hope I didn't sound like a schoolgirl.
Not any girl I went to school with. I burned up the roads back to Rome.
Well, how would you like to turn them up back to Naples with me?
You running away from something?
I'm running right into your arms. Will you take me?
Baby, I would take you anywhere.
Will please have tickets ready at gate. Flight 601 for Paris, France, now loading at gate 3.
And the hotel says she checked out this morning?
Right after my first call, Bill. Oh, maybe I should go myself.
Yeah, that would make a dandy item. Daughter's torch lights fire under Senator. He burns while she fills in Rome. You can't afford that publicity, sir.
Oh, the devil with my future. It's Elizabeth I care about. She can't get mixed up with Bellini. You know what kind of filth he is. You covered the hearings when my committee sat on him, gambling, narcotics, hooliganism. But we couldn't nail him down.
You had the records on him for tax fraud. Why wasn't he indicted?
He skipped the country before the grand jury could hand it down. We've held it up, hoping he'd risk coming back. If he ever does...
That is likely.
Oh, why didn't we grab him in time? Why didn't you grab Elizabeth when you could have?
No guts.
My daughter scared you more than covering a war in Vietnam?
Not your daughter. You.
Me?
You're a big legend to live up to, sir. Anyone in your family lives in a glass cage. Now, I live free and easy. I was afraid I might bust out. Like Liz. It's my hunch that's why she's out chasing moonbeams right now.
Maybe. I'd rather think it was on the rebound from you.
That's why I said I'd go after her. I'd like to test that myself.
Flight 77, direct to Rome, Italy, now loading at gate 7. Passengers will please have tickets ready. Flight 77 to Rome, Italy, now loading at gate 7.
Lucky sevens.
You'll need all the luck you can get. Bill, how are you going to find her?
She's not in Rome. I'm heading straight for the rat's hole. The scoop is that Bellini owns a little joint in Naples called Zia Rosa.
Watch your step, Bill. He can fight dirty.
So can I, Senator, if I have to.
Zia Rosas. Oh, it's dreamy, Vic. Naples, the bay, moon, that marvelous food, and the music.
A little better than your hotel dining room last night.
It's like another world, tucked away in a corner. How did you ever find it?
Easy. My apartment is upstairs. The view is even better from there. Elizabeth, come with me now.
Oh, I'm tempted, Vic. It's all so romantic.
Isn't that what we're all about?
Yes. Brandy first, for courage.
Sure, pigeon. Willie, couple of cognacs.
Sure, boss.
Oh, Vic, I am in heaven. Absolute heaven.
Tony, 2 cognacs for Mr. Bellini. Hey, who's the guy just came in?
I don't make them.
Send over the brandy, then back me up. Hey, good evening, and welcome to Zia Rosa. You are alone?
Yes.
You wish to sit at the bar?
I wish to join Mr. Bellini.
You are a friend of his?
No, of the ladies.
Take his coat, Tony. Yeah, sure.
Well, a frisk.
All-American custom. Let him go, Tony. He's clean.
The all-American type. Thanks for making me feel at home. I can find my own way, thank you.
You don't know how free I feel. 1,000,000 miles away from anyone.
Hello, Liz.
Bill, how did you... Excuse me, Vic. This is an old friend of the family, Bill Drake, Vic Bellini.
How are you, Mr. Drake?
Bowled over. Of all places to run into you, Liz.
Are you in Naples for long, Mr. Drake?
No. I expect to leave on the midnight train.
Oh. And you've got lots of time. Will you join us?
I was going to ask Liz to join me in a dance.
Elizabeth?
If you don't mind, Vic.
No. Of course not. Just one.
Bill, I want you to get out of here.
Just as soon as you do.
I am not leaving. Now, you be a good little bird dog and run back to Daddy and tell him it's no good.
Liz.
I don't want to talk about it.
Then why are you dancing with me?
I was afraid you were going to tell Vic who I am.
He knows, knucklehead. He knows.
Where are you taking me?
The terrace. Out.
It's no use, Bill.
Do you want me to drag you by the hair?
All right. You know, you're very funny, Bill.
Why?
Well, what makes you think you can just walk back into my life and take over?
Somebody has to. You're making one sweet mess of it. This guy is a first-class heel, Liz. He's worse than that.
You can stop right there. I won't listen to any more. I love Vic, and I'm going to marry him.
Marry him? Do you know what that would do to your father's career?
Nothing can touch my father. He's above us all in a little ivory tower in the sky. And don't talk to me about his career. For 25 years, that's all I've lived. My father's life, never my own. And as you ought to know, the very thought of trying to live up to my father has scared off every man who was ever serious about me. Well, it didn't scare Vic off because he doesn't know who I am. I'm just the girl he loves.
Liz, darling, what do you use for a brain? He doesn't love you. He wants to use you.
How?
By compromising you. Getting you involved in a messy affair and threatening to expose it unless your father uses his influence to suppress evidence against him and let him back into the States.
That's a lie, and I'm going to prove it.
How?
By letting him compromise me.
Not while I'm around.
Well, you're not going to be. You walked out of my life, Bill.
Well, I'm walking back in, and we're leaving right now.
Maybe that will convince you to get out of my life for good.
Well, enjoying the view?
Not very much. I'd rather see it from your apartment.
Be my guest. But what about Mr. Drake?
Mr. Drake has a train to catch.
Now, wait a minute.
Willie.
Yeah, boss?
Willie will drive you to the train, Mr. Drake.
Vic,
Hmm?
you do love me, don't you?
Give me a chance to prove it.
I will. May I have a drink first?
Why not?
Vic, if you love me, let's pack up tomorrow. Go home and get married.
Hey, easy, Pigeon. I can't go to the States.
Why not?
I told you. That little disagreement between me and the Internal Revenue. It's got to be straightened out.
Well, then straighten it.
I need your help for that.
Mine?
Well, I should really say your old man's.
My father?
Yeah. Senator Stanton. Your drink?
I think I need it. So you do know who I am.
I've known from the beginning.
And Bill was right. You have just been using me.
Oh, no, nothing like that, baby. It's just that your old man could quash that indictment that's pending like that. Now, don't go all dewy-eyed on me, Angel. These things are done every day. It's a business proposition. Give a little, take a little. Honey, grow up.
I'm growing up fast. Up till a minute ago, I was young enough to think it was me you were interested in.
Don't sell that short. I've been interested, and more than interested in you, since the moment I laid eyes on you.
Everything's changed. Oh, Vic, you don't know how everything's changed.
Where are you going, Elizabeth?
Out of here, back where I belong.
Oh, no. You can't cut that clean, baby. There are still a few loose ends.
What do you mean?
Oh, there's a bunch of hot little letters, pen pal.
Well, you're everything Bill said you were. Gangster, crook, and now blackmailer. Well, you can't hurt me anymore, so go ahead and use them.
These are not for you, baby. These are for Senator Stanton, the big lily-white crusader with the next nomination in his pocket and his eye on the big job. Only these will put a crimp in his style. Now, can't you just see the headlines? Senator Stanton's daughter and exiled crook. So, okay. Here's the key. His papers on me for my letters from his daughter. Now, you get him over here with him, or I'll make such a stink
He couldn't even get elected dog catcher.
And what if I refuse?
Baby, you can. I got you just where he wants you. You go on back to your hotel and think it over. Alone.
It's all right. It's Bill. Keep it low.
Bill, what happened to the hall light?
I took the bulb out. Stay here. I'll make sure there's no one in your room.
Okay.
All right, Liz. Alone at last.
Bill, you're all... Did they hurt you?
You mean Willie? Mm-mm. Tucked me aboard as gentle as a mother. Oh, I got a little bunged up when I stepped off outside town. I didn't realize the rapo was so rapido.
How did you know where to find me?
First thing I did when I got to Naples was locate your hotel. But Miss Adams not only wasn't Miss Adams, she wasn't even home. So I came to Zia Rose's.
What did you come back for?
I told you I was back in your life to stay. Besides, I forgot to give you this.
What is it?
I couldn't book a flight home, so I got your boat ticket.
I can't use this.
Here we go again.
Oh, you don't understand. I can't go home now. Oh, Bill, I'm so ashamed. You don't know what I've done. You've got to help me.
Now, that is the first sensible thing you've said in a long time. What do you think I'm here for?
Bill? Bill, wake up.
What time is it?
10 a.m.
Hey, it's time to call Bellini.
Supposing it doesn't work.
It's got to. Liz, last night you said you were ashamed. Okay, now's the chance to wipe it out.
Yeah, I better, don't you think?
Yes, you've been a dope. He still thinks you're one. What's Bellini's number?
Spezia 3... No, Bill, I'll get it. This part's up to me.
Okay, remember now, not till 10:30 tonight. I've got to have time to sneak aboard.
Shh.
Hello?
Vic, it's Elizabeth.
Morning, baby. You sleep well?
Vic, I'm just calling to tell you that I'm sailing tonight on the Majestic.
Cancel the passage.
Well, it's not my idea, it's Daddy's.
What do you mean?
Well, I called home last night. I had to tell him everything. He's agreed to what you want.
I want him here with the papers.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. He's bringing them with him. He left by plane last night. He wants you to meet him in my cabin at the boat at 10:30. If you have the letters with you, he'll make the deal. There'll be a visitor's pass at the gate. It's Pier 12, cabin 24, B deck. At 10:30.
I got it, kid.
He's coming.
Liz, you did it.
Oh, I was afraid you wouldn't get here, Vic.
I wouldn't have missed it. 10:30 on the nose.
Have the letters?
Sure.
Come on in.
A pleasure. Hey, wait a minute. Where's the senator?
Safe at home.
Drake, what is this, a double cross?
That's right. Just Liz and me. The senator knows nothing about it.
Watch out, Bill.
That was my pleasure. Now, I hope he didn't double-cross us. Get the gun, Liz.
Yes. Did he bring the letters?
Yep. Right here. Give me the gun. Is this all of them?
Yes. What do we do with him till the boat sails?
Stash him in the closet. Once we get beyond the 3-mile limit, we turn him over to the captain, and the rest of the plan goes into operation. Cheer up, Liz. It's almost over. Well, dear, I wonder how Bellini is enjoying the voyage.
Is he actually under arrest?
Sure. The indictment was handed down against him yesterday, and the grand jury issued a warrant. Since we're beyond the 3-mile limit on an American ship, we're technically on U.S. soil, and the captain can execute that warrant.
When we get home?
Mr. Bellini will be rearrested, convicted, in jail, where he belongs. Let's forget about him.
I hope I can. I wish I could forget about those letters.
Honey, let's figure that the letters never existed. Like this. There. Gone with the wind.
I don't deserve to get out of trouble this easily.
Who said you did? Lady, you don't know the trouble you're headed for. With me.
Theater 5 has presented Come Home, Daughter, All Forbidden, written by Ian Martin, directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Bethel Leslie, Gilbert Mack, Elliot Reed, Bernard Grant, and Jack Grimes. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. Been an ABC Radio Network production. Been an ABC Radio Network production. Theater 5 presents Panic.
Mad? Oh, Cora, you think you're insane just because you thought you parked your car on one side of the street and found you'd parked it on the other?
But I was so terribly sure.
A lapse of memory happens to everybody. But why go to pieces over something like that? Look, Cora, it's late. How about giving your future husband a nightcap and then I'll be on my way?
Oh, all right, darling. You want whiskey or brandy or... Oh, no.
What is it?
No!
What is it? Why are you staring at that picture?
There were 3 children playing.
What?
In the picture, there were 3 children playing.
Cora, you can see for yourself there were only 2.
But there were 3. I know there were. When I bought that painting a few days ago, I remember thinking how nicely balanced the scene was because of the 3rd figure. Didn't you notice it when I showed it to you?
I'm afraid I didn't pay much attention, but I'm not much of an art lover.
There were 3, Bill. There were 3.
Easy now. Now, this is silly. I know how we can settle this. Steve has seen the painting, hasn't he?
Well,
Let me just call him and then...
No, he's playing cards at his club. He won't be home until 1 or 2 in the morning. Anyhow, I don't care what Steve says or what you say. There were 3.
All right. There were 3. There were 30.
No.
Oh, it doesn't matter, Cora. All that matters to me, sweetheart, is you, and you can't let yourself go to pieces like this.
Oh, Bill.
Look, you're just emotionally upset. It's nothing serious.
My mother.
That has nothing to do with you. Oh, sure, you're emotionally high-strung the way your mother was, but, Cora, believe me, there's nothing wrong with you.
Then how? How do you account for...
Nerves. What else? Just nerves. After what you've been through this past month, you're exhausted physically, emotionally, every way. Look, what you need right now is a good night's sleep.
I couldn't sleep.
You must. Now go on. Take a sedative and tuck yourself in for the night, huh? Things will look a lot different in the morning.
Oh, Bill, what would I do without you? You're always so calm and steady. Like a rock I can cling to.
Well, what's a husband for? Well, fiancé, anyhow.
Husband?
We are going to be married, I trust.
You haven't changed your mind? You still love me and want to marry me in spite of...
Oh, you are tired, Cora. Look, I'll never love anyone else, and you know it. Now off with you. I'll let myself out.
All right. Good night, darling.
Why, Bill.
Hello, Steve.
What are you doing here at this hour?
Not so loud. I sent Cora off to bed. But I stayed to talk with you.
Oh, well, look, if it's anything to do with Father's will, couldn't it wait till tomorrow? I mean, it's 2 a.m.
It's Cora I want to talk about, Steve. I'm worried about her.
Why?
Steve, that picture on the wall. Did Cora show it to you when she brought it home the other day?
Why, yes.
How many kids were in that picture, playing?
2, of course.
Cora swears there were 3.
Well, she's mistaken.
Steve, this is more than just a casual mistake. This and a lot of other things that have been happening. That's why I'm worried.
Well, you don't have to be. I know what makes my sister tick, and I can assure you she's going to be all right.
Going to be?
She's had a rough time emotionally since Dad's death. She isn't exactly herself, but it's nothing serious.
I think it is. Or maybe if something isn't done, Cora ought to see a psychiatrist.
Look, you're attaching far too much importance.
I don't think so. Naturally, I haven't told Cora how I feel. I didn't want to worry her. Or if it comes to that, let her know how worried I am.
And you were the rock that I clung to.
Cora!
I put my trust in you, my faith in you, and all the time you were lying.
Cora, you're all wound up. Now,
You kept assuring me that I'm all right, and all the time you think I'm heading for an asylum, that I need a psychiatrist.
Cora, I couldn't tell you that...
The truth. How you really feel about me. So you told me lies. Is that what you're saying?
Cora, darling, you don't know what you're saying. I didn't lie to you.
Get out.
Cora, hold on to yourself.
Get out, and never come back.
Maybe you better go, Bill.
Yeah. Maybe you're right.
You shouldn't have talked to Bill like that, Cora. He's got your best interests at heart. And the way you're acting these days, well, I understand, but he doesn't. I know this thing with you is temporary. Another thing he's got to think about is your lawyer. For your good is your inheritance. You're worth over $100,000, honey, and if Bill feels you're incapable... Cora, what are you going to do with that letter opener?
There were 3. I know there were 3.
Cora, no, the painting. Now, don't.
3. There were 3. 3.
Nice to have you with us again, Mr. Chalmers.
Thanks, Gino.
You're expecting Miss Bannister?
No, her brother.
And speak of the devil.
Oh.
Hope I haven't kept you waiting, Bill. Gino?
Mr. Bannister? The usual.
Martini, Bill?
Well, all right.
Yes.
2 martinis.
Steve, about the other night.
Cora's miserable about what happened.
Yeah, so am I.
Well, then why don't you two just kiss and make up,
I love Cora, always will. That's why I'm so worried about her, Steve. Why I feel very strongly that she ought to consult a psychiatrist.
Now, listen to me, Bill. This thing Cora's going through, nothing serious. My mother used to have the same attacks of, depression, loss of memory, fits temper. But what you've got to understand is that Cora's a lot more stable than Mother was.
She didn't act any too stable the other night.
Look, you knew my father.
Mm-hmm.
I think for 1 minute he'd have divided his estate evenly between Cora and me, given her a cool $1,000 to handle by herself, if he had thought she wasn't stable.
As a lawyer and Cora's fiancé, Steve, I don't think she ought to be allowed to handle the money so long as...
Pardon, Mr. Chalmers. Telephone call for you. Let me just plug the phone in.
Who's calling me, do you know?
No, but it seems urgent. Here you are.
Thanks. Hello? Yes, Cora? But what? Cora, please, look. Pull yourself together.
Bill, what's going on?
Yes, of course. Yeah, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Come on, Steve.
Let me just find my key here, Bill.
Cora, are you all right?
This is a pleasant surprise.
Surprise?
Cora, what's happened here? What's wrong?
Wrong?
Well, you just telephoned me at Gino's, didn't you?
Steve, what's he talking about?
Well, you did phone him, didn't you? You must have. I was sitting right beside Bill when... Cora, do you mean you don't remember?
I didn't telephone Bill. I didn't telephone anyone.
Cora,
I tell you, I didn't. I have been sitting here reading ever since Steve left to have lunch with you.
But there was a phone call.
Well, it wasn't me. It wasn't.
Now, look, sis. We're going to try and keep calm and talk this thing over sensibly. Bill and I were sitting there in Gino's, and Bill was saying how worried he is over you being allowed to handle your inheritance in your present condition.
Oh, so that's it, Mr. Chalmers. That's why you're so anxious to make me think that I am mentally unstable.
What?
That's why you're telling me to see a psychiatrist. It's the money.
Cora, you don't mean that.
You want to establish the fact that I need psychiatric help.
Cora, in heaven's
Don't
name.
you see? Later, after we're married, he could have me declared incompetent. He's trying to establish the grounds for it now.
Cora, stop it. And what put such a thought in your
Well,
head?
it's in Father's will, isn't it? If anything should happen to me, my share goes to you unless I'm married. In which case, it goes to my husband.
And you think that I would...
Mr. Chalmers, I told you once to get out of here. Now I'm telling you again.
All right. Sure, Cora. Anything you say.
Cora, you had no right to do that. I was there, sitting beside Bill when your call came
I
in.
didn't call.
Well, someone did.
Well, it wasn't me. Steve, Bill arranged it.
What?
Yes, that's it. He arranged for someone to
He'd
call
never do a thing like that.
Yes.
Look, now, just a minute. Gino knows you. He knows your voice. Call him. Ask him. Ask him if Bill received a call from you.
I'll just do that. Is Gino... Oh, Gino, this is Cora Bannister. Gino, Mr. Chalmers received a telephone call at your place a little while ago. Did you happen to recognize the voice of the person calling him? I see. But if it had been me, do you think you would have recognized my voice? Why couldn't it have been me? Thank you, Gino. Thank you very much.
It couldn't have been you?
Gino says the voice on the other end was a man's.
Oh, come in, Bill. Cora and I just finished dinner. She went out to mail a letter. Cup of coffee?
No, thanks, Steve. Hey, look, we could have met at my office.
I know. Well, maybe I'm a matchmaker at heart.
Huh?
I asked you to come because I want to see you and Cora get together again.
It won't work.
She's miserable without you, Bill. I can tell you that.
No more miserable than I am, but what's the sense in us meeting again? Feeling the way she does?
Well, she's had a week to calm down and get a grip on herself. She's a different person, Bill. And you'll see I was right when I said her condition was just temporary. Just one of those things.
Oh.
Hello, Cora.
No, I don't want to see you, Bill.
Cora, that isn't true. You love Bill. You told me so.
I didn't say that.
Look, sis, you sat right there at dinner tonight and told me that...
What? What did you say?
I said you sat right at that table tonight and told...
We didn't have dinner here tonight. Did we?
Well, now, what...
But we didn't. We dined at Gino's. I've just come from there.
Cora, you went out to mail some letters only 10 minutes ago. You finished dinner and...
No, not here. It wasn't here.
Sis, there's the table with the remains of dinner on it. And if we had dinner at Gino's, what am I doing here?
Because after dinner at Gino's, I went to the powder room, and when I came back, you'd gone.
Without you? Why would I have left without you?
Well, I thought it was strange. I couldn't understand why. But it's so clear in my mind being at Gino's and having dinner there and... No.
Cora.
Oh, please,
Don't push me away, darling. I love you. You know that.
I don't know.
I'm not going to let you send me away again, Cora. You must realize, after what's just happened, that you do need psychiatric help.
Oh, yes.
All right, then. I'll arrange for it tomorrow. I'll call and let you know what time I'm picking you up. And you'd better be wearing more than just one earring, especially if it's a pair that I gave you.
Earring?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Bill, I'm sorry. I must have lost one.
I'll buy you another pair as a wedding gift.
Mr. Chalmers. Afraid we're closing.
I see. Well, in that case, Gino,
You okay? You look a little tired.
I am. Very. That's why I dropped in, late as it is. I could use a drink.
Well, why didn't you say so? I don't mind taking care of my regulars. What would you like?
Something strong.
Brandy? A double brandy and soda. You sit at the bar?
Yeah, sure. Gino? This box with all this junk in it, what is it?
Oh, lost and found department. Stuff the customers drop or forgettables.
Boy, quite a collection.
Mm-hmm. One night. Tonight's.
Hard to believe.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe how careless people can be until they lose something. Here. Here's your drink.
Thanks.
You don't mind if I go on checking the day's receipts?
No, go right ahead. Funny, people being so careless. Some of this stuff in this box looks expensive. This earring, for instance.
What?
This earring must have cost a mint.
Oh, yeah.
Any idea who dropped it?
No. One of tonight's customers, though.
Oh, speaking of customers, seen much of the Bannisters lately?
No, not in a week or so.
They weren't here tonight for dinner? Well, I'll head on home. What do I owe you, Gino?
Oh, forget it. On the house.
Oh, thanks. Night, Gino.
Good night, Mr. Chalmers. Andre.
Yes, Gino?
You close the place up tonight. I've got something to take care of. Fast. Did your sister lose an earring tonight?
Yes, she did.
Then we've got trouble. She lost it at my place.
So what?
It was in a box on the bar with some other lost stuff. I thought it was your sister's. It was found under your table after you left.
Yeah?
Chalmers came by later for a drink, and he noticed it. I'm sure he spotted it as your sister's.
Then he knows Cora and I did have dinner at your place tonight.
Why do you think I'm here? We've got to do something.
But what?
I don't know yet. All I know, I'm holding your IOUs for all of 38 grand. And my backers are getting a little nasty about
What
it.
an idiot I've been. If only I'd never stepped into that back room of yours.
No, you're not the only one that feels that way. They put the heat on me, too.
You should have cut me off.
That's water over the dam. Right now, we've got to do something. You've got to do something.
Now, wait. You're in this as deep as I am.
Oh, no. All I did was give you a plan. Show you how to get your hands on your sister's money.
Yeah, by making a nervous wreck of her. Pulling all that stuff on her, parking her car somewhere else, hiring a man to duplicate that painting with 2 kids instead of 3, setting up the dinner tonight.
Now, get hold of yourself. You could have had her committed. We'd both be in the clear. Now, thanks to Chalmers, we're in a tight spot.
What am I going to do?
I can tell you what I'm going to do,
What?
brother mine.
How much have you heard, Miss Bannister?
Enough to call the police.
Well, don't.
I'm not afraid of you. Or that gun.
You know, I didn't know the way out of this mess a minute ago. But I know it now. Bannister?
What?
Open the window.
What for?
Miss Bannister, I'm sorry. You're a nice girl.
No.
Your brother's okay, too, only he never could walk away from a crap table. So now we're both in a spot.
Gino?
Now, there's only one good way to get rid of a spot, Miss Bannister. Rub it out. I told you, Bannister, open that window.
If you think I'm going to let you
it's
do
the
this...
only way. And it makes sense, too. You see, she's been acting strangely, on the verge of emotional collapse. So in a fit of depression, she jumps out the window.
No!
Oh, she'll never feel a thing.
No! No, let go! Steve, help me!
Let her alone, Gino. Take your hands off her.
I warned you, Bannister. Now, you come here. You...
Drop the mister. Drop it. Up against that wall. Now face it. Put your hands on it.
Cora, darling, are you all right?
Oh, Bill.
I found your earring at Gino's.
I know. I heard.
I began to put things together, so I went back to the restaurant. They told me Gino left in a hurry. I figured I knew why and where, so I called the cops.
Oh, Bill. I knew I couldn't live without you.
Without me, you wouldn't have lived very long, darling. But now, well, just don't try living without me from now on.
Theater 5 has presented Panic, written by George Lowther, directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Augusta Dabney, Jim Dukas, Nat Polan, and Owen Jordan. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. Theater 5 presents He Was a Good Boy.
Who's there? Who's down there? Who's there? Who is it?
It's your grandmother. She heard us. Joey? Is that you?
You'd better answer. Go on.
It's me, Nan.
Oh, thank goodness you scared me half to death. I couldn't imagine who was in the basement. What are you doing down there? Is someone with you?
No, it's no one, Nan. A couple of the guys, Nan. We're warming ourselves by the furnace. It's freezing out.
Oh, it must be. I couldn't get warm all evening. This old house is like a morgue. Where were you?
Around? No place special. It's too cold.
Oh, I thought you were going to the movies.
No, we changed our mind.
What?
I said we didn't go. There was only a Western.
Oh, I see. Your voice sounds peculiar. Do you have a cold?
No.
Joey?
No, Nan. I don't have a cold.
Oh, well, that's good. How's the furnace? Does it need more coal? Joey?
Yeah, Nan.
What's going on? Is anything the matter? Are you all right?
I'm okay. It's just that these guys are horsing around, man. You go on to bed, Nan. It's late.
Are you down there too, Tommy?
Yes, Mrs. Hollis.
I knew I'd met you before. I even remembered the name. Who's the other boy?
What other boy? Nan, it's Raymond. He's a friend from school.
Oh, how do you do, Raymond? Well, I can see we all have the giggles tonight. It must be catching. Joey?
Yes, ma'am.
There's half a cake here from yesterday, but it's still fresh. I had it wrapped in wax paper. It's the kind you like, chocolate with fudge icing. You can have that and make yourselves cocoa. There's plenty of milk. Now, make it nice and hot. That'll warm you. Joey, I'll get the things ready. I'll set out the cups. Now, you come up soon, you hear? That's a good boy.
Hold him. Come on, hold him. Do I have to carry him along?
What is it? What's happened? What's the matter with Joey?
I don't know. He's out cold. He's sick, I guess. We had to carry him up the stairs. Here.
Joey? Joey! Wait, look at his color. And his eyes. Is he drunk? What is it? Were you boys drinking down there? Answer me.
We were drinking. Honest.
Well, then what is it? Oh, Joey. Losing his collar. Oh, dear heaven, what is it? Joey! Well, don't stand there, boys. We can't leave him on the floor. Help me get him into his bed.
I'm going. I'm getting out of here. Yeah, let's go.
Mrs. Hollis?
Won't speak to me. He won't open his eyes.
Mrs. Hollis, I'm Dr. Benson. I got here as soon as I could. Now, please tell me what happened. You weren't exactly coherent on the telephone.
They ran, both of them. Tommy and that other boy, and I begged them to stay to help me. I tried to give him brandy and water. His lips were so blue, and he kept moaning.
Mrs. Hollis, look at me, please. Give me your hand. Now, try to be calm, and please make sense. Now tell me, what is it? Who is ill?
It's Joey, my grandson.
Where is he? Will you take me to him, please?
Right here, through this door. The kitchen. There, you see, I had to leave him. I hadn't the strength to take him to his bed. How could I? I put the pillow under his head and covered him with 2 quilts. He was shaking, so I couldn't stop him.
Please, Mrs. Hollis, be quiet just a moment. Mrs. Hollis.
Yes, I know. There's no need to tell me.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Mrs. Hollis, please.
If only I hadn't been so distraught. If I had thought to call an ambulance quickly.
Mrs. Hollis, I don't think anything would have helped. I'm sure it would have been too late. Well, that's small comfort, I know, but at least... Mrs. Hollis, where's your phone? I must call the police. Are you alone here?
Alone?
Just you and the boy?
Yes. Well, why must the police come? I don't understand.
It's necessary. After all, this wasn't a natural death. I'm afraid they'll all be here. Not only the police, but a reporter or two. Now, will you be able to face all that?
Well, if I must... Why? I still don't understand. What did you say? It wasn't a natural death?
You saw his arm.
His arm? What do you mean?
Mrs. Hollis, look. There. And there. Do you see? Wait. Here, look at all these scars. All these tiny punctures. Why, there must be 20 or more.
What?
Mrs. Hollis, this boy has been taking something. Heroin, probably. He died from an overdose.
He died from what?
Well, what did you think killed your grandson?
What? I didn't think about it at all, clearly. Once I knew he was dead, it didn't seem to matter. And what must have passed through my mind when they first dragged him from the cellar was his asthma. He was always so short of breath. He could never run like the other boys. So I must have thought, oh, what am I to believe now? Now that you've examined my dead boy. That he died from a drug? Dope of some kind? Isn't that what you said? Do you expect me to believe that my boy was an addict? Some kind of... What is that vile word they use in the street? Some kind of junkie. Oh, no. Oh, doctor, no. My Joey was a good boy. A good boy. So many people.
It's routine, isn't that what they say?
But all those policemen, do they need 5 men for one small dead boy?
Now, Mrs. Hollis, you've been so good up till now.
Oh, I'm all right. Who is that young woman by the window with her bleached hair and fancy notebook?
She's a reporter. Her name is Desmond. She writes about cases like this.
For the newspapers?
For one of them, the Journal. She's been doing a series of articles on the city's, drug traffic.
That's for you, Halloran. Take it, I'm busy.
Will she write about Joey, how he died?
Well, that depends on you, I suspect. Now, will you want to talk to her? Oh, here comes Detective Halloran. I'll stop by in the morning to see how you are, Mrs. Hollis.
You leaving, Doc?
I've got to. I'm 2 hours late on another call. So long, Halloran.
So long, Doc. Mrs. Hollis, I'm Detective Halloran, Narcotics Squad. I'm sorry. Sorry for your trouble. You think you could answer a few questions?
I'll try.
Good. Just routine stuff. Oh, your name is Hollis, Nan Hollis?
Yes.
And the address, 299 Cape Horn, right?
Yes.
And the boy, your grandson, he was Hollis, too, Joseph John.
Yes.
And his age? Miss Hollis, how old was the boy?
My Joey. My Joey was just 17.
Saw the one boy who was here, the boy Raymond, until tonight. And Tommy, you met him once before, but don't know his last name or where he lives.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Mrs. Hollis, so am I. It sure doesn't make my job any easier. Well, I guess that does it for tonight.
Well, perhaps you could tell us about some of Joey's other friends, Mrs. Hollis. Other boys who might have known Raymond or Tommy.
And just when, Miss Desmond, did you become a member of the narcotics squad?
Oh, sorry, Lieutenant. I just thought I could help.
Well, your motives are good, I'm told, so I'll forgive you. This time. I'm going now. I'll leave McCrary here in the outside hall. If you need anything, Mrs. Hollis, just speak to the officer.
Thank you.
And Clara,
Yes, Lieutenant.
take it easy. She's a sweet old lady.
Too sweet. Did you buy all that?
All what?
Oh, I don't know. And I've got a rotten mind, I guess. But someone that sweet and innocent is just plain weird to me. Or hiding something mighty dirty.
Believe me, Clara, there's nothing for you here.
Well, I'm not so sure. There's at least one peg to hang my hat on. Joey was a good boy, Lieutenant.
So, he said his prayers.
Yeah. Every night he said, bless Granny, bless Mommy, bless my nice connection.
I don't know much about her. She lives abroad in Europe somewhere. I don't have the address.
Oh, then you aren't friendly.
No. I didn't approve of my daughter-in-law's second marriage. We don't correspond. We never did.
So Joey had no parents at all, not really, huh? His father died when he was 4, and his mother, when did she leave?
1 month after his father's death, Miss Desmond. 1 month exactly. She just packed and left. Fortunately, I had a small income. This old house which my husband left me. Otherwise, we couldn't have managed. I've not been well, you know. There have been certain doctor bills that cost a great deal.
Sure.
But Joey was always good about money. He'd been earning, supporting himself, really, since he was, goodness knows, 11, 12 years old.
How?
So many ways. Paper route, I think, to begin with. Night jobs of one kind or another. Boys, good-looking, nice-spoken boys like Joey, have a way of making money.
All kinds of ways.
Yes. He bought all his own clothes and always seemed to have more than enough money for, well, whatever boys do.
What about his friends? Did he have a girl?
A girl? Well, now, he must have known girls.
No, I mean someone he saw often. Someone he was fond of.
Well, no. At least he never spoke of any.
And boys his own age. What about them?
Well, I don't know, really. He was out so much. He was a restless boy.
Surely you knew some of them, didn't you? Didn't he have his friends to the house?
Here?
Yes, sir. To play ping pong, cards, records, to drink soda or beer, watch TV, anything. Weren't they welcome?
Well, of course they were welcome. He simply never brought them home.
Oh.
Perhaps it was out of consideration for my health. But it was his choice, his decision, whatever the reason. He had his life, his privacy, and I had mine. I wasn't the kind to interfere.
Oh, come now, Mrs. Hollis. What's your guess? You don't bring a boy up, live with him all his life, and not know something about him.
Miss Desmond, I agreed to answer your questions because of Lieutenant Halloran. Now, he told me that that you have been writing for your newspaper, that your work was important.
It is. What makes a boy turn to narcotics? And who better than you can answer? Mrs. Hollis, tell me about Joey. What do you think? Did he feel lost, abandoned, unloved because of his parents? Was he lonely, depressed? Did he do it because he was mixed up or different?
Stop it! I won't put up with any more of this. He was a good boy. I don't know how it happened, but however it happened, it wasn't Joey's fault. The Lord's ways are strange. Now, that's something that wouldn't occur to you, would it, young lady? That maybe the Lord took my grandson because he wanted him?
Just one more question. It's a strange one, Mrs. Hollis. Very strange. But I must ask it because, well, I've been watching you all evening, and I noticed how very often you touch your arm, the left one, inside the elbow, as if it was sensitive or sore. Are you aware that you do it? Or is this an unconscious gesture?
If you're implying what I think you are, you must be insane.
I see you understand the implication instantly. No hesitation at all. Well, let me tell you this. I've been at this rotten business a long, long time. There are no surprises left. I'm shock-proof, so help me. So here it is. If a good boy, a nice boy like Joey can become a junkie, why can't a sweet old grandmother like you be a mainliner, too? And if I'm a raving psychotic, show me up for what I am. Go on. One simple gesture. Roll up your sleeves and show me your arm.
All right. All right. I will. Both arms. There. And there. What do you see? Not a mark on either of them. Are you satisfied? Does that answer your vile and sordid question?
Mrs. Hollis.
Now, I want you out of here right now. Otherwise, I'll call that officer in the hall and have him throw you out.
All right, I'll go. So I was wrong. I apologize. But believe me, Mrs. Hollis, there were times, many times when I was right.
I won't listen.
No one wants to listen. It's all on the other side of the tracks. It couldn't possibly happen here, no, until it does. And then somehow it hasn't happened at all. I'll go now. Good night, Mrs. Hollis. I was pretty rough, I know, but maybe you understand why. Please forgive me. Good night.
Miss Desmond?
Yes?
Forgiveness is merely a word easily used. I'm not sure if it can be of value to either of us. If you feel obligated to make amends of some kind, then do so in a way that is meaningful to me.
How is that?
I ask a favor.
Yes?
When you write, whatever it is you must, for your newspaper, about Joey, I mean, I want you to say, you must put down that he was a good boy. Because he was. He was, Miss Desmond. Joey was a good boy. A good boy.
Theater 5 has presented He Was a Good Boy, written by Richard Lortz, directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Alice Yearman, George Petrie, Natalie Priest, Hal Studer, Larry Robinson, and Ronald Liss. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. has been an ABC Radio Network production. Been an ABC Radio Network production. Been an ABC Radio Network production. Theater 5 presents Miss Mary Kay Wells in Incident in Ceylon.
Send Master.
The statue, lady.
It fell from the wall. It could have killed me.
It is the Buddha.
Don't touch it. I want Master to see where it fell.
The Buddha. The Buddha move. It is not good sign, lady.
I know what it's a sign of, Fonseca. I told you to get Master.
Master come.
How do you know? How do you always know?
Master come.
Carol?
He comes and you go.
Darling, what is it? What happened?
Look.
What brought it down?
I won't talk in front of Fonseca. I told him to go, and he just stands there. Make him go, Peter.
Fonseca?
Yes, Master. I go.
Oh, Peter.
Now, sweet. I know what you're going to say, and it's simply not true.
That thing there on the floor, it could have been killed. I was meant to be killed, and you say it isn't true.
I'm saying a fallen statue does not prove black magic. Nothing that's happened proves it, and this doesn't either.
Oh, it's another accident. When one does kill me, maybe then you'll admit there's a curse on me.
Now, Pet, listen to me. Here in Ceylon, the natives...
Oh, now, don't tell me again there's no such thing as a curse, a hex. There is, and it's happened to me.
I thought an American would be the last person to believe such nonsense.
Ceylon's an ancient country. It's full of weird, awful things the West doesn't know anything about.
It's full of superstition. A curse is nothing but idiotic fear, psychologically induced. You've let it happen to you.
Because things happened to me for 3 days now. Did the statue fall where you'd been sitting half a second before?
It had to be an accident, Carol. No one in Ceylon, witch doctor, servant, no Singalese would tamper with an image of Buddha.
You don't know that?
I do know. I've lived here 9 years. You've only been here 1. But even you ought to know that a statue of Buddha is sacred.
But it fell.
Because it's been on that wall for years. It's big and made of heavy teak wood. This piece of hemp that held it rotted away.
But why did it break when I was under it that very minute? Something made it fall. Something evil. Oh, darling, please take me away from this horrible place.
You know I've every penny tied up in the tea plantation.
Well, you can get your money out. You had an offer. I hate Ceylon. I hate this plantation. Please, please sell it.
When you came here as a tourist, you loved the island.
Oh, the Pearl of the Orient. How could I know what it would be like to live here? Devil dancers, fire walkers, witches. Or know someone would hate me enough to... Oh.
Now what?
Fonseca, he's just outside the door.
Well, he's always near me, Carol. You know that. He's trained that way.
And Singalese servants who worked for bachelors don't like American wives. Oh, Peter, don't you see? He's paid a witch doctor or somebody to get rid of me.
Oh, rot.
Out there in the garden, there's an evil little capsule buried. He stole something that was me. Hair from my brush, something I've used, an earring, maybe. And they're in that thing out there.
Whereupon some magician said, abracadabra, the powers of darkness went to work, and you're under a wicked spell.
Yes.
Oh, stop it, Carol. Fonseca, come in here.
Yes, Master.
Oh, he won't admit anything.
There's no more loyal servant on the island.
To you, not to me.
Yes, Master.
Lady believes there's a curse around here. Do you believe that?
I do not know, Master.
Not bloody likely. Every accident has a logical explanation.
I may speak, Master?
Well, what is it?
If a curse, Zananda can break curse. Zananda is White Witch.
Well, Carol, is that what you want? Send Fonseca down the mountain to the jungle, bring a witch woman up here for tea and mumbo-jumbo.
I don't want any witch near me. What kind of a place do I live in where there are witches? I want you to sell the plantation and take me away.
No, Carol.
I speak, Master.
Well?
Is best. if Lady go.
Carol? Carol?
Yes, Peter.
Oh, where were you?
In the garden.
Oh, now, don't tell me. Did you find it?
No.
Jolly well right you didn't.
How could I? I thought I'd find a freshly dug place with the earth put back. But the gardener stirred up everything. Just the same, it's there, Peter. That frightful little thing is there, I know it.
Demonology among the flowers. Spade up the whole blasted acre of garden, you won't find any hocus-pocus.
Why are you putting on a tie?
I'm going down to Colombo on business. I have to see Fulsham about the next tea shipment. Come along.
Would I stay in this house without you?
Well, you'll want to change then. You're a bit grubby from hex hunting.
I'm glad you find it amusing.
I don't, if you care to know. I find it appalling. Wear that new yellow thing, will you, pet? I like it.
Yes.
And be a good girl. Hurry up. I'm late already.
All right.
I'll fetch your dress while you do things to your hair. Oh, where's the key to the cupboard?
Oh, yes. My pocket. Here.
Righto.
It's hanging right there in front.
Dozens of dresses. Yes. Ah, yes, here we are.
Oh, my yellow hat, too, please.
I say,
What's the matter?
your dress is torn. Look here.
It couldn't possibly be torn. I hung it in there. Peter, it isn't torn. It's cut.
How the devil could... What are you doing?
Well, look. All of them. This dress, this one. All cut.
Well, this is a nasty bit of business.
Oh, stop pretending you don't know what it means.
I said it was a nasty
The
bit...
curse. Clothes. The victim's clothes. Slashed where they cover the heart.
Now, darling,
The other
please.
awful things could have been accidents. They weren't, but they could have been. But not this. And nothing human did it. I had the key in my pocket.
Now, this can be explained just like the other mischief.
How?
You sacked your maid, didn't you? Nona had a key. She's taken this primitive revenge. That's all there is to it. Now, tidy your face and we're off to Colombo. Fonseca? Fonseca?
Yes, master?
Oh.
Yes, master?
When I get back from the city, I want you to have Nona here.
I cannot, sir. Nona is gone to Calcutta.
When?
Last week, sir.
You see, she couldn't have done it. I put that dress in there yesterday.
Fonseca, your head servant here, responsible for the other servants. Look at ladies' clothes.
Master.
You will find out who's doing these tricks and put a stop to it. You break this spell, or I'll sack the lot of you.
Master, please.
Well?
Lady, go from CEYLON quick. Clothes cut over heart is sign of death. Death soon.
Peter, don't drive so fast. I'm afraid of the curves.
I'm not going fast. Anyway, I'm used to the mountain. You're afraid of everything these days, Pet. Look down the gorge. 3 elephants. Darling?
Oh, Peter, one last time, will you sell the plantation and take me away from here?
One last time. No, my darling. No.
I see.
And one last time, will you use your perfectly good head to get over this obsession? No fetish, no harpy, no evil eye has conjured up this voodoo. It is being done by human hands. A hoax, not a hex. And directly we'll find out whose hands they are.
Maybe we already know.
Not again, Carol. I trust Fonseca absolutely. He only said you should leave because he believes this nonsense, too.
I didn't mean Fonseca.
Well, you certainly didn't mean Nona. She's in Calcutta.
No.
Then who?
My husband.
Carol.
Do you want me to go, too? Are yours the human hands trying to frighten me into leaving Ceylon without you?
Carol, you can't mean that.
Oh, forget I said it, Peter. You're right. I'm afraid of everything. Even you.
How could you possibly...
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, neither do I.
Oh, please drive slower. That hairpin curve, isn't it?
Stop fretting. The brakes are perfect. While I see Fulsham, you buy some clothes.
If I have time.
Why won't you have time?
Why, I have an errand. May I take the car?
Well, of course. What errand?
Never mind.
Now, look here, Carol. You're not going to... one of these fortune tellers. I won't have it.
You don't need to have it. And neither do I. I know my fortune.
Petrol, Mom? You'll have to draw a bit closer to the tank.
No petrol, thank you. I'd like to speak to a mechanic, please.
Oh, that'll be myself, Mum. What's the trouble?
Well, there isn't any trouble, not yet. But I think there will be.
Engine knocking?
No, I expect an accident.
And... I beg your pardon?
Well, I don't know how to say this, except just to say it. I think someone wants me to have an accident. I think he'll do something to the car, knowing I'll drive it.
Oh, say.
I want you to show me how he could do that. I mean, things he might do to the engine or brakes or whatever. Can you?
Oh, yes, I expect I can, Mum. You want me to check the lot before you take a drive, is that it?
Yes. You're English, aren't you?
I came up from the UK straight after the war.
Well, then there's no use telling you this trouble I'm having may be a curse. You English laugh at such things.
Oh, not me, Mum, not me. No, I'm out here a long time, 20 years now. I've seen some queer things, I have.
How nice to meet someone who doesn't think I'm losing my mind.
Oh, if you're under a curse, Mum, showing you the insides of your motor car won't stop what's going on. You'll want the witch woman Zananda for that.
Well, until today, I was sure about the curse. Now I think maybe a man wants what's happening to look like a curse, and then he'll... Show me how to check the car, please.
Righto, Mum. Well, just lift the bonnet and have a look inside.
Carol, you're not eating.
I can't.
Well, the curry's excellent. After that Colombo food, it's marvelous.
It tastes... Send Mogra out.
Why?
Can't you do anything I ask?
Mogra?
Master?
Leave the room, will you? I'll ring if I want you.
Yes, sir.
Now, where's Fonseca? Why isn't he hovering?
Well, I think you'd be pleased.
I am, but not with my food. It tastes bitter.
That's absurd.
Oh, not yours. Of course not yours. These things only happen to me. I feel sick, Peter.
It's only your imagination.
Oh, of course. I'm going outside. I've got to have some air.
Well, you do look a bit seedy. I'll come with you.
I don't want you to come. Eat your curry. You can sit there serenely, knowing yours is all right.
Carol, so help me. Tomorrow, I'll take a sample of your food to Colombo and have it tested.
If tomorrow isn't too late. Tomorrow. Who's that? Fonseca.
Yes, lady.
Why are you out here?
The night, lady.
Oh, what does that mean? Go inside at once. Did you hear me?
Yes, lady. I go.
Oh, before you do, why don't you tell me it's best if Lady leaves the island?
Yes, lady. Go.
Peter. Peter!
Darling, what's happened now?
My ankle. I fell. Something in the path. Fonseca put it there.
No.
Oh, maybe he didn't.
Now, this time, my sweet, you've brought this on yourself. Wandering about, you tripped in the dark.
I didn't. It was meant to happen. I want Zananda.
What?
The witch woman, I want her. If there is a curse, she'll stop it. If there isn't, then I'll know it. Go and get her. Peter!
All right. Anything to stop all this nonsense.
And take Fonseca. I'm too sick to go, and I won't stay here alone with him.
Yes, Pet, yes. How else would I know where to find that woman? Fonseca?
Yes, master?
We're going down the mountain. Fetch the motor car. You know this is ridiculous, don't you, Fonseca?
No, sir.
Supernatural poltergeist. Rubbish. I told you to find out who's causing these things. Why haven't you done it?
I tried, Master.
And couldn't. Neither can this Zananda woman. But I'll tell you who can.
Who, Master?
A fingerprint expert.
Sir?
Hands leave the print of their fingers. The police have ways of photographing those prints. On the back of that Buddha statue, if it was tampered with, there'll be fingerprints. I'll bring this witch woman back to satisfy the lady, but I'll bring the police, too. These brakes aren't holding right.
Slow, sir. Slow.
Handbrake. Oh, no. No, it won't hold either.
Master.
Jump! Get out of here!
Master, jump! Ah! Master!
Mogra?
Yes, lady.
What's taking so long? Where's my gin and tonic?
He's here, lady.
Oh, all right. You can go on to bed. I'll wait here on the veranda for Master. No need for you to wait.
Good night, lady.
Good night. Why don't you come, Peter? What's keeping you, darling?
Lady. Lady, wait for Master.
Where is he? Where's the car? How did you get here?
I walk. Brakes not good in motor car.
Where is Master?
Not here.
Answer me.
Master is dead.
Oh, no.
Motor car kill.
Oh, dear. No, Peter. Oh, darling Peter. An accident. It was meant for me.
No, lady. For Master.
But you did this. Tonight out there where I found you. You did something to the car.
If Fonseca no death ride in motor car, Fonseca not go with Master. Yes, lady?
Oh.
Police will find what prints of fingers make death in motor car. Same prints of fingers on Buddha statue.
What are you talking about?
Fingers of lady.
How could I possibly know how to fix it? That's nonsense. Well, it's crazy. But I take back what I said about you. The curse. It was on Master, too. It killed him.
No curse, lady. All is made to look like curse by you. I ring up police.
Fonseca.
Yes, lady?
Come here. Now, you listen to me. I gave Master every chance. He wouldn't sell the plantation. I couldn't go without money. I loathe Ceylon. I had to kill him.
Yes, lady?
Now, I'll sell this place. There'll be lots of money, Fonseca, and plenty for you. 20,000 rupees, you understand?
I understand. Well?
All right. All right, now we do have to inform the police. But you'll say nothing about fingerprints. The brakes failed. It was an accident. Now, call them.
Not enough. 20,000 rupees.
Well, that's $4,000. Oh, you've never seen that much money in your life.
Do not want rupees. Do not want dollars.
Well, what do you want?
Tea plantation, lady.
What?
Fonseca will be Master now. And lady, be wife to Fonseca.
Oh, you mad. Wife of a... Stay in this awful place?
Prison or wife to Fonseca. Lady cannot go from Ceylon.
No. Oh, no.
Prison
no.
or here, lady. Lady, decide.
Oh, no.
Theater 5 has presented Incident in Ceylon, written by Nancy Moore, directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Mary Kay Wells, Ed Zimmerman, Guy Sorrell, and Ian Martin. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. Theater 5 presents Miss Maggie McNamara in You Gotta Cry Sometime.
I'm Peg Lewis, and I'll tell you how it is between me and the opposite sex. When I was 10 or 12, boys liked me a lot because I was the best shortstop my age or weight in town, and I could outrun any boy going around the bases. But when I was around 14, all my old pals began to drop away from me, and by the time I was 16, they all had some fluffy Miss Pretty Face they were opening doors for. In my 19th year, the only fun I had was at a field day the Oddfellows had at Town Park. I won 6 events and then went off and stretched out on the grass all along. That's when this guy, Ed Hargrove, came along. Fat guy, kind of paunchy, smoking a cigar.
Hello, miss.
Go away.
I saw you run.
I said go away.
You got speed, miss.
A lot of good it does me.
What do you mean? You won, didn't you?
Uh-huh. You heard how they took it, didn't you?
The crowd? They clapped.
They laughed at me.
You're crazy. They all clapped. Oh, no, I see what you mean. You mean those few kids there at the finish line that laughed and, well...
And called me muscles.
Well, is there something wrong with having muscles?
Oh, go away.
Oh, come on now. Don't let a few little punks like them get you. Do you realize you got the biggest earning capacity in this whole crowd, in this whole park?
I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you?
A sports promoter. My name's Ed Hargrove.
Oh, my name's Peg Lewis.
I'm pleased to meet you, believe me. And let's get down to business.
What business?
Making $1 million for you and me. Because there are plenty of guys that are good athletes in this country. But you find me a girl that can run and jump and throw like you, and I'll show you somebody that can clean up. Money, I'm talking about. People will pay to see a girl. Oh, there's maybe 100 guys in the audience that can beat her. But she's a girl, so they'll pay.
I never met a guy that could beat me yet at anything.
You may be right at that, because, baby, I never saw such beautiful form as you got.
Don't get fresh.
I'm not getting fresh. I've been looking for years for a girl like you. I've been dreaming about a girl with flat hips and good, lean, hard muscle.
Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Now, do we have to stick around this town overnight, or can you pack right away?
Where are we going? I mean, where do you think we're going?
Adirondacks. A camp I know up there, where they'll give Ed Hargrove credit. You start training right away.
Who am I going to fight?
Nobody. You just get into condition for the Olympics.
You were talking about money. The Olympics is amateur.
That's right. No money for either of us. I think someday after the Olympics, I'll be offering you a management contract. But there's no guarantee I will. And no guarantee that you'll accept it, okay?
This is crazy.
Not as crazy as an athlete like you staying in this town. Well, do we leave tonight, or do we wait for the milk train tomorrow morning at dawn? We left that night, even though my father had to be persuaded first.
He was persuaded easy. It made me almost cry the way my father never raised the question of whether this Ed Hargrove was going to take advantage of me, as they say in the book. But I don't cry easy. Ed Hargrove might have had a pot belly and all, but believe me, he was some trainer, and I got to the Olympics.
Gold medal winner of the women's low hurdles, Miss Peg Lewis of the United States.
It was nice up there in Olympic Village because all the kids there appreciated a winner.
Gold medal winner of the women's broad jump, Miss Peg Lewis of the United States.
There was one guy, a pole vaulter from Australia, used to kind of hang around wherever I was.
Gold medal winner of the women's 100-meter dash, Miss Peg Lewis of the United States.
But I kind of swaggered and acted tough toward that pole vaulter. He wasn't kidding me. He just wanted to have his pictures taken with the hottest athlete at the games. But I discouraged him, and after a while, he started hanging out with the girl swimmer from France. She didn't even place in her event.
Gold medal winner of the women's javelin throw, Miss Peg Lewis of the United States.
We got back to the U.S. Ed Hargrove met the boat and right away hustled me off to the Adirondacks again. And this time he made me concentrate on tennis. Said nothing about a contract, just made me exercise and play tennis and eat the proper food. Well, one night I was doing push-ups on the veranda of the lodge. Ed came out and sat down in his favorite rocking chair.
Peg, the tennis pro here tells me you're great.
Huh? Why not? He hasn't beat me a set.
Well, we're all ready now.
For what?
Forest Hills.
Yeah, when?
Next month. Okay, you can stop the push-ups now.
Okay.
This is amateur, too, you know. No money in it.
Then why are we doing it?
Publicity.
Wasn't the Olympics enough publicity?
You can never have enough publicity. This, on top of the Olympics, will be great for you. That's if you win.
I'll win. And I did win, though it wasn't as easy as I thought it would be. Louise Crandall and I went down to 17-17 in the rubber set of the finals before I broke her service and took the championship. Then...
We're in, Peg.
Good.
Just a little more build-up. All-around athlete. You turned pro now. How's your golf game?
Never played it.
Well, I got a set of clubs for you. Now, let's go out and play it now. You're a golfer, kid. And here's where we start to make money.
My first time on the golf course, I went around in 83, and Ed said that was wonderful. In a week, I was shooting 70, and a month or so after that, I was in a pro tournament. I don't want to sound monotonous, but I won. All of a sudden, we began making money.
Peg, you want to look at this portfolio?
What is it?
Well, you know all those papers I had you sign?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, this is the results. Tear sheets of ads with your endorsements. You'll see them in the magazines, but I thought you might like to look at them first.
Holy moly, look at this. It says I designed a set of golf clubs?
That's right. And we're getting a royalty on every set sold.
Yeah, but I never designed golf clubs.
Oh, no. Remember when I introduced you to that engineer, and he asked you what you liked in a golf club? The grip and the pitch of the club head and stuff like that?
Oh, yes, I remember.
Well, that's when you designed the golf club.
Oh.
You see, it only says designed according to the great Peg Lewis's specifications, and that's true.
And we get royalties?
That's right.
You mean I just sit back and collect money?
Oh, no, you don't sit back. You go on playing golf or the money stops. Well, let's pack up. We got to be in Pinehurst tomorrow.
Then I met Hop Rowan. It was one day after the exhibition in some town or other. I was having a steak and salad with no dressing and a pint of milk in the clubhouse dining room when this Hop Rowan came to my table.
Hi there, Miss Lewis.
Hello. If you want an autograph, you'll have to lend me your pen.
No, I'm not looking for an autograph. I just wanted to say hello and say nice going.
Oh, you mean this afternoon?
This afternoon and before that. I've been following your career, and I think you're real big time.
Look, mister, I've got a manager already, and he hasn't cheated me yet, so...
No, wait a minute. I've got a manager, too. I'm not looking to cut into anything. As one athlete to another, I just wanted to say, well, nice going.
Huh.
I'm Hop Drone.
Pleased to meet you.
Well, I'll be darned. You never heard of me.
Are you somebody?
I'm nobody, but you could read about me in the sports pages, even so.
I don't read the sports pages. Either they praise me or they criticize, and either way it throws me off my game. What do you do that gets you on the sports pages?
I play golf.
Oh, I see. I get it. Looking for a match.
Oh, gosh, no, not with a woman.
Oh, you're one of those, huh?
One of what?
Oh, one of those not with a woman guys. Look, I'll take you at golf, or I'll race you 100 yards, or I'll play 2 out of 3 sets of tennis with you, or
Hey, you really got a chip on your shoulder, haven't you?
You said you didn't want to play golf with a woman. And nobody can talk that way to me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I stopped at your table to tell you how much I admired you, but now I'm not sure. I'll see you, Miss Lewis.
Back in my hotel room, I sat on the bed and I kept hearing those words of his. How much I admire you, Miss Lewis. And when I tried to get those words out of my mind, I thought of all the girls I went to high school with. All those pretty girls with houses to live in and husbands that come home to them. And then there was a knock on my door. It was just good old Ed Hargrove.
Nice going today, Peg. Now, tomorrow, I figure on the dog leg.
Look, get out. Get out. Get out. Leave me alone.
Okay, Peg. I'll get out. Who'd ever think that you'd act like a woman?
I didn't sleep all night. And I blew the match the next day. When that Hop Drowan said, be seeing you, Miss Lewis, he wasn't kidding. We saw each other plenty. Everywhere I went, there was Hop. And one day I found myself back in that hometown of his. I shot 365s, Ed collected the prize money, and I went back to the hotel for a nap. Just a minute.
Hello there.
Oh, you.
Me. You never returned any of the waves I waved at you all winter and most of the spring, so I thought I'd drop by and ask you to tell me about yourself.
Why should I?
Well, maybe it's because I've been a fan of yours ever since the Olympics. How many gold medals did you win? 5?
No, 4.
Oh, just 4. And only 2 world's records. If I'd been younger at the time, I'd have cut your picture out and taped it to my bedroom wall. Peg?
Well?
Tell me about yourself.
Oh, you can read about me in the papers. First there was the Olympics, which you seem to know about, and then there was tennis.
I said, tell me about yourself.
I'm doing that. Want to know what I shot my first time on a golf course?
No, I want to know about you.
Okay, I'll tell you about me. I can beat you at anything.
Ah, you're still that way, hmm?
Mm-hmm, and always will be.
Some man hurt you once?
If I need psychoanalysis, I'll go to a man with a diploma.
All right. You'll beat me at anything, hmm? The course is empty. Would you like to go around?
Yeah, I'll go around. I'll take you on, and it'll be a pleasure to beat you. We went around that course in perfect silence. It was some match. We have the first 5 holes, then I took one when an approach shot of his went into a sand trap. But he took the next one, and we started halving again. After 18 holes, there we were, even Steven. We walked together towards his car.
You're good.
Uh-huh, so are you. But I'd beat you eventually.
Nope. You couldn't. But I'll tell you what. Let's play the game that's yours and not mine at all.
Tennis?
Tennis. The courts are deserted.
Oh, you're asking for it.
Well, I'm not worried.
You're not a tennis player.
Well, I play a pretty good game.
Yeah, but I'm the champ.
The lady champ. Well, there's 200 guys in the country can beat the best woman at tennis, and I'm one of them.
Okay. Okay, we'll see. Let's go. So we played tennis. The first set, I beat him 6-2. After that, I couldn't win for losing. He took the next 3 games, 2 of them my service, and we stood 1-4. I was dizzy. The sweat was stinging my eyes, and my legs were tired the way I'd never felt them before. And you know what he did on his service? He double faulted 4 times. I suspected him, but he made it look close. 2-4. So he took my service. And then, once again, he double faulted 4 times. Well, I screamed across the net at him that I didn't want his charity. We went to deuce 4 times, and then I had nothing left. He beat me, and that was it.
Sit down.
I never want to see you again.
I'm sorry.
You got what you wanted, didn't you? You beat me. All right, go away.
Losing is that hard, is it?
Losing to you, yes.
Look, tonight there's a thing on at the club.
A thing?
Yeah, a thing, a do, a shindig, a dance. Can I take you?
Look, didn't you hear me before? I never want to see you again.
Peg, I didn't beat you.
What do you mean you didn't beat me?
You poor kid, don't you realize you played 36 holes this morning before I even got into the act? You were all tired out. I can't beat you at tennis. I can just beat you at good sense. I wanted to knock some nonsense out of you. That's why I rigged this.
Rigged it?
Sure, rigged it, because I wanted to make you realize that you shouldn't hate me. Not this man, anyway, not me, because the first time I ever saw you swing a golf club...
Yeah, I know. You admired my flat hips and my lean, hard muscles.
I admired your grace. I admired the beauty of every motion you made.
Go away.
Come to the dance with me, Peg.
Leave me alone.
Peg, come back here, Peg.
Don't ask me why I changed my clothes that evening, because I couldn't tell you. I did it kind of absent-minded, if you know what I mean. So that before I realized it, but there I was, all dressed up in the girly evening gown I kept handy for banquets thrown by local committees. I kept looking in the mirror. And then at the telephone. And then in the mirror again. And then...
Beautiful.
Oh. It's you. What did you say?
I said, beautiful. You, in that dress. Beautiful.
Don't say things like that.
All right. I won't say another word. Just, let's go to the dance.
Are you crazy?
Not that I know of.
I can't dance.
Oh.
What are you laughing at?
You said you can't dance.
Well, I can't.
Peg, don't you know that when you move across a court and hit a forehand drive, you're dancing more beautifully than any ballet dancer? Don't you know you're the most graceful girl in the world right this minute? Dancing's no different from golf or tennis. You'd be a natural at it because you're a natural at everything that takes grace and beauty. I'll show you the steps, and in 1 minute you'll be the best dancer on the floor. Do you hear what I'm saying, Peg? I'm saying you're the champ. No girl alive can beat you at anything.
I don't know what to say.
Well, don't say anything. I brought you some flowers, Peg.
Flowers for me?
Sure.
Flowers for me? Now, some guys seem to think I was okay, yeah. They'd slap me on the back, and I've slapped them, too, and they'd call me a great guy, and we've had some laughs together, but flowers...
Sure. Flowers for you, Peg.
Give me your handkerchief. Well, a girl's got to blow her nose sometimes, doesn't she?
A girl's got to cry sometime, Peg. Here's the handkerchief.
if you want to know how it is between me and the opposite sex, come around to a house on a certain street in Hop's hometown, and you'll see. There are 2 boys, 4 and 7, and their old man regularly beats their old lady at golf and tennis and ping pong in the rumpus room. But not at dancing, and not at singing out loud while you're cooking dinner because you love someone with all your heart. I'm the champ at that.
Theater 5 has presented You Gotta Cry Sometime, written by Robert Senadella, directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Maggie McNamara, David Kerman, and Ed Zimmerman. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production.
Why don't you start it? Because, Mother, it doesn't seem inclined to start. Well, are we just going to sit here and freeze to death? Well, you've got to get help. How? Well, stop a car. Oh, no. I think I'd rather walk. Walk? Well, you don't know why. Oh, for heaven's sake, Patricia, that man is probably 1,000 miles away. The police don't seem to think so.
Theater 5 presents Said the Spider.
Grandma, there's another deer.
It's a doe. See the fawn over there?
Where?
Behind her, Jeannie, in the woods over there. See?
Oh, yeah. Gee, I'm glad we didn't take the plane. This way there's so much to see.
If we'd gone the southern route, there'd be more to see. My goodness, aren't you freezing? No, Mother, but shall I turn on the heater for you? No, the heater's so dry. You know, Ralph said we could save 2 days coming this way. Well, I'd rather have a little comfort myself. Oh, but he sounded so lonesome on the phone, Mother.
Me too. I sure am glad we'll see him soon.
Do you mean you miss him? She means we miss him, Mother. Well, I certainly wasn't implying anything else.
Can I turn on the radio?
Sure, honey. Jeannie, get the news, dear.
But I wanted to hear...
After the news.
Holy moly,
Please,
Grandma.
Jeannie, let's not argue. Now, Patricia, was I arguing? No, Mother. I only meant that I simply asked to be informed of what's going on in the world. That's all. Since I'm being whisked off to the far corners of the Northwest, I believe I have at least the right to know what I've left behind. All right, Mother. Well, then, why... Jeannie, darling, look, over there. See? You see the way that rock is arched? That's a natural bridge.
Gee, can we get out and look?
Why not?
The chairman...
I'm going to stay in the car. All right, Mother. Come on, honey.
Oh, boy. Can I walk across it, Mommy?
Oh, no, darling. We haven't time, and I'm not sure it's safe. Now, be careful.
In the local news, police in Harris County have found the body of an unidentified woman in a culvert beside Highway 45.
My goodness.
In their investigation, police discovered a photograph and are searching for anyone who may have a clue as to the dead woman's identity. An abandoned car was discovered east of Harris Junction and led police to believe that she may have accepted a ride when her own car became disabled. Further details will be given as they're received.
Oh, dear, the things that go
And now
on
the
these days.
weather. A cold wave is sweeping over the northeast portion of the nation today, and local conditions
Be
in
careful.
areas.
The tops of the mountains for the clouds.
The latest
Will it be like this in Oregon?
Oh, honey, there'll be even better views there. Lakes and forests and mountains. Here we are.
Oh, what a terrible thing I heard on the news, Patricia.
Oh? I'll get another station.
No, never mind. Just turn that thing off.
Oh, here we go. You know, darling, your daddy has found a beautiful house for us. He says it looks down on the Columbia River.
I'll bet it's cold in the wintertime.
And it's close to his new job, Mother.
Oh?
Believe me, I know we're just going to love it out in Oregon.
Good heavens. What's that?
What's a police car behind us?
What do they want? Have you done something wrong?
No, of course not, Mother. They just want to pass us, that's all.
Dear, something terrible must have happened. If there's been an accident, I don't want to look at it.
Oh, boy, go faster, Mommy. Let's see.
Jeannie, you know, sometimes I think that this child defies me just for the sake of causing friction.
Gee, Grandma.
All right, Jeannie. Never mind.
So depressing, this whole trip. Moving everybody out to Oregon. I think it was extremely selfish of Ralph.
Do you know what I think, Mother?
What?
I think we're all hungry. I think if we had dinner, we'd feel better.
Well, whatever you think, dear.
There's a restaurant, Mommy.
That doesn't look like much, but I guess it'll do.
Well, I think it looks just fine. Let's see.
Just listen to that siren. It sounds like more than one now.
Mother, wouldn't you like a glass of sherry before dinner?
Oh, yes, Patricia, that would be nice. I won't be long.
All right, dear.
Holy moly, what's the matter with Grandma?
Oh, honey, I guess it's just that it's a long trip.
Does she have to be so fussy about everything?
Good evening. Table for two?
3, please.
Yes, this way, please. It's been a nice day, hasn't it?
It certainly has. Tell me, do you know what all those sirens are about?
I'm sorry, ma'am, I don't. The police have been up and down the highway all afternoon.
Oh, it must be something serious.
Like a bank robber?
Well, we've had those, too.
Oh, thank you.
Now, I'll send you a waiter.
Thank you.
Hey, here's Grandma already.
My goodness. The places you have to put up with when you travel.
Now, Mother, sit down right here by the window.
Dear. All right.
There you go.
But I suppose it's what you should expect when you gad about like gypsies.
Well, you'll feel better when you get some food.
Perhaps. But I don't think I want anything to eat here.
Hi, I saw you coming in.
Well, how do you do, young lady? And may I say it's a privilege to meet you at last.
Well, Eugenia,
I don't wonder you're confused, but the fact is that your daughter and I are old friends.
Oh?
Correspondents of the highway. We waved to each other 3 times today in passing.
Oh, I see.
I'm sorry, my name is Barnett. Charles Barnett, ma'am.
Well, this is my mother, Mrs. Fields.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'm Patricia Hadley, and of course this is Jeannie.
With the light brown hair.
Mommy wants to cut it.
Are you driving on tonight, Mrs. Fields?
I'm afraid so, Mr. Barnett. You see, my daughter keeps a strict schedule of miles.
Oh, I do, too. I always seem to be hurrying from one place to another, and at my age.
Will you wave to me again?
I will if we meet again. Well, good night.
Good night,
Good night.
Mr. Barnett. Oh, isn't he a charming man? Well, I can only say there are very few gentlemen like that left. That Mr. Barnett. There's certainly none among the young people.
Yes, Mother. He was very well groomed.
Gee, we've been driving 4 hours and we haven't passed him again.
No, we haven't lost those sirens either. My goodness, the state police are everywhere.
Oh, don't talk about it. You know, I've been literally sick since that newscast. Oh, Patricia, look out. That truck up ahead is slowing down.
I see it, Mother.
Well, you're not going to go around it, are you?
Well, of course I am.
There's not enough room. Oh, dear. I didn't think we'd make it. Now, Patricia, that was a reckless thing to do. There are other people in the car, you know.
Mother, I am driving the car. I know what I can do, and I would appreciate your understanding that.
Well, you did have that glass of sherry.
Oh, Mother, we're going to stop. We are going to stop at that motel up there, and we are going to rest. And we are going to hope that tomorrow will be better. Oh. I'm sorry, Mother. I guess I'm just tired.
Yes, I guess you are.
Jeannie, honey, you come with me to the desk inside. Maybe if we leave her alone, she'll calm down.
Okay. Look, Mommy, it's that big blue car of Mr. Barnett's. I guess he's staying here, too.
Well, how very nice to see you again.
Are you staying here tonight, Mr. Barnett?
Yes, I am.
Well, would you excuse us? Come on, Jeannie.
Well, if this continues across the country, Mrs. Fields, we'll be well acquainted.
Yes. We seem to have one car too many.
Have you heard about the terrible thing on the highway?
That woman? Oh, yes. Isn't it dreadful?
The clerk here says the police have a lead now.
Oh, really?
Yes, the woman was seen earlier in the day with a middle-aged man.
You don't say. Do they know what he looks like?
Well, the gas station attendant described him. Apparently well-dressed, a good-looking man in a gray suit.
Oh, dear, it's frightening. To think that it might be the man in the car that just passed you.
Yes.
Well, it's impossible to know who can be trusted these days.
Yes, that's the terrible thing about it.
Yes, indeed.
Well, good night, Mrs. Fields.
Oh, good night, Mr. Barnett.
Good night, Mrs. Hadley.
Oh, good night. Mother, I have our keys.
Good. This seems like such a nice place.
Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We'd like our bill, please. Tell me, have you heard anything new about that awful thing that...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the early news. You know, they questioned 2 suspects, but they had to let them go.
Let them go?
Yeah, the 3 people who saw them said he wore a gray suit. Neither of the suspects owned one.
Well, a gray suit won't help them find him now. Good heavens, if he heard the newscasts, he'd certainly change.
Yeah, I guess he's still at large. You know, nobody's been able to describe his car yet. Of course, the cops are hoping somebody might remember it. You know, it's a statewide search.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Fields, Mrs. Hadley.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr.
Sleep
Barnett.
well?
No, not very. I've been rather anxious, you know.
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, are you off and away this snowy morning?
No, not yet. About half an hour.
Oh.
I do believe I've become crotchety with age.
Really?
I hate to pack an unpressed suit. The tailor's delaying me.
Well, I do hope this won't be our last meeting.
I sincerely hope not.
Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care.
Must you sing that over and over, Jeannie?
Honey, it does get on our nerves. Sing something else.
Yes, better yet, nothing at all. Bad enough to be out in this snow. Now, Patricia, I know Ralph wouldn't want you to be out in this.
It isn't a question of Ralph, Mother. I'd like to get there, too, you know.
So would I. Alive. What is it, Patricia?
I don't know. Oh, dear, I'd better pull over.
Why don't you start it?
Because, Mother, it doesn't seem inclined to start.
Well, are we just going to sit here and freeze to death? Well, you've got to get help.
How?
Well, stop a car.
Oh, no. I think I'd rather walk.
Walk?
You don't know why?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Patricia, that man is probably 1,000 miles away.
The police don't seem to think so.
Oh, dear.
Mommy, where are you going?
Look, Jeannie, darling, there's a blanket back there. Now put it around you nice and warm. I'm going to find a phone or a service station or something, and I'll be back just as soon as I can.
All right. Oh, look at it. Just look at that snow. Not a single car has passed. We're the only fools out in this.
Grandma, the radio won't go on.
Oh, here, darling. I'll turn on the ignition.
Hey, look, there's a car back there.
Oh, Jeannie, lock the doors. Lock them all, dear.
Why? It's that big blue car of Mr. Barnett's.
Oh, thank heaven, thank heaven. Oh, Mr. Barnett! Oh, Mr. Barnett, please. Mr. Barnett!
What is it, Mrs. Fields? Trouble with the car?
Yes, and my daughter is out there walking in this, trying to find help.
Walking?
Yes, the news, you know. Oh, please, Mr. Barnett, if you see her, will you drive her to the nearest service station?
Why, of course, Mrs. Fields.
Oh, thank you.
Now, don't be alarmed. You and Jeannie just wrap up and keep warm.
All right.
I'll take care of it. It'll be all right.
Oh, you're a godsend, Mr. Barnett. Thank you so much.
What's the matter, Grandma?
Oh, it's nothing, Jeannie, dear. It's all right now. Mr. Barnett will take care of it. Must you have that radio on all the time?
I just want her to hear...
We interrupt this program to bring you the latest bulletin. A motel clerk in Elmsford has described the car of the highway murderer. It is a large, blue 7-passenger sedan.
Did you hear that?
Certain roads have been blocked off by the State Highway Patrol. All motorists are urged to report it if they see a large, blue sedan.
Mrs. Hadley? Mrs. Hadley?
Oh, hello, Mr. Barnett.
Please let me help you. Get into the car. I'll take you where you're going.
Oh, thank you, but it can't be that far. I'll just walk if you don't mind.
Oh, now, please, Mrs. Hadley. I know what you're concerned about, but do let me help. This is turning into a blizzard. You could get lost in it. Now, please, do get in.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, why did I let her go? Why did I let her go? I've got to do something.
What's wrong, Grandma?
Oh, it's nothing, dear. Just keep wrapped up nice and warm, Jeannie. I've got to get to a phone. I've got to call. I've got to call the police.
What for?
Oh, never mind, dear. I just have to.
But it's too dark to go out.
Oh, now, darling, don't you worry. I won't be long. You just stay there.
Are you going to look for Mommy?
Yes, darling. You just keep warm. Here, let me fix that blanket. There we are. Now, you stay right there and wait till I get back. Now, here, you can listen to the radio.
Now I can have the kind of music I want, not some old news program.
All right, darling. You'll be all right, dear. You'll be all... Just you wait.
Yes, Grandma.
Oh, dear heaven. All the time we were talking about it. He was the one. He killed that woman. Oh, please, Patricia. Don't get into that car. Please, Patricia. Don't get in. Oh, a car. Please stop. Oh, please let it stop. Please. Please, stop. Stop. Oh, please let it stop.
Why? Anything I can do for you?
Oh, thank heaven, yes. Yes. Could you take me to a phone with the police?
Why, yes, of course. I'd be glad to. Here, get in, ma'am. Get in. There you are.
Oh, thank you.
Is there something wrong?
My daughter. She went for help, and I've done a terrible thing.
Oh, how?
The news. You've heard about the woman who was killed by a driver on the highway?
Yes?
Well, I didn't know. I didn't know who he was. I asked him to pick her up. My own daughter.
Oh, now, please, ma'am, try to get hold of yourself.
I gotta get help. I gotta tell the police.
We interrupt this program for a bulletin on the highway murder. A waitress in Stockton and a motel clerk in Colby have both described the man as extremely tall, middle-aged, and wearing a gray mustache. His suit was a chalk stripe.
Mustache?
Oh, just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. This has just been handed me. It seems that earlier reports that he drove a blue car are now considered erroneous. 2 parking lot attendants have confirmed that the car was dark green. It was also stated that he wore cufflinks bearing the initials J.H.
It's cozy in a car during a storm, isn't it? I suppose they'll catch me. I understand there's a roadblock up ahead. You won't mind if we swing off the highway, will you?
Theater 5 has presented Said the Spider, written by Richard McCracken, directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Vicky Vola, Ralph Camargo, Joyce Gordon, Susan Melvin, Peter Rattray, and Ivor Francis. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production.
Why are you stopping?
Get out.
Frank, it's cold. And it's still dark.
I said get out.
Where are we? Frank, if it's Gino you're mad about, don't be. I mean, he's just a punk. Just a kid from the West Side.
Get out.
Frank, please, I didn't do nothing. Honest. We just rode around.
Walk down to the river.
I love you, Frank. You're the only one.
I'll do anything, Frank. Please. Please, Frankie. Put the gun away. I love you, Frankie. It's so cold. So dark and cold. Don't, Frankie. Please don't.
So long, kid. Nobody. 2 times. Frank Stern. Nobody. Especially a Greek.
Theater 5 presents Poor Little Greek Girl.
Homicide, Sergeant Barker. Oh, quiet evening, Lieutenant. Got one out of the river. Young girl. Crime lab's looking for prints right now. Yeah, regular spring thaw case. Probably been floating 2 or 3 months. Yeah, he's here. Seems like a bright lad. Yes, sir. I'll call you if it's anybody important. Good night. Well, Lieutenant says welcome to Homicide. He'll spend some time with you tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, good. I'll come early.
Okay. Not much happening tonight. Most of the action's on weekends. How do you like working in plain clothes?
It feels kind of funny. I'm not used to the shoulder holster.
Yeah, it all takes time. You know how to make good coffee?
Instant?
No, that's no good. We use the real stuff. Stronger the better. Homicide, Sergeant Barker. Okay, shoot. Delphi Colias. Spell it right. Yeah. Okay, missing since December. Yeah. Got pictures? Hey, we got a new man here, Reagan. He'll be right down for the file. Yeah, sounds like a professional knock. Was she hustling? Oh, yeah, I remember her, old man. Owns a belly dancer joint in Greektown. Okay, Ray, thanks.
What's the matter, Sergeant?
Son, I've been in homicide for 18 years, and I still don't know how to break the news. Oh, good evening, Mr. Colias. How's business? Oh, by the way, we found your daughter. Here it is, B-42. Reagan, hold Mr. Colias' arm.
Oh, no. No.
Hold him up, Reagan. Mr. Colias. Mr. Colias. Please. Look at the body carefully. This is the official identification. Is this your daughter?
Yes. She was a very bad girl.
Hold on to him, Reagan. Don't let him fall.
Doing my best.
Oh, my baby. My little girl.
Mr. Colias, who did it? Who killed her?
Sarge, take it easy.
Answer me, Papa. Who killed her? Who killed your little girl? Who put the bullet in her head? Who did it?
The bagman. The filthy bagman.
Stern?
Yes, the filthy bagman.
Thank you, Papa. Take him home, Reagan.
Isn't that sort of rough, Sarge? I mean, springing the body on him in the morgue that way.
Yeah, but people in shock don't lie. Next time, stand behind them. Somebody hits the floor, they can sue. You got Gino's address?
Yes, sir. 1842 Falmouth Street, Apartment C. Gino Lombardi.
That's about 3 more blocks.
What's Stern like?
Frankie? Very smart man. Most hoods specialize. Frank's good at everything. Cartage, safes, driving, murder, you name it. Even runs a pretty good fence. Every hot cigarette in town goes through his vending machines. You know, about 20 years ago, Frankie drove a 2-ton truck filled with cigarette cartons right out of a warehouse in broad daylight. The dispatcher couldn't believe it. Finally, he started chasing him in a pickup. Now imagine, this big truck rumbling down the street with the pickup honking his horn. Well, I'm in a squad with another cop, and we join the parade. When the road widens, we turn on the siren and pull up next to him. Frankie was just a kid then, and he gets scared. He jumps out and runs across a vacant field. I start firing and hit him in the leg on the second shot. Down he goes. We race up, and I say, "Kid, what did you steal that truck for?" Mind you, a 2-ton truck. He says, leg wound and all. I had a strong desire to smoke. You ever hear such a thing?
Sarge, how about his leg?
Yeah.
Was it serious?
Yeah. He still limps. But now he uses his brains instead of his legs. The Greektown alone's worth $500,000 to him. They fill the bag real good.
Oh, we're in the 1800 block, Sarge.
Okay. Try to park legal.
She was a wild chick. I mean, the crazier it was, the better. We used to dance in the juke joints and see how much your wheels could do. Radio going full blast. Whole scene. Johnny Bombardieri and me and 2 broads. Johnny's was still something. Long Greek name.
Where was Delphi staying?
Motel on the north side. Fancy pad, man. Even had a phone in a John. That's class, huh?
Yeah, sure. Who was paying for the pad?
I don't know. Not me.
Whose car was it?
I never asked. We just went, man. You know, she used to drive me home. Right here.
When's the last time you saw her?
Last December. A little after midnight. She drove me home. It was a Friday. Cold night, no moon. Said she'd come by next Monday. But she never did. Nice kid, though. Nice build.
Gino, do you know whose car that was? And who was paying the motel tab?
Ah, some slob. Who knows?
Frank Stern.
Frank Stern? You mean I was mixed up with one of his chicks? Marron.
Excuse me, miss. I'd like to talk to you.
Sure, baby. How about a drink? My name's Kitty. What's yours?
Reagan, homicide. This is Sergeant Barker.
Cops. Oh, some nights this is.
Are you Estelle Giannakopoulos?
My professional name is Kitty Starr.
Some profession.
Who asked you, old man?
We'd like to ask you a few questions about Delphi Callias.
Never heard of her.
She was your best friend for 2 years.
Who says?
Let's get down to the bureau, Kitty. It's too noisy here.
Hey.
Come on.
It's my job. You can't pull me out of here in mid-shift. You gonna arrest me because I knew somebody?
No, because you're breaking 2 laws. You're hustling drinks and you're 17 years old.
You can't do this. I've got my rights. I'm a citizen.
Sure, baby, sure. Get her coat.
Mr. Callias, I'd like to talk to you.
What about?
About your daughter.
I don't have a daughter.
About Delphi.
I never had a daughter. Leave me alone.
I'll stop by your house tomorrow.
I got nothing to say. No daughter, no nothing.
Okay. I'll see you tomorrow.
How do you like detective work now, Reagan?
Well, I've done my share of walking.
Each murder's worth 1,000 miles of shoe leather.
Where'd you put her?
Near the back, so her screams don't bother anybody.
Junkie?
Yeah.
Has she talked yet?
No, but she's about ready.
Let me out of here.
Hello, Kitty. Remember us?
Let me out of here.
We've been thinking of doing just that. But first, we'd like to ask you a few questions.
I don't know nothing. Sergeant, please. Just let me go home.
Where's home?
My folks on the west side.
You living with them now?
Yes, sometimes.
And what about other times?
The owner of the joint I work in.
Mason?
Yeah.
Who put you on junk?
I'm clean. I just got a cold, that's all. Maybe a touch of flu.
Well, maybe we better put you in the infirmary.
No, just let me go home. Mama knows how. Please.
Who's Mama, Mason?
I have a heart cop. Let me go. You're not the junk squad. What do you want me to do? Triggs?
Tell me about Delphi. Where'd you meet?
We quit school together 2 years ago. Thrown out of the house, the whole bit.
What about Stern?
I don't know him.
Would you know him tomorrow? Stop back then.
No, don't leave. Frankie came by about a year ago. One of the Greek joints. Oh, he's big out there.
So I've heard.
And right away he's got eyes for Delphi.
How old was she then?
16, same as me. Only she looks older with the build. Oh, he spent a lot of money on her. Clothes, car, the works.
What about Papa?
Oh, nobody pushes the bag, man. Not even a Greek. Oh, Sarge, I just...
When did he put her up at the motel?
In the fall. Oh, a real cool pad. Everybody figured he'd have her hustling. He don't even let her pop. Only reefers. Not much of that. Maybe he loved her.
What about Gino?
Oh, Frankie, he wasn't there much. She got bored, so she calls me, and I get the boys. With kicks. Just passing time.
Who killed her?
I don't know. I talked too much already. Please, let me go.
Stern?
Yeah.
Why?
Jealous.
Of a punk kid?
Anybody with two good legs.
Where'd he do it?
By the river late at night.
How do you know?
Grapevine.
Anybody see him?
Oh, no. Not Frankie. Please, mister. I'll do anything. Please, just let me go. Before I die. Please. Hey, kid. How about it? Talk him into it, huh? Please.
It's up to the sergeant.
Oh, Sarge. Come on before I get sick.
Let her out, Reagan.
Oh, thanks, Sarge.
Stay in town. You got a fix lined up?
I'm not sure.
At 17, you need it that bad.
Oh, baby, I'd kill my mother for it.
Afternoon, Sergeant. Oh, hello, Frankie. Sit down. Been a long time. Yeah. Want some coffee?
No, thanks. Just had some. Oh, new man?
Yeah. Reagan,
Yes, sir.
come on over here. Detective Reagan, Frankie Stern.
Hiya, kid.
Hello.
Sit down.
Thanks. I'll stand.
Well, what can we do for you, Frankie? Buy some cigarettes?
That's pretty good. Listen, maybe I could put a machine out in the lobby, huh?
How's the family?
Oh, fine. Oldest kid's in college now. Just fine. How about yours?
Oh, they're okay.
I heard you were looking for me.
Us? What for?
I don't know. Just something I heard.
Well, if we need you, I'll let you know.
Sure, Sarge. You know me anytime. Well, nice meeting you, lad. Just do what the sergeant tells you here, and you'll be a real good cop.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Well, Sarge, it's been a long time. We'll see you around.
Yeah. Hey, Frankie, had any strong desires to smoke lately?
I'll never forget that name, Parker. No, sir.
Why didn't you book him?
For what?
Delphi Callias.
Can you prove it in court?
No, but to have him just stroll in here when you know he's guilty.
Son, if we keep walking, keep asking questions, maybe we can build a case. Until that time, the file on the Greek girl remains open. And Frankie Stern, well, he's just one more family man in the suburbs. Only, when he takes out the garbage, he limps. Ugh, this coffee's terrible, Reagan. You'll never make it in homicide with coffee like this. Barker. Another one, huh? Yeah, another spring thaw case. Okay. Regan will be down with the file. As soon as he makes some fresh coffee.
Something important, Sergeant?
No, it'll wait. It'll take a lot of coffee before we grab Frankie. So you might as well learn to make it good.
Theater 5 has presented Poor Little Greek Girl, written by Jim McGinn, directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Bernard Grant, Jackson Beck, Barbara Berger, Wayne Tippett, Evelyn Juster, George Petrie, and Ira Lewis. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. Theater 5 presents Miss Margaret Hamilton and Miss Joan Loring in Noose of Pearls.
Yes, who is it?
Maud, this is...
Harry? Oh, Harry!
You recognize me.
Oh.
I didn't think you would. It's been a long time, and all I said was...
Maud. No one ever said it quite the way you did, Harry. I never liked my name. Did I ever tell you that? When I was little, I wanted it to be less... plain. I wanted it to be something, like Allison or Rosalinda or Doreen, but later on when you said it didn't sound plain anymore. It sounded... Oh, what are you doing here in Roxbury?
The truth?
You never told me anything else.
I came to see you.
Oh, did you, Harry? Did you really?
How have you been?
All of a sudden, that doesn't seem to matter. At this moment, it doesn't matter at all.
And your aunt, is she...
Dead yet?
Aunt Letty, why are you on the extension?
And why shouldn't I be? It's my house and my phone. And I can talk on the extension if I want to.
You have no right eavesdropping. No right at all.
It's good to hear your voice, Miss Haskins.
That's a lie. You don't like it any better now than you did 14 years ago. Didn't think I'd remember how long it's been, did you? Well, my mind's as strong as it ever was.
I'm sure it is, Miss Haskins.
Strong-minded and iron-willed. That's what the doctor says. He says there's something wrong with every other part of me. I've no right to be alive at all, he says. But I'll die when I get good and ready, and not before.
Please. Aunt Letty, hang up, please.
I don't look 14 years older. Don't you want to know how Maud looks?
Aunt Letty.
I'm looking forward to seeing for myself, Miss Haskins. Maud, will you be home this afternoon?
Yes. Yes, this afternoon would be fine. About 3 o'clock?
Wonderful. And perhaps I'll see you too, Miss Haskins.
Huh. What do you suppose she made it for 3? She knows I always nap then. Oh, she's sneaky, that one. Not marrying her was the smartest thing you ever did, Harry Tate.
And Letty, please. Harry, I'll see you at 3. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Maud.
You still on, Maud?
Yes, Aunt Letty.
I never liked my name. Did I ever tell you that, Harry? But when you said it, it didn't sound plain anymore. I almost laughed out loud.
I'll get your lunch.
I'm hungry, and I don't like liver. I'm sick of liver. If you bring me liver, I'll throw the tray on the floor. I warn you. You hear me?
The doctor said not to get excited, your blood pressure. Hang up now, Aunt Letty. I'll be up with your lunch.
If I hadn't been so hungry, I would have thrown the tray on the floor.
The doctor says liver is good for you.
Pity it hasn't helped the one I've got. What do I have for dessert? Custard! Oh, disgusting.
It's good for you. Let me fix the pillows. You'll be more comfortable.
You enjoy doing that, don't you?
I like making you comfortable.
You mean you like my pearls? Want to touch them, Maud?
No. Thank you.
So smooth. Smoother than this wrinkled old skin. No wrinkles on the pearls, are there, Maud?
No, they're beautiful.
And worth $100,000. That cash will look beautiful to you, won't it, Maud, when the time comes?
I never think of that, Aunt Letty.
You're a liar, too. These pearls are on your mind every waking moment. And at night, when you go to sleep, do you count pearls instead of sheep, Maud, dear? Wouldn't be surprised at all.
I'll take the tray away now. Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm trying to see you the way Harry will at 3 o'clock. I never noticed how much gray there is in your hair. And was your mouth so pursed 14 years ago? And your eyes? Mine are brighter, and I'm almost 90.
I'll be up in an hour to give you your injection.
Now, I'll ring the bell to remind you.
You always do.
What's that? What's that?
I don't like mumbling. What did you say?
I said I'm sorry you didn't like your lunch.
I hated it.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. What you're really sorry about is that I'm taking so long to die.
Aunt Letty.
And don't raise your voice to me. I don't like it. I'm still strong enough to pick up the phone and call my lawyer. I can still change my will. Think of the waste, Maud. 15 years gone for nothing if I do cut you out of my will and decide not to leave you the pearls. So mind your tongue, Missy.
Anything I can do for you before I leave?
Give me my book.
It's right beside you on the night table.
I don't feel like reaching. Get it for me.
Yes, Aunt Letty. I'll get it for you.
You forgot to swab my arm. Don't be so careless.
I'm sorry, Aunt Letty. There.
When you inject that needle in my arm, please try not to stab me this time. Slide the needle in gently.
Yes.
That's it. Oh, my body's so full of needle marks, I feel like a sieve. It's a wonder the medicine I take doesn't spurt out. That'd be a pretty sight, wouldn't it? You'd have quite a mess to clean up.
There. Now, where's the spoon?
Where it always is, next to the bottle.
Oh.
Why are you so nervous today?
I'm not nervous.
You dropped the spoon. I don't think I'm going to let you poison me. You wash that first before you put it in my mouth.
I intended to, Aunt Letty.
You're all frilled up, aren't you? Like a faded Valentine.
I don't know what you mean. Here, 1 teaspoon of this now.
I usually get my pill first.
Oh, that's right. Well, it doesn't matter.
You sure?
The doctor said it didn't as long as you take both.
But you usually do it the other way. And you say you're not nervous?
Open, please.
It's seeing Harry Tate again, isn't it? You're a fool. You think letting your hair down the way you have and putting on a dress with ruffles is going to make him forget how long it's been? If you want my opinion, the way you look will make him remember it even faster.
Do I look that bad?
You look like an old 40 trying to look like a young 20. You look ridiculous.
Here's the water for the pill.
You think you look ridiculous, too. But go on, make a spectacle of yourself if you want to. You couldn't get him to marry you 15 years ago. What makes you think you can now?
It's time for your nap.
Now, take my advice. Put your hair up again. It suits you better.
I'll darken the room for you.
I am tired. Now, don't let Harry's visit make you forget my next shot. I have the alarm set in case you do, and I'll...
Ring the bell for me, yes.
You know I must have my medication. You know what would happen if...
Yes, don't worry about it. Aunt Letty, you said I probably count pearls before I go to sleep. Well, you are wrong. I count insults. I count the number of times during the day that you have insulted me. And all the years I let you. I must have been insane.
Speak up. What'd you say? You're mumbling again.
I said I must have been out of my mind. If you'll excuse me, I'm expecting company. Do you like the cake, Harry?
It's delicious. McBride's Bakery?
You still remember the name of the baker?
Driving into town brought everything back.
Oh.
Maybe I will have another piece of cake. It's very good.
Well, don't give the credit to McBride's, please. I made it after you called.
Oh.
And while it was in the oven, I went up to the attic and found this dress. I didn't realize how out of style it is, the length and everything.
You know, I remember that dress.
Do you?
Uh-huh.
I was wearing it the night you asked me to marry you. Aunt Letty never knew about that. She thinks I tried to get you to marry me and couldn't. Oh, the times I wanted to tell her. But I didn't tell her much of anything. I just held my tongue and did as I was told.
It hasn't been easy, has it?
Can you tell just by looking at me? Do I look so awful? Do I look old, Harry?
No, I didn't mean that.
No woman has to be gray, not if she doesn't want to. I could fix my hair, Harry. I could do a lot of things to myself if I wanted to. If someone wanted me
Maud,
to.
we've been so busy talking about the town, how it's changed, how it hasn't. We haven't touched on anything personal.
I know. I've been like a little girl. The little girl who always wanted a fancy name. When I was little, I always saved the frosting for last, Harry, and that's what I've been doing. Saving the best for last. Putting off hearing you say what you came to say.
Maud, just what is it you think I came back to say?
Oh, I mustn't go on throwing away my life waiting for an old woman to die, just so I can have my inheritance.
Oh, those are probably my exact words 14 years ago.
I was so young then, Harry. $100,000 was such a lot of money. It still is.
I never wanted it.
I did for both of us. The doctor only gave her a year to live, at most a year.
I waited that year. For you, Maud, not for the pearls. I couldn't wait any longer. Look, why go over it all now? It's past.
Yes, it's past. Let's talk about the future, Harry. I don't want the pearls, not anymore. Let her change her will. Who cares? I can get her a nurse. The nurse can take the abuse. She's even welcome to the pearls. All I want now...
Maud, please, wait. Listen to me.
It's not too late. If you thought that, you wouldn't have come back for me, would you?
But I didn't.
What did you say?
Maud, I represent a big electrical supply house, and, well, there I was, not 50 miles drive from Roxbury. I wanted to see it again, and see you, Maud, as an old friend.
An old friend?
It wouldn't have seemed right somehow, being so close and not... Maud, I'm married.
What did you say?
Her name is Marianne.
Ah! Marianne. Such a pretty name. It's not like Maud.
We have 2 children. I have pictures here in my wallet. Would you like to see them?
What? Yes, of
The
course.
boy, Harry Jr., he's 9,
Oh.
and the girl, Peggy, she's starting kindergarten this year.
The boy looks like you, Harry.
Yes, people seem to think so. They say it... Maud, I don't know what to say. I didn't realize when I called. I mean, I'm afraid you misunderstood.
Men are so conceited.
What?
You're the one who misunderstood, Harry.
Did I? Well, I hope so.
Of course I knew you had come back just as an old friend to talk me out of ruining what's left of the rest of my life. Evidently, you weren't listening carefully. Didn't I tell you I'd already made up my mind to get a nurse for Aunt Letty?
Oh, of course, it's my fault. I was stupid.
Conceited was the word I used. I meant it. I should be angry. Instead, I'm rather amused. Yes, I decided even before you called to get a nurse for Aunt Letty. There's something else I could do, of course. I could let her bell ring once. Once is all it takes, and not answer. Simply not answer.
You don't know what you're saying.
You don't understand, Harry. It would be such a waste otherwise. All the nights I've gone to sleep counting the insults. I would have to have been crazy.
You don't know what you're saying.
I don't have to be an old 40 who's trying to look like a young 20, not with $100,000. That much money can buy even youth or a reasonable facsimile.
Your aunt is calling you, and I'd better go. It's time.
Time. Did you ever think of it as an elastic band? It can be, Harry. When I heard your voice on the phone, it was as if you had left Roxbury a week ago and come back.
Bye, Maud.
Now the elastic band is stretched, and I see all 14 years. Waste. Waste. They were for nothing if I have nothing to show for them.
Your aunt is calling. Take care of yourself, Maud.
Do you remember that song we used to dance to? One dream in my heart,
One love to be living for. One love to be living for. This nearly was mine. Oh. Why, he's gone. Go on. Ring. I've run up and down those stairs enough. Do you hear me, Belle? Aunt Letty, do you hear me? You want your book? Get it! You want your hypodermic needle? Get that too! Why do you want me anyway? I'm a fool. Didn't you call me that yourself, letting my hair down? Putting on a dress with ruffles. You were right. I am ridiculous. Aunt Letty? Thank you for all you've done, Mr. Ferris.
Well, there's something sad about seeing a house closed up, furniture covered, shades drawn.
As the lawyer for my aunt's estate, you know the terms of her will. At her death, the house was to be turned over to the town.
Your aunt was extremely generous.
Yes.
Knowing her generosity, I'm certain she had no intention of turning you out. There's no need to vacate the premises immediately, not unless you...
Unless I want to, and I do. This house holds too many memories.
Don't reproach yourself.
For what?
You gave her constant care for years. You mustn't blame yourself.
I didn't hear the bell. I simply didn't hear it, and I didn't realize it was time.
My dear girl.
Do you think that if I'd heard the bell, I would have delivered? The pearls are mine now. Legally.
All legal and clear.
Yes.
I imagine you plan to sell them. Enjoy the money, Maud. Heaven knows you deserve it.
Heaven only knows. Mr. Ferris, I am going to travel. Buy new clothes, make myself over. I am going to live, Mr. Ferris, and have everything I want. Everything.
I hope you do. Well, I must be going.
Oh, yes, I'll see you to the door.
By the way, I doubt if our local jeweler can afford to buy those pearls. No market here, but I'm sure he can advise you.
I'm going to see him today. Goodbye, Mr. Ferris.
Goodbye.
Thank you again.
So I'm about to see the fabulous Haskin pearls.
Yes, Mr.
Oh, they're
Greer.
a legend in Roxbury. Perfectly matched, I'm told. Of course, no one in this town could possibly afford them, but I'd be glad to go to New York for you and get the best price. Naturally, there would be a commission in it for me.
Naturally.
And now then, may I see them?
They're here in my bag. I didn't want to wear them. Perhaps because my aunt never took them off, never once in all the years that
Except to have them cleaned and restrung.
What?
Oh, I'm not sensitive about it. I knew she had probably sent them to New York. Didn't want to trust a local jeweler. Not that I wouldn't have done it for her.
But she didn't. Here. Here they are. So smooth, aren't they? Feel them, aren't they? Smooth.
But the shape.
What's that?
Well, they're barrel-shaped.
Shouldn't they be?
Oh, no, and the color's off. Oh, Miss Haskins, don't tell me your aunt never had these cleaned and restrung.
Was it important?
My dear lady, pearls are living things. Diamonds can be made bright again, but... Miss Haskins, I'm afraid the value of these pearls has deteriorated.
They're worth $100,000. I have the appraisal. What's the matter?
During your aunt's illness, did she require medication?
Oh, medication. If you only knew the times I filled that hypodermic needle, and then the medicine, and then the pills. What has that got to
Miss
do with
Haskins,
the pearls,
certain
though?
medications, insulin for one, can cause a chemical change in the oil glands.
What are you trying to
Secretion
say?
from the oil glands can react on pearls. To put it bluntly, pearls, because they are living things, can be killed. I'm afraid these are lifeless, dead. I can't tell you how sorry I am. They're worthless. I'm sorry. I really am very sorry.
What? Talk louder, please. I can't hear you. That bell. Oh, it's making so much noise.
I don't hear any bell.
You must hear the bell. Can't you hear that little bell? She's calling me. Can't you hear?
Theater 5 has presented Noose of Pearls, starring Miss Margaret Hamilton and Miss Joan Loring. Written by Winifred Wolfe and directed by Warren Somerville. Featured in the cast, Ralph Camargo, George Petrie, and Louis Van Ruten. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Ralph Herman. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. Theater 5 presents Mr. Bernard Grant in Skeleton.
Jenks, no. Now, look, you know why you can't spend the money. Yeah, but... Hey, I'll call you back. Somebody's at the door. Now sit tight, okay? All right. So long.
Joseph Hanlon.
Yeah?
I knew I'd find you here.
What do you want?
Now, is that any way to welcome anyone who's been looking for you as long as I have?
I don't know you.
My foot's in the door, Mr. Hanlon. Are you trying to break it?
I will if you keep it there.
Naughty.
You can't push your way in here.
Oh, thank you for asking me.
What do you want?
Since you insist, rye, please.
Oh, now look
on the rocks. I better make it a double. This storm has chilled me to the bone.
Oh, you got your nerve, Buster. Shoving your way in here. Demand it. Look, I don't know you.
Don't you really?
No.
Then why are you trembling?
Well, I...
Add a dash of bitters, would you? Well, hurry up, man. I'm frozen. Here, better pour one for yourself, Mr. Hanlon.
I don't want a drink.
I think you're going to need one.
Look, I just want you to get out of here.
Cheers. Very good.
All right, stop stalling. Now, what do you want and who are you?
You really don't know who I am.
Never seen you before in my life.
Yes. Now, why would any man search for you as long as I have, Mr. Hanlon?
How should I know?
Then I'll help you remember. Think back a bit, my friend. Think back to a nasty episode in your life. One you thought was finished. Over and done with. Oh, no. But as you see, Joseph, it is not finished at all. Is it?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know, I tell you.
Oh, come on, Joseph. You know what you did, and so do I.
Now, look, if it's about the girl, it wasn't my fault. I didn't do it.
No, it wasn't you.
I swear it wasn't. Jenks did it, not me.
Really? How curious he says that he didn't do it either, that it was you.
Well, he's a liar. He's lying, I tell you.
You'd better be able to prove it, Joseph.
Now, look, grabbing Katie Shaw was his idea in the first place. I swear it was.
But you went along with it, didn't you?
Oh, we didn't mean to hurt her.
Oh, didn't you?
Honest, we didn't. Especially after old man promised the ransom money.
And why did it happen?
Look, we had her locked up in the cellar, see? Well, she tried to escape. Jenks caught her getting out the window, and he yelled at her to stop. And she just jumped and ran. And so he took a shot at her to scare her, only he didn't miss.
Oh?
And of course it was Jenks who fired that shot, not you.
I swear, mister. I don't even own a gun. Jenks, it was his gun.
On your word as a gentleman?
But you gotta believe me. That's how it happened. It's the truth. Now help me.
All right. So you weren't the one who killed Katie. You still kidnapped her.
Yeah,
If you hadn't put your filthy hands on her, Katie would be alive today, wouldn't she?
I never thought...
No, you didn't, did you? All you thought about was the money. The lousy money. And Katie had to die because of your greed.
I ain't slept good since, honest.
That's a great help to Katie, isn't it? And to me.
Who are you, buddy? Was Katie Shaw your girl?
Oh, was Katie Shaw my girl? Oh, no. No, she wasn't just my girl. She was my whole world. We were going to be married. We were going to spend our whole life together.
I'm sorry.
Sure you are. Afterwards. Everybody's sorry. Afterwards.
Hey, how did you find out about me? I mean...
What's the difference? Is that going to bring Katie back to life?
Well, no, but... Hey, did Jenks put you onto me?
Did you think he wouldn't?
Oh, that...
The rats are all alike. You'd sell out your own grandmother to save your miserable skin.
Well, it isn't fair to pin the rap on me. I wasn't the guy that killed her.
Did Katie suffer much before?
Oh, no, mister. She went quick, honest.
Did she say anything? Did she give you any message for me?
No, well, yeah, maybe sort of.
Well, what did she say?
Well, she said to tell you that she loved you, and for you not to be too mad because we really didn't mean to kill her.
You're a liar.
No.
You're a liar.
I swear she said it. You're going, Charlie. You're choking me.
You make my hands dirty.
Now, wait a minute, mister. Please. Have a heart.
You had a heart, didn't you? You
do anything you want.
were a stranger to me. I'd never done anything to you. Yet you took away the most valuable thing in my life. And like a monster, you killed it.
Please, mister, give me a chance.
Like you gave Katie a chance?
Oh, I wish to heaven I had. If I could only have another chance now to grab Jenks' farm when he shot at her.
Oh, you're bringing tears to my eyes. You had your chance, you rat. And you didn't take it. Did you? Did you? I said, did you?
What are you going to do?
I'm not sure. Yet. I came here to kill you, Joseph. Maybe I just ought to turn you over to the police.
Oh, no, mister, don't do that.
Oh, I thought you wanted to make amends.
Oh, yeah, the cops.
Then you were lying to me, Joseph.
Oh, no, not the cops, mister. Please, they'll burn me. I'll burn.
No, that wouldn't be good, would it?
Oh, no. Thanks, mister. Thanks.
No. And I wouldn't get to see you die myself, would I?
Oh, please.
I wouldn't get to see your blood run out the way Katie's did.
Oh, give me a break, mister.
Sure I will. With this. I sharpened it this morning. Especially for you.
Don't come at me with that thing.
Are you afraid to die, Joseph?
Yeah, I am.
Maybe now you know what it feels like,
Now you get back, I'll tell you.
Oh, Katie. Katie, are you watching me?
You're nuts. You're out of your mind, mister.
Say your prayers, Joseph.
Get fast. Get that knife away from me.
Why don't you scream for help, Joseph? Like Katie did. Go ahead.
Huh?
Wouldn't do. Would it, Joseph? Not for a man who's wanted for kidnapping and murder.
Oh, let me go, please. Let me go.
Katie, darling, here he comes. Here comes the man who took you from me, Katie.
Oh, Mother of mercy, no. No. I'll give you anything. Just take that knife away from me, please.
All right. Give me back Katie.
I can't give you back a dead girl.
But you kidnapped her. You and Jenks killed her, didn't you?
Oh, we didn't mean to. I told her.
That's where we're different, see? I mean to kill you. It'll make me feel good.
All right. Go ahead.
I never thought I'd feel this way. But I'll enjoy killing you, Joseph. I'll enjoy listening to you scream until you die. Like Katie.
Kill me. Go on. Get it over with.
But killing you wouldn't bring Katie back to me, would it? No matter what I do, I'll never be able to hold her again. Or kiss her.
Thanks for putting that knife away, mister.
Killing you can't undo the harm you've done to me.
No, it can't.
All right. Get your coat.
My coat?
We're going to the police. Did you think I let you go scot-free? After hunting you down to kill you.
But you said yourself it ain't going to bring Katie back if I die. Now, what good is it to you if I burn, mister? What good, huh?
You're still the man who destroyed my future.
Oh, give me a chance to square things, will you? There are ways.
What ways?
Well, I could... Well, like, pay a fine for what I did. To you. You know what I mean?
A fine? What are you talking about?
Look, I admit I did wrong. But all I can do now is pay for it. Make it up to you.
Are you trying to bribe me? With a price for Katie's life?
Oh, no, I didn't mean it like
then
that.
What do you mean?
Well, conscience money, maybe.
Oh, conscience money. Do you think you can buy forgiveness with money?
Oh, not buy, exactly. And I wouldn't expect you to forgive me.
What would you expect? You'd expect to save your skin for a few dollars?
I'm willing to pay all I can. Out of my share of the ransom money. Now, Jenks got most of it.
Oh, sure he did.
I swear, mister. I was just helping him. I didn't want to be in on it. The whole thing was his job all the way.
So you want me to barter revenge for cash? Is that it?
You can't spend revenge. Now, look. A guy dead is good for nothing, right? But if you can punish him with a fine, you've got your revenge and something else besides, right?
Oh, right.
So what do you say?
As one practical man of the world to another?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Now, money isn't everything, but it dries a lot of tears, huh?
Yes, Joseph. I suppose it does. Maybe all my tears weren't for Katie herself. Her father had promised us a very nice wedding present. $20,000.
That's a lot of dough. No wonder.
No wonder. I'm so furious at you for killing her. Is that what you're thinking?
That's a lot of dough.
Yes. Yes, maybe you're right. Maybe that was the real reason I felt like killing you. And still do.
But I can't offer you that kind of money. But, how about $500,000?
Speak English.
500, all cash. I got it right here.
Is that what you think your life is worth?
700?
I'm still hoping you'll force me to kill you.
Don't take that knife out again. All right. $1,000. But that's it. I ain't got no more.
All right. Get it.
Sure. Right away. Now, here's the $1,000. You want to count it?
No. I trust you, Joseph.
Thanks.
Now, if it's all there, you're rid of Katie and me for good. If it isn't, I'll be back to kill you.
Oh, it's all there, I swear. Count it.
All right. All right. You can sleep peacefully now, friend. I bought your guilt. The crime against Katie is mine. Now, all mine.
Now, remember, we made a bargain. No going to the cops.
Oh, you have my word. Good night, Joseph.
Good night. Mister? Airline. Enter. Ah, here. Inter-American? I want to reserve 2 seats on your next flight to Mexico City. 10:40? Okay. For John Jones and Tom Smith. Yeah.
You again, huh?
Any objections, Mr. Janitor?
Not if you got another tent spot.
You mean like this?
Yeah. Now, you want 3 more names of bachelors who live alone in a building, huh?
Why, you are positively clairvoyant.
Yeah. What do you want all them names for, mister?
I'm selling sewing kits.
Ha.
You took my money, Mr. Janitor.
I'm a custodian, mister.
Pardon me, Mr. Custodian.
All right. Try Sam Cooper. He's in 7B. And Maurice Ball. He's in 3N. And Harold Kent in 6K.
Sam Cooper?
Yeah?
I knew I'd find you here.
Hey, who are you? What do you want?
I've been looking for you for a long time, you know.
I never saw you before in my life.
My foot's in the door, Mr. Cooper. Are you trying to break it?
Hey, get out of here. I'll call a cop.
No, you won't. You've got too much to lose, Mr. Cooper.
What are you talking about?
You know, Mr. Cooper. Now, why do you suppose any man would search for you as long as I have?
I don't know.
Let me help you remember. Think back a bit, my friend. Think back to a nasty episode in your life. One you thought was finished, over and done with.
No. Oh, no, it isn't possible.
But it is, you see. Your past has caught up with you, Mr. Cooper.
Hey, look, I didn't know she was married. I swear I didn't. It was only when it was too late that she said anything about a husband and kids. I swear to you, mister, I didn't have the faintest idea.
Lawrence? I hope I didn't wake you, honey. Oh, terrific. Fish are biting like mad today. I did 5 scenes, all in one apartment house. Oh, solid, sweetheart. Skeletons rattle like mad, right out of the closets. Well, 1,000 in cash from a real live one. 400 more in checks. What? No. Well, not bad for a couple of hours' work. Sure, we're celebrating. Phone the store for reservations. We're spinning up a storm tonight. Oh, now, sweetheart, will you get over that piggy bank complex? Now, look, we've got it made. There's a solid gold skeleton in every guy's closet. And I know just how to rattle it.
Jenks? Joe Hanlon. Now listen, we're in big trouble. You know that guy you put onto me? Oh, come on. You know who I mean. Stop snowing me, pal. You mean you didn't think on me? Well, what do you know? This guy pulled a knife on me, and I bought him off with $1,000 of the ransom money. Well, certainly I know the cops are watching for the bill numbers. Why do you think I told you to cool the money? All right. Look, listen, will you? Now, pack fast and meet me at the Inter-American Terminal. We're cutting out for Mexico City. Yeah. Let that blackmailing rat explain to the cops why he's spending the ransom dough.
Theater 5, 4.5 hours of dramatic radio theater continues after Weekend West, coming up in just a moment here on Radio 81.
Theater 5 has presented Skeleton, starring Mr. Bernard Grant, written by Jules Archer, directed by Warren Somerville. Featured in the cast, Stan Watt, Arthur Cole, and Peter Rattray. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. Theater 5 presents In Absence of All Intelligent Life.
Siddons.
No. You can't sleep either, I see.
No. I'd close my eyes and I'd think, tomorrow, Jeffries, you make history. One of the first men to set foot on an inhabitable planet. And the next thing I know, my eyes are popped open and I'm just staring up into the darkness.
So you came up here to have another look at it?
How did you know?
I'm afraid buck fever isn't restricted to the young.
Ah, but it's beautiful, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Look at how it hangs there in space, motionless like a huge ball or a giant pearl. Luminescent and gray-green, rich against the blackness of space, and the light of the stars beyond. Red and green and yellow against the black.
Look, here on the radar. The land masses show up quite clearly now through the cloud layer.
Well, it's mostly water.
Well, more than 3/4 of X-37J's surface is covered with water.
Yes, I keep forgetting. You think the land will be firm enough to set down on?
As dry as the land at home.
Oh, no, you'd think with all that water, it'd all be spongy. Catch hut!
Eddie. Dr. Siddons, I was just going to send for you.
What's up?
I don't know. We just got a report from the con that there's a blanket of pure metal satellites orbiting this planet. From the size of a house to the size of needles.
Pure metal?
They could be manufactured.
Here, let's see. Yes, I see. They are pure metal. Have we hit any yet?
We're in the field now.
The ship's okay?
Our hull's designed to withstand 300 bombardments per second. What do you make of it?
I don't know. It's very unusual for this large a concentration of satellites to be in the magnetic field of a planet.
You mean somebody could have put it there?
No, I didn't say that.
But it is possible that these satellites were put there to act as a barrier to incoming rocket ships.
Yes, it is possible. But remember, meteorites are frequently pure metal, and they become satellites.
There's probably life there.
Not necessarily. Of course, we know this planet is capable of supporting life. Well, that's why we're going to explore it. But to jump to the conclusion that it's intelligent life and hostile to our exploration, well, it's not only unscientific, it's completely unfounded at this point. It may be that the belt of satellites around this planet might be due to entirely natural causes, ones we hadn't anticipated. But to say there are people down there such as ourselves is something we can't possibly know until we've landed.
Well, I'm going to sensitize the ship's defense system and post orders for the landing party to carry weapons.
A wise precaution.
In the meantime, it's 5 hours till touchdown. I suggest you gentlemen get some sleep while you can. I have a feeling you're going to need it once we land.
$150,000 from touchdown. Rate of fall 0.660.
So far, so good.
145 from touchdown. Rate of fall 0.
If they had any anti-rocket devices, they would have sent them up by now. We're well into their atmosphere.
Yes, unless they're planning some sort of trap, letting us land so they can capture us intact once we're on the ground.
If anybody's down there. We've been monitoring the radio frequency since last night. There hasn't been a sound. Whatever life is down there, I'm sure we'll be able to handle.
110,000 feet from touchdown. Rate of fall.
I see you're keeping to the edge of the landmass.
Yes, I want you to be able to get your ocean samples without a lot of traveling.
May I suggest you set down where that large river empties into the sea? That way I can take freshwater samples as well. See, there on that peninsula.
You think it's big enough?
Why? Make it out to be about 2 miles wide. Plenty of room for us.
Jeffries, what's the spectrographic reading for that peninsula?
A solid mineral. Granite-like composition.
Well, that should support us.
Well, it's not a peninsula, sir. It's an island. See here how the river cuts around it at the north end, cutting it off from the main body of land?
Well, that makes it all the better. And it's small enough, surrounded by water on 4 sides, makes it easier to defend if there are hostiles down there.
100,000 feet from touchdown. Rate of fall 0.790.
Collins, alter the course for that island.
Aye, aye, sir. Dr. Siddons, there's something funny about that island. Look here on the spectrograph.
Oh. What is it?
Well, look. Now, the whole thing shows up gray, solid mineral, except for this square patch of green. The only spot on the whole island.
Nothing unusual about that. See, the green is gray underneath, merely indicating vegetation covering the minerals. Grass or trees.
Well, yes, but why this one spot and why so perfectly oblong? Look, the sides and corners are laid out sharp as a parade ground.
He's right, you know. Nature couldn't lay out anything as geometric as that. It has to have been made by intelligent beings.
You suppose it's some sort of sacred ground, a place for religious ceremony?
Let's not let superstition run away with our better judgment.
Well, yes, but look, Dr. Siddons, the whole island's cross-hatched into squares. That green patch is the only unmarked place on it.
You're right. The island has been scored with lines following some sort of plan, like streets. See how they extend on the other side of the rivers. Perhaps this isn't the best place to land, Captain.
80,000 feet from touchdown. Rate of fall 0.790.
We're too far down to blast up again. I can't waste the fuel.
Captain, the radar altimeter is giving me a hodgepodge of readings for that island. The only level place is that green patch of ground.
Maybe we should try to land on either side of the river, on the mainland.
That's just as bad. Nothing level over there either.
Whatever that patch of ground is, sacred ground or what, we're going to be in the middle of it. Set your sights for the middle of that green, Collins. Man your stations, men. We're taking her in. gentlemen. We made it.
The new world.
Keep your eyes open. See any movement?
No.
It looks like we've landed in the middle of a huge religious grounds.
We're ringed completely by... Oh, what are they, Dr. Siddons? Monuments?
No. No, they're too big for that. I imagine they're buildings of some sort. See all those little windows cut in them? They must be dwelling places.
Then there's no question that there are creatures on this planet.
No.
Then where is everybody? That's a good question.
Well, they could have been scared away by the roar of our landing rockets.
Maybe they evacuated this place when they saw us coming, and they're waiting for us to get on the ground so they can attack us with whatever weapons they use. What are you going to do? The only thing we can do. Suit up and go outside. It's obvious they aren't coming to meet us, so we'll have to go out and see if we can make contact. Everybody be suited up and ready to leave the ship by 0800. Everyone carries a signed weapon. And spreading out in a defensive perimeter. You're in charge of the ship.
Aye, aye, sir.
No one is allowed to re-enter the ship without the proper password, no matter what the circumstances. And if for any reason you think things have gone wrong, blast off and make your report to home. You understand that?
Aye, aye, sir.
Very good. Have you made your readings, Doctor?
Yes, sir. It's just as we predicted from home. Though the ground radiation level is a little bit higher than we anticipated. Here, you can see for yourself.
Dangerous?
More than safe for us. There's no reason why we can't get out of these suits and walk around the same as at home.
Unless there's the presence of some element or gas that we can't detect.
Yes, that's true.
I need a volunteer.
Captain, I'd like to volunteer.
Not you, Dr. Siddons. You're too valuable to the expedition. I can't let you do that.
Well, there's no danger.
You said yourself that
Please, Captain. You were the first person to set foot on this new world. I'd like to be the first one to breathe its air.
Well, all right. But be careful.
Come on in, boys. The water's fine.
Hear that, Collins? We got it made. Boy, oh boy.
I hear you, Lieutenant.
All right, knock it off. This is a military reconnaissance, not a picnic. There's life on this planet, but until we make contact with it, it's the enemy. Lieutenant Jeffries?
Yes, sir.
You take the doctor and the two men and reconnoiter to the east as far as the river. I'll go as far as the river to the west. When you get through, double back here and report.
Aye, aye, sir. You see anything, Doc?
No.
We've been lying here so long, staring at those empty openings so long.
Windows.
All right, windows you call them. I feel like there's a million pairs of eyes staring back at us. What do you suppose they look like?
Who?
The creatures we're after.
Haven't any idea.
Oh, it's weird, hunting for a creature you don't know what they might look like.
Yeah.
Well, we could lie here forever.
Such crude dwellings. They must have lived one on top of the other.
Yeah, if we're ever going to see them, we're going to have to dig them out. Any volunteers to go with me?
I'll go.
All right, the rest of you stay here. Now keep us covered. If anything happens, don't be afraid to shoot into us.
Mm.
Now, Doc,
When I give the word, we'll run across this street and don't stop until we come to the wall of the first building, right?
Right.
Are you ready?
Okay.
Then now! So far, so good.
Now, over there.
Right.
Just above your head. There's one of their windows. But it's filled with plastic.
See if I can break it.
You can't shatter plastic.
I can try.
Boy, it's nothing but glass. Old-fashioned glass.
Yeah. Hello in there. Anybody home?
Move along the wall. There's a kind of doorway up ahead, I think.
It's unlocked.
Push it open with your weapon. And careful.
Yeah. Hello? Anybody home? Okay, Doc. Let's move in cautiously, but keep your eyes open.
There's one. Where? Over there. Stop! It's an effigy of some sort. See, it isn't living. It's a statue of some kind. You see, it's made out of some sort of alloy.
You sure?
Yes.
Suppose that's what they look like?
Well, I imagine so. Animals aren't given to making statues of themselves.
Boy, what ugly-looking creatures. You suppose that's the head?
Yes. You see, these must be the arms, and these are clearly the legs.
Hey, look how close together the eyes are and the stick-like legs. I almost hope we don't run into one.
I don't think we will.
What do you mean by that?
Not in this city, at least. Look at the gray dust on the floor. It's almost 2 inches thick. I noticed the same in the street. If there are any of these monstrosities left, they aren't here. This city hasn't been used for a long, long time. Maybe 1,000 years.
Lieutenant Jeffries reporting, sir.
Go ahead, Lieutenant.
We've completed the island reconnaissance, sir, as per your instructions.
And you found?
Nothing. No life of any sort.
Not a thing.
Just miles and miles of twisted, stunted vegetation and a couple more of those huge radioactive burns. Same kind we found 100 miles south and west of here.
Collins, your receivers picked up anything yet?
No, sir. We've been monitoring all frequencies since we've been here, and not a sound. Nothing but random radio interference from outer space.
What about the television satellites we sent up?
They've covered the surface of this planet 100 times, sir, and not a sign of movement anywhere.
Well, Dr. Siddons, what do you make of it?
It might be unethical for me to venture an opinion at this time.
Oh, come on now, Doctor. You must have some idea. You've been poking around these ruins for the last 10 days. You must have drawn some conclusion.
Well, as you know, this planet was at one time inhabited by living creatures, much like ourselves, no matter how repulsive they may appear to us. They were biped, carnivorous, possessed a certain amount of intelligence.
Well, what happened to them?
Well, in order to understand what happened to them, you have to understand the creatures themselves. As I've said, they were very primitive and very superstitious. True, they had advanced from the Stone Age to the threshold of nuclear energy, but culturally and morally, well, they hadn't got much beyond the Iron Age.
So then they discovered the tremendous power of nuclear energy.
Exactly. The very first use they made of it was to blow a few million of their fellow creatures off the face of the planet.
Savages.
Yeah, but they didn't destroy everything. The city's still standing.
Well, as far as I can figure out, it didn't hold any military targets.
Oh, but what happened to the creatures in it?
They were killed off by radiation fallout.
Well, it's still radioactive. Why didn't the radiation kill us off?
Well, for one thing, it's cooled off considerably since then. And for another thing, we're used to it. They never had a chance.
Well, that's it. We've got enough to make a report when we get back. Secure for blast off at 1800 hours tonight. Got everything tied down and ready. That's all, gentlemen.
Doctor, you were able to crack their language, weren't you?
I wasn't able to. My computers were. It was a relatively simple task.
Well, what did they call this place?
You mean the planet? The civilization?
No. I mean this island, this city, or whatever it was.
Well, of course, it was a proper name, so it was meaningless to us. But I can reproduce the sounds they made as they spoke them. They called this place New York.
Theater 5 has presented In Absence of All Intelligent Life, written by George Bamber, directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, William Redfield, Cliff Carpenter, Guy Sorel, and Peter Rattray. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. Theater 5 presents Death Watch.
Dr. Agnew, telephone. Dr. Agnew, telephone.
Agnew here. Oh, Susan, I was just leaving. The cake? No, I'll pick it up. I know the bakery closes at 6. I'm just leaving the hospital now. How's the birthday boy? Yeah, I'll bet he is. Yes, all right. Goodbye.
Good night, Doctor.
You wouldn't want to make a small profit on that umbrella of yours, would you?
Sure. Here.
Hey, mister. Hey, mister. Hey, mister.
Huh? Oh, you calling me?
Yeah, you a doctor?
Yes.
What kind of doctor?
Look, it's raining and I'm in a hurry.
I mean, are you a doctor, or, operate on people?
Well, yes, I'm a surgeon. Listen, you want to pick up some change? See if you can get me a cab. I'll wait here in the doorway. Huh?
Doctor, my mother's sick. You come with me, okay?
Well, I can't right now. I'm on my way home.
She's very sick.
Where's your regular doctor?
I don't know. I called him. The woman said he's away.
Well, didn't she give you the name of another doctor?
Well, I called him. The woman told me a couple hours. I waited, but he didn't come. Hey, Doc, I think my old lady, she's dying.
Well, look, son, the hospital is right there. I'll tell you what you do.
No. People have been telling me what to do all day. I tell you what to do. You come with me. Take care of my mother.
Oh, son, I just can't go
Doc,
with you.
I got a gun in my pocket. You want to see it? It's pointed right at your belly. I'm not going looking for no more doctors. I got a doctor. Now, you come with me.
You better take it easy, son. You might get yourself in trouble trying something like this.
You think I don't know how to use the gun? You pull the trigger, it goes off. You think I'm afraid to pull the trigger?
No, all right. Have it your own way. But let's grab a cab, okay? No need getting pneumonia.
No taxi. I don't need a hacky to worry about, too. Come on, we'll walk.
In this?
It's not very far.
Look, son.
I'm not your son, Ibarro. You want to call me something? I got a name. Angel Serafano. That's my name.
Angel, if your mother is as sick as you say, I ought to go back to the hospital and get an ambulance.
No, you're not going anywhere. The last doctor said he'll come back tomorrow. Tomorrow comes first thing this morning, no doctor. I call him and he's out of town. What kind of doctor goes away and leaves someone to die?
He might have been called away on an emergency.
Well, how about my old lady? Wasn't she an emergency?
They left the name of another doctor.
2 hours. I waited. Who knows how long his 2 hours is going to be? She could be dead. No, I'm not taking any chances. I got my doctor now. Come on.
Angel, if you want my advice...
You don't believe I'll shoot you?
Oh, I believe. Yeah, I believe.
Come on, then. I live here. Come on. The 5th floor.
That figures. What did the other doctor say was the matter with your mother?
He tell her a something. A bug, you know.
A virus?
Virus, yeah. She was coughing real bad every second. Oh, like she couldn't stop.
You brought me here at gunpoint because your mother has a virus? Angel, people don't ordinarily die of colds. I mean, a virus isn't necessarily fatal. You said your mother was dying.
Are you going to tell me it ain't serious, too? That's what he said, the other doctor. Nothing serious, he said. I'll be back tomorrow. Big deal. Like he's doing me some kind of favor. A doctor is supposed to help people when they're sick, whether they got money or not, right?
If the doctor told you your mother wasn't seriously ill, she wasn't. Whether or not you have money doesn't matter.
You know how long I wait the first time? From 9 o'clock when my old lady first called the welfare till 6 o'clock at night.
I'm sure the doctor got there as quickly as he could.
If you got money, you live at a fancy address. You just pick up the phone, call a doctor, and he's at your house in 10, 20 minutes. And you know what his name is going to be. You say, "Come in, Doctor Someone." "What's the matter with my old lady, Doctor Someone?" Nice, like that. We're down at the end of the hall.
Someone ought to have that skylight fixed. There's 2 inches of water in the hall.
You want to report the landlord? My old lady always makes me lock the door. Like we got something to steal. This afternoon she was all right. Then later she started to cough real bad again. And like that all the time. Then she yells Santa Maria and holds onto her breast like she can't stand the pain. Then she can hardly talk. I say, Mama, how do you feel?" Well, she can hardly talk with the coughing and the pain. "Angel." She just says my name, Angel. Then she pass out.
Did she complain of a sharp pain in her arm at any time?
I don't remember. I don't think so. She just hold herself and bend over, like she got cramps or something.
Do you have a phone?
Oh, sure. We got a phone in every room. What do you need a phone for?
We might have to call an ambulance.
Oh, no. You ain't going to take her away from here. She stays here or I know she gets taken care of.
But she might need hospital care.
Oh, sure. Some doc from the welfare comes by and looks at the sign on her bed once a day.
Charity patients get the same care as people who can afford to pay. The same doctors treat
Look, I'm making sure my old lady gets the best. You're staying here till she's okay again.
Well, isn't there a phone anywhere in the building?
There's a booth on the corner, but you ain't using it. So don't get any ideas. In case you think I was fooling about the gun. Here, take a look. 6 bullets, see?
Let me see her.
She's in there, in the bedroom. Wait a minute. Who's that? Don't answer it. Don't even breathe, Doc. Okay, you're gone. Come on, look at my old lady now.
What's that window doing open? Can't you close the window?
It's stuck. I closed it as far as I could and stuffed in rags. But it's still raining in a little. But I brought in the oil burner. See?
That window ought to be fixed. Do you have an old blanket, newspapers, anything?
Here, take my blanket.
Better get something to mop up the water.
Mama, I brought a doctor. Wait, I'll put on the light. It hurt her eyes before. Close your eyes, Mama. I'm going to turn on the light.
Angel, I'm dripping wet. Do you have a towel?
Hey, sure, Doc. Here.
Thank you. Now, tell me, when did she have her first attack?
Huh?
When did she get this pain?
Oh, about 2 hours ago.
Well, turn the shade this way, and let's have a look, huh? Mrs. Sarafano, are you awake? I'm Dr. Agnew.
A doctor with a name, Mama.
Mrs. Sarafano. Wipe off my bag and hand it to me, please.
Sure. Here, Doc. What's the matter with you, Doc?
Angel, your mother is dead.
Mama, you're going to be okay now. I got a doc.
Angel, listen to me. Your mother is dead.
No, she's not dead. She's breathing. I hear her breathing.
Well, listen to me. You have to accept it. She's gone. Her heart has stopped.
I was just talking to her. She's alive.
Oh, I'll have to phone for an ambulance.
No, you're staying here.
Angel, try to understand. There's nothing more I can do. Your mother is dead.
Mama?
Are you sure there isn't a phone anywhere in the building?
You don't care. You don't care. Nobody cares if she dies. Old fat Spanish lady. Who's she? Well, she's my mother. My mother, and she ain't gonna die. You're going to make her live.
Now, here, Angel, you better take one of these.
What's that? Something to knock me out?
It's a sedative. Do you have a bed?
Yeah, over there, behind the curtain.
Well, take this and lie down. I'll take care of everything.
Oh, sure. Put me to sleep and cut out. Is that what you think? Well, you're not cutting anywhere. Come on, out in the kitchen.
Angel, your mother has been dead for some time. I have to get her out of here.
Out in the kitchen. I got 6 bullets in this gun, Dr. Someone. Now, here. We can use this table. You wash it with hot water, I'll get a clean sheet.
What are you doing? What do you want to use the table for?
For the operation.
The operation?
That's right. What's the matter? You think I'm a hibaro or something? I can't read English? I read the papers all the time. And I read where a woman's heart stopped and this doctor made it start again.
Oh.
He cut her open and massaged her heart. Well, she's walking around today.
Angel, that was a different case entirely. The doctor was there, right there, when the heart stopped beating. She had only passed through what we call clinical death. That's why he was able to save her. Your mother is past that point. She can't be revived now.
Well, look, you want money? I'll get you money. How much you want?
It isn't a question of money. If I could save her, don't you think I would?
Oh, money's no problem. I got lots of ways. Lots of ways.
And even if I could save her...
All right, what do you need? A knife, right? Oh, we got knives. Look. I'll go heat some water.
Oh, this is insane.
Crazy? He's saying I'm crazy, huh? Just because I don't want to let my old lady die, I'm crazy?
What can I do to convince you? Your mother is dead. Your mother is dead.
Yeah, well, lots of people walking around. Doctors say we're dead. Listen, Doc. I don't want to kill you, but I will. I'll point this gun right in your lying mouth and pull the trigger. 6 times. Bang, 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 bang.
What do you want me to do?
The water is boiling now.
Angel, tell me. You go to school?
When they find me, they make me.
How old are you?
15, maybe.
Oh, don't you know?
Yeah. 15.
What do you want to be?
Oh, man. Tito Parente. Who else? I'm just sitting around waiting for it to happen, that's all. Any kind of break.
What did your mother want you to be?
My old lady? You want to laugh?
Yeah, I could use one along about now.
A priest. How about that?
Well, it's a fine ambition for a mother to have for her son.
You think I got a prayer, Doc?
You want her to be proud of you, don't you?
She is proud of me. What I done not to make her proud? I love her. I never make her worry. Not once. Never about anything. Other guys, 12, 11 even, you know, already on this stuff. I promise her I never touch it. And I never, not even glue, nothing. And I never touched a woman. I promised her that, too.
Do you think what you're doing now would make her proud?
What, saving her life? Proud? Happy.
Do you know what could happen to you for kidnapping someone at gunpoint?
I don't care what happens to me. If my old lady's okay, well, that's all.
You think having you in prison would make her proud?
Happy? What, are you going to turn me in? Listen, Doctor, someone, you think they're going to take it out on a kid my age for trying to save his old lady's life? You know, you must think I'm real stupid. Okay, the water is ready. Start scrubbing the table.
The clean sheet will be sufficient.
No, no. On the TV, they always wash the table. I don't want to take no chances with germs.
You're the boss.
Right. I'm the boss. Long as I got the rod and you ain't, I'm boss.
You know what you ought to be doing meanwhile?
You tell me.
Calling an ambulance. And that way, we'll be ready to take your mother to the hospital.
I thought we had that straight. My old lady ain't leaving here until she can walk out. And you ain't walking out if she don't. So stop talking all the time about the phone and the ambulance and the hospital. Hey, we ought to be boiling the knife. Put the knife in the pan. No, wait, I'll put the knife in the pan. You go get my mother.
I'll need your help.
You can't carry her in here? A big man like you?
We'll have to improvise a stretcher. Here, we can use the sheet.
Okay, only don't think I'm putting down the gun.
All right. Careful now. Pull out the sheet and roll both sides so you can get a grip.
Doctor, someone? I don't think I can do this and still hold the gun. You do it.
All right. There. Now grab hold of each end and watch it.
You should not have tried that, Doc. You could have gotten yourself killed.
Listen to me. Your mother is dead. Dead, do you understand? I can't save her. Nothing I can do, nothing you can make me do will bring her back to life.
You think someone will hear the gunshot and come here, huh? You don't know this neighborhood, Doc. People hear a gun go off around here, and they run and hide and lock their doors. Guns go off around here all the time. Nobody comes, not even the fuzz. So relax. Nobody's coming. Nobody's gonna bother us. You're gonna have to carry her yourself, Doc. I ain't taking no more chances with you. That's right. Easy. Easy. All right, now put her right there on the nice clean table.
Angel, I can't do this. I can't let you do this.
Oh, you think I won't be able to watch? Don't worry, Doc. I won't faint. I'm gonna see you do it right. Well, let's go.
I can't do this. I won't. I don't care what you do to me.
You don't? All right. Straight in your mouth, Doc. 4 bullets. And maybe I'll do you a favor and save the last one for your guts. You got a wife, Doc?
Yes.
A kid, maybe, huh?
Yes.
Oh, too bad. I wouldn't want to be your wife and have to identify you. You're not going to be pretty, Doc. Okay. I'm going to count to 3. I'll count slow. Real slow. 1, 2, 3. What was that? She spoke to me. Mama, I was only trying to frighten him. I wasn't going to shoot him, honest, Mama. You don't have to worry. You're going to be all right now, Mama. You'll be all right. You want to go to the hospital? Okay. We'll take you to the hospital. I'll go with the doc while he calls an ambulance. Mama, he's got a name. Dr. Agnew. He's your doctor, Mama. He'll be the same one. Every time. Look, Mama. I'm putting down the gun. Here, Mommy. Here's the gun, see? All right, Doc. We'll call the ambulance. She's going to be okay now, right?
Come on, Angel.
Who's that?
It's all right, Angel. Let whoever it is in.
Oh, they might try to stop us. Tell us the hospital is full.
Why should they do that?
I don't know.
I won't let them, Angel. I promise.
All right.
Good evening. Does Mrs. Sarafano live here?
Yes, she's my mother.
I'm Dr. Southwick. I was here earlier, but no one was home. How is your mother?
Oh, she's going to be fine. I got a doctor here.
Oh, I see. Well, in that case,
Doctor.
I see everything is all right.
Doctor, the boy's mother is dead. She's been dead for some time. Will you call an ambulance?
She isn't dead. You heard her. She was talking to me just now. She told me not to hurt you. That's why I didn't shoot you. Didn't you hear her?
I'll take care of things, Doctor. Just, get the ambulance, will you?
Yes, right away.
No, you're not going to take her away from me. Don't leave me alone here.
I won't leave you alone, Angel. You can come to the hospital, too. You can even stay there for a while if you want to.
I can stay in the hospital, but near my old lady.
Well, it's another part of the hospital. Well, you couldn't stay in the woman's section, but there's a place where there are some other boys your own age.
Waiting for their old ladies, too, huh?
That's right.
Sure. And we'll leave the hospital together.
Well, it might take a long time, Angel.
Oh, that's okay. I got lots of time. I'm young. 15, maybe.
Listen. It stopped raining.
Oh, that's good. She won't get wet.
No, Angel. She won't get wet.
Theater 5 has presented Death Watch, written by Hal Hackaday, directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, George Petrie, Don Scardino, Evelyn Juster, and Ronald Liss. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. Radio Network production. Radio Network production. Theater 5 presents Across the River from Grandma's House.
Grandma, do you hear?
Yes, the prison siren.
There's been another escape.
Now, Penelope, sit down and finish your tea.
Oh, but Grandma, I
plenty of time. And mind, when you go out, I want you to bundle up and wear your fur-lined boots. There's a chill in the air.
My boots.
Oh, Grandma, now, well, if you're going to be contrary, I'll go myself.
All right, Grandma, all right. I'll wear my boots.
Now, that's a good girl. Oh, and please don't tarry along the way. Not like you did the last time.
I've got to make it to the river. Blasted fog. I can't see where I'm going.
This way. Over here.
Where?
Now, don't be afraid.
I can't. Girl.
You've been wounded. Now, please, put that gun away. You needn't... Oh, go of my arm.
You're sticking with me. Go on, get moving.
Now, please, you don't understand. I want to help you. I'll take you to Grandma's house.
Now, look, sister. I don't know who you are or how come you're out here, but that's your own hard luck. If we run into any cops, I'll have to shoot you if they want to get me. Now, let's move toward that river. Get down.
The police boats will be patrolling the river for hours. If you'd only come to Grandma's house.
Shut up. Blasted shoulder. Bleeding.
Oh, please. Grandma will know how to fix it, and later we'll help you get across the river.
What are you, some kind of a nut? You and your grandma? Why do you want to help me? What's in it for you?
Now, look, just put your arm around my shoulder. Now, that's right. Now, I'll lead you. It's not very far.
That's wacky. A guy busts out and there's a dame all of a sudden. How old are you, kid? 17, 18?
I don't know. I think I'm much older.
Huh?
Oh, Grandma doesn't believe in celebrating birthdays.
Wind from the east at 3 miles per hour. Barometer 30.1 and steady. Repeating the top news story, Matthew Krim has escaped from the state penitentiary after killing 2 guards. Roadblocks have been set up and motorists are cautioned to avoid stopping along the highways. Krim is armed and dangerous. And now we continue our program of popular music, which is uninterrupted until the next news on the hour.
They're here. Oh, come in, come in. Shut the door. Quickly, Penelope. I'll help Mr. Krim.
Keep your hands off, old lady. You, get them blinds down.
Do as he says, dear.
Okay. Now, both of you, sit where I can see you.
Don't be ridiculous. I got to attend to your wound. I can't have you standing there dripping blood on the carpet. Now, please sit down. And will you please stop waving that gun?
Now, look, lady, you... Okay. Go ahead. Get some bandages on the shoulder. But I'm warning you, don't...
Isn't he delightfully evil, Grandma?
A joy to behold. Oh, turn the radio down, Penelope. And then help Mr. Krim remove his shirt.
Hey, how did you know my name?
The radio. Now, let's see. Myrrh and eucalyptus.
What are you doing?
Preparing a healing ointment. I always use myrrh. I don't believe it has any medicinal qualities, but it does have such a pleasant aroma. Oh,
no, wait a minute. You're not going to use that stuff on me, you dizzy old dame, you...
Mr. Krim, you're an accomplished killer. Surely you're not afraid of me, an old lady. Now, that's a good boy. There. How does that feel?
Hey. It stopped the bleeding.
Of course. But don't move your arm until... Don't get up, Mr. Crim. Penelope has your gun.
You tricked me. You suckered me right into a trap.
Why, you poor dear. You're just trembling with fright. I'm going to make you a cup of herb tea to settle your nerves.
Now, look, you're not going to get away with this. I got friends. If I don't get across the river, they'll come looking for me and...
Penelope, is Mr. Crim threatening me?
Oh, lady, if you're going to call the cops, call them. You're going to drive me out of my head.
Penelope, I know what it is. Mr. Crim thinks... Of course, Penelope. Give him back his gun.
Oh, but suppose he shoots it, Grandma. You know how you hate loud noises.
Oh, he wouldn't shoot. He needs the gun to give him a sense of security. Isn't that so, Mr. Crim?
Yeah, Grandma.
Here you are, Mr. Crim.
All right, both of you. Get over there by the wall.
You're being terribly difficult.
Shut up. I'm up to my teeth with your nutty talk. The girl said you'd get me across the river. All right, you got a boat?
Of course we have a boat.
Okay, then let's get going.
It isn't time to go. We must wait at least another 2 hours.
Now, please, trust us, Mr. Crim. Grandma always knows precisely the right moment.
Hey, what's that?
They got the bloodhounds out. Oh, those noisy, slobbering beasts. They'll surely ruin my garden.
The cops. We gotta make a break for it. Hey, you quick into this other room. Grandma, if you don't get rid of them, I'll kill the girl before they take me.
To promote respect for the law and those who enforce it, we now present Government of Man by Law. Chief Judge John Biggs, Jr., U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, 3rd Judicial Circuit.
The importance of law enforcement in every community, whether large or small, cannot be overestimated. Without strict law enforcement, the community is at the mercy of the robber, the rapist, and the murderer. Certainty of punishment is the great deterrent. Detection must precede prosecution, and prosecution for crime must be determined, adequate, and just. We therefore must support all our law enforcement authorities and our courts, both state and federal. Devotion to the principles of law enforcement by members of the public is an essential if our form of government is to survive.
Government of Man by Law.
Who is it? Who's out there?
State police, ma'am.
I can't hear you with all that racket going on.
Bill, get those dogs quiet.
Are those animals digging up my garden?
Sorry to disturb you, ma'am. There's been a prison break.
Don't you think I know it? With all those sirens going off, and now those dogs. Why is it that every time there's a prison break, you come pounding on my door?
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. The trail led this way.
Oh, she better say the
And
right
while
thing.
you're here, those prisoners can be sneaking away in the fog.
Well, there was only one escapee, but he's a killer.
Probably swam the river by now. Those silly dogs get so confused near the water. Don't think I won't send a bill to the state for any damage they're doing to my garden. Of course, I don't hold you personally responsible. You look like such a nice young man. Wouldn't you like to come in for a nice warm cup of tea?
Want that double-crossing?
He won't come in.
Oh, no, ma'am. Sorry. You lock your door and latch the windows, and if you hear the slightest sound, get on that phone.
Don't you worry, son. I won't sleep a wink until daylight. But I'm sure the criminal's far away by now. It doesn't stand to reason he'd try to hide out so close to the prison.
Oh, I guess you're right. Well, we'll start working down the riverbank, trying to pick up the trail again. Night, ma'am.
Good night. And do try to keep warm.
Hey, you don't know how close you can.
Hush. If I hadn't invited the young man in, he would have insisted on searching the house.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you're right.
How does your shoulder feel, Mr. Krim?
Yeah. It'll hold until I get to a dock. Hey, maybe we can go for the boat now with those cops heading down the bank.
Not yet. Penelope, bring the kettle, please. We'd all have some tea.
Tea? Hold it, sister.
Really, Mr. Krim, you're trying my patience. Will you please put that gun away? You certainly know by now that you can trust us. Now get the kettle, Penelope, while I help Mr. Krim put his shirt back on.
All right. Take it easy, will you? This arm's getting stiffer by the minute.
There. And now hold your hand like that while I tie this kerchief into a sling. There. How does that feel?
Hey, how come you're doing all this for me?
Oh, I enjoy helping people.
Oh, yeah?
Tea's ready.
Smell that aroma, Mr. Krim. And it tastes even better. But you mustn't put any sugar in it. It neutralizes the flavor.
That smells funny.
Well, drink it.
You drink it first.
Oh, dear. Next you'll insist I switch cups with you. Oh, well. Just right, isn't it, Penelope?
Perfect. Won't you join us, Mr. Krim?
That's not bad. That tastes funny, but it's good. What's in it?
Herbs I grow in my own garden. Oh, dear, the garden. I do hope those clumsy dogs don't trample it. Turn up the radio, dear. That music is lovely.
Can I have another cup?
Well, that is a compliment. You certainly may, Mr. Krim.
How about it? What's in this for you, huh?
Well, let's just say it's my mission.
Huh?
The others are all on the side of the angels, so I feel your side deserves a little help.
You mean this has got something to do with your religion?
I just do what little I can.
Lady, you know what you're going to get from me, don't you? A big fat nothing. I seen you soul savers plenty, so you can save your sermons for the next guy.
We interrupt
Wait a
to
minute.
bring you the latest bulletin on the prison break. Matthew Krim is still at large. A 4-state alarm has been put out. A witness reported seeing Krim enter a movie house in Harpersville, 30 miles north of the state penitentiary. The building was surrounded, but Krim slipped through the police cordon. Stay tuned to the station for further developments.
Dumb cops. Soon they'll report seeing me all over the country.
It'll still be another 2 hours before it's safe to cross the river. So you rest now, Mr. Krim.
Yeah. Yeah, you're okay, Grandma. A real bird.
Thank you.
But okay.
Oh, Grandma, I think the tea worked. Yes, it did. He's asleep. Now you stay here while I do my task.
I was tired. I must have slept.
Why don't you go to sleep again?
Huh?
It isn't time to go yet.
Hey, where's Grandma?
She left us alone.
Huh?
Do you think I'm pretty, Mr. Krim?
Gorgeous. Hey, What's that sound?
I don't hear anything.
Shut up, listen. It's coming from the basement. Come on.
Now, there's nothing to worry about. You can trust us, Mr.
I
Swim.
said, come on. There's something weird about this whole setup. This house and your grandma, and you too, weird. It's coming from down here. Where's the light?
Oh, Mr. Crim, Grandma will be awfully upset.
The light. Wait. There's no one here. I still hear that sound. It's coming from under the floor. There must be another cellar below this one. Okay, sister. Show me the door. I'll push your pretty face in.
You are the most difficult... Oh, all right. Grandma's going to... Over here. The entrance is behind the closet. It swings out.
All right. You go first.
Penelope, is that you? Why, you brought Mr. Crim.
All right. What are you up to, old lady? What are you... You're digging a grave.
Oh, it's nothing. No trouble at all. The ground is quite soft.
A grave? You crazy old coot. We're getting out of here right now.
Oh, no. No, you must wait a little longer.
Now, or I'll put both of you in that grave. Now! Can't you move this blasted boat any faster?
I'm doing the best I can.
I'm like a dead weight. I'm bleeding again.
Well, I told you should have waited. Really, Mr. Crim, I think we should turn around and go back to the house, where I can give you the proper attention.
You're nuts. You're plain nuts. Go on, keep moving. Gotta get across the river. Slow boat.
I think he's right, Penelope. I'm going to have to talk to someone about getting a new boat. Oh, I'd like one. Can it be green, Grandma? You know how I adore green. Well, I don't see why not. If we're getting a new boat...
I got it. Get across. Dock. The other side. So... across the river. I'm gonna make it.
Is he dead, Grandma? At last. And not a moment too soon. There's the dock.
Who crosses my river?
It's Penelope and I. We brought Mr. Crim.
Good. Why? You brought his body, too. Grandma, how many times have I told you? You're only to deliver their souls.
But he was so insistent. He refused to wait until he died.
I don't want to hear any excuses. Now, you take him back. Bury him. Then bring his soul to me.
But... Oh, well, yes, sir. Well, Penelope, start rowing. Teaching me a lesson. As if I didn't know my job. He could have taken Crim's soul, and we could have buried the body when we got back. But no, he insists we go back and start all over. Oh, I'm sure to catch a terrible cold. Imagine going back and forth across the river Styx on a night like this. Don't you agree with me, Penelope?
I suppose so, Grandma. But Satan is the boss.
Indeed he is.
Hello? This is Hans Conried. In the year 1820 or thereabouts, the halls of Congress were echoing the debates on the Missouri Compromise. At one point in the discussion, the congressman from Buncombe County, North Carolina, rose to speak. It was soon realized that he wasn't speaking in reference to the issue. In fact, it was virtually impossible to determine what he was speaking about. As he droned on, the other members of the House grew puzzled and restless, and some left the chamber. But the congressman from Buncombe County ignored these signs of inattention and continued his speech through to the last paragraph, exclamation point, and period. Then, when asked what it was all about, he exclaimed, "My constituents have been expecting me to make a speech. I awaited my opportunity, and I made it. I was not speaking for the House. I was speaking for Buncombe." Well, as you can imagine, that remark became a famous joke. The phrase "speaking for Buncombe" gained use in reference to meaningless statements and nonsense. The phrase shortened through usage to "that's pure Buncombe," and today we honor the author of that speech in the 1820s when we quip, "That's a lot of bunk."
Theater 5 has presented Across the River from Grandma's House, written by Leonard Stadd, produced and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Ethel Ramey, Ralph Bell, Evelyn Juster, and Norman Rose. Audio engineers Neil Pultz and Marty Folia. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Ted Bell. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking.
You killed her. You strangled her because you couldn't stand her any longer. We have one witness who heard her scream and two witnesses who saw you drag a trunk out and bury it. We'll find that trunk and we'll find her in it.
Theater 5 presents A Dream of a Scheme.
Johnson, get the men busy with the jackhammer.
Okay, Sergeant. How much do you want them to dig up?
The whole cellar, if necessary.
Right. Okay, men, get set up over there in the corner. Yeah, that looks like a good spot.
You, Mr. Warren. You and me will go upstairs and talk some more.
We certainly will, Sergeant. I have plenty to say to you.
Then lead the way. All right. Now we can talk, Mr. Warren.
Indeed we can, Sergeant Littler. And let me say, I protest for the third time. I protest in the strongest possible terms what you are doing.
It just so happens I have a search warrant.
You showed it to me. That does not justify your digging up my gardens, making trenches in my lawns, ruining shrubs that I have spent years cultivating. I insist that when you have finished this nonsense, you put everything back exactly as it was to the last blade of grass.
We'll do just that little thing as soon as we find your wife's body.
What? Sergeant, you have an obsession. You will never find my wife's body, no matter how much you dig up my premises.
Oh, now why don't we stop beating around the bush? Tell us where she is and we can spare your garden.
Stop digging up the bushes, and that will spare my garden.
All right, never mind the clever comebacks. It's a known fact that you and your wife fought a lot, Mr. Warren, right?
Yes, I suppose so. Recently, her temper has become unendurable. I suppose our neighbors told you they heard her raised voice night after night, shrieking at me.
They certainly did. Especially the Trevers next door.
The Trevers? Those long-eared snoops. My dear Sergeant, they quarrel so much themselves they could hardly have heard me and my wife.
Well, they did.
All right. All right. We quarreled. Though I am a man of the most peaceful disposition. I like nothing better than a pipe and a game of chess. But Wilma would have irritated an angel.
And now she's gone. Evaporated into thin air. That's very convenient, isn't it? Now you can have all the peace and the quiet you want.
I
huh?
have already told you, Sergeant, after an especially bitter quarrel last night, she left me. Packed a bag, told me she had saved $3,000 from the household money, and was going far, far away. I would never hear from her again, she said, as I wasn't worth giving a second thought to.
What time was this?
Oh, about 8 p.m.
8 p.m., huh? Then how did Mr. Traber next door happen to hear her scream at midnight?
Why, that blasted gossip. Does he say he heard Wilma scream last midnight?
He swears it under oath.
Well, he's thinking of the night before last. Wilma had a little habit of screaming at me just as I was dozing off, just to see me jump.
Uh-huh. Well, he says he heard her scream. He went to the window. He saw you and your wife silhouetted against the living room curtains. You were throttling her.
Oh, Fred Treber's imagination is running out of control. He may have seen something like that 2 nights ago. Now, I had to help Wilma get her necklace unclasped. It might have looked, to a pop-eyed gossip like Fred Treber, as if I was strangling her.
Oh, boy, you certainly have a lot of slick answers.
The truth is always the best answer.
All right, then answer this one. How does it happen that at 1 o'clock this morning, 1 hour after Mr. Treber saw you choke your wife, both the Trebers saw you drag a trunk out the back door, around to the side of the house, and then heard you digging?
They claim that?
That's why we have the warrant. That's why we're digging up your place. When a man's wife screams, when he's seen choking her, when he's then seen burying something, and she can't be found, brother, we know we have a murder on our hands.
Sergeant, I stand upon my rights as a citizen and a taxpayer. If you prefer to believe loose-tongued gossips like the Trebers rather than me, well, that's up to you.
Now, listen to me, Mr. Warren. The evidence proves to me that you killed your wife. We know that your car hasn't been moved since you had it greased and oiled Friday night. So we know you didn't take the body anywhere by car.
Very brilliant deduction, worthy of Sherlock Holmes. I suppose you checked the mileage on the car with the mileage written on the sticker at the gas station where they greased and oiled it Friday night.
We did just that little thing. 0.2 of a mile from the gas station to here. That's the only difference your meter shows.
Besides, since the Trebers spent so much time watching me, they would have seen me drive away.
They would have, but you didn't go. Instead, you spent an hour digging. They say that at 2 o'clock you reappeared with a shovel and a pick, and you took them inside the house. We found them in the cellar, carefully cleaned.
I merely like to take good care of tools. Oh, this is all Fred Treber's imagination. He's heard her scream at me so often, he automatically thought he heard her last night. You know, frankly, Fred is a very muddle-headed man. He can't even play a decent game of chess.
He tells a straight story, and I believe him.
Oh, I imagine if his wife Rhoda would do him a good turn and leave him as Wilma left me, he might straighten up. Basically, he's not a bad chap. But next to my Wilma, his wife is the prize harpy in town.
Don't try to change the subject. You have a $10,000 life insurance policy on your wife, right?
Yes, and I do not intend to try to cash it. After all, she just walked away and left me.
Oh, you're smart. You're really smart. But we're going to get you. Now, obviously, this killing was done in the heat of passion. You didn't have any plans ready for getting rid of your wife. So her body has to be on the premises somewhere.
Well, there's a nice vacant lot about 3 blocks away. Suppose I carried her over there and interred her quietly with no ceremony.
No. I can't see you carrying a dead woman 3 blocks. This town has too many people around, even at night. You couldn't risk it even if you had the nerve. You buried her right here on your own grounds where you could pick the spot and keep your eye on it.
Well, it's certainly nice to know what I did. It saves straining my memory.
Amateurs like you, when they kill their wives, they don't...
Sergeant, don't wives ever kill husbands? Or have you a prejudice against husbands?
When one kills the other, he or she generally buries the dead partner right on the premises. That's a matter of statistics.
And consequently, my grounds now look as if someone has been hunting for buried treasure. Some of the trenches outside are 4 feet deep.
Now, we'll go to 6 feet if we have to. If you think you can get away with a thing like this...
Excuse me, Sergeant.
What is it, Johnson?
Well, we didn't seem to be getting any place in the cellar, and I had an idea.
All right, an idea. Come on, spill
Well, you
it.
know, we examined the car, but we didn't take it out of the garage. And that garage has a dirt floor.
A dirt floor? Well, what are you waiting for? Come on. Well, push that car out and get that garage floor dug up.
Sergeant! Wait! I protest! Sergeant! He's gone. A hyperthyroid type, if I ever saw one. He should be careful. Someday he'll have a heart attack. Yes, who is it?
It's me, Fred Treba.
Just a moment.
Hello, Charlie. I don't suppose you feel much like talking to me, do you?
I certainly don't. After all, it's you who started all this, you and your wild stories.
Oh, no, please don't be angry, Charlie. It was really Rhoda who called the police this morning when you said your wife was, well, gone. Personally, I'm sure there's a natural explanation for everything.
You're sure. Meanwhile, will you just look at my grounds? Will you look at my lovely flower beds? I have you to thank for this destruction of years of patient effort.
Honestly, it was Rhoda. You know what she's like. I told her Wilma is always screaming, and if you felt like burying a trunk in the middle of the night, that was strictly your business, and we shouldn't be nosy.
You're the one who said he heard Wilma scream. You're the one who said he saw me choking her. What you need, Fred, is a good psychiatrist.
Oh, now, that's unfair, Charlie. That's really unfair. I came over here hoping we could make up and still be friends.
You, Warren! You in the door there. Kindly step around here, my friend.
You're speaking to me, Sergeant?
Nobody else. So you thought you could fool us, eh? Well, we found it.
Found what, may I ask?
First, we found loose soil underneath your car in the garage. Oil-stained dirt. That was very clever, staining the ground with oil and parking your car directly above it.
What'd you do that for, Charlie?
Be quiet, Fred. Oh. Sergeant, would you please explain what you're leading up to?
I'm telling you that we found the trunk you buried. Now, you watch us dig it out and open it. And try to think of some fancy explanation for what we're going to find inside that trunk. Oh, come on. Loosen that end a little more. That's it. All right, Johnson. You and Briggs lift her out by the handles.
Okay, Sarge, we're getting it. Come on, Briggs.
Charlie, why on earth did you drag that trunk out and bury it here in your garage last night?
For reasons I considered good and proper. And a good neighbor would have kept his mouth shut.
Oh, I wish you'd believe me it was all Rhoda's fault. I don't care what you bury.
There you are, Sarge. There's the trunk.
Well, Mr. Warren, what have you got to say now?
Simply that I consider this whole affair an outrage. If I want to bury a worn-out old trunk, that is my privilege.
But it isn't your privilege to put your wife into it first. Okay, Johnson, get it open.
I protest. That is my private property you're going to damage.
Johnson, put the point of the pick under the lid.
Okay, Sarge. Here she goes. She's open, Sarge.
Well, go ahead. Lift the lid.
Oh, really, Charlie? I know your wife was making your life miserable, but wasn't this a little drastic?
Oh, shut up. There. See?
There's nothing in it, Sarge.
You imbecile. Lift out the top tray. She's naturally underneath it.
Okay. Uh-oh. Look at this.
Oh, my goodness, Charlie. So that's what you did. Now I understand.
Dolls. A dozen dolls and a great big teddy bear. Oh, no. She's got to be underneath them. Dump them out. Make sure.
You couldn't bear to keep them around. Isn't that it, Charlie?
Please, Fred, shut up.
Nothing, Sarge. Absolutely nothing. Just 12 fancy dolls and a big teddy bear. That's what he buried in this trunk.
All right, Mr. Warren. Now, just why did you bury a trunk full of dolls and a teddy bear in your garage at 1 in the morning, huh?
Well, I should think it would be obvious.
You see, after she walked out on him, he couldn't bear having them around anymore. We're forbidden to incinerate things in this city, so he buried them to get them out of sight. Isn't that it, Charlie?
Fred, I can speak for myself. However, Sergeant, it happens to be true. See, Wilma never had children. Instead, she lavished sickening affection on these dolls. She talked to them. She told them what a worm I was, and she pretended they sympathized with her. Well, after she left me, I had to get rid of them to be rid of her. That's all there is to it.
Mm-hmm. You're lying. You gotta be. And yet I can't prove it. I just can't prove it.
Hey, Sergeant, I got an idea.
What is it, Johnson?
Well, now look, suppose he buried the trunk for a decoy.
A decoy?
Yeah, suppose there's something else deep down under it. Now, we were supposed to find the trunk, and
then we were supposed to stop digging. Johnson, you got it. Dig some more. 6 feet, 8 feet if you have to.
Okay, Sergeant.
And you, Briggs, you and the other men dig up those other flower beds. She could be under them.
Sergeant, I forbid it.
And dig deep.
Charlie, as long as your dahlias are being dug up anyway, would you care to trade a few of your Gordon Pinks for some of my Amber Goliaths?
Fred Trieber, never speak to me again. We have played our last game of chess together.
Please don't say that. I love our chess game.
They are finished. Our friendship is finished. Now I am going in the house. I refuse to watch the sergeant and his men commit vandalism on my helpless flowers. Come in. No, you, Sergeant. Well, what have you found now?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. A whole day of digging, we just have a trunk full of dolls.
Are you prepared to believe now that Wilma just walked out on me taking $3,000 she saved from the household money?
I don't know what to believe. I'm just sure you didn't take her any place in the car, and you didn't carry her any place, so she's got to be here, right here still.
But if you can't find her, you must be incompetent. Isn't that what you're really saying?
No, blast it, I know my business. If I can't find her... Well, maybe your story is true. This isn't easy, but, I apologize, Mr. Warren.
I will accept your apology on one condition. That you undo all the damage, fill in all the holes, and restore my garage, lawn, and gardens to their former condition, or as nearly as possible.
We'll do that. It's quitting time today, but tomorrow a crew from the city building and grounds department will be over to fill up all the holes.
And take away that trunk full of abominable dolls and burn them.
We'll do that. You know, in a way, I hardly blame you.
For what, may I ask?
For whatever you did. If you did it. Any woman who would talk to a bunch of dolls and tell them her husband was a no-good crumb has got something coming to her. Well, good night, Mr. Warren, and no hard feelings, huh? I only wish I knew what you really did with her.
Just a minute. Oh, it's you again, Fred.
Yes, I waited till Rhoda was sound asleep.
You sure she won't wake up?
She took one of her sleeping pills, and it's a nice dark night. Sort of foggy.
Well, in that case, we might as well get it over with. Hey, it is dark out, isn't it?
Yes.
I can hardly see you.
That's what we want, isn't it? Follow me. I can find my way around in the dark.
I'm right behind you. You know, Fred, I think you rather overdid things this morning.
Oh, I was just trying to seem like the simple-minded neighbor and keep the cops suspicious so they'd go on digging the way you wanted them to. Well, here we are. I'll unlock the door. Come on inside. Quick. Now we can risk using my penlight. This tool shed of mine hasn't any windows.
I know. That's why I suggested it.
Here we are. A little light. Oh, there she is, Charlie. Just as natural as life.
Hello, Wilma. Having a good rest in that wheelbarrow?
Do you have to talk to her? It's sort of macabre.
Well, it's the only time I've ever been able to speak to her when she couldn't yell back at me. You see, Fred, I told you it would work. If I hid her in your tool shed, they would search my property. But you were the one who informed on me, so naturally they'd never think of searching your property.
It worked out just the way you said it would. It's a dream of a scheme, Charlie.
Oh, I had to do it. I couldn't stand life with Wilma any longer. Now, this is what we're going to do. The police left a hole almost 7 feet deep in my garage. Now, we'll put her there. Then we'll put in a lot of dirt. Tomorrow, the building and grounds crew will just find a hole and finish filling it for me. She'll be gone forever, and one place the police will never, never search again is the place they have already dug up.
Oh, it's sheer genius. But do we really have to wait a whole year before I can try it, too?
Oh, we certainly do, Fred. We certainly do. That was my idea, and you agreed to wait a full year, at least. You see, then the sergeant can come over and dig up your place while your wife is in my basement. He'll dig and dig and dig.
Charlie. Charles,
wake up, Charles, wake up.
Well, what is it?
You were having a nightmare. You were calling out dig, 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 and laughing insanely.
Oh, yeah. So I was. I was dreaming about my garden.
Your garden. Well, I made up my mind. All those flowers are coming up, and I'm going to plant some real nice evergreen shrubbery like the Trebers have.
Wilma, you wouldn't.
I certainly would. I'm sick of the time and money you spend on those silly flowers. And you better get up if you don't want to be late for work again.
A dream. It was all just a dream, but it seemed so real. As if it had actually happened. As if it had actually happened. Yes.
Hello?
Fred, this is Charlie.
Charlie? This time of the morning? What is it?
Fred, I have to talk to you. Privately. Meet me for lunch. I've just had an idea. A scheme. You could even call it a dream of a scheme.
Theater 5 has presented A Dream of a Scheme, written by Robert Arthur and directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Elliott Reed, Arlene Walker, Ralph Bell, John McGovern, and Jack Hurdle. Audio engineer Neil Pultz. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Ted Bell. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. Theater 5 presents Tomorrow 61212.
I don't know if it really did happen. And I won't know for a while, a couple of months or so. I mean, if what he told me turns out to be true, well, then of course that's it. But if it did happen, it was because of my new shoes. You see, I had just put them on when I saw how gray it was outside. Well, I wasn't going to wear them if it was going to rain, so I switched on the radio.
Over tonight and tomorrow, that's the news and the weather. Now some music to get dressed by. And we'll start with a new one by the Big Four, the biggest and hottest thing since the Beatles. That's right, the Four Mosts.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, I like the Four Most as much as anybody, but I still wanted to find out if it was going to rain or not. So I picked up the phone and called weather.
Weather for Zone 1, the greater metropolitan area from Boston to Washington. By order of the Weather Control Board, we will have rain for 2 hours this afternoon, beginning at 2 p.m. and continuing until approximately 4. Clearing will begin after 4.
What?
Weather for Zone
Hello,
2,
operator.
the Bahamas
Operator.
and the Virgin Islands.
Operator.
Hurricane Gertrude has been successfully diverted, and the Caribbean complex can expect fair weather for the next few days. Weather for Zone 3, Great Britain and Western Europe.
Oh, no.
Castelli speaking.
Repair service? Look, there's something wrong with my phone.
Wrong with it?
Yes. I just called weather, and I got some kind of crazy stuff about Zone 1 from Boston to Washington, and...
Well, didn't you get the information you wanted?
Well, I sure didn't. I wanted the weather here in New York.
But that's included in the Zone 1 report, which covers the greater metropolitan area. On the other hand, there does seem to be something wrong with your phone, because I'm getting you on audio, but not on video.
What?
Well, I can hear you, but I'm not getting any picture. May I have your number?
I don't know what you mean by not getting a picture, but my number is Harold 47108.
Harold?
Yes, 47108.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid what I want is your instrument number.
You mean my phone number?
Well, yes.
Well, I just gave it to you. Harold 47108.
Now, look, miss, may I have your name?
Well, sure, it's Lorber. Nina Lorber.
Well, as I'm sure you know, Miss Lorber, we're very busy here, and I don't have time for this sort of thing.
What sort of thing?
Well, jokes. I asked you for your number.
And I gave it to you.
Yes, Harold something. We haven't had a designation like that in, I don't know, 60 years.
What? What are you talking about?
Miss Lorber, if you will look at your instrument, just over the touch tone and under the screen, you will see a number. Now, the first 5 digits represent the area, district, and street.
What did you say your name was?
Castelli. Peter Castelli.
Well, I am looking at my instrument, Mr. Castelli, and I don't know what you mean by touch, tone, or screen, or anything like that, but there's a number in the center of the dial.
Dial?
Yes, dial. You turn it, and you get the number you want, at least sometimes. Sometimes you get a character who's got nothing better to do than make jokes.
Miss Lorber, just a second. May I ask you a question? It's a rather strange one.
Well, it can't be any stranger than the things you've been saying so far.
I'm sorry, but, Miss Lorber, will you tell me what the date is? Where you are, I mean.
Where I am?
I mean, would you tell me, well, just tell me what the date is.
Don't you even have a calendar? It's the 22nd, all day.
Yes, but the 22nd of what?
Of April. Thursday, April 22nd, 1965. And the time is 8:20, and I've had enough of this. In fact,
1965? I knew it. At least I knew it had to be before 70, and... Miss Lorber, you're not going to believe this. I wouldn't myself, except that I was just talking to one of the engineers who did the study on ComSat 1, and...
I wouldn't believe what? What's a ComSat?
Communications satellite. The first one was launched about your time. It went dead about 1985, but something seems to have happened to it recently. Regeneration, probably, because it's been interfering with both our lunar and terrestrial channels. You see, you say it's 1965, but I'm speaking to you from the year 2035.
Mr. Castelli, that does it. No, really, I've got to go and get to work. But when I get to the office, I'm going to call your supervisor.
No. Don't do that. You can't.
What do you mean I can't?
Hang up, I mean.
Are you kidding? Now, look, maybe you've got nothing better to do than make with the jokes. But...
Believe me, it is not a joke. I swear it's not.
Now, look.
Please listen to me, Miss Lorber. Please. I know it sounds impossible, but it's true. And if you give me a chance, I'm sure I can explain it to you.
Explain what?
How it happened, or at least how it could happen. You know what a space-time continuum is, don't you?
No.
Oh. Well, you know it's possible to bend light, don't you?
Bend it?
Yes, change its direction. Well, you can do the same thing with other types of waves. Now, suppose something went wrong with the automatic switching equipment in the phone system. It was pretty complicated even in your day. And instead of going through the regular channels, your voice went out to the satellite. And when it came back, instead of coming back to the same segment of the space-time continuum, it came back to another one.
I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't want to know. Now, please, you've had your fun, but really, I've got to go.
No, you can't. Don't you realize what this means? If we can figure out how this happened, it will be one of the greatest steps forward in mankind's history. But it's going to take time. I want to call in some of our scientists, have them study it. And if you hang up, if I lose contact with you...
But I've got to get to work.
Work? I just told you this is the biggest, most important thing that's ever... All right, Miss Lorber. If you've got to go, go ahead. But may I ask a very important favor of you? Don't hang up.
Don't hang up? What do you mean?
Leave your phone off the hook. It'll keep the channel open, so we'll still be in contact.
But...
Now, please, Miss Lorber.
Okay. Okay. After all, I'm not going to be here, and if it's such a big deal for you, well then, okay.
Don't you feel well, Nina?
What?
Well, you haven't touched your lunch. It's 20 after already. We've got to get back.
Oh, yeah.
Are you sure you're feeling okay, Nina?
Yeah. Why do you ask?
Well, I don't know. You've just been acting kind of funny all morning, like...
Please, I'm fine.
Well, as I was saying, okay, he's a great guy, and it's been a long time and all that, but why does it have to be on a Saturday night? What am I supposed to do, sit home and knit or something? If you've got to see him, why can't I come along? Or why can't we make it a double date? So Bill says no, that he's kind of shy, doesn't like girls very much, and...
Who?
This Johnny Hodges, his army friend who's coming down from Boston. Haven't you been listening?
Oh, sure, of course I have. It's just, I didn't get his name, that's all.
Oh, well, I said, how come if you're such buddies then? Because you're not shy, not the way you were making a play for Dolores the other night. And he got mad, and I guess I did too, and, well, that was that.
I see. Hey, he reads a lot of science fiction, doesn't he?
Bill? All the time. But what's that got to do with it?
Nothing. I was thinking of something else. Do you read much of it?
Oh, some. After all, when you're going steady with someone, you ought to at least pretend you're interested in the same thing he is. And
now, listen. Did you ever come across a story where somebody from the future gets in touch with somebody now, actually talks to them?
You mean a time shift story?
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, you read them all the time. Either somebody from the future comes here, that's time travel, or somebody from here gets back into the future and comes back again. Why?
Oh, I was just interested. I mean, well, do you think it's possible?
Well, if it wasn't, the magazines wouldn't print them, would they? I mean, the least they can do is make sure of the facts. But how come you've got such a thing about science fiction all of a sudden?
Well, I haven't got a thing about it. It's just that... Oh, Sally, I think maybe you were right before. I'm not feeling very well.
Well, I knew it. The way you were acting in the office and now here. What is it, headache?
Oh, something like that. Anyway, I don't think I'll go back with you. Will you tell Mrs. Libby? I think I'd better go right home. The first thing I heard when I opened the door was a sound, a kind of funny one. I didn't know what it was at first, but I finally realized it was coming from the phone. So I went over to it and... Hello?
Miss Lorber.
Yes.
I can't tell you how glad I am that you're back.
Well, I told you I had to get to work, but during lunchtime I got to thinking about it and, well, I finally decided maybe I should come home.
Yes, we hoped you would. Now listen, some of our leading scientists are here with me now, and they're in touch with a great many others. They've been working on this while you were away, trying to figure out exactly how it happened and what to do about it. How to put it to the best possible use.
Oh, now, just a second. I came back, but that doesn't mean I really believe it.
Believe what?
That you're really speaking to me from the year 2000-something. That it's not just a gag.
No. I told you that some of our scientists are here with me. Now, would you like to speak to one of them? One of our socio-psychologists, for instance?
Well, why should I believe him any more than you? Can you prove that it's really true?
Yes, we think we can. We hoped we wouldn't have to because we don't know how much time we have. You see, if ComSat 1 is involved in this and its orbit shifts or it turns even slightly on its axis, we'll lose contact with you.
Look, I don't care. Please, if you can prove it, go ahead.
All right. Now, do you know some young men, quite popular singers, we gather, called the Foremosts?
Of course.
Well, we checked the afternoon papers for the date you gave us, the 22nd, and the leading news concerned two of them, Ned and Jed. Each was secretly married last night in a double ceremony.
What? But I just went by a newsstand and there was nothing about it. Oh, wait, just a second.
Where are you going?
Well, let me see if there's anything on the radio.
With the 1:30 news. And girls, for some of you, the top of it's bad news. I began my first broadcast this morning with a new disc by the Foremosts. Well, two of them have gone the way of all flesh and are now out of circulation. Just before I went on the air, we got word that both Ned and Jed were secretly married last night in a double ceremony in their suite at the Belvedere. Of course, that still leaves Chet and Bunker, but your chances of ending up with a Foremost of your own has been cut in half and...
Well, Miss Lorber?
Okay. You called that one. But it still doesn't prove anything.
What do you mean?
Well, you could have just heard about it before I did. From another broadcaster or a friend or something. Couldn't you tell me something, well, like, more personal? Something about me, for instance, that no one else would know.
Well, yes, of course we can tell you some things about yourself. We had your file sent up from the Bureau of Vital Statistics. Ready?
Yes.
Name? Nina May Lorber. Social Security number 10689847923. Born February 11th, 1940 in Tipton, New Jersey. Daughter of Henry J. Lorber and Martha Gussman. Educated Tipton Public and High School and the Dawson Secretarial School. Married June 24th to John Hodges.
What? Well, it's all true up to there, but, well, I don't even know a John Hodges.
Oh, I'm sorry, but that's what we have down here. Married to John Hodges of Boston. You're going to have 3 children. 2 boys and a girl.
Boston? Wait a minute. Sally was just saying something at lunch, something about, a friend of her boyfriend who was down from Boston, and yes, I think his name was Hodges. Johnny Hodges.
Well?
Well, there's no way you could have known that. I didn't really remember it myself until... All right, I still don't understand it, how it could happen, but I believe you. I believe you that it is happening.
Oh, thank heaven. Now, listen. As I said before, some of our leading scientists have been called in on this. Besides trying to determine how this time overlap came about so that they can duplicate the process, they've also been trying to decide what they can do for you. That is, what information they can pass on that will be of the most use to your contemporaries. And the consensus is that the most significant advance in the last 200 years is the universal field theory.
Well, what's that?
A theory that unifies the approach to every type of field. Not merely magnetic and electrical, but gravitational fields as well. Once you understand it, you'll be able to neutralize gravity as we can.
Am I going to have to understand?
No, Miss Lorber. We've been checking your journals, and we've discovered that, though he doesn't know it, One of your scientists is very close to the theory already. He happens to be a topologist.
Topologist?
He works in a specialized branch of mathematics that deals with spatial relations. His name is Dr. Menzies, and you can reach him at the Delta Foundation. Phone him and get him to come over here, and one of our scientists will talk to him.
But what will I say to him?
Tell him it concerns his paper in the June issue of the Journal of Topology.
All right. All right. I don't know if I'll be able to do it. Get him to come, but I'll try.
Hello?
Dr. Menzies?
Yes?
This is Nina Lorber. Now, please listen very carefully. I'm calling from a candy store on the corner, but I live at 19 West Thompson Street, and, well, I wonder if you could come over there right away.
What? Who did you say you were?
Nina Lorber. Not that it matters. I mean, you don't know me, but it's terribly important.
Important? How?
I can't tell you. I mean, I'm not sure I know how, but you see, there's someone at my place who can. And, well, if you could just come over and speak to him.
I don't understand. You say I don't know you, and you won't tell me? Wait a moment. You must have the wrong Dr. Menzies. You want a medical doctor, no?
No, I want you. You're a topologist, aren't you?
Well, yes, but... Look, if you are one of my students and this is your idea of a joke...
I'm not, and it isn't. I know it sounds crazy, and I thought it was a joke, too, at first, but it's not. I swear it's not. He said it was important, very important.
He?
Mr. Castelli.
I'm sorry, Miss Lorber, but even if you were more lucid about all this, and I were younger and more venturesome, I'm afraid I still couldn't come over. I'm right in the middle of something,
but you've got to come. I said I'd call you, and, well, I can tell you this much. It's about your paper in the Journal of Topology.
What? Which paper?
I don't know, but it's in the June issue.
But that is what I'm working on now. At least I promised them one, and it will probably appear. How did you know about it?
He told me. Mr. Castelli. He said you were very close to something big, one of the most significant advances...
Miss Lorber, I am probably the one who needs a doctor, a psychiatrist, but... What did you say your address was?
19 East Thompson Street. You mean you're coming?
Yes. I will be there as soon as I can.
Hello?
Yes?
Well, I got him. He's coming.
Oh, good, Nina. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you mind my calling you Nina?
No, I don't mind.
How long will it take for him to get here?
Oh, I'd say about 20 minutes.
Good. We've been getting a little anxious. Now, just in case something goes wrong, we'd like to play safe and give you as much data as we can on the field theory. Can you take shorthand?
Yes.
Good. Have you got a pad and pencil?
Yes.
Then let me put Dr. Freund on and...
Oh, do you have to? I mean, well, I've gotten used to talking to you.
Oh, all right. Now, are you ready, Nina?
Yes.
We'll start with the formula itself. Now, it's a little complicated, but if we...
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Is this Herald 47108?
Yes.
Your number was reported out of order, but it's now been repaired. If you wish to make a call, you may.
But, wait, what's happened to him, to them, to...
I beg your pardon.
Never mind. Forget it.
Theater 5 has presented Tomorrow 61212, written by Robert Newman and directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Rosemary Rice, Donald Buca, Marie Masters, George Petrie, and Arlene Walker. Audio engineer Neil Pultz. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Ted Bell. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. ABC Radio Network production. ABC Radio Network production.
Stop! Stop or I'll shoot!
Some deal. Lousy shot.
The next one won't miss.
Schwartz Delicatessen. As good a place as any.
Yes, I could help you. So what's the gun for?
For you, if you don't do like I say. You all alone here?
Yeah, take the money and go. You need it so bad.
Something is wrong, Sammy.
What?
That's just my wife in the back room. She wouldn't bother.
Tell her to come out here. Hey, you, out here now.
Who is speaking in such a... Sammy, a gun he's got.
There's a cop out there taking shots at me. He don't come in here after me, I don't shoot you. He comes in, I shoot. Okay?
Theater 5 presents The Hostage.
You, what's your name?
I am Mrs. Schwartz.
Okay, get over there by the front window. There in the corner where I can watch you.
Oh.
And then don't move. I'm telling you, don't move.
Like you says, Minnie, go in the corner. You shouldn't move.
Yeah, all right, up closer to the window. Yeah, like that. Now you, Pop.
You could call me Sam.
Yeah, sure, Pop. You're going to stand in front of me, see? Like this, right in front of me. So if somebody puts a bullet in me, it's got to go through you first, okay?
By me, no, not okay. So, since you ask...
Don't get smart, Pop.
You don't want answers, you shouldn't ask questions.
All right, Pop, open the door. Just a crack so I can yell through. And don't get no stupid ideas.
Stupid, Sam Schwartz ain't.
Hey, you out there, copper. You hear me?
I hear you.
You see this guy I got with me?
Yeah, I see him.
His name is Sam Schwartz. He owns this dump. Now, you take one lousy step toward me, and Sam Schwartz is a dead man. I got a gun right on the back of his head. Tell the guy, Pop.
Tell him what?
About the gun, stupid.
A gun he's got. In the back of my head.
One lousy step and I blow his head off. You got that?
Now listen to me. Don't shoot that man. Put your hands up and come out here. All we've got on you now is armed robbery, a few years. You pull that trigger and you're a cinch for the chair. You'd be crazy to kill him.
Nuts to you, copper. All you gotta do is just keep away from me and save your sermon for Sunday. Stupid cop.
Bad manners you got, young man. If I had you for a son, God forbid, you'd hear from me.
What's your name, boy?
Ernie, if you want to know. Ernie Johnson.
Ernie Johnson. So now, what I wonder is, why does Ernie Johnson have to be a hoodlum? I mean, couldn't it be maybe Dr. Johnson? Couldn't it be Mr. Johnson, the big lawyer? Why, with a gun in his hand, should be Ernie Johnson?
Yeah, well, just don't you forget, I got a gun in my hand.
You're listening to the siren?
Yeah, I heard it.
What did you do, Ernie? Why is that man chasing you? Armed robbery, he said?
Yeah, armed robbery. I knocked off a liquor store.
You think it was worth all this?
You want to see something?
How much?
I don't know. I ain't had time to count. I figured can't miss 1,000 by much, though.
For $1,000, his soul.
You shot somebody?
No, I just took the dough and split. And pretty soon there was this cop on my tail yelling at me to stop or he was going to shoot. I don't know who put him on me. Yeah, here's something else, Pop. He did shoot. I ain't pulled the trigger on this thing once, but he took a shot at me.
Well, his duty he's got.
Knock it off. I got a lot of thinking to do.
Well, while you're thinking, Ernie, think on this. You gotta let Minnie go.
Minnie? You mean Mom?
Don't call me Mom if you would be so kind.
Nobody's going no place.
Heine, you couldn't keep a lady like Mrs. Schwartz in the store here, pointing at her all the time with a gun. You couldn't do that.
Even if he's going to say yes, which you shouldn't put any money on it, you still couldn't make me go. Not without you.
So there you are, Pop.
Well, your own business, maybe you know best, but to me, you ain't acting very smart about it.
I guess you'd handle it better.
I wouldn't be surprised. One thing for sure, I'd make the odds the best I could. You and that gun it is now against Minnie and me, like 1 against 2. 1 with a gun, maybe, but 1 against 2. All you got to do is send Minnie out, and it's all of a sudden 1 against 1.
Send her out to help the cops, huh?
So how's Minnie going to help the policeman outside? They'll give her maybe a gun she should shoot at you? She's going to tell them something they don't already know? How could she help?
You don't make no sense, that's all.
Well, now, let's talk on this for a minute. If it's making sense or not. Let's say pretty soon now you begin to feel like having a can beer or something.
All right, you talk me into it.
So I am moving like this, slow as anything. I shouldn't make you nervous. Over by the refrigerator and... No, Minnie. No.
No, don't move, nobody.
So who's moving?
What's that you got in your hand?
A bottle ketchup.
What are you going to do with it?
Well, now you're watching me again. Nothing.
She was going to throw it at me. She was.
So? Next time, how could you be sure she wouldn't?
Next time somebody gets shot. Both of you, maybe.
Or maybe you get a ketchup bottle over the head and come to on your way to jail. That's because you got 2 people to watch. Now, if you should send Minnie out by the street, then you got only 1. It's a better deal.
So we're back on this Minnie. You should go outside again.
Please, Minnie. You know you could get shot making with a ketchup bottle like that?
So for what else? You're giving away beer to hold uppers?
All I wanted was I should tell him it could happen. I didn't want you should show him.
Okay.
Okay, what?
Okay, she can go outside. What do you think? You think I want her sneaking around in here belting people over the head with ketchup bottles? You think I'm nuts or something?
In my opinion, Ernie, you have just finished making a very wise decision.
So now all you got to do is talk me into it.
You'll go, Minnie.
Now you listen to me, Sammy Schwartz. If you
Don't
think
listen to me, no listeners, Minnie. You'll go.
You go, okay? I made up my mind.
Whose side you going to be on, Sammy? His or mine?
You'll go.
Come over here, Pop. Slow and easy. In front of me like before. Now, you over in the corner, Mom. You'll make a move before I tell you when your boyfriend gets it right in the head. You got that? Okay, Pop, open the door like before.
You shouldn't do this to me, Sammy.
Hey, copper!
This is Lieutenant Donovan, Johnson. Are you ready to give yourself up?
How'd they get my name? No, I ain't. I got something I want to tell you.
You better play it smart and give yourself up, Johnson.
Time flew. All I want from you is listen to what I got to say. I'm turning the old lady loose. You got that? I'm sending her out now, so don't start popping at her like a bunch of stupid cops. Okay, Mom, outside. Slow, like Pop said, so you don't make me nervous.
I do not wish to go outside.
You wish a bulletin, Pop said?
Okay. So I'll go.
Back up a little, Pop. That's nice. Now, out the door, Mom, and take it easy.
Your mama, I'm not.
Shut the door, Pop.
So, now it's just you and me, Ernie.
Look, I gotta make a phone call. Where is it?
And back the counter on the wall by the cash register.
Now, you stand right where you are. You ain't gonna move a muscle while I'm on the phone, you hear?
I hear.
She ain't there. Hey, Karen? Yeah, I'm okay. So you heard on the radio. Now, look, you stay there. I said I want you to stay where I can get hold of you in a hurry. So everybody ever pulled a job took a chance. They ain't got me yet. No, Karen, you sit there with your hand on the lousy phone and you don't go nowhere till you hear from me. You got that? Okay. Stupid dame.
Well, like I was saying, we got the whole place to ourselves now.
So?
So, what happens if I just open the door and walk out?
You know what happens. You get a hole in the head.
You keep talking a hole in the head, Ernie, but I'm not so sure. It's a possibility you couldn't do it, you know that? To take money out of a liquor store, that's one thing. But to shoot a Sam Schwartz in the head, this is again something else. Maybe you could. Maybe you couldn't.
Well, you want to find out? Just take one step toward that door.
You sure you're okay, Mrs. Schwartz?
No, I am not okay, Lieutenant Donovan. Okay, I'm not going to be till you get my Sammy out from that store and take that young Ernie hoodlum away from here.
We're doing what we can, Mrs. Schwartz. I don't think you want us to walk in there.
Sammy! Sammy! Oh.
Okay, we'll have to go in now and see. Maybe it was your husband shot the other one, Mrs. Schwartz.
No. Guns up are angry people. So angry you couldn't make my Sammy in 1,000,000 years.
Hey, coppers.
We're coming in, Johnson.
Don't do it. The old guy's still okay. I fired over his head. A warning, like the cops do it. Tell him, Pop.
It's all right. I ain't hurt. The shot over my head by the detergent shelf.
If I have to do it again, though, that's the one. You remember that out there.
We can't let this go on much longer, Johnson. It's up to you whether you want the chair or a short stretch for armed robbery.
Yeah.
Like it says, Ernie, you gotta decide.
Yeah, he's bluffing. You can't believe nothing those guys say. Hey, you know something? I'm hungry.
A healthy young animal. Every place but in the head.
All right, you can knock that off. Ain't nothing wrong in my head. Give me a sandwich and a can of beer.
A pleasure. What kind of sandwich?
Something fancy. You got turkey?
Today, no turkey.
Some delicatessen. All right, make it pastrami and cheese, and none of your lousy rat cheese. One of them French jobs or something, so long as it don't stink.
All right.
Pumpernickel.
Well, anyway, you know something about bread. Look, now, I gotta move around some while I'm fixing the sandwich, so you shouldn't get nervous with that gun.
You do your job, I'll do mine. You better make it 2 of them sandwiches, and I'll have the beer now.
A pleasure. In the back room, I got a glass. You shouldn't like to drink out of the can.
Yeah, and in the back room, you got a back door, too, I bet. Out of the can will be fine. Much obliged. Have one yourself. Live a little.
Today, I think better for me is a little seltzer, but thank you all the same.
So fix the sandwiches. You can have one, too, if you want, or yogurt or whatever. Only don't yak at me, will you? I gotta think.
Yeah, that's something you're a little bit late with, the thinking. You like more stuff?
Huh? Yeah, okay.
Believe me, a better sandwich you wouldn't get at the Waldorf Astoria. You want to know something?
I'm thinking.
37 years I'm in the delicatessen business. Today is the first time I ever wished to be in something else. You know what today I'm wishing? Today I'm wishing I owned instead a drugstore. So handy would be plenty arsenic for the sandwich.
No, just a little mustard.
And the bread, you want butter?
I'm thinking.
Here's your sandwiches. So eat. 2 kinds cheese, and 1 imported Swiss, and the other the best French camembert from the house. So eat.
Give me another beer, will you?
A pleasure. Here's your beer.
Thanks.
So, you got a plan from all your thinking?
Yeah, I got a plan. What do you think of that?
Luck, I couldn't honestly wish you.
Lousy sandwiches. I'm full already. I ain't even finished one. I gotta make a phone call.
My telephone is yours.
Just don't get no stupid ideas. You're gonna stand like before, real still, so you don't make me nervous, okay?
Any way you say.
I think I got a way to get us both out of this. You and me both. And what do you think of that?
In my opinion, very doubtful.
Stupid dame, so answer the phone, will you?
She's not so stupid, maybe she don't answer.
So I'll give her a couple of minutes. Don't worry, she's okay. She won't run out on me. Hey, look, you want that other sandwich? I sure ain't gonna need it.
Thank you, but no. Today I got a very poor appetite. Tell me, what kind of plan you got that could get us both out of trouble?
You'll find out when the time comes. You don't need to know now.
No matter. Tell me something. Your mother and father, they're living?
I guess so.
You guess so? You don't know?
I ain't seen my old lady since I was a kid. She took off with a truck driver she knew, my old man thinks. We never heard from her anyway. My old man's still alive, or he was last week. I don't see much of him either these days.
So what's he going to say he finds out about all this?
You mean when somebody finds him and sobers him up? I don't know. I expect he'll chew me out pretty good. Not about knocking off the liquor store. He won't mind about that. For getting caught at it. That's what he'll chew me out for. Stupid, he'll say. I don't see yet what I done wrong.
It's a terrible thing to come from such a home.
You don't have to lose no sleep over me. My old man's okay. Used to knock me around a little when I was a kid, but he's all right. We had some good times.
A shame.
Come on, knock it off, will you? I don't need no sermons. Anyway, I gotta try Karen again.
You know, the jails they got these days, it's not so bad from what I hear.
Oh, boy.
No, I mean that. Libraries with books they're loaded. Movies, I hear. A movie every week. Tables for, what's that game, the little balls? Ping pong. Baseball in season. In a men's club you could do boys.
Well, it's the first time in my life anybody ever tried to sell me going to jail.
Well, in ordinary circumstances, I wouldn't recommend it myself, but what you're mixed up in now, Ernie, these circumstances ain't ordinary at all.
I gotta make my call.
My telephone is yours.
Like I said before, no stupid ideas.
You finish with the beer, I'll throw the cans away.
You don't throw nothing away. Just stand where you are and don't make me nervous. She ain't there now. She's gonna hear from me good.
You know also they teach you a trade these days? In jail, I mean. A good, honest trade.
Karen, where you been? Yeah, it was me on the phone a minute ago. Who else? Oh, well, you picked a great time for it. All right. Listen, will you? You got the heap ready? All right, so here's what you do. You get on the heap and you drive it down to Schwartz's Delicatessen. Now, hold on a sec. I'll get the address. What do you mean you got the address over? Oh, on the radio. No, the cops won't bother you. Listen, I got an old guy here with me, Sam Schwartz. He owns a Delicatessen. I already told the cops they make a move and I shoot this old guy. Look, stupid. Who killed somebody? I just said I would, that's all. All right, so can I finish? All right, you get on the heap and you drive on down here. I told you the cops won't bother you. I'll yell out the door and let them know you're coming. And they ain't to bother you unless they want a dead delicatessen owner on their hands. Yeah, so when you drive up in front of the joint, I come out with Pop and we both get in the heap and take off. You got that now? Don't ask me a lot of stupid questions. Just go. Start now. All right, I love you too, baby.
You think that's going to work, this plan you're telling her?
Well, why won't it? What can go wrong?
What's going to happen, for example? I should decide. I don't care to make the trip.
Oh, you ain't in no position to decide, Pop. Either you come along or you get a hole in the head.
Yeah, so now we're back to that. If there is in you, whatever it takes, you should put a hole in Sam Schwartz's head.
You know what happened the last time we went into that?
Sure, you shot over my head and ruined $10 worth of detergent powder. So now, what we got to decide is, can you shoot at my head, not over it?
Don't take a chance, Pop.
Well, I'll tell you now, Ernie. I ain't going with you.
Come on, Pop, don't be stupid.
I'm going out by the door now, Ernie. If you let me go, the police will come in and get you. And if you don't let me go, and you got to shoot me to stop me, then they come in and get you anyways. Now, you want a couple of years with time off for good behavior, or you want a chair? But that's all you got to decide, Ernie.
Pop, you stay away from that door.
No, Ernie. I'm going out now.
Oh, you stupid old... What'd you want to do that for?
On and on. Things like this couldn't go, Ernie. Somebody had to make a decision.
All right, drop the gun. Put your hands up.
Sammy, get up. Why is he down like this, lying on the floor? Why don't he say something?
Here, let me have a look. I'm afraid he can't, Mrs. Schwartz. Not anymore.
Sammy. Sammy.
What?
Sammy.
What is he?
Sammy.
Some kind of a nut or something? He was just going on out like I didn't even have a gun.
That's right, some kind of nut.
Yeah.
Archstone, get this man out of here. Put the cuffs on him. Take him uptown. That's right. Some kind of nut.
Theater 5 has presented The Hostage, written by Fielden Farrington, produced and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Jack Grimes, Jackson Beck, Ethel Everett, and Lon Clark. Audio engineers Neil Pultz and Marty Folia. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Ted Bell. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. ABC Radio Network production. ABC Radio Network production.
Oh, dear. Carl. Carl, it's the phone again.
Hello. Now, who is this? Now, listen, whoever you are, will you stop ringing this number? It's 2 a.m. and we're trying to get some sleep here. Huh? Oh, good night.
Did they say anything?
No, not a word. It's some kook's idea of a practical joke.
Oh, let me answer it this time. Hello?
Oh.
What do you want? Why are you pestering us?
I can't sleep, and I won't let you sleep. I hate you, and I wish you were dead. First chance I get, I'm going to kill you.
Theater 5 presents I've Got Your Number.
Now, don't let it get you, Sheila. Just try to put it out of your mind.
I wish you were dead. First chance I get, I'm going to kill you. I keep hearing that.
Well, it's some crackpot who might not even know your name. Now, look, sweetheart, I won't let anyone harm you.
I know, but all that hate in her and meant for me.
All right, now stop thinking that way. You don't know who the girl is. You said you didn't recognize her voice.
I've never heard it before. That much I'm sure of. Carl, why is it she never talks to you?
I don't know. I wish she would.
Could it be because you know her and she's not taking a chance you might identify her? What do you think?
You're the one I want to think about, honey. Now, come on. Just relax.
I can't. I'm scared. Why would a strange woman want to kill me?
Oh, no, baby. Nobody wants to kill you. It's just talk.
But that's what she said, and I felt her hate.
Sheila, try not to think about her.
All right, I'm sorry, darling. I guess I'm in a state of shock.
I know. Yeah, we'll take care of this tomorrow. Just forget her,
All right, I'll try.
That's my love.
Oh, I do love you. I always Oh, no. Not again. I can't stand it.
Well, let it ring. Let it ring all night.
Oh, I'll go crazy. We both will.
Well, okay, I'll fix it.
I wish you'd tear it out of the wall.
Yeah, that's what I feel like.
Look, aren't you going to answer it? Please, maybe she'll talk to you this time.
She won't get a chance.
Where are you going?
Across the room, hide the phone.
Hide it where?
In this drawer. I'll smother it under the bedspread. And a pillow. There. Now, how's that,
Well, it's better, but I can still hear it.
Well, that's because you're listening for it.
I suppose.
Cook will get tired of waiting for us to answer, and she'll give up. Oh, no. All right, come on, honey.
No, Carl, no, please. I hear that ringing and ringing and ringing.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Honestly, when I find out who... Now, look, you must be off your rocker disturbing us this way. Well, say something. Go on, speak to me. Now, you listen to me. You've said enough to my wife. If you think that...
Careful, you'll wake the neighbors.
I don't care. Are you listening to me? You're afraid to speak up, afraid I'll know your voice. But so help me, I'll find out who you are, and when I do, heaven help you.
How can we find out?
I don't know, honey. I just don't know. I'm too mad to think.
I'm too upset to sleep. And I'm afraid she'll do it again.
Well, let's not take any chances on that.
What can we do?
That's what we can do.
You mean leave the receiver off all night?
Baby, it's almost 2:20. Not much of this night left.
That's true. But it's risky to leave the receiver off. What if something happens?
Something happens? Like what?
Well, like a fire in the building, or maybe Mother takes sick, some emergency.
Okay. It's risky, but the receiver stays off.
All right. But tomorrow we go to the police.
Well, your complaint is a switch. Usually men make the crank calls, call up women they don't know and talk a lot of garbage. We've had over 20 complaints today.
But our calls started last week. At first, there was just one or two, and we thought they'd stop.
Yes, we took it as a practical joke. You see, they started the night we got back from our honeymoon.
Oh, so you're newlyweds, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, Mr. Fletcher, before you married, were you engaged to somebody else?
Engaged? No.
Well, but you had another girl.
Sure, several.
Oh. Well, you might let me have their names.
Well, I doubt if it'll lead to anything.
You could be surprised.
Well, one lives out on the West Coast. Another in Cleveland. Look, I'm sure the calls wouldn't be long distance.
Oh, now that you can dial long distance direct, anything's possible. And a lot harder to trace. Mrs. Fletcher, did you perhaps have an ex-boyfriend, one whose wife now might be out for a little revenge?
Well, not that I know of.
Was there someone you've been quarreling with? Some woman who's got it in for you?
Well, no, none that I can think of.
Well, we could change to an unlisted number.
Well, that's a solution as long as it works.
But the trouble is my wife's a piano teacher.
Yes, and I'd have to give the new number to all my pupils.
And I teach at Central Tech. My students must have access to me when they run into problems. Besides, I freelance for a couple of advertising agencies. It's some chore posting a new number with every business contact that I have.
Yeah, well, your new number wouldn't have been a secret very long anyway. Tell me, Mrs. Fletcher, this voice you heard, about how old a woman would you say she might be?
I don't know. I was so shocked by her venom, it didn't register.
She actually threatened to kill you. Huh?
She said, I wish you were dead. First chance I get, I'm going to kill you. And she sounded like she meant it.
I've got an idea that might work if both of you are willing to let the police tap your phone.
You mean you'd be listening in on all our calls?
Well, I'm willing.
Well, how will tapping our phone help you trace that crackpot?
It's a shortcut so you can identify your caller. And let's not take it for granted that she's only a crackpot. She could be a dangerous psycho.
No, Carl, not you. Sergeant Kirk, sit down, Mr. Answer.
Oh, yeah.
Hello? Hello? Carl, it's her.
You sure?
Hello, if you don't answer, I'll hang up.
Well, how come she didn't speak to you?
I don't know, but she will call back. And I'll hang up until she does speak. I don't care how many more times you call. You can keep it up all night long. I know that it's my husband's voice that you want to hear, and he is not going to answer the phone no matter
what. I
what.
want you to get old and wrinkled, so he'll hate you too. You took him away from me, you rotten thief. I wish you were dead. I wish you were dead. I wish you'd die in a horrible accident.
Oh. I heard what she said. She sounds crazy.
She was so out of control that she couldn't have disguised her voice.
Threatening you like that, she must be a psycho.
Didn't you think she sounded kind of young?
Well, her voice is on tape now. The police will get her number.
Mr. Fletcher?
Well, her voice is familiar, but I can't make it fit any one specific person.
Want me to play the tape again?
No, I've heard it 5 times. That's enough.
Carl, what's bothering you?
Well, honey, it's... I don't know. It's her crying.
But it was rage.
I'm not so sure.
That's how it hits me. Mr. Fletcher, why don't you come out and tell us what's obvious? The voice on that tape is young enough to be a schoolgirl.
All right. I'll say it.
She could be in your senior art class.
How many girls in that class?
Oh, there are about 20.
Now, this girl running a temperature over you, no man could be blind to that. You must have some idea who she is.
Sergeant, this is no fun guessing game. I refuse to name names when I can be completely wrong.
But this girl is infatuated with you. Surely that doesn't apply to the whole class.
Well, I don't keep score on schoolgirl crushes. Now, this one sounds to me like a very mixed-up kid.
How old are these girls?
Oh, 17, 18.
18 isn't exactly a little schoolgirl.
Well, if I knew for certain who it is, I'd cheerfully wring her neck for what she's put us through. But I wonder if a girl who sounds heartbroken would be acting primarily out of spite and malice.
No, I don't buy that broken heart bit. This girl's a delinquent, and they cry real easy. It's a big, fat act to get attention, sympathy.
Well, Sergeant, sometimes
Look,
that's
you're the
true,
teacher. I'm only a policeman. But I say we're dealing with a teenage delinquent who's bugging you and your wife for kicks.
Carl, I can't go on taking this.
Yeah, I know.
Well, then cooperate with the police, Mr. Fletcher. If you don't put the finger on this girl, you'll be doing an injustice not only to your wife, but the entire community. How many more people do you want her to victimize by telephone just to spit out her hate?
Well, I'll be frank with you. I do suspect 2 girls in my senior art class.
All right, let's have their names.
Well,
Don't look. Don't look so worried, Mr. Fletcher. The police will catch the girl that's guilty.
Yes, I'm sure you will, but... Sergeant, before I give you names, I must consult the school psychologist. Dr. Hugo, I'm hoping you can tell me which girl it's more likely to be.
Well, Carl, I'd need several sessions with each girl to get some idea.
Well, that could take a long time.
Yes, it could. Whom do you suspect?
Well, there's Jean Wicker.
I know Jean. Suffers from deep anxiety neurosis, overwhelming fears and feelings of inferiority. A difficult home situation, too.
Well, she's capricious and, as they say, kooky. But she's got the stuff to be a fine artist.
Are you friendly with her?
Oh, yes. Well, that is, I was.
And what happened?
Well, Jean wants to qualify for the Art Institute next semester. With private instruction, she couldn't make it. Jean begged me to give her lessons. Unfortunately, I didn't have the free time. What with getting married and all my freelance commitments.
So you turned her down? Is she friendly with you now?
Oh, no. No, she goes out of her way to avoid me.
Well, I guess she finds it impossible to forgive you.
But is Jean the type to make crank calls?
Well, I believe she's capable of it. Who's the other girl?
Well, there's Betsy Price.
Betsy? Do I know her?
She had a few interviews with you last spring. She was threatening to drop out.
A short, dark-haired girl?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. You helped her, Dr. Hugo.
My impression is that your interest in her welfare contributed greatly to her staying on at school.
Well, Betsy lives across the street from me, and occasionally we walked home together. Oh, she'd talk about her problems, her mother dead and her father remarried. She couldn't get along with her stepmother.
As I recall, she gave a couple of the women teachers here a lot of trouble. What makes you suspect the girl?
Well, Doctor, I don't know. I can't tell you. It's just a hunch.
Do you still walk home from school with her?
Oh, no. No, my schedule's changed.
Which might make Betsy feel you're rejecting her. Carl, it could be either one of the girls.
Well, in your opinion, are they delinquents?
No. But the girl who's plaguing you and your wife can be charged with delinquent behavior. She could be so deeply disturbed, she's playing out her compulsion to punish you.
Well, you think she can be reached?
It's possible. Certainly worth your try. Carl, I go along with you. This is more a school problem than a police matter.
Well, how do I stop her from phoning before the police catch her?
It would be a mistake to seek her out. She has to come to you voluntarily.
Doctor, that won't happen. No, I'm afraid that's impossible.
Well, sorry I can't be of more help. You'll just have to sweat it out.
Hello, I've been waiting for you to call again. Now, look, I am warning you for your own good. Every word you said to my wife is on tape. The police are on to you, and they'll catch you if you...
Oh, no.
Yes, you should be frightened. What you're doing is against the law. Now, keep it up, and the police will trace your calls. Now, wait a minute. Look, I can't make out what you're saying. But you had better listen to me. Now, you're in my 4A art class. You avoid me because you're furious with me and want to punish me.
Oh, Sergeant Kirk is going to be very angry.
I won't say your name. I don't want it on tape. But I'll tell you your first initial. It's J or B.
No.
All right, now don't panic. I want you to call Dr.
Carl, will you give me that phone?
Sheila, will you let go? Hello. She's hung up.
Talk to me, Carl. Tell me the truth.
Will you stop it? I was just getting through to her.
Will you tell me what you're hiding? What does this girl mean to you, and
Sheila,
why are you
I'm
doing
not
this?
hiding a criminal. She's a schoolgirl. I want her to talk to Dr. Hugo
the way
before
you're
the police...
protecting her, she means much more to you than just a girl in your class. There must be something personal and intimate between the two of you.
Sheila, will you stop being hysterical? I don't know for sure who she is,
Well,
but...
who is J, and what does B stand for?
You'll go to the police.
You bet I will.
The only person who has to know her identity is the school psychologist. Now, I only wanted to give her Dr. Hugo's home number. Sheila, he's waiting to hear from her.
I know that teachers get involved with students. What is the psychologist trying to help you cover up?
You're raving like a jealous idiot.
That girl hates me. She has threatened to kill
Sheila.
me. She wants me dead. And you are helping her against
Now,
me.
honey,
You
I'm
are
not
on her-
taking sides against you. My responsibility as a teacher is to get that kid to go to Dr. Hugo without any interference from the police. Don't you understand? She's an unhappy, mixed-up
I
child.
understand that she has also made me suffer without cause, and I want the police to get her. A girl like that has got to be punished. As a warning to all other vicious cranks who use the telephone to victimize innocent people.
Sheila, if you would only... If that's your Sergeant Kirk.
I hope it is.
Mr. Fletcher, Could I see you for a minute?
Yes, come in. This is my wife, Sheila. This is Betsy Price.
Betsy? Oh, Betsy, was that you?
Yes. When you mentioned the initials on the phone, I knew I'd be caught, so I ran across the street to tell you. Please call the police. I deserve to get punished.
Betsy. Betsy, why?
Because you changed. You were so great to me, but you stopped.
What did I do?
After Daddy got married, he didn't have any more time for me. But you were so great. You made me feel that you cared about what was going to happen to me.
I do care, Betsy.
And when you got engaged, you never had time anymore to walk home with me, and you were always busy with her.
Oh, Betsy, is that why you hate me?
It felt like my stepmother taking Daddy away from me all over again. Oh. I saw you both when you came back from your honeymoon, and I waved to you, and I called hello. You didn't even answer. You didn't even see me. I felt so bad I wanted to die. So I kept on phoning to try and hurt you back. Mrs. Fletcher, I'm so ashamed.
Oh, honey. It's so good that you came. Now we can try to help you.
Theater 5 has presented I've Got Your Number, written by Addie Richton, produced and directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Donald Buca, Leslie Woods, Nat Polan, Rosemary Rice, and Guy Sorrell. Audio engineers Marty Folia and Neil Pultz. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production.
What would you think if a voice interrupted this program right now and you heard...
General Eisenhower's North African army has invaded the Italian mainland, and Mussolini is reported to have fled to the German lines.
What would you think when you knew that it all happened 20 years ago?
Theater 5 presents The Boy.
Must be another crash. Boy, that's a miserable fog out there.
Great night for Dracula.
Give me another cup of coffee, Rhoda, huh?
You can have the whole urn. Ain't gonna be no other customers on the road tonight.
You think your diner's empty, you ought to see my bus station. But nobody.
Well, we got each other, Russ, baby.
Yeah.
Don't get so passionate. There's your Java.
Thanks. Hey, Rhoda. Alice busy tonight?
Ask her yourself, John Alden. Hey, sis.
How about a movie, Alice?
Oh, thank you, Russ, but not tonight.
Not any night, huh?
Oh, now, please, don't get hurt.
Why don't I give up, huh?
Boy, I got a kooky sister.
No, leave her alone, Rhoda.
Well, it just burns me. Good men don't grow on trees, Alice, especially for old maids of 23.
Oh, that's an old maid? So what does that make you, Rhoda?
I'm no old maid. I took my chance.
Yeah, and you had a divorce to bump.
Who's perfect? Alice sit by the fire here. She don't even live on the same planet.
Please, Rhoda.
It's gonna kill you to give Russ a date? Fellas fighting duels over you, maybe?
Lay off her, Rhoda.
You know what your trouble is, Mr. Heartbroken? You always ask the wrong sister. You want to change your luck?
Okay. Come on, we'll bowl a couple of frames.
You mean it?
Yeah, I mean it.
Ah, you doll. I promise not to make a pass at you all evening. Hey, Alice, honey, you don't mind.
Oh, of course not, sis.
We're not going to get any business tonight anyhow in this fog. I'll be right with you, Russ. I'll just put on my face. It fits over this one. Big improvement.
Sure wish it was you, Alice.
No, I'm truly sorry, Russ.
Well, looks ain't everything, you know. Guys like me make awful good husbands, Alice. I'd never say a mean word to you.
I know. But I'm waiting for someone, Russ.
Who?
I don't know. Yet.
Alice, come down out of the clouds. You wait for Prince Charming, you might wait forever.
No, I'm going to meet him very soon. In fact, tonight.
Alice, you feeling all right?
I can't tell you why I know that, Russ, but I do.
Prince Charming's gonna walk right in your diner out of all that fog?
Yes, he will.
Ooh. Alice, I'm still nuts about you, but you're a real kook, you know?
Well, I'm all set, you lucky fella, you.
Yeah, this is my big night. What's the tab, Alice?
Don't you take his money, sis. Any guy who takes me out eats on the house. I'll turn the radio on, sis.
Hey, Alice. Maybe you want to close up and join us? Dinah's kind of lonely and gloomy tonight.
No. How about that? A little cheerful music, huh?
Good evening. This is Hollis Brown with your local evening news report. A black Ford sedan used in a holdup has just been found abandoned in Colby Park near Route 71.
Hey, that's right near here.
Federal Supermarket in Whaleview was robbed earlier this evening of $1,900 in cash by a man with a scarred nose and a Spanish accent.
Boy, I'd better not go, Russ.
Oh, nonsense, Rhoda. I'll be all right.
Yeah, come on bowling with us, Alice.
No, really. You run along and have fun.
Oh, honey, I'd worry about you.
Hello. Am I too late for a bit of something?
Where are you coming from, fella?
Oh, North Ireland, actually. I'm on my way back to a British freighter docked in Bridgeport.
Oh, well, sure. My sister here will toss you a bone, okay, Alice?
Oh, yes, I'll look after him.
See you later, sis. Come on, Russ.
So long, Alice.
Hello.
Hello.
I thought all Americans said, hi.
What would you like to eat?
Oh, anything will do me, really. Some fried eggs, perhaps. And, coffee, please. Black, no sugar.
Black, no sugar. Mm-hmm.
I say, please don't think I'm being forward, but,
You feel it too, don't you?
yes. Strangest feeling about you.
As though we'd known each other all our lives.
But it's quite impossible. We're strangers.
I don't understand it either.
Kind of feeling you get in dreams sometimes.
What is your name?
Sandy.
Sandy Shaw.
Yes. How did you know?
I don't know.
Why, that's astonishing.
You're not entirely British, are you?
No. My father's North Irish, but my mother comes from Connecticut.
Has it been a handicap having an American mother?
Oh, no. Feather in my cap, actually. You see, I have dual citizenship. I was born here.
Yes, I know.
Well, how could you know?
I have no idea, but I do know. It has something to do with feeling happy near you.
Wait, that's how I feel. That's curious, isn't it?
It's not a romantic feeling.
No, it isn't.
I'm far too old for you.
I'm 19.
Well, you see, I'm 23.
Well, what is this odd bond between us?
Does your mother like North Ireland, Sandy?
No, not always. She often gets wistful for America. But I love Belfast, so she's reasonably contented.
Yes, she would be. How did your mother and father meet?
He was a merchant seaman when Britain went to war. On a shore leave in Bridgeport, he thumbed a ride to see a bit of Connecticut. Landed near Whaleview, walked into an eating spot, and saw a very beautiful waitress. My mother.
Love at first sight?
Yeah, something like that. He cocked the green tam he was wearing on the side of his head, and the words he said to my mother changed her whole life.
What did he say?
Well, he said, Miss, I am Michael Shaw of North Ireland. I am 30, ready for a wife, and I believe in international marriage.
Oh.
May I please sit down and discuss the possibility of your becoming the mother of my son? Coffee, please, black and no sugar.
Oh, your mother must have been overwhelmed.
Oh, she was. Especially since Father was wearing a magnificent red beard he'd grown at sea.
Your father's dead now, isn't he?
Why, how did you know? Yes, he was torpedoed at the end of the war. My mother told me she'd had a premonition of it. That same day he walked into her life, but she couldn't resist him.
And now you've gone to sea, like your father.
Yes, it's my first run. When we docked in Bridgeport, I naturally wanted to see my mother's birthplace, so I rented a car and drove up here.
Your mother doesn't want you at sea, does she?
No. She wants me to return to art school.
Won't you, Sandy?
No. School takes forever, but I do a lot of sketching at sea, especially during storms.
Oh, isn't it dangerous on deck, then?
But the sea has a wild beauty when the waves become mountains and valleys and...
Hey, you. Is that your car outside?
Well, I've rented it, yes.
Come on. I need a lift.
Oh? Well, I'm afraid I'm not quite finished eating. Besides, I may not be going in your direction, sir.
Oh, yes, you are.
Sandy, he's got a gun.
Now you know why I need a lift.
You're the man who robbed the supermarket.
News travels fast.
Where do you want me to drive you?
Out of danger. They're closing in.
No, Sandy, no.
Well, I don't seem to have a choice, do I?
No, you don't.
Oh, don't go, Sandy. Because it means death.
What if I refuse?
In 30 seconds, you will be a corpse on the floor. Make up your mind. Now! All right, kid. What's it gonna be?
You driving me out of here, or do I kill you?
You'd kill me to escape arrest?
Do you know what jail is like?
You can't go with him, Sandy.
I'm afraid that gun gives him the last word.
But you'll die if you drive that car.
I'll die if I don't.
No, I won't let you be killed.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
You'll have to shoot me first.
Get out of the way.
No.
Get away, I say, or I'll kill you, too.
No. No, you won't kill either of us.
Oh, won't I?
You can't.
I'll give you 3. 1, 2...
Your gun isn't loaded.
You think I held up a supermarket with an empty gun?
I know you did.
That's a dangerous guess, young lady. You foolish enough to bet your life on it?
Yes.
Alice, how do you know that?
I can't explain. I just know.
I warn you for the last time.
Go ahead. Pull the trigger. I'm waiting.
You... All right, you win. Give me the keys of the car, kid.
You were bluffing.
I can still pistol whip you for the keys if you make me.
Give him the keys, Sandy.
Thank you for your hospitality. Next time the gun will be loaded. Goodbye.
Oh, dear.
Well, that was sticky. I'm deeply grateful. You took a terrible chance for my sake.
No. Just thank you for listening to me.
Well, there he goes.
Oh.
The bloody fool. Smashed into another car in the fog.
Yes.
Some kind of blinking light on top of the other car.
It's a police car.
Look, the petrol's exploded. The whole car's a mass of flames. Oh, that's dreadful. I'd better go and see if I can help.
No, you can't.
But the fella maybe...
He's dead. But the police are all right.
How do you know? Even if you could see through that bloody fog.
I know. Just as I knew that your car would crash and burn.
Yes. And if I hadn't listened to you...
Oh, I thank God that you did.
But how can you know such things?
I'm not sure.
I'm hopelessly in debt to you. For my life.
Oh, think of me sometime, Sandy.
I could never forget you. And I shall tell my mother how proud I am that Father chose an American girl for his bride.
I'm proud, too.
I must leave now.
Yes, I know.
My ship sails in an hour.
Go to the bus station just down the road. The last bus for Bridgeport will be there in 10 minutes.
You know, it's strange. I feel as though I'm leaving home instead of returning to it.
Because you were born here?
No, that's not why.
Then why, Sandy?
Because it's like saying goodbye to my mother. As she was. As a young girl.
God bless you, Sandy. And before you go, make me a promise.
Anything.
Give up the sea. Don't let it kill you as it killed your father.
Will it?
Yes, unless you leave it.
You know this? Just as you knew that the gun was empty? That the car would crash?
Yes, I know it.
All right. I'll return to art school. You've just made my mother very happy.
Yes, I know.
Will we ever meet again? Do you know that, too?
We will see each other again.
I hope so. Meanwhile, I wish you great happiness.
I will always be proud of you, Sandy.
Goodbye.
God keep you, Sandy. Oh, what's the matter with me? I better get some radio music before I start blubbering.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt this program to bring you an important news bulletin. General Eisenhower's North African army has invaded the Italian mainland, and Mussolini is reported to have fled to the German lines. We will bring you further details as soon as they become available. And now we continue with popular dinner music from...
General Eisenhower's North African army. Mussolini, the German lines.
Night, Russ. Gee, thanks. I had a swell time. Tomorrow night, huh? Oh, hi, sis. That, Russ. You know, I got that lunkhead under my skin. If he'd only realize how much he needs me, too.
He will, Rhoda. He will.
Yeah, sure. When Hitler votes the Democratic ticket.
Rhoda.
Yeah?
What's the date?
I don't know. September 8th, I think.
Well, yes, but what year?
What year?
Yes.
Hey, sis, what slipped into your orange juice?
Please, Rhoda, what year is this?
Well, last I heard it was 1943.
1943?
Yeah. A.D.
But the supermarket holdup.
What holdup?
The car crash outside the diner.
Honey, you feeling all right?
And the boy. The North Irish boy who came in when you left with Russ.
Oh, Alice, you really ought to stop daydreaming so much, you know? Oh. Well, lo and behold, look at that red beard. And don't a green tam o' shadow look cute on a red-headed guy? He's looking straight at you, Alice. Hey, I'll get lost in the ladies' room. Now play it smart, sis. Who knows?
Miss, Michael Shaw, North Ireland. I'm 30, ready for a wife, and I believe in international marriage. May I sit down and discuss the possibility of you becoming the mother of my son? Coffee, please. Black and no sugar.
Theater 5 has presented The Boy, written by Jules Archer, produced and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Joyce Gordon, Connie Lemke, William Redfield, Robert Dryden, and Louis Van Ruten. Audio engineers Neil Pultz and Marty Folia. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production. An ABC Radio Network production.